And I don't, I made the prediction the very first day of camp that I think that one of these wide receivers is getting moved. And it's only because, I kind of felt as if they have this sort of wide range of similar ceiling type of players. And it felt just a lot like a couple of years ago with Devon Vele. I also know that Sean Payton has this ultimate I can't quit you type of trust with Lil Jordan Humphrey. And so with all of that, I think Marvin Mims, him being back at practice, is important because he needs to practice. Because he's not in a camp battle in the sense of if he doesn't play well, he's out of a job. But he is in a camp battle of this. Either number one, it's to showcase to other teams potentially how good he might be for this year before the end of camp. Or number two, he's in a battle to showcase to either the Broncos or another team beyond this year why he's worth more money than just a all-pro return man. Because I will tell you guys what I've always been telling you about Marvin Mims. I think part of the reason why he changed agents, he is seen right now in the NFL as a return specialist. And he is seen as a return specialist going into the final year of his rookie contract. Return specialists don't get gigantic money. Do you know who makes $40 million a year? JSN and Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. Those guys do. And if you're the second or third wide receiver on a team, you're still probably making $8 to $10 million bucks if you're the number
Jackson
three
Smith
guy.
and a good Juba.
It's important for him if he wants to get paid, which I'm sure he does. So that part of this, I think, is incredibly important, where he needs to be out of practice. And he needs to be participating in these preseason games because he needs some help. Perception is reality until you change that perception. It's true in sports as it's true in life. And so for him, he needs to get back out on the field, and I'm glad he was back at practice yesterday. Overall, for the Broncos, there is an overwhelming, I would say, sense that this team is going to be close to what they were last year, but I can't get my mind pulled away from a single play in preseason, which was the catch and run by Jalen Waddle. First of all, it's so hard, or it was so hard, in this Broncos offense to get a guy wide open. Like, funny thing about any criticism that you had for Bo Nix, the criticisms of Bo Nix and maybe missing guys on deep balls or whatever, did he miss a few? Yeah. Did he overthrow Troy Franklin a time or two, maybe by a step? Yeah. He's rarely had the wide open guy. And in the one play from Jalen Waddle that we saw in the preseason last week, he was not only wide open, once given the football, he was wide open and then made more open space for himself afterwards. What this offense has been missing is a dynamic quality to it, which, when you are part of if you're a cog in a machine, and that's how the Broncos offense has kind of felt. It just chugged along. It never had, when you start a locomotive, when you start a train, A train starts like that. It does the and then it goes. Sounds like a lawnmower. It kicks into gear. Just haven't seen the smoothness of that offensively. And I think a big part of it is you don't have somebody that you're scared of as an opposing defense. I mean, we've seen the anonymous quotes from executives or coordinators across the league. They all acknowledge the vast amount of talent that the Broncos possess. They all acknowledge that they are one of the best teams in football. One thing that has not been seeded in any of those discussions is, well, their offense is responsible for it. But I think if you add a dynamic, playmaking, athletic piece like Jalen Waddle, now all of a sudden you got something. And perception could change quickly out of the gates this year. The quality of opponents you have in the first 6 weeks, if the Broncos offense shows up and you start winning football games consistently against teams like that, not to say that they haven't beaten good teams or they didn't do it last year, but they did it in a much different way. They did it in almost the literal sense of this word, in a more unbelievable type of way. You were asking questions by the end of the game, and I think this is kind of what matters. And you can say, oh, what is it? Who cares how a team feels about your team as long as you win? And I guess bottom line is yes. But I say this all the time in sports. The reason why I am concerned with the look of it is because when you get to the end of a game and you have to ask the question, what percentage of the pie was the Broncos win the game late, and what percentage of the pie was other team blew it? That doesn't speak to the confident nature in which your team is playing. You know, that I can contribute to a huge portion of that to Sean Payton on building and changing the culture from a losing environment to a winning environment. No matter what situation you're in, you still feel like you can come back and win a football game. I think that is directly tied to the head coach and the confidence the head coach puts in a football team. But what you need to have, and what I would like to see that's different this year, I want to say this after most wins. This is football. You're going to lose some games that you shouldn't. You're going to win some games that you shouldn't. We all acknowledge that. But I want the bulk of the wins this year to come with this when we jump on the air on Monday. The Broncos won that game because the Broncos are better than that team. And they kicked the snot out of them. That's what I want. And you can have games that feel that way and still win by 7. Where you play a consistent game from start to finish, you were better from the beginning to the end. But the game was closer because, you know what, that's football in the NFL and games get close. But I want to have that sort of feeling a lot more often than I did last year. And to the Broncos' credit, despite sort of the doubts that I had as the season went along with the way that they were winning, they just continued to do it. To the point where if they had their starting quarterback in the AFC Championship game, they're in a Super Bowl, and then who knows what happens. Maybe you would have been just a team of destiny, that every time that you took the football field, there was something magical that would happen at the end of a game and you would come out on top. Perhaps. But that's the change that I want to see. So our rock, paper, tickets contest continues today as it does all week. Each hour on the 20s or from the 20-minute mark to the 40-minute mark of the hour, we will throw in a keyword for you. You text that in, and it gives you the chance to win airfare, hotel, tickets to the season opener in Kansas City as the Broncos take on the Chiefs. 1 second. Come on. Ah!
Nice.
Let it go.
Grip it and rip it, bud. That was a good one.
But that is going to come somewhere between the 20-minute mark and 40-minute mark of every hour. And you get your first one coming up in just a few minutes as we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this. I love these guys, by the way. I like them. I like the Walk the Moon. Is that what they are?
Yep.
Texture says this. Snitches get stitches, plus the appetizer doesn't give away as much stuff as the afternoon show. Well, let me tell you something right now. Nelly, we're going to do this keyword thing in the middle of this 6:20 to 6:40 time frame, right? Chance to get you in for the opening game against the Chiefs at Arrowhead against the Broncos. If that guy is the random qualifier, he's out for my hour. Just for my hour. You don't get to do this. You got to understand something here, sir. No one here knows we're on the air. This is a pirate ship, essentially. Nelly, does our program director, Kevin, know that we do an hour at 6 o'clock? Is he aware of this? Is anybody?
Yeah, is anybody getting our signal, man? I don't know. I've always said that the proud, the appetizer listeners are probably the most intelligent listeners of the entire station.
No. I'm not saying the people listening right now, of course they're aware of this. I'm saying anybody in this building who works for KSE.
No way. Maybe our neighbors at Cool 105 and Mix 100, maybe they know we're doing something because they see us in the hallways. But aside from that, I don't think so.
So Dixon, who works for Cool in the mornings, he just brought in this giant box of peanuts, like little the size that you'd find hanging up at a gas station for like $1. We have a whole box of those. We'll make that a giveaway. You can have the peanut thing. Don't give us anything. We don't just here doing a show for an entire company that is unaware, I think, that we're on the air right now. And poor Nelly's got to get up super early in the morning. He's got to fix coffee stains out of keyboards. If you guys ever wonder, by the way, when things go wrong in this studio, it always happens during the appetizer. And you know what that translates to? Either people are too unaware or they have no care for this beautiful little hour that we do in the morning. Because they're like, oh, did I spill? They'll fix it tomorrow. Not affect my job. Meanwhile, poor Nelly's in here hitting buttons, changing batteries. You got Nelly running around like a sewer rat trying to fix all this different stuff. It's rude.
Well, it's a lot, but somehow we managed to shoulder the load.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword. Load.
Do you believe in the concept of load management?
Mm-hmm. I don't like the term.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel NBA when I hear load management, right?
Load. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's your keyword, load, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. This gets you a chance to go to that rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. And the winner of that tournament goes to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to see the first game of the season of Denver and KC on Monday night. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
And you say this every time, but I'll just remind people, you got to send the keyword and your first and last name. Because once in a blue moon, we'll go to draw a winner for something, and I just see a keyword, and I see no info, and don't make me chase you down.
I'm making very clear.
I'm not one of the witches monkeys from the Wizard of Oz. I'm not chasing down your name. Like give me your info. Let's do this.
Nelly's out here trying to fix keyboards. He doesn't have time to chase that. What is he, the NSA? So text your first and last name.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
Ugh. I mean, the immediate feeling that overwhelms me the second I hear his voice.
Give all the glory to God.
I was doing this. I'm telling you. I was doing this last week. Nelly plays these clips because Fernando Mendoza played in a preseason game. I wanted to talk about it, so he gives like this post-game interview from Mendoza, and just my shoulders start to sag. My body language is terrible. My mood changes. It's different. It's awful. And I got all these people on the text line. They're like, "Whoa, Brett, what do you hate about Fernando Mendoza?" I'm like, I can't stand the way he speaks. And he's a quarterback, so he's going to be speaking a lot. And it drives me nuts. But the bottom line is, how's this for an answer? He plays for the Raiders. That should be the easiest I hate that guy that you could have. You got to be a pretty special human being to play for a team like the Raiders and for me to be like, yeah, I like that guy. Max Crosby's one of them. I like him. I like the way he plays. Relentless motor, likes to hit. I love all that stuff. The few, the proud, the Raiders I kind of like. But I can't stand Mendoza. Now, what I also can't stand is, I don't know, guys, if you guys have heard of this before. It's a very unique thing. It's called the Southeastern Football Conference in college football. They decided to make, I got to be honest, Nelly, I was shocked at what they did yesterday. Because they came out with the bold, like the very, very hot takey thing of, we don't think professional football players should go back to college. And I just want to applaud them for being so brave and speaking out against an issue that they know they're in the minority on. Do you really have to release a statement? We all know. And here's the thing. The NCAA is the only one that could remotely be in control of this. They're the ones that have to make this rule. By the way, Nelly, I'm a little bit nervous right now. I got a fuzzy screen going on over here on the right side, and I'm hearing popping sounds.
Oh, that actually, that happens sometimes. If you just reach to the lower right side of the monitor, there's a button. You can just turn it off.
Okay.
Sometimes it does that. It's weird.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to catch on fire in here.
No, it's okay. I know, because you could physically, the monitor does snow like a TV from
Yes.
30 years ago, and it goes like,
And it goes,
yeah.
it sounds like something's about to spark and explode.
Yeah,
So
I don't know.
okay.
It's okay. I don't know why it does that, but it's okay. It
Okay,
does that
there were
sometimes.
spilled liquids around electrical equipment. I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to die in here. That was all.
Yep.
Not
on my watch.
But the NCAA is the only one that's in control of this. You want to change things? Very simple. Make a rule. Oh, you can't? Is it because the SEC thinks that they're above the NCAA? Well, now you're in a bit of a pickle, aren't you? All of these, well, two conferences really, but mainly the SEC. It's the SEC and the Big Ten, with 90% of this being the SEC. When you act like you are above the thing that you are participating in, and you have threatened on multiple occasions, well, maybe we'll just start our own. Then you're looking for the NCAA to do what? Make rules for you, because technically they're still in charge. Weird dynamic, isn't it? And look, this has less to do with their statement yesterday, because their statement was the obvious thing. I don't think guys that participate in NFL training camp should go back to college. Okay. Congrats. We all agree with you. Very nice. My whole thing is, when college football has gone in this direction and everybody's wondering, where's the emergency brake at? Where's the thing that we can pull and be like, this is getting a little bit out of hand? And you're getting to the point, like when you got people who are playing professionally that are going back to college. So I saw this. I knew it was a parody account when I first scrolled by it. But there was this parody account, Nelly, that had transfer portal pickup, and it had like a link to an On3 site. And it was Justin Fields going to Texas Tech. And I'm like, okay, I know this is fake. But the fact that I stopped for a second, I was like, wait a minute, what? The fact that I paused for even a millisecond on something that resoundingly stupid shows where you're at. And here's the problem. For years of conferences like the SEC throwing their weight around and not abiding by rules, and when the rules would, even last year, even if we can all acknowledge Notre Dame got screwed by being left out of the college football playoff, the fact that they came back to them and said, well, guys, here's what I'll tell you. I'll guarantee you next year, if you're in XYZ spot in the rankings, you guys will be in. You can't do that. Because that is something called favoritism. You would not do that for other schools who are not part of the haves. And it only widens the gap between the two. Like, I cannot wait. This is week 0 of college football. I love college football. I love it dearly. I love it despite the changes that have all happened. Because you know what? When game day rolls around, it has the same sort of feel. You go out, you have a couple of brewskis at the tailgate, you walk in, the marching band's playing, and college football kicks off. All of that is the same. What's different is this offseason nonsense. That's what's changed. Once the games are played, it's the same game. It's 11 on 11, guys getting hit, touchdowns being scored, all of that. But I think that there are sports and there are leagues and there are conferences and there's a whole bunch of different things that you could point to and say the things not involved with your sport are becoming bigger than your actual sport. Like the conversation outside what's happening between the lines is the bigger story to what is happening between the lines. Like, I think the WNBA is one of those cases. Like, I don't think people don't really discuss the WNBA, the games. They discuss the nonsense outside of it. That's what they do. Did you see what this person did to this person in the league? Can you believe what this person said at the press conference? Did you see Enes Kanter at the... Like, it has nothing to do with the actual sport. It's the other stuff. And college athletics is becoming so much more about the other stuff. But what they do have, trust me, when that game rolls around on Saturday, when the Buffs play next Thursday, when the Rams play next weekend, it'll be about the game.
That's the thing that's perplexing about college football. Or maybe it's not. Maybe I just wanted to say perplexing. But in this new landscape of college football, we have no idea who plays for any team, and in 3 days, every single roster is going to be different anyway. But when we get to the big noon Fox off kickoff, I'm going to be there watching my Buffs. Is Gumby playing from this year? I don't know. Is Mother Teresa our quarterback? I don't know who the hell's on the roster, but I'm going to watch my Buffs anyway, and it's going to be a blast for, hopefully, knock on wood.
Well, and I think a huge part of that is because, well, at least it's football. And when you have... You know, you talk about things that are recession-proof. Bars are recession-proof. Women of the night are said to be recession-proof. Shout out,
Jed York.
Shout out, Jed York. I don't. I was going to say we'll get to that later. I don't want to get to that later, but a multimillionaire, if not billionaire, in Jed York, driving to a mobile home. Some wild stuff.
$140.
Wild stuff.
At a trailer park in Ohio.
Look, I don't know about that industry. I don't know how that industry works. But I've seen movies. And I've seen movies where people go to Vegas and they pay, exorbitant amounts of money for, I guess you'd call them professionals. I don't know what you would call them. That feels like more of a billionaire speed than mobile home in East Palestine, Ohio. Maybe that's just me. I think about that for a second. What if Bezos was driving to Hutchinson, Kansas, to a mobile home for a $140 thing?
I'll tell you what, though. Jed York, right? He's worth, is it $500 million?
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
You don't get to be a multimillionaire who owns an NFL team by spending exorbitant costs,
you're
man.
Going the frugal route on this?
Hey, man, he's cutting costs where he can.
Here's the other thing. You have that much money, you pull up to a bar in a Ferrari, and it should kind of take care of itself, shouldn't it? I'm married with 2 kids. I have no Ferraris. None.
And yet, I don't see you walking into a Motel 6 in Lexington, Nebraska with $140.
Yeah, my wife was from Bennington, Nebraska. Thank you very much. I had to drive past farmland, but it's a beautiful little Midwestern blonde girl. And I had no money. Told this story multiple times. I looked at my bank account 2 days before payday. I had $7, and I spent it on a beer tower at the bar.
Look at that. Gamble paid off. Well, that's how I know my girlfriend definitely isn't for the money, is not in it for the money, because I work in radio and I play in a jazz band, brother. If she's trying to...
Oh, she's in it for those jazz notes.
Yeah, she's trying to dig for gold. She's digging in the wrong mine, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's just wild to me. Wild.
And also, I'm sorry. I know you said you didn't want to get into it, and then here we are.
Well, it's bizarre.
He got busted at phrasing, at 9:35 in the morning on a Sunday. Just
on the Sabbath?
Yes, on the Lord's Day at 9:35 a.m. You need trailer park stuff at 9:35 on a Sunday for $140. I have so many questions.
There had to be. A bender that was going on somewhere. Can I give it? I don't know where East Palestine is in relation to like Cleveland or something, but was he scouting a practice in Columbus? Went out on a bender in Cleveland, went to a casino, and then it was like, we've all been in a casino before. There's no windows. You don't know what time anything is. You walk out, you're like, oh, it's sunlight?
I don't look at windows.
You know what would really make this day even better? Is if I go to a... By the way, did they say it was an ad on Craigslist? Is that what I saw? I would look it up myself, but somebody spilled coffee on my keyboard, so I can't. It was an ad somewhere that he picked up. Hang on. So, East Palestine
and Columbus are pretty far apart, about 175 miles away.
Yeah, but he might be taking a PJ, you know what I mean? That might be a skip and a hop. Hang on, look this up for me, Nelly. Did he get an ad on Craigslist? Is that what happened? Because first of all, I want to know, is Craigslist really still a thing? Is that still a thing that people go to? Is that something that people with hundreds of millions of dollars go to?
And also, remember one of the misdemeanor charges was criminal tools?
Yeah.
What was the criminal tool? Did we find out? Was she the criminal tool?
I don't know. That is a definite plea down, though, for sure. There are so many details that I need to know about this because it makes no sense.
Okay, according to this article, he responded to an ad on a known, quote, prostitution website in Columbiana County, Ohio,
okay,
and arranged to have sexual activity with the female in exchange for $140.
I hate to say it, but we're all thinking it. I got to see this broad, right? You got to see what's worth the drive to a mobile park for $140. What's going on there? Again, this seems pretty self-explanatory to me. You're worth a lot of money. And I think he just went through, you know what? Yeah, I'm done with it. Done with the story. But until more details emerge, it's one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life.
I know you're a big fan of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Everybody is Mac in that one episode where they explain what revenge porn websites are. And he's like, oh my God, what are those?
No.
Where can I find those?
No.
Where can I find those pictures?
One of those disgusting sites.
Yes.
Which one? No, not one of those. That's not, I'm just reacting like, like It's Always Sunny. It's Frank. Frank's worth a lot of money, but he likes... You know
Artemis.
the rest. Yeah. That's what he likes to do. $140 in a trailer. Okay.
Cool, Carl.
You know what? In a weird way, Jed York is the most relatable rich person to any of us that's ever existed. We cannot live the life of a man worth hundreds of millions of dollars. But Nelly, even you and I could do that. We could afford that.
We were never supposed to be in this position.
303-504-0925. Hey, guess what, guys? Wine time is this Friday at Elitch Gardens. Sip your way through 14 wine stations. Enjoy great bites, a DJ, and more. I was just thinking you guys probably love the idea that I'm doing this right after that story, but it's fine. Get your tickets now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine time is presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. Learn more at thehalliburtonlawfirm.com.
You've got the station for all Denver sports. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Hey, Scott Ages here. As a homeowner, your roof protects everything underneath it. That's why I tell people to call the pros at Red Rock Roofing. They'll inspect your roof with a free video inspection, and if you need a new roof, they'll even upgrade you to Class 4 impact-resistant shingles and improve your roof's ventilation at no additional cost. That's why the pro knows. Red Rock Roofing. Schedule your free video roof inspection today at redrockroofing.com.
High temperatures mean low prices at Big O Tires. Now through August 31st, save up to $120 instantly on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Plus, get a $100 mail-in rebate on select purchases with your Big O Tires and Service credit card. Only at Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Fresh hits deliciously different at Wahoo's Fish Taco. Maybe it's the protein bowl with 2 proteins, fresh avocados, citrus slaw, and sautéed veggies. Maybe it's the sunset chopped chicken salad loaded with roasted corn, queso fresco, pepitas, and honey lime vinaigrette. Whatever you're craving, Wahoo's keeps it fresh, flavorful, and made to order every time. Perfect after work, after the gym, or anytime Colorado gets hungry. 4 Metro and Front Range locations. Eat fresh, stay chill at Wahoo's Fish Taco.
Whether you swirl and sniff or just sip and smile, this is wine tasting that's fun instead of fussy. Altitude Sports Radio presents Wine Time on Main Street at Elitch Gardens, Friday, August 28th. Sip your way through 14 curated wine stations featuring reds, whites, rosé, and sparkling selections paired with artisan bites. Enjoy a live DJ, a photo booth, and a relaxed summer evening with great wine and good company. Tickets and VIP passes are available now at altitudesportsradio.com. Wine Time. Grab your tickets and raise a glass with us.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no 2 cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If there's a team that represents my fine state or my city, I'm a fan of that sport.
Altitude will be right back.
Discover incredible savings at the Mountain High Appliance Clearance Center in Denver. I'm Brad Barnett, president of Mountain High Appliance. Our clearance center offers a huge selection of ranges, refrigerators, laundry, and more. Save up to 60% on open box, scratch and dent, display models, and overstocked appliances from Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. When you're looking for great deals on appliances, our clearance center is your go-to destination for the best prices and selection.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Looking mostly normal, getting busier. I-270 is clogging up westbound between Quebec and Vasquez and eastbound between I-25 and York. I-70 getting pretty busy here westbound, starting at Tower, continuing to about I-270, and then I-25 jamming up southbound through downtown Denver. This report is sponsored by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy. I'm Mike Spataro with traffic on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Thanks for all our Twitchers, all our texters. The show's nothing without you, so appreciate the feedback.
Text Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 on the Shop Mazda text line 303-504-0925.
You know what's funny is that it's really hard, really difficult to keep a consistency in some leagues. You know, you can have a baseline of what like a basketball team is going to be if you have a really good player. And fortunately for the Nuggets, they have one of those. Like, you have this situation in which you're always going to be a playoff team because Jokic is here. And that's never going to change as long as he's in a Nuggets uniform. It's the same reason like the Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry. Have they been really good? No, but they have been at least part of a play-in/playoff spot because Steph Curry's an all-timer, and he will carry you at least to that point. Now, the difference is what happens after. And you look at teams that have been successful recently, and part of the trouble that you have is for the consistency aspect of this, it's hard to do that year over year over year. Jason Tatum's dad went on a podcast and, for all intents and purposes, trashed the Celtics. He said, right now, the Celtics roster is bleep, as in excrement. And this is the same Celtics team that won almost as recently as the Nuggets did. I think it just, I don't know what, I need to ask you, is this good for the NBA or bad? I think on the surface, anybody would agree. It would be good for your league to have the amount of parity that the NBA has had. 8 different champions in 8 different years. Over a quarter of your league has won a title in 8 seasons. I think it's incredibly impressive. But if there's one thing that, you know, it feels like when the SEC comes out with a statement saying, hey, I don't think that NFL players in training camp should be able to come back to college. It's like everybody goes, yeah, me neither. Duh. Another duh situation that I think you could directly apply to the NBA is you cannot make it punitive for drafting and developing players. That should be reward. That should be something that teams should be aspiring to. What you don't want your league to become is kind of what college football and basketball has become, which is somebody leaving and going to a different team every year. These rules do stem that tide. It does help that. You can't have moving and shaking of superstars consistently. But you need to be able to reward teams for doing things, quote, the right way. And I think the right way in any sport is that you draft somebody, you develop and hone that talent into something that's viable and good. And then from there, you should be able to reward them with a contract that allows them to stay on the roster. I think that's obvious. But you look at the past champions and you look at the way or the breakdown of what all happened to those teams. Doesn't mean that the teams fell off a cliff. Doesn't mean that they all became sucky teams that can't reach the playoffs anymore. But you go back to, the last 8 years, 8 different champions, right? The Toronto Raptors, not been remotely the same. A little different for them. They lost Kawhi Leonard. He was the guy that kind of took them over the top. The Lakers then won in the bubble. Outside of a Western Conference Finals appearance after that, never really got close. Milwaukee Bucks won in 2021. They haven't sniffed the same success since. Had a couple seasons where they finished first in the Eastern Conference, but even in those seasons, at least one, maybe two of them, they got bounced in the first round. Golden State Warriors in 2022. They win, and they've been essentially a play-in team since then. Then the Nuggets in 23. We've seen it. Haven't made it back to a conference finals yet. Boston Celtics 2 years ago. Jason Tatum's dad says the roster is bleep. Oklahoma City last year, again, close to making it again. And then the Knicks this year, we'll see. I think that if you asked most people that watch the NBA closely, I think they would all tell you as well that they think if you were to choose who's going to win the NBA title this year, I don't know how many would choose the Knicks. I think you hear a lot of Thunder, a lot of Spurs, a lot of Philly. But it's hard to maintain championship level success. It's hard in any league, but especially hard in the NBA.
Championship windows!
So all I'm saying is, the Nuggets are in a similar position that the Celtics, that Golden State, that the Bucks, that all these different teams found themselves in, which is we won a championship, then it came time to pay the guys that got us to a championship and are responsible for it, and now we can't seem to get off the we need to offload salary just to maintain a certain level of flexibility thing. And again, on the surface, I think the NBA, if you ask them, is it good to have 8 different champions in 8 different years? Yes. But I don't think it's good that you're forcing teams to make decisions on guys that they've drafted. That's the tough part. Even OKC. You don't think they wanted to keep Lou Dort? Probably did. You don't think they wanted to keep, 2 or 3 other guys that they had to offload this offseason? Of course. So 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. By the way, Deshaun Watson spoke again yesterday, and he was apologetic in the way that he spoke yesterday. He's like, I just let my emotions get the best of me, and I didn't mean this to all Browns fans. And I'll tell you exactly what happened. Jimmy Haslam got in his ear, and he goes, you're the starter? Go out and apologize for all the things that you just said. Because you know what's funny, Nelly? I was thinking about this yesterday. Deshaun Watson, when he was going through his manifesto of how he does not like or disagrees with the way that he's been handled by Browns fans, I think we've all been in long enough marriages or relationships to know this. When you guys are in an argument with your wife, husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, and somebody goes, oh yeah, by the way, in 2 years ago when you did this, you guys aren't in a good place, are you? Because what did Deshaun Watson do? 2 years ago, they cheered when I got hurt. And I go, that's somebody who's held on to a lot of feelings for a long time. There's no recovering from that. So he can put on all the airs that he wants to. We know what's going on. The qualifier, by the way, for this hour for our rock, paper, tickets contest is Joe Juarez. So congrats to Joe. You're in as one of the 60 in that tournament. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. I know there's probably more pressing matters to get to, and I said in the appetizer that I was going to leave this alone.
I'm not talking about trailer park hookers. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it.
But why would somebody with hundreds of millions of dollars go to a mobile home in East Palestine, Ohio? Can somebody explain that to me? Because if you can do it in 30 seconds, Moj, then we can move on, never discuss it again. But all I'm thinking is, a man of that money, I don't have that money, but I've seen movies. I figured if you just pulled up to the curb of a club in a Ferrari, it takes care of itself.
Yeah, man. Hugh Grant was one of the biggest movie stars on the planet. You recall what happened about over 30 years ago? Hugh Grant, right? You know Hugh Grant.
Yes.
Gigantic movie star, Englishman, stoic, all this. Decided he wanted to go to Sunset Boulevard and get himself a little action.
Wasn't he married to...
I don't think he was married, but he was dating Elizabeth Hurley for a long time.
Yes.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Oh,
he says, you know what?
Beautiful.
And he goes, you know what? I'm a little bored tonight, right?
People are describing him emotionally, like what he was feeling at that time, a word that rhymes with corny. And I understand that's what I'm saying is, what level of that do you have to be to go to a trailer park in East Palestine, Ohio, as a man who's worth hundreds of millions of dollars?
What?
You had 150,000. Go to East Palestine. Go to a trailer park.
Look, the first thing is, I don't want you to assume that Vic or I could even remotely know what's going on in dude's head. All right,
well, you guys got more money than me.
Yeah,
so wipe that out right now.
Moj. He's setting us up. He's asking the old guys to explain why this would happen, trying to paint us into a corner.
Well,
that's what he's doing.
Me and Nelly don't have money. You guys have the money. How many trailer parks have you guys been to? Is this a common thing?
Vic, you see, you're looking for answers in a place you're not going to find them.
I'm
sorry.
I'm not even going to say what's on my mind. I want to say it so bad.
Wait, do you not want to say it because it's crude or what?
It's just I'm not saying it.
Oh, come on. Don't leave me hanging like that. Nellie's in here, but I got a dump button over here. It's fine, Vic. I got you. You're in a safe place.
What's so wrong with dating a girl from a trailer park?
It's nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. See, you're getting caught up in the wrong detail. It wasn't a date. That's one thing. It was a scheduled time. But Vic, if I told you,
what if it was just a nice date?
Hang on, Vic. Hang on a second.
Wine.
Hang on a second.
Candlelit.
Just wait a minute. If let's just say I had like a family member, a cousin who lived in a trailer park somewhere, right? And I went to see my cousin. And I told you, I went to see my cousin. We're just hanging out. He lives in these trailer parks out, a few miles from my house. Bezos was there. Wouldn't you be like, wait, like Jeff Bezos was in the mobile home center that you were? Yeah, he just showed up. Had a nice little chat about Amazon.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
It's funny you bring up Jeff Bezos. You know the girl that Jeff Bezos is married to? I used to work with her in Arizona.
Right. Yeah.
She was a co-anchor in Arizona. She was on the news in Arizona.
Did she live in a trailer? Is this just a missing part of the rich life that I can't understand?
Cannot verify that.
Okay, gotcha.
While you're down there, would you mind?
Okay. God. Oh, Timmy.
I'm glad you waited until Jason left, by the way, to play that clip. Because Jason was down here. You guys know what happened today?
No.
We'll get to sports in a second, I promise. And Jed York, you know what? Shove it. Jed York is sports. I walk in today, and Nelly goes, I'm sorry, your keyboard's not working. And he picked it up, and coffee came down like the Nile.
Oh, my gosh.
So I said I don't like tattletales, but I wanted the text line to be a tattletale. And it seems, well, take a guess.
DMac?
We're guessing.
That's what the accusations
Twitch said.
are.
Twitch
That's
has
the
said-
accusations.
I can neither confirm nor deny that coffee, but Twitch said that DMac did coffee the keyboard.
Well, hold on a second.
Here's what
If that's the case, though, then that means that the keyboard was ruined for Andy and for.
Yeah.
Well, no, maybe it didn't seep all the way in, or
Yeah,
something.
maybe
Maybe
not.
not.
I'm saying so it said that the keyboard was out of battery, right? So I flipped it over to get to the battery compartment on the back. I replaced the battery, and then when I flipped it back over, there was coffee everywhere all over the desk. It had seeped out of the keys while I was replacing the battery.
I'm no private investigator. I'm no PI. I mean, you can't put me on the Jed York case, but when it comes to our situation, coffee on the keyboard, that's just the latest. Crumbs all over the studio. Who does that? Who does that? PhD. Just a messy stuff all over. PhD. Is there money from the children's charity jar? PhD. At what point is that show going to be penalized or disciplined for what they do to our studio?
Can I say something real quick? The more that we talk about that jar, it was a bad radio jar is what it was. And then we were going to use it for, I don't know what it was. Get beers one day, pizza. The more Vic talks about that, the more time passes. He acts as if this was going to Children's Hospital to a specific person to, save their life. It was just it. It was for little Timmy.
That's not the point. The principle of the matter, if there's a jar in your workplace that says charity on it, something fundraiser, who on earth would reach their grimy hands in there to even borrow money? I would do anything not to do that. And the fact that all that money that was in that jar that we put in there, Moser did, I cannot believe those funds were taken in less than a month.
To answer your question, who would do that? Moser would. You would take $1 to go get yourself some peanut butter crackers.
But it was my buck. I'm the one who put it in.
True, that's true. It was yours to start with, yes. Anyway, Broncos practice yesterday. Marvin Mims returned to practice. Luke Wattenberg returned to practice. Those are both good. Riley Moss was there but did not practice, but he was there as he's still nursing the rib thing that he's got going on. I will say this. I think it's important that Mims practices and plays in these preseason games. And I think for him, there has to be some sort of showcase, whether it's with the Broncos or not. And I think that at this juncture, he's probably going to be here. I think they value him too much as a returner. And the more that we talk about it, it's like, let's say you flip him for a 4th or 5th or something like that. Is that worth more than the short-term Super Bowl run sort of thing of having depth at wide receiver along with having an elite returner? No.
What you continue to assume, here we are, we're almost at week 1, and your assumption is that they're looking to flip Marvin Mims.
No, I just told you I don't think that's the case anymore. But I think for him, it's important for him to practice and play because I don't know how many snaps he's going to get. And then after this year is where that becomes important. Like he's got to, in whatever limited amount of time that he has on the field, he's going to have to make the most of it. And maybe that changes. You know, he was working with the starting unit a lot early in camp. He was listed as a starter on their unofficial depth chart thing before his injury. But Texter says, damn it, Brett, now he's going to get traded in the next 30 seconds. That would be funny.
I thought that as soon as you
back
nailed
to
it.
back.
Yeah.
Did we get officially the time between congratulations, Shador, it's your job, to breaking news, Deshaun Watson's been named? Nelly, do we have the exact time?
Yeah, it was. So there was about 7 minutes of discussion. Brett said that, right? There's no way that you can go back to Deshaun Watson. There was about 7 minutes of discussion. Then he pivoted to saying our qualifier for 18 seconds. And then immediately Vic said,
okay,
it's Deshaun Watson's job.
So the world record now is, we'll tack a couple on.
Or if you want, it was 18 seconds that they pivoted away from the discussion before the decision came down. That's insane.
Okay, so 18, Vic, we'll call it 20 seconds. We'll round it up, okay? Just to give you a couple seconds leeway, Gainer.
The only way that this gets beaten is if something happens in the middle of somebody making a prediction.
Absolutely.
It's the only way they get beaten. And it is my fault. I will take full responsibility, okay? Hand up, my bad. I was thinking like a sane and reasonable human being, and I forgot we were discussing the Browns. So that's on me. I should have been smart enough to realize you need to be stupid if you want to think like Cleveland does. My bad. But you're starting to get guys back into practice healthy as the season gets closer and closer. And what's even more important, I think, than any Mims discussion is you got a center. Luke Wattenberg practiced. Good. Thank God. Because the last thing you wanted is any lingering injuries to your offensive line going into the season. So getting him back at practice is huge for a number of different reasons. First of all, to protect Bo Nix. But secondly, I don't think that centers get the amount of credit that they should probably be due. I don't think people understand the responsibilities that a center has each time that they walk up to the line of scrimmage. They're the guys calling out the checks. They're the guys pointing out different protections and who might be blitzing and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's an important spot. And it's like, well, left tackle is important. It goes, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's no secret when the Denver Broncos were winning Super Bowls, when they were that team, their center, Tom Nalen, as we know very well, he one of the smartest dudes around. He knew exactly what was going on and how to call a scheme. I mean, you're right. You're so right. I think that position is so undervalued at times.
And I think it's just because a lot of times you aren't facing nose tackles anymore for the most part, Moj. There's not a lot of one-on-ones that centers are getting. It's a lot of helping. It's a lot of, you know what I mean? So it's, even when things go wrong, it's like the highlight isn't necessarily on the center.
Let's talk about pass pro. That center typically will hike the football, and then it's one of these. It's the pivot. It's the recognition. Okay,
who do I got to help?
Where's it coming from? Wait, is somebody going to stunt and come
here's
up?
A stunt.
Yeah, coming up the middle. So there's a lot that goes into that particular job. Guards and tackles, they kind of know what they're going to be facing. They kind of know, okay, especially tackles, man. Like, okay, I got the best pass rusher on their team on my side. It's going to be one-on-one, me and him. Can I push him wide? Will he try to take me in? Is there a swim coming? You know, that kind of thing.
If tackles get beat, it's full-on right there in front of your eyes, like, oh, this guy just got worked. You know what I mean? It's easy to identify, I suppose.
Back to the Jed York stuff.
Oh, God.
Yeah?
The mayor of East Palestine, is it East Palestine?
I think it's Palestine.
I think it's...
Because that was the train derailment place, right?
Correct,
And they said it differently than the country.
Well, that's the mayor, Trent Conaway, large man, says, we haven't had this much excitement around here since the train derailed.
Yeah. By the way, both of those not great.
Oh, okay.
Here's two things I know about East Palestine.
The mayor of Mayberry says, we ain't had this much excitement around here since we got a McDonald's.
Two things I know about East Palestine. Horrible train derailment that was, like, environmentally terrible. And a rich guy came there to hook up in a trailer home. Welcome to East Palestine.
Again, your continual demeaning of the trailer home lifestyle is something that I just can't get on board with.
All right. This is why, Vic. This is why I can't get past it, okay? I think we can all agree, and this isn't to disparage anybody who lives in a mobile home. I know people who've lived in mobile homes. Nice people.
What if I told you I once dated a girl from a trailer park?
That's fine.
And she was brilliant.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm sure. Here's the problem. Because I don't swim in these circles that Jed York swims in, I can only base their lifestyle off of movies and television shows that I've watched. I know that that line of work exists in a bunch of different places. If you go to Vegas, isn't there a whole culture around there's women that will come to your room and do the same thing, right? But you don't go to a trailer. That's all I'm saying. That's not where you go.
What if it's a love story like Julia Roberts and Richard Gere in Pretty Woman?
It's essentially a Disney movie, except for the content of the story.
Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you?
I'll tell you what. What if it was the Beast from Beauty and the Beast?
Hey, Brett, give me an hour of my own time, and I'll turn this Jed York thing into a Disney story with just a different twist on it. I can make a Disney story out of this.
I can feel it down in my plums.
Just saying.
I'm not talking about fake hookers. I'm not doing it.
I mean, you guys are demeaning what could be possibly one of the great love stories of our time.
Dude,
what if she was Cinderella? She found the slipper, and
there wasn't even a real chick. It was a task force. It was fake. The task force had baited. They bait people with these ads. They baited him. There wasn't even. In fact, the trailer park guy goes, "Hey man, this is a nice mobile home park. Right? Don't associate us with this."
So I'm gonna say the same thing I said to Nelly in the appetizer.
The address he was going to doesn't exist. The Mahoning Valley Human Trafficking Task Force set up a fake address inside Wheat Hill Mobile Home Community.
I'm going to say the same thing that I said to Nelly in the appetizer before I moved on permanently.
Apparently you didn't because you brought it up again.
I gotta see a picture of this broad.
According to Moser, there is no picture.
No. Well, there's no.
I don't think.
real
I don't
person.
think he went there sight unseen. There had to be.
We had a situation like that occur here in Denver, Colorado, about 20 years ago.
Oh God, Denny.
And the picture was unveiled.
And
let's just say.
All right.
Let's just say it's a love story.
Maybe just say yes. When we return, more keywords today. Get yourself entered in this rock, paper, scissors contest and a chance for you to go to Kansas City for week 1. Broncos at KC in Arrowhead. Yes.
Hang
on.
See if I can find it.
Hold, please. Oh, you're looking for the photo?
Yeah, hang on. There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
That's a setup.
It's my wife.
Well,
Yeah,
that
one.
The other interesting part of it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're not talking about fake trailer park hookers anymore. I'm sorry. I'm taking command of the situation.
I ain't asking for the world here.
Texas says she looked like the Lucille Ball statue. All right. Enough of that. Back after this.
Ah.
All right. So we have another keyword somewhere in the next 20 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Get yourself signed up and qualified for
Adam Schefter at 9:20, correct?
Rochambeau. Yes, Adam Schefter at 9:20 this morning.
Got a great topic that he just put out on social media that we're going to ask him about.
What's that?
You know, the whole CTE issue in
Sure.
football? There's a study that's out right now, a study that revealed between 2016 and 2021, there was some research done, and at least 1 of 4 players who passed away during that time, during that 5-year run, 1 in 4 died with known CTE in their brains. So 25% minimum, according to this research study done. So this is something that the NFL is taking great measures, right, with the helmet improvement, safety, and all that stuff, but it's still a topic.
Hey,
and it's something we'll discuss with him.
Can I ask a very dumb question? At this point, this is not a dumb question, maybe a dumb statement. At this point, we're highly aware of this now, right? This isn't a surprise to anybody. You know that this is what comes with the territory of playing football.
But you're limited. Let me just step in.
Go
on
ahead.
this. One thing that bothers me a little bit about this is it's always just football, and that's where I disagree. It's any sport or activity that results in head contact.
No, this is what I was getting at, Vic. Just to back you up. Football is very and look, you should be concerned if people are like being permanently damaged by your sport. That is a bad thing. But it's also just the nature of what the sport is. You know what I've never heard before? Somebody asking Dana White about CTE. You're telling me when somebody gets cold-cocked in the face, knocked out cold multiple times in their fighting careers, not to mention all the other punches that they take, there's not some stuff going on there, and
Because they don't respond to it. They don't. It's just they're not going to make it a topic.
It's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just less, and I just don't understand the difference. Is all I'm saying.
Or Brett, again, this is another one. Soccer. You might snicker when I say that, but what does a soccer player do every game?
Hits the ball with his head.
Yeah.
Or her head. I mean, they do headers.
Yes. In my opinion, and I'm a doctor of sport, not a medical doctor. My opinion is that soccer is every bit as dangerous, if not more.
But if you took a 10-year UFC veteran who passed away and looked at their brain, I'm assuming you're probably going to find some stuff in there, wouldn't you? Is that a safe assumption to make? Probably. I'm not a doctor. I don't know, but it would feel that way to me.
Hockey players?
Sure.
I mean, I'm sure hockey, it comes into play. You name the sport where violence and physicality is involved, and it's got to be a factor.
I suppose it's one thing if they were, and the accusation years ago was that they were hiding this research, right? That was kind of a part of it. But now that it's out in the open, this isn't like, I don't know, a problem, is it? Every guy knows what they're signing up for.
That's exactly right. And I have a conversation that I've had with Big 50 about this at one point. And that was, guys know what's up. And they know that they're probably going to die young. And you know what? Mm-hmm. They sign up for it anyway. Because if you get an opportunity, Vic, to set up your family and yourself and so on for years to come, right? And you play a game that you love and so on.
Sure.
You know the risk and maybe even the eventuality in some cases, but you do it anyway. You understand and you do it anyway.
CTE is a newly found disease. Back in the gladiator era, I'm sure that some of those dudes suffered from CTE. Nobody's going to discover it back then.
I think it was Mike Webster that sort of
Wasn't
it him, Vic?
He sort of became the trial point of that. But people laugh, like Tino on the text line says, "My God, soccer? Really, Vic? You ever played? Tino, you ever like when a guy attempts a corner kick and that ball's coming in and you use your head? You think that feels good? Do you think that's a jarring strike to the head that doesn't affect the brain?
I'm sure it does.
Do you think going up in the air after a goalie kick and heading the ball back, do you think that's just normal? Normal, like everybody does that on a normal day basis? Yeah, wake up in the morning, walk outside, wait for the soccer ball to arrive, and head it back the other way. You think that's easy? It doesn't affect the brain?
I think, like you see, especially with some of those goalies, when they try to make a diving stop, they slam their heads against the post. Those guys wear the little headgear things. I mean, that is the thing.
Most of the CTE, and I'm sorry that we jumped, most of the CTE issues happen at the line of scrimmage. Not even down the field, at the line of scrimmage among linemen who are moving 2 feet into each other.
Yeah, Mike Webster, the former Steelers center. I think he's in the Hall of Fame, Vic. Hall of Fame center. Things got really bad for him toward the end, really bad. And, of course, at the autopsy, oh, my goodness gracious, right?
Yeah.
You can only diagnose this in postmortem. You can't do it when the person is living. So, anyway, I guess we'll talk to Schefter about that. I don't know what you do other than try to mitigate it as much as possible, keep improving the equipment and so on. And they've done that with the different zones on the helmets now and the impact zones, the absorption of hits. But again, you can never, I'm sure, take it fully out of the game. And guys know what they're signing up for, and they gladly accept it.
Yeah, Moser, at the end of the day, it's just a very physical game.
No.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Physical. I love it. It's football. It's getting me ready for the games coming up, and it's a physical practice out there played by physical people.
Physical. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's your keyword. It's physical, so text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour, and it's a chance to get you on September 1st, next Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner of our Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament goes to Kansas City with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the year. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Hey, I got a question for you. On the surface, do you think the NBA likes having 8 different champions in 8 different years?
I'm sure they do. Yeah, I think spreading the wealth around in that regard. Hey, look, the league's healthy. Hey, man, the parity is never better, yes.
I would tend to agree. I think most sports would strive for something like that, to get a quarter of your league a championship in the span of 8 years. Yeah, I think that they would all prefer that. Now, the issue that the NBA has is, are the punishments for winning so punitive that teams can't stay at the top? Because there's a new podcast, if you can believe it, another one.
We have another podcast?
Yes. It's called Ultimate Dads Unplugged.
Are DMac and Mike Sanford involved in this one?
They're not. By the way, why are all these podcasts? You know what I hate about whenever a podcast comes out?
I love you both.
Do you want raw, unfiltered takes? It's like, it's the same thing these guys talk about all the time.
You know what? And I tell
you
people
mix in an S-bomb occasionally. That's the only thing that's different.
Someone said to me the other day, he goes, "Hey, how's your podcast going?" I go, "What are you talking about? Your podcast you do every day." I go, "You mean my radio show?" I go, "No, isn't that a podcast?" I go, "No, it's a radio show, but it's all the same damn thing."
Somebody
we
said
sit around and talk to each other. What's
said
the difference?
When we were at the golf tournament on Friday to me, they were like, "Hey man, I listen to the podcast every day." I was like, the show. Yeah, the show. I mean, I suppose it is.
It comes out.
It comes out in podcast form.
Do we have to provide a lesson for? Do we have to go there? Like, what is what?
Oh, it's fine. Who cares? All right, it's all the same thing.
You guys all know the late great Jim Dalton. He's not dead, but Jim Dalton, right? My good buddy, guitar player Jim Dalton.
Yes.
He can't, because he's touring and all this kind of stuff, and he's he can't always listen to the program in the morning.
He listens on the podcast.
If he's playing a gig till midnight or what. So then he listens to it. It is a podcast on our website or on Spotify or on, well, hell, we're on every damn platform that known to mankind.
Yeah, but here's the difference. No edits.
That's true. No edits. But anyway, that's how he
Oh, if you guys, by the way,
partakes in the show.
You guys think this show is great. You should hear the uncensored, raw, and unfiltered podcasts that we have now. Anyway, the Ultimate Dad's
Well, hang on a
Unplugged
second.
podcast. Hey, you hang on.
I will say this, though. Podcast people, you can say, like Kiefer and on the puck around.
Oh, whatever, though. It's they're saying the same thing.
No,
it's just colorful.
Yeah, I'm saying you can use more colorful language.
But they make it sound like we aren't afraid to go there. It's like you're having the same conversation you would
We
have.
just spent a half an hour talking about a NFL owner hanging around a freaking trailer park.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you know what though? I do agree with the unfiltered part when it comes to language. The one rule that we have to abide by is the language rule.
Okay, it's not that different. Not that different.
I think I get my point across using different words.
You say it sometimes while on this radio show too. The worst example of the cursors is you on this show. Anyway, can I get through this? Hang on. Ultimate Dads Unplugged. It is a podcast that now features Quentin Brown Sr., who is Jaylen Brown's father. Okay?
This is this podcast stuff is
because you're gonna love it.
Does everybody on Earth have a show with a mic? Does every single walking human being have a radio or podcast show?
Hang on. Quentin Brown Sr., who, by the way, you guys know was a professional heavyweight boxer. Jaylen Brown's dad.
I had no idea.
LeVar Ball. You guys know LeVar. And Dwayne Wade Sr., Dwayne Wade's dad. So they're all doing a podcast together. They had Jason Tatum's dad on the podcast as a guest. Jason Tatum's dad said this about his son's team.
Realistically, I might say New York might run it back.
I'll slap the hell out of
no.
If you don't say, hey, the team your son on, you got to be crazy. You see, he said his son.
I said
you
right,
better say your son.
Right now, roster.
Who cares about the roster?
I do.
He said right now the roster is bleep.
He's talking about Tatum's roster?
The
in Boston?
Celtics.
Yeah.
Jason Tatum, his son, the roster he plays for in Boston is bleep. Now,
he might not be wrong.
Well, I went back and looked at it.
They're not bleep, but they're not a 50. They don't look like a 56-win team to me.
8 years of different champions. Toronto Raptors won in 2019. Have they been close since?
No.
The Lakers in 2020. Outside of one Western Conference Finals appearance, they get swept by the Nuggets. Have they been close?
Nope.
The Milwaukee Bucks won in 21.
No.
Not even close.
Nope.
Golden State in 2022.
Gone.
Been a play-in team. The Nuggets in 23.
Haven't gone deep since.
No. The Boston Celtics 2 years ago.
Sold the team.
And then you got OKC last year or 2 years ago in New York last year. There's something to the idea that you win a title and it is impossibly hard to get back to that level again. And look at OKC right now. I know that they've kind of reloaded and retooled their lineup. Do you think they wanted to get rid of Lou Dort?
Absolutely not.
But you almost have to when you win a title now.
Am I supposed to answer these questions, or are these just rhetorical questions that everybody already knows the answer to?
Both.
Because I'm answering your questions like I feel like I'm doing you a service.
But these are the hypotheticals, right? I love them.
It's, to me, I don't think the league would like that part of it. They might like the 8 different champions in 8 different years. I don't know if you want teams that have, especially ones like the Nuggets, and I'll be biased on this, teams that have grown to a championship level almost exclusively organically, the way that you would want a team to build, draft, develop, cultivate a culture, develop your players into good starting caliber players in the league, and then you're forced to get rid of them. I don't think that's what they want.
I've said this before. I think largely the CBA rules that have been enacted and changed, they changed in the middle of the Nuggets run. They altered them a bit. They tweaked them a bit. They started adding these aprons, and that changed things. The original CBA rules were not this restrictive. Part of me wonders if the CBA rules that they added were there to protect the owners from themselves. I've said this before. Maybe so. And the other thing is this. I've always wondered why there isn't some allowance for teams who draft and develop to re-sign their own players at whatever number that doesn't impact the aprons and luxury taxes. If you find a guy, you draft a guy, you develop a guy, you should be able to retain that person's services, whatever your damn contract stipulations are with the other. It shouldn't matter. That's your guy. if you do it the right way, that's the way they want you to do it, right? Draft and develop.
Yeah.
If you're doing it the right way, why are you being penalized for it?
Well, can I just go through this real quick? So that was from 2019 to now. Those are all the different teams that won, right? See if you can spot a difference starting in the year 2000. Here's your champions. Lakers, Spurs, Pistons, Spurs, Heat, Spurs, Celtics, Lakers, Mavericks, Heat, Spurs, Warriors, Cavs, Warriors. It's the same teams over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Doesn't exist anymore.
There was a run there. Tell me the era, the dates. There was a run where it was Warriors, Cavs every damn year. And I remember one year going into the season, somebody says, "What do you think about the NBA season?" I go, "Oh, you mean Warriors, Cavs in the finals? Yeah, fun, yay."
Well, the Warriors made 5 straight finals.
Yeah.
Warriors, Cavs for 4 straight years.
Yeah. I mean, so it's Warriors, Cavs, 4 straight years. And you're telling me that's a product that's good?
I think you prefer this. But at the same time, to get this, it comes with the pain that teams like the Nuggets have suffered, which is you're going to hurt if you win a title. It'll be cool, but it's going to hurt afterwards.
If you had to make 2 changes.
That's such a great point. Hold on, Vic, I'm sorry, let me jump in. It just came to my head. That's such a great point. Because the fan base of these teams thinks, well, why aren't we back there? Why can't we keep getting?
Nobody's back.
That's what I'm saying is that the fan base has the expectation that why can't we just keep winning? Right? What's our be in the mix? What's the problem? And they are in the mix. The Nuggets are in the mix, but the prohibitive nature of the CBA makes it very difficult to run it back. Very, very, very difficult because you do have to pay players. I mean, look at the Nuggets though, man. Joker, Jamal, Brown. So you've got 3 of the starting 5 that are your own drafted and developed players. They should be on another salary list somehow.
There's only 2
as
teams.
Opposed to going on out and just signing big name free agents.
You should be able to protect your own draft picks.
Only 2 teams have made multiple finals since 2019. Who are they?
Since 2019, multiple finals?
Multiple finals. And it was 2.
Didn't Miami make multiple finals?
They did.
I'm sorry, 3. Yes, Miami is one of them. Yes,
Miami's one.
I don't count the Mickey Mouse.
Is Boston the other?
Boston and
okay. There's one more that's made multiple finals since then. Holding.
Hold on a second. Charlotte. I'm kidding. Utah. No. Damn it. Not the Knicks. No, Orlando. No. Going around the country. No.
Golden State.
Made
it in 2019, lost to the Raptors, then won in 22.
And so
in this 8 teams in 8 different years,
now they're done.
Only a few different teams have done this. Now the Heat made 2 of them, but lost both. Telling you.
If you had to change again, the rule I would change in the NBA in the collective bargaining agreement is re-signing your own drafted players. The other one is, I don't know how to say this without coming across as anti-labor. And I'm not that. I'm not. It's just these guys make too much money. It's just too much money.
A lot of money.
It's just it's too much. And I don't know what you do. When I say too much, I mean it's you got on certain teams. Again, I told you guys, the entire Denver Nuggets bench, all right? The entire bench combined. We're talking about 9 players combined salary.
Yeah.
Is less than Aaron Gordon's salary, less than Jamal Murray's salary, far less, almost half of Nikola Jokic's salary.
Well, there's no middle.
The entire bench.
There's no middle in the league anymore.
That's jacked up, in my opinion.
You're a vet minimum guy or a guy on a rookie contract, or you're making 30 to 40, 50, 60, 70 million dollars a year. That's it. You're either here or here. There's no middle class in the NBA. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Last night was perfect. Absolutely stunning. Almost magical. The rains came in. It cooled off here in the Mile High. Sat on the back patio in front of that fire pit with a sauna nearby, just watching the sky get darker and darker. I'm not going to paint poetry for you here, but I'm going to tell you, if you want a fire pit, maybe a sauna, pizza oven, you want to add some things to your patio, you still have time to get it done, and nobody does it better than Flatirons Fire and Design, located right off of I-25. 53rd and Bannock is the cross street up there. If you have time, go check out the showroom. Everything's in front of you. Or go online. They present it perfectly at flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
Adam Schefter at 9:20 this morning. Be sure you're listening between the 20 and 40-minute mark of each hour, each show for those keywords and a chance to get in Arrowhead for the season opener, Broncos and Chiefs.
Hey, man, I was reading Bill Barnwell's latest article at ESPN.com, and it features 5 teams that he believes in the NFL season most likely to decline coming up from this year from last season. Can you name those 5 teams? Can you think about the standings from last year? These are all playoff teams, and 5 teams that have the best potential to decline.
To not make the postseason this year.
Or just obviously not have the same record and so on and so forth.
Houston.
No.
Jacksonville.
Yes, that's one.
Hold on. I want to participate.
I'm not sure we really need you for this.
Well,
this one.
I mean, what are you doing? Just start barking out teams then, if you want to participate.
Bark out teams. Bark, dog, bark.
Why can't you just bark out teams? Philadelphia.
No.
Seattle?
No.
Chicago.
Yes, that's 2.
This is who he believes will backslide.
Broncos.
Yes.
Patriots.
Yes. There's one more.
That he believes will backslide.
A team that made it probably shouldn't have made it, but
Houston.
No, I already said no.
Houston. Pay attention to your show.
I'll give you a hint. It's in the NFC.
Pretty rich.
Carolina.
Correct. Carolina.
Well, how far are they going to slide? They went 8-9 last year.
Well, I know.
What is this stupid article?
Okay.
What are we doing here?
It's a sub-500 team.
Let's pick 5 teams that may not make the player, Bob.
Anyway, you know what? I think the Jets are going to be pretty bad this year. I think they're going to slide.
Okay. But he's talking about the Denver Broncos.
I love it when Mark actually reads something and then he finds it necessary to talk about it, even though it's dumb.
Well, no, because he laid out some pretty good reasons, perhaps, why the Denver Broncos could slide. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with the offense, although he did say in the article with Jalen Waddle, the offense has got to pull more weight this year. And it's interesting because he laid out all the one-score games and he laid out the wins and how they got there and so on. But he also talked about the defense, Vic. And here's a stat that may blow your face off. Maybe it won't, but it might.
I've been doing my analysis of one score. Yeah, go on.
Denver was second in the NFL in points allowed per possession through Week 11, the bye week in Week 11.
Yeah.
Over the next 4 games, they dropped all the way to 21st.
That is true. Their defense fell off towards the end of last year.
And think about these teams that they faced that they dropped to 21st. The Commanders without Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
The Raiders. Packers with Jordan Love, okay. And the Jags, of course.
Kansas City without Patrick Mahomes.
And their defense was also propped up, he said, by facing backup quarterbacks like Chris Oladokun and Trey Lance over the final 2 weeks of the regular season.
True.
Yeah. Then they gave up 30 to the Bills.
Okay, so the defense obviously ran out of gas.
That's correct.
The defense ran out of gas. So this year, the only tonic against that, offense has to do its part.
Correct.
And not do it just in the fourth quarter.
Time of possession, which translates to convert on third down.
Hey, you want a better defense, Moshe? Tell your offense to stop 3 and out in every damn game.
I completely agree. And he went through different scenarios inside these games as well, including the Philadelphia game. Broncos take the fourth quarter lead. Eagles 4th and 4 conversion for 30 yards wiped off because of an illegal shift penalty. 23-yard punt. Knicks appeared to commit intentional grounding on the next drive, but it was waved off after a lengthy delay. And then Zach Baum with a personal foul extended that drive again, allowing the Broncos to run down the clock, a kick a field goal to put the game out of reach. I mean, there were different scenarios inside these games where teams kind of just screwed themselves over to sort of hand the Broncos extended drives and wins.
Where did the Broncos finish against the run last year? And does he have the first half versus second half against the run?
He does not have. He does not have that. Okay. Not in his thing here. But he's talking about an ugly game against the 10-7 lead over the Raiders in the fourth quarter. Knicks threw a pick on his own left side of the field, but then Daniel Carlson missed a 48-yard field goal that would have tied the game at 10 with 4:30 to go. It's just all these different things and all these different games. He's making a case that, look, they could be they're going to be a good team. Don't get me wrong. But the slide effect could be in full effect for this team.
That was the offense not doing enough. I totally agree with Vic. Now, Vic, were you asking were they ranked against the run, rushing yards per game?
Yeah.
They were second in the league last year.
Yeah, but what were they the second half of the season, I guess? I think that's where things started to fall off. And when you can't stop the run as well as you did the first half is where you start to get gouged a bit.
So looking at these games, time of possession is just a killer. It's a killer. And in the case of the playoff game against the Bills, do you know how out of 60 minutes in that game, or I guess a little bit more than that plus overtime,
the Bills had the ball all the time.
41 minutes of that game, the Bills had the football to your 29 minutes and 18 seconds.
Until they went, here, Broncos, why don't you take the football? And they did that 5 times.
I'm glad you're bringing that up, though, Mose, because I think, we're trying to find holes in the Broncos, and this is what happens before the season kicks off. Everybody tries to find holes. I think it's remarkable that the Denver Broncos were able to achieve the record they did and defensively play as well as they did, given the turnover ratio they produced.
Vic, that you're exact. So when you look at time of possession and you look at turnover ratio, those two are great predictors on a good football team or not a good football team, right? Or winning and losing. So then my question to both of you is, how the hell did they do it?
It's amazing.
How in the hell did they, if those numbers are real, and I know they are from last season, how did they do it?
When you're a 14-3 football team, your turnover ratio is among the league leaders every year, and yet the Broncos were not there.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that I think people think that is not replicable. And I'm telling you right now, if you come at me with the same time of possession and turnover ratio this year for the Broncos, it is they will not be the same team. It is not replicable. It's impossible.
The qualifier for the 7 a.m. hour is Amato Martinez. So congratulations, Amato. You are now in the rock, paper, scissors tournament that will take place next Tuesday on Rooftop Social in Rhino.
Amato listens to this program. Texts in all the time, right?
All the time.
I think Amato's in the hospital. I think I saw a text yesterday where he took a picture of our show on his TV in the hospital. Hope you're doing well, Amato.
Well,
hope you're out.
Drag that hospital bed down to Rooftop Social in Rhino.
Hugh Freeze. Well, Hugh Freeze it.
Hugh Freeze it.
Well, Hugh Freeze it, baby.
303-504-0925. Back after this.
Plenty of nice weather still ahead, guys. And because of that, you should be feeling your best. Heading for the rest of August here, and September is going to be nice. You get a little October in as well. So do yourself a favor. If you're not feeling like you used to feel, maybe you've got low testosterone like I had, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get checked out. And now they have these advanced medical strategies as well, featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So you treat the low T, other hormonal issues, but it also helps you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep. Everything is better. And low testosterone does cause a host of problems. Maybe you have some of them, not all of them, whatever. Find out, schedule an appointment. They'll draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. And you could be on your way right then to feeling better. 5 locations in Colorado. If you're in Fort Collins, no sweat. All the way down to the Springs, no sweat. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Texture says, I find it interesting that in the 24 and 25 season, the Kansas City Chiefs had 11 one-score games, and that was not the narrative going into last year. Well, if you listen to this show, you would have heard me talk about that all the time.
We talked about it often. And that's a big reason why you believe that they were a bit of a fraud.
How many times did I bring that up?
A lot.
How many times did I do it in the middle of that season?
A
Say,
lot.
This is not
real.
Yeah, well, not that it's not real. I always use the word sustainable. It's not sustainable.
Okay, there you go. Sustainable. There you go.
They're a good team, but there is a ton of luck that goes into winning that much. And by the way, I did the same thing with the Broncos every Monday last year where I go, yeah, they won, but. There's a lot of they won, buts. And now, to the Broncos' credit, much like the Chiefs the year prior, they just kept doing it up until the Broncos lost their quarterback. They just kept finding a way. So I was fully on the train of pointing out, and this is why, everybody says style points don't matter. Style points, I think, are more a reflection of what level of confidence do you have in your team? And if you are one of those, for example, when the Nuggets won the title in 2023, I was sitting there the first week that the playoffs were starting, or I guess the week leading into it. And everybody's like, man, they might get the Lakers in the first round. I was like, good. They're better. Like, that's how confident I was. I'm like, I watched this team all year. This is a championship caliber team that I think would kick the ever-loving crap out of that team. And they did that to everybody throughout the playoffs. Why? Because they were good, and we all knew it. We saw it.
I wasn't as scared.
You were.
No,
try and change the narrative on this.
Somebody else over there was scared.
No, because
right there, that guy right there.
You backed up Vic, and you kept saying, Brett, you just don't understand the history of this.
I don't apologize for having that mindset going into that series.
You should.
I've worn it. I've worn it for 50 years. You guys, Brett,
I've
you
worn
came
it for
in
30.
naked. You didn't wear anything.
No, I understand. Everything that you were feeling, I understood why you did. I told you, but this isn't the Lakers team from the mid-2000s with Kobe on it. That one has some serious flaws, and the Nuggets didn't. They didn't have them.
You like getting nailed by the king?
There are days where I wake up or I'm just staring at the ceiling, and I just remember moments during that championship run. And, when you're in the middle of it, Moses, you probably felt this too. You're in the middle of these championship runs, and you don't know what day it is. You don't know what's next. But you're like, I can't believe I can't believe they just did that. I can't believe they just won that game. Like, I remember sitting there, game 4 against the Lakers. And if you remember that game, the Nuggets were down double digits at halftime. I think they were down 15. I'd have to go back and check.
Yeah.
They were down double digits, and LeBron James was on one. I think his offensive output in the first half, he was carrying the Lakers. And I'm sitting there there was a group of Nuggets fans who made the trip to L.A., and I'm sitting there next to him, and I'm like, gosh, they're going to have to wrap this up in Denver. They're going to have to wrap it up there because there's no winning here tonight. And the Nuggets came back and won that game. And I'm thinking, how did they do that? How did they win that game? How do you get back to that team, that poise, that resilience? And it started on the defensive end. All of a sudden LeBron got tired, but the Nuggets kept coming and coming and coming. And at the end of the game, it comes down to one play. LeBron dribbles to his left, tries to get off a shot, and Jamal's guarding him, and Jamal grabs the ball out of his hand. Game over. And even then, I'm like, I cannot believe they won that game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But that's when you talk about confidence in a team, it's just there's something about it. Like, you don't.
But that's not what I'm getting at. That's not a lack of confidence. It's just you're in the moment going, oh my God.
Yeah.
This is that team. This is that team the team that I was so used to seeing not win those kind of games, right? Because growing up watching them against the Lakers in the 80s, against the Lakers in 08, watching that team fall short, and all of a sudden, like, wait a minute, this is not that team. This team's different.
It's like the most impossible what-if thing. But were the Broncos that last year?
Until they lost their starting quarterback.
Yeah, but with Nix, were they that? Like, let's say Nix doesn't get hurt, I think even Patriots fans would say the Broncos had a pretty good shot at winning that game.
I think we can say confidently, if Bo Nix is healthy for the AFC Championship, it's the Broncos and Seahawks in the Super Bowl. Now, I can't tell you confident they win that game, but
that's what I was saying. Like, if that were to happen, then what? Do the Broncos still pull off the miracle? And the fact that I'm calling it a miracle, I think says something about that. You know what I mean? The Seahawks were really good. So are the Broncos. But even with, you know what's funny? Even with the Seahawks, I kind of felt that way. I'm like, that's a very good team. But I just was like, Darnold. I just kept looking at me like, but Darnold. That's it. Now, can I bring you guys something else? Because we talked about this when I was loud wrong and immediately wrong yesterday. When Deshaun Watson goes in, and I think we all know this, whether you have a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, if you guys get into an argument and your significant other brings something up from 2 years ago, probably a bad sign because they've been holding on to some animosity for a while. And when Deshaun Watson yesterday was talking about being booed, and he goes, oh, yeah, wasn't just that. Remember when my knee blew or my Achilles blew up and they all cheered? He's been holding on to those emotions for a minute, okay? That ain't something that's easily mended as offense. But he gets named the starter, and I guarantee you, I don't know if it's Monken or I don't know if it's Jimmy Haslam, but somebody said, you get out there and you say that you love the fans. Do it right now. And so he did this yesterday.
You know, human nature, just myself being very emotional, putting a lot of time these last 2 years to, get back and, spend time in this facility, in the city, meeting a lot of different people in the community. I thought I was going to get, a little different response. But, I think, my emotions got the best of me. And, my comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me. And I know the frustration, this organization.
My intention wasn't for the fans in the city. It was the people in the building. That's who I hated. It was the people inside the building. Now, if you turn that over to another 80,000 people who just walked in, I would also direct it towards them.
It felt like, to me, they're going to give the friggin' job to Shador and blah, 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 and these people don't like me and I don't like them and that. Oh, I'm the starter? Listen, I got emotional.
It's the heat of the moment. What do you want from me?
Yeah, kind of funny.
I think it's so funny that a day after you rip your own fan base for being jerks, essentially. That's what you called them, right? They named you the starter like, all that stuff I said yesterday was a lie. I don't know what else to say to you other than that wasn't me. That was the old me, actually, is what it was.
You ever see Vic? Oh God, there was a great Saturday Night Live skit back in the day with William Shatner. Okay? And he's at a Star Trek convention on the show, right? And he goes, I've been doing this a long time. I just got to say to people, don't you have lives? Look at
nerds.
You. Look at you. Have you ever even kissed a girl? And he's just blessed, and they've got Spock ears and all this kind of crap that the crowd does. And he's just blasting them. Go do something with your lives.
Go outside. Don't you chase girls?
So then he goes off stage, and they're like, he comes back to the podium. He's like, I just want to let you know that I was playing Captain Kirk from episode 73, Evil Kirk. And so
it's Deshaun yesterday.
I was just playing Evil Kirk, man. You guys are great. Love you. It felt like the same thing.
Just to me, it's so weird. It's so weird. And I know that, Vic, you kept harping on yesterday. There's the money that's tied to him and all this different stuff. There's a point of no return, but is there a point of no return if the guy has to stay? How do I put this? The financial hindrance of letting Watson go. If he was worth $50 million in dead cap as opposed to 125, he's gone. And that's the weird thing about this, is that you're doing this solely for the money. That's the only thing that makes sense. Guys, Jimmy Haslam's looking at it and just being like, I'm I'm already ponying up the dough. We're going to try and make this work.
And it's all money related. It's all financially related. That's why I'm not surprised by any of this. You're trying to make something out of the investment you've made. And if you can't, you can't. But at the end of the day, you're going to try.
But, do you know who didn't do that? Do you know who realized this guy ain't good enough? It doesn't matter how much money we owe him.
The Broncos.
Exactly. And they were in the playoffs the following year because they conducted business like a sports franchise instead of somebody who's got X amount of dollars tied into something. You play the guy who's better. And if I ask you, here's what's funny. This isn't me saying like Shedeur was overwhelmingly better than Deshaun Watson. I don't even know if he was better, period. But it was close. It was close for a guy that your fan base hates, that obviously doesn't want to be there. That ain't going to work.
I did see a tweet the other day, Vic. It was showing Baker Mayfield playing for the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
And he's running the football, and he's getting blown up out of bounds, and he's fighting for yards, and he's doing this and doing that. And they're like, they got rid of this guy for Case Keenum, and they went Joe Flacco, and they went down the list of all the quarterbacks.
Look at the list of quarterbacks
since
in
Baker
Cleveland.
was there.
Yeah.
The Browns have a long. It's been 35 years of just plowing through quarterback after quarterback, but just since Baker left, all the guys that have been there.
Can I blow your mind?
Sure.
Vic, would you like your mind blown?
All right, hold on. Should I wear?
Prepare
wear
yourself.
a helmet? Hold on.
Yeah, put your helmet on. I don't want to hurt you.
Jesus.
There you go. Your Roman helmet. There you go.
Yeah.
It has been 2,059 days. To be exact, it was January 3rd of 2021. So 2,060 days since Deshaun Watson's last 300-yard passing game. As a bonus, Tom Brady's had 14 since then. He hasn't played in 3 years.
Yeah. Helmet's up. Did you need the helmet for that one, Vic?
No, that stat was convoluted.
What do you mean? Tom Brady, who's been retired for the last 3 seasons, has had 14 300-yard passing games since Deshaun Watson's last 300-yard passing game.
Right, I feel bad for Cleveland Browns fans. I really do. It goes back to the 80s when they would march into Denver and, of course, the drive in Cleveland, and they were owned by the Broncos, basically owned. They couldn't get by the Broncos. And every year that poor franchise tries to bubble up some hope. I mean, and they can't. I mean, they got their team taken from them. They basically walked out. There's so many things that happen to the Cleveland Browns fan base. I'm not joking. I honestly feel sorry for you. I feel terrible for Cleveland. You deserve better. There are better fans in Cleveland. There are really good football fans in Cleveland that are stuck with that. Imagine being stuck with that. The only thing worse, I think, in pro sports, the only lot in life worse is being a Minnesota fan in any sport because they suck at everything.
They pretty much do. Hey,
well, when I say they can't win a championship. When's the last time Minnesota won a championship in anything?
But the Twins in 1992, maybe? Twins?
Are we going on the Nelly scale?
Twinkies in
was
92?
Nelly born?
No, he was not.
92, no, not quite. Close.
Okay, so on the Nelly scale, Steve Nelson has never seen a professional team from Minnesota win anything.
Well, the PWHL team, the women's hockey team did, coached by Ken Cleve. But, talking about major professional sport. Hey, Vic, since Baker Mayfield, you ready? Starting quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns. Case Keenum, Nick Mullins, Jacoby Brissett, Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco twice, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, P.J. Walker, Jeff Driscoll.
Oh, the Jazzmen. How many former Broncos are on this list?
Jazz Sacks, Jeff Driscoll, my man. Jameis Winston, Bailey Fazee. Bailey Zappi. Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 quarterbacks have started for the Cleveland Browns since they adiosed Baker Mayfield, which is, I'm thinking to myself, okay, Mayfield sort of reinvented himself, though, hasn't he?
Have you ever been to Cleveland?
Yes.
There are some passionate fans there.
There are.
Good fans.
Of course.
Good fans. Can you imagine being left with that franchise and they can't figure it out?
Yes.
I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
God, that
yes, the Detroit guy, you can relate.
Yes, I can.
And that I always go back to this. We had a 10-year period in Denver, most recently. The worst 10-year, my generation, all right? I wasn't here when Frank Filchok took over as the coach of the early Broncos. I wasn't here in the 60s and 70s when the team sucked. I was here, but I wasn't aware. So the worst generation, the Broncos in my era, came over that transfer of ownership, that 10-year period, the quarterback rotation. It was ugly. It was like never ending. And yet it was less than a decade. We're talking about franchises that have been doing that hamster wheel for 50 years.
Yeah.
Right.
30 years.
I've always said this.
Hey, man,
when it comes to your NFL teams, there is one other fan base that I will hear the trials and tribulations on, and that is the Browns. Browns fan wants to complain to me. I go ahead. You've had a rough life.
Okay.
When a Broncos fan was like, we've just been so bad for so long.
Like,
and I'm like, shut your mouth. So long.
One of my favorite things of all time, Vic, when you've got a soft spot in your heart for Cleveland.
Well, it's a soft spot because when you vanquish a foe like the Broncos have done so many times over the years, they've taken Cleveland's heart, and without any without any morphine, without anything, they've reached into their chests and removed their hearts so many times that I feel for them.
Okay. Well, they always have something to fall back on, right, Steven? I know.
Fun times in Cleveland today. Cleveland. Come on down to Cleveland town, everyone. Come and look at both of our buildings. Buy some food that's prepared near the street. Who knows, you might even see this guy. You should come on down to West 6th Street. It's the perfect place if you're a bag. Watch the poor people all wait for buses. Who the still uses a payphone? Here's the place where there used to be industry. This train is carrying jobs out of Cleveland. Cleveland leads the nation in drifters. Here's a statue of Moses Cleveland. He's the guy who invented Cleveland. Yeah!
Some dudes in Cleveland, they call it the hastily made Cleveland tourism video. That hit about how many years ago, Nelly? 10 years? I don't know how many years.
2009 or something. That's classic YouTube.
We need to make songs that sound like that again, by the way. Those are fun.
Yeah, well, what would you call that era, that style,
It's like poorly made YouTube bangers. I don't know.
No, like that style of music. It's almost like almost like 90s,
like a sitcom
sort of thing.
Exactly.
Have you guys ever seen the Utah Jazz video that I've kept forever because it sort of fits that style, like the early jazz? The Nuggets used to have a song. Here it is. Check this one out, and I'll play it.
Something about the Utah Jazz. Well, even when there's been ups and downs, we're still fighting. And we're going to achieve that one goal. You know what that goal is? To win a ring. Let me tell you.
What?
God, that sucks.
Okay, not only was he not on beat, he stumbled through his words. Just re-record it, first of all. Second of all, you know what a great hype song is? Yeah, I know we've been bad, but that's okay. We're the Utah Jazz.
We're trying to be good and stuff.
We'll try again. It's like, what?
Just so bad. Hey, man.
Has Utah, and I feel bad for our neighbors to the west of us, have they, excuse my lack of history here, they've never won a championship, right?
Utah!
No. In anything.
Give me two.
Well, they got close with Stockton Malone.
Yeah, but they never won one. Yeah. In a major championship. Did Real Salt Lake win anything in MLS?
So. I don't think so. They got a pretty damn good college football team, I'll tell you that much.
But they've never won a championship.
No, I don't know how they're doing it in Salt Lake, but that football team has been good. They've been really good, man. Utah,
Salt Lake
Utes
won the
really
MLS
good.
Cup in 2009.
Nobody cares.
Okay, so they do have a championship. All right. So of all the Western
The
states,
University of Utah Red Rocks has won 10 natties.
Okay, Of all the Western states, I've had this argument with friends of mine, when I worked in Phoenix. And when I say Western states, I'm not going to include California because California is too populous. There's too much. You're competing against too much. But all the other Western states, Washington, Oregon, Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Idaho. We are the best at sports in Denver. We are the best.
By a mile.
We are the best, and it's not close.
Nope.
We are the best at sports. We have the best sports town, ripe with sports teams. We have the most championship across all sports. We are the best sports state in the West, outside of California, because there's too many people there. And that's not debatable.
And just so you guys know, I can't believe you guys would ever forget this. The Utah Utes won the NCAA tournament in 1944. Show some respect.
44?
44. Right in the middle of World War II, you know.
I was going to say, how did
they have the tournament in World War II?
There were like 4 teams that actually had enough players to play.
How did they have it? How did they even have players? Everybody was in the service.
Bone spurs.
Oh, I got it now. Okay, you can play basketball, but you can't carry an M1 Garand? Is that it? A Garand don't fit your hands?
And Utah. I'm sorry to disparage Utah this morning. For years, the state of Utah and its college athletic teams had the biggest advantage in all sports.
How ironic.
They would throw guys out there that were 30 years old, 28 years old, dudes who are already full beards when they're freshmen in college. All this. They had that going for them for years, and it got them nothing.
Vic, read aloud the shirt. How ironic. Look at
What in the – hang on. I'm sorry. We're way over on break, but I got to tell you this. I just looked up the 1944 NCAA tournament. There were 8 teams in it. There's 8. Utah was a last-minute replacement in the field after an automobile accident tragically impacted the Arkansas team.
Jeez Louise, that's too bad. Vic, read my shirt that I'm wearing today. How ironic.
They played in both the NCAA tournament and the NIT.
Crazy.
Mark, I can read. You've held it there for 2 minutes.
Utah, read it. Give me 2.
You in your graphic tees, I'm going to burn them.
For those who can't see it,
303-504-0925. Got a chance.
It says Johnny Utah's Surf Shop.
Got a chance to qualify for the KC in Denver game, week 1. Stick around. Hey, it's Brett Kane. Football season is almost here, so if you're making your picks every week, Fanatic Sportsbook is the place to do it. Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. So if your quarterback, running back, receiver, or even defensive player goes down in the first half, affected straight bets are voided. And if that prop is part of your parlay or same-game parlay, the rest of your bet can play on. That's first half player prop injury protection built into every wager you make. Some books protect you for a quarter, some do nothing at all. Not Fanatic Sportsbook, where a first half injury doesn't have to mean a busted bet. And new customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. So bet with the book that always has your back all season long on every game that matters. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. All right. Stay tuned up until the 40-minute mark. Somewhere in between here, we'll get you that keyword and get you a chance to get qualified for the rock, paper, scissors tournament. I texted my buddy, diehard Browns fan, because I just wanted to see what's going on here. I just texted him, what's your overall feeling on the Browns right now? Absolute bleep show. Unforgivable. A ton of talent on both sides, young talent on both sides of the ball. Hope will kill a man.
That's
because that's what you have to do every year if you're part of that. You're like, we have some young talent, so maybe, but I will die. Absolute bleep show, unforgivable.
That's pretty accurate.
It's Ryan, by the way.
And it's Ryan's he's a Browns fan.
Big time.
Maybe if he cut his hair, the Browns would be good. Hope you're listening,
Big
Ryan.
cold day in hell.
You're right. Hey, no, but what I'm getting at is it's funny about fan bases for teams that perennially suck, right?
Yeah.
Like Detroit fans are pretty lovable, okay? Browns fans seem miserable. I lived in Chicago. The Cubbies were pretty good. You had Mark Grace and you had Ryan Sandberg and you had some good players.
Sure.
Sammy wasn't there yet. Or was he? No, he wasn't there yet. But Cubs fans, they're lovable Cubs fans. We're no good. We never win. They finally did. And then you get like Red Sox fans who never won forever, and they're miserable. There's miserable slods of human beings.
Just last thing on this, Vic, you missed it. I texted my buddy who's a diehard Browns fan. I just said, what's your overall feeling on the Browns? Absolute bleep show, unforgivable is what he said back to me. Because that's how they live their life. Now.
And now I have nothing.
Well, you might have something with this.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Shades. Just rocking some shades. One of my people I had here in the group, they left their sunglasses here, so I'm wearing them for them real quick.
Shades. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's the keyword, shades. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Qualifier with 5 minutes left before the top of the hour. And this is your chance to get in that rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. And the winner gets a trip to KC with flights, hotel, tickets, the whole 9 yards.
Shades like this, like shades? Or shades like covering a window?
They're spelled the same. So whatever you want it to be.
dig that. All right.
Hey, the SEC did a very brave thing yesterday. I don't know if you guys saw it. They said, I would like to make a statement. I don't think players who participate in training camp should play college football. And they did that against, look, you talk about a counter opinion to the norm, Moj. They were incredibly brave to send this statement out on something that 99.9% of people agree with them with. See, what the Big Ten did is they took a step farther. They said, you are banned from playing in our league.
Yeah, the Big Ten says, hey, look, if you've signed a contract with a pro team, you are not coming back. If you appeared on an NFL roster or you signed a contract with a professional football team, you cannot come to the Big Ten. And listen, I don't agree with it either. But
SEC tried to relay the same message, but they did so without concluding it. They said, hey, everybody, we don't want this to happen, but if there's a judge that allows it, okay. But we don't like it. Did you see the SEC statement yesterday?
Yes.
The SEC statement was nothing but a word salad of them trying to secure their lot. Like, hey, we don't agree with this, but if you go get yourself a backdoor judge to help you get in, well, we're not going to say goodbye.
Where was the judge from, Brett? Vic, where was the judge? Was the judge in Louisiana? Or was the
from
judge
upstate New York. But I do have a house out in the Hamptons.
Come on, man.
I can read for you what the SEC wrote. And what the SEC wrote, they sent off this big message. Here's what we're going to do. We just do it. This is unacceptable. But they never specified we're not going to allow them to play. The Big Ten took it a step further and said, we're not going to allow you to play.
Yeah.
The end.
Like maybe the SEC is like, we will not. I can't, I got to tell you, steal this story from Moj. I cannot envision a scenario in which I would ever allow somebody from an NFL training camp to come back and play. But Diego Pavia, if, just hypothetically, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just do it. If the SEC and the Big Ten ban them from coming back, then they're pretty much banned from coming back.
Do you think Pavia's reached out to? Do you think he's reached out to Vandy to say?
Yeah. To make millions more dollars?
And if it's not Vandy, is there anybody in the SEC that he could go to? Or Diego Pavia?
Sure.
Not even the SEC. I mean, hell, go to the Sac State Hornets. They're in the MAC now. They'll come up with some scratch for you.
The guy was a Heisman candidate last year.
I know, and so he's not going to be a pro quarterback. That's readily apparent.
The Big 12 is also, according to Ross Dellinger, considering a league-wide policy banning pro players returning to the conference, meaning that all 4 power leagues are set to consider such a rule.
What are we considering? Well, just do it already.
The Big Ten, the Big Ten just said it's not allowed. Nobody else has said it's not allowed. The ACC has not said it. The SEC.
Notre Dame has said it. Notre Dame has said it from getting. Well, you can't go. You can't do that.
Well, they're independent. They can do their own thing.
Yeah, but
anyway.
They've already said you're not doing that here.
It's just the SEC is the only one that said, "Well, we really don't think this is right." But I mean, by the way, so is Lane Kiffin really doing anything? I mean, you can say that's it's not cool, but he's within the rules. And this kid played for him at Ole Miss, and now he's going back to LSU.
Are you asking me if Lane Kiffin is cheating?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hang on a second.
Yes, he's cheating.
Just a couple stories real quick with college football starting this week. This is from Brett McMurphy. Walker Jones, an executive director of Grove Collective, said Ole Miss had the FBI sweep their building for bugs after Lane Kiffin left for LSU. Walker was looking under his desk when someone asked what he was doing. He goes, "Just trust me, you don't know the guy like I did."
Wow.
They brought in the Federal Bureau of Investigations to see if Lane Kiffin bugged Ole Miss before leaving for LSU. Now, let me put that side by side with something else. Is that crazier than this? Throw it up behind me, Nelly. I want you guys to guess, what am I looking at here? What are we all looking at?
That looks like a war room of some sort.
That is the Oregon Duck coaching staff. Somebody counted, there's 58 people in that room.
Do you remember the story we had a couple of years ago?
No, hold on. That's the coaching staff?
Yeah.
That is the Oregon Ducks coaching staff.
Yeah, it's not a surprise. Now, do you remember the story we had a couple of years ago? Clemson and Georgia, their staff of, quote, analysts, so they can't officially call them coaches, so they hire these guys as analysts.
So that means they can't have conversations with the players or something.
Yeah. But they're on the staff to help support the coaches as analysts, and they had the largest analyst staff in college football times 2.
Please, somebody explain to me. What are 58 people doing in that room?
Recruiting. I guarantee every single coach there. I mean, football, Mike Sanford is probably the better person to ask about this. And Mike, if you're listening, perhaps you can chime in. College football for coaches, I wonder how much of it is actual coaching anymore and how much of it is chasing kids around. Chasing kids around.
Some of that.
Every single guy that you see on that screen there is assigned to a region or a group of people to go recruit. Every single guy.
I just can't imagine. If I was Dan Lanning, I wouldn't know all of my coaches and people in that room. I wouldn't know their names.
But you need that to keep pace with today's. It is what it is, man. You have to recruit your own players, Brett. College football has become recruiting your own play. Think about that for a second.
Yeah. Too much.
That just seems insane to me, man.
What if we had a pre-show meeting and we all met out in this little common area out here and there were 57 people. 57 other people. I know it's a big responsibility what they have with the college football team. And like Vic said, you need everybody to keep tabs on people or whatever.
Yeah, but 3 assistant quality control coaches and all this kind of crap, I don't know about that. Hey, speaking of the common room, Vic, Brett,
yeah,
I walk in this morning and piled up in the corner over here. What goes on when we're not here?
I don't know. There's like 15. Oh, they had a little concert thing yesterday.
Oh.
It was, do you know the band Camino? They were in here doing a private concert for some Mix 100 fans. So they had a ton of pizza in here. It was awesome.
There's like 15 pizza boxes stacked up.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what are they doing in here?
It's like the Kevin McAllister household. You know what I mean?
And yeah, Nelly, I've heard of Camino. Who are they? Who the hell are they?
That's actually their full name is the band Camino. The band is part of the name.
You just said you've heard of them.
I've never heard of them. No, I've never heard of them. It'd be a lot cooler if they were the band El Camino. That'd be a lot cooler.
303-504-0925. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. But join us at Rooftop Social next Tuesday night for the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament ever. The winner getting a trip to KC for the Denver-Kansas City Monday night opener. Even if you don't qualify for the tournament through text, we'll be picking at least 4 people who just show up as at-large bids. So we'll see you at Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday at 6 o'clock. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino. Back after this. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. So, look, I don't know what's going on here in professional sports, but everybody is selling their franchises. And that includes the San Diego Padres, who just introduced their new owners. It is Jose Feliciano and Kwanzaa Jones. Would you like to hear Kwanzaa Jones' introductory press conference?
We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all.
That's just a portion of it. That is the new ownership group in San Diego.
We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all.
Love the enthusiasm. So
wait, Jose, hold on a second. Her husband is Jose Feliciano?
Yeah, no relation to the Feliz Navidad guy, I believe.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that guy's like 80. Okay.
Yes. So they are, Feliciano is a co-founder and managing partner of Clear Lake Capital, a prominent private equity firm. And Kwanzaa Jones is an American artist, singer, investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist.
Okay. So
they're a power couple. They're married.
Okay, so he's a private equity guy.
Imagine that.
Ah, what a shocker, Vic. Private equity.
It's everything
the baseball
in sports
team.
now. It's everything.
Ban private equity. Ban it. Ban it.
I did a little more reading about, why it's profitable right now to be in the sports industry and why so many teams are changing hands and people are buying these sports teams. And a lot of it is basically because of, again, I'm going to use words and sayings that I have no idea what the hell these mean, and I'm sure that Brett Kane doesn't. But you're able to amortize certain things in sports.
What'd you just
amortize.
Say? What?
Moj, explain to him what that is.
Well, you said it so confidently, Vic.
Yes.
That
you're able to amortize certain things when you buy a pro sports team over years. If you have a 15-year ownership stake in something, it's easier to amortize. It's easier to use it as a tax shelter. It's something that's pretty commonplace now. And that's what's happening in pro sports.
I'm not an idiot. I know exactly what amortize means. It means to gradually pay off a debt over time through regular payments, or spread the cost of an intangible asset over its useful life for accounting purposes.
But it's easier to do with a pro
what if I
sports
did that
franchise
like
than
Will
anything
Ferrell
else.
in Old School when he was doing the debate and I just locked in? I passed out. What happened? But here's the thing. I gotta tell you. All these rich folks selling their franchises has me a little worried. What's coming here? What do they know? What do they know that I don't? Are they building bunkers somewhere?
No, Joe Pompliano had a great article on that yesterday about, what is the end game here? What is going on? Why are so many changing hands? Is there a sports bubble coming up? Is there something we don't see? The only three things that can happen to cause a bubble to burst is, A, the media rights fees could go away. Like maybe you've reached a ceiling. Maybe television rights fees aren't going to go where they've gone. And he doesn't see that happening because television sports still remains the number one source of entertainment in this country. It just is. It's where we go watch. It's where the eyeballs go. He doesn't think it's that. Number two, could it be the fans just say, okay, enough. We're not going to the games anymore. Well, that's not it because there's sellouts everywhere. There's sellouts everywhere.
Yeah.
People are still going to games. So what is it?
I don't know.
What could spell the end?
I went to a Padres game last month. Packed. I'm dead serious. That town loves their team. Everywhere I walked downtown, they were on the road, not even playing a home game the first couple days I was there. Everybody was in a Padres jersey.
They love their football team, too, and they took off to L.A.
So ask yourself this. I mean, as much as we complain on this show, and that's what we do a lot of, I can't believe what college football's become. I can't believe how much these guys get paid. I can't believe this. And yet we still watch loyally, religiously, we talk about it. So what is the end game? What would we heard this in the NFL? I'm not watching an NFL game because so-and-so happened. Yeah, you are. I don't follow the NBA anymore. Yeah, you do. The NBA ratings are just fine. Yeah, you do. So what would force you to turn the TV off and not watch anymore? What?
I don't know.
I don't know what it would take. I said this to Nelly yesterday. If Nikola Jokic lit a box of kittens on fire at center court before every single Nuggets game, I'd probably still be like, go Jokic.
Okay. By the way, the PGA Tour is doing something different, Vic, starting in 2028. The championship series finale is a 72-hole stroke play tournament. Finalize the points, determine the season-long champion. Followed by the top golfers competing in match play over 2 weeks in a reimagined tour championship. They're going to finish up the whole damn thing.
I love
with
it.
match play.
I love it.
I love it too. I think
match
it's pretty
play,
cool.
man. There isn't anything more. It's savage because it's mano a mano. It's you versus the other guy. You're not grinding over stroke play. It's you win a hole, they win a hole. I love the way they listen to the fans. Finally, the PGA Tour listen to the fans. That's why I like Olympic golf. Is so stupid, Moj. In Olympic golf, you know what they do, Brett? They do stroke play. How stupid is that?
Dumb.
It's just dumb.
Yeah.
Why is the Ryder Cup so damn popular?
Match play.
Because it's match play, baby. It's match play. Anything can happen in match play. You don't have to be the best player to win in a match. You don't.
When's the last time you guys got a traffic ticket?
It's been quite a while.
Oh, knock on wood. What are you trying to do to us here?
Years and years and years and years and years.
Alex Ovechkin has been in Russia for 4 months this summer. He has accumulated 33 traffic violations, totaling 82,000 rubles. According to Mash Sport, all the violations were recorded for his Aris Arsenal minivan worth approximately 50 million rubles with the symbolic license plate 008. The entire amount was due to speeding, driving on a toll road without payment, unpaid parking fees, and stopping or parking in unauthorized areas. Ovechkin paid all the fines except for one, which amounted to 4,500 rubles.
I'll tell you what, man, it's a pretty cool looking little minivan.
Hang on, what is 50 million rubles in American dollars?
I don't know, but you know the kind, and there's a lot.
It's about 600,000.
Wow.
600,000 for a minivan.
Wow.
The guys who just do that without any, I mean, they're not worried. No worry in the world. Whatever. You got to give me a parking ticket. Give me one.
I was going to say, I think he probably knows the guy that can get him out of that.
You know who that is? Like the one that makes me laugh the most. So is speeding, okay, fine. Driving on a toll road without payment, okay. Unpaid parking fees, which is tied to stopping or parking in unauthorized areas. Here's what Ovechkin does. It's Putin and then it's me in this entire country. I park where I please.
Yeah, no rules for me, right?
He goes wherever he wants, he parks wherever he wants, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
33 traffic fines in 4 months?
That's ridiculous. Don't you hate, that's one of the reasons why I drive the Vespa, right?
So you can park anywhere you want?
By the way, the other day, the Vespa, I found it fell, and somebody blamed the wind. And I believe somebody pushed my Vespa to the ground.
Aha.
What are you going to go Sons of Anarchy on them?
I needed a camera. But that's the solution. If you have trouble finding parking, take a Vespa. Parking all around.
30 years after his last high school football game, a guy named Justin Buzzard was a pastor, 47-year-old pastor, decided it was time to get back on the field as a college football player. This from CBS Evening News. At 47, he's going to join the San Jose City College Jaguars at 47 years old.
Playing what position?
So he's going to be a defensive end.
He's going to be so sore.
I'll tell you something right now.
Every day, just soreness.
We are already trying to ban players who are played in NFL training camps to come back to college. 47-year-old. Get out. Yeah, you're out.
Yeah,
Get
ban
out.
old people.
I don't need your novelty story because that's all this is. It's a novelty story.
How old was Scott Bakula in Necessary Roughness?
I don't disagree with you. These feel-good stories. Hey, 62-year-old goes back to college and lines up at defensive lineman. Okay, all right, wait till his dentures get knocked out.
When I was playing college baseball, if there was a 50-year-old on my team, I'd be like, dude, what are you doing? Get out.
I don't disagree with you.
Anyway.
What's the point?
Exactly. Nelly said you had a good one. Go ahead.
Oh, by the way, have you ever heard a walk-off home run called in Hindi?
Can't say I've had the pleasure.
So I did not know this was a thing, but the MLB shared this on their official Twitter account the other day. This was Cardinals at Phillies. It's all knotted up in the bottom of the ninth, and then Kyle Schwarber said, hey, let's get out of here.
और हर फिली फैन को अब इंतजार है श्वार्बर बॉम्ब का, यानी कि श्वार्बर होम रन. एक्स्ट्रा इनिंग्स में भी उन्होंने 3 होम रन दागे हैं दोस्तों. इस बार संपर्क, कहां गई है बॉल? दूर, बहुत दूर. छीन लिया है मुकाबला। फिलाडेल्फिया फिलीज ने ये धमाकेदार सनसनीखेज जीत हासिल की है। ये है बेसबॉल का जादू, काइल श्वाबर का श्वारबॉम्ब।
Oh, he even said Schwarbomb.
Schwarbomb translates to Hindi. We learned that.
That's awesome.
He even threw in a Schwarbomb.
काइल श्वाबर का श्वारबॉम्ब।
So wait a minute. What's the Indian baseball fan percentage that we're talking about here? How much of that exists out there?
करिश्माई होम रन।
Do we don't have No. We don't have other languages being broadcast for Nuggets and Avs games, right?
I think we do some Nuggets in Spanish, or did.
Do we, Vic? Do you know? We don't have a Spanish broadcast of Nuggets games,
Yes,
do we?
we do.
Oh, we do?
Uh-huh. It was just employed last year. Yeah.
Who does that?
I can't remember the combination that they just hired them. A young lady does the play-by-play and does a really good job. In fact, I want to listen to a game and see if I can follow along and understand what they're saying.
Me too. I had no idea that we did that.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Okay.
It was introduced just last season. Just look it up. Nuggets, Spanish language broadcast. You have a computer.
Yeah, it's a Jenna Garcia.
Jenna, yeah. She was a long-time media member, and then she speaks
I know
great.
Jenna, yeah.
Yeah, you know Jenna. And I asked her, I said, because she speaks, obviously, impeccable Spanish.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody asked me to do the game in Italian, there's no way I could do it. I couldn't do it, because I'd be like half Italian, half English. I'd be all over the place. I said, how do you do it? How do you, just turn off your English language and go straight Spanish? That's a skill, man.
When you visit Italy and you're speaking Italian, do you accidentally mix in English?
Yeah. Moser's seen me do it. Half my words are in English. I'm a moron.
It's funny because his family knows what he's saying, even though half the words are in English. They get the gist of. I mean, he gets by just fine.
You asked a question, by the way. We were out at the Avs charity golf tournament they do every year before the season starts. You asked a question. I can't remember who it was to. Maybe it was Gabe, but it was somebody that was not from here. And you said, when you think, do you think in your language or do you think in English?
Exactly right.
And it's something I never even considered.
Well, like Peter Forsberg, when we interviewed him the other day. Do you think he thinks in Swedish or English?
Does it depend on if he's speaking to somebody in English or
100%.
Swedish?
Like when I'm at my mother's house, I'm thinking in Italian. But when I'm talking to you, I'm thinking in, I have no idea what language it is. Nebraskan.
American.
Well, they say when you've really truly learned another language when you dream in that language.
Got to tell you, I only dream American, baby.
Okay.
That's all I dream.
Okay.
All right, the qualifier for this hour is Cody Hill. So congratulations, Cody. We'll be at that Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday competing in that rock, paper, scissors contest for a chance to get to that opener in Kansas City with Denver and KC. Back after this.
काइल श्वाबर का श्वारबॉम्ब।
Did you think they won the line of scrimmage and that surprised you a little bit?
Well, I think they won a lot of the battles. Like, you can take the line of scrimmage, you can take the kick coverage, they got a big return. Penalties, that impacted field position a lot. Rushing battle, like, pick a topic. And I would say, yeah, that would be one. But I would say that there's, I'm trying to figure out the top, the one. I mean, the kicker's going to be the player of the game.
Sean Payton yesterday. Again, we'll talk to Adam Schefter in about 15 minutes from right now. And I got a lot to ask Adam. And part of this, cut down day is coming, I believe, Sunday, right? All these preseason week number 3 games will wrap up, and then it'll be 1,000 guys back on the market immediately. And I still think that the most important detail to what the Broncos need to do this year, we talked a little bit about time of possession, creating turnovers, but you can't wear out your defense over the course of a year. And how do you do that? By keeping the ball and moving the chains. And that's why maybe the most important play of this entire preseason was the one throw to Jalen Waddle, right? Because it showed just something different from what this team did not have previously. It showed an athleticism and a dynamic nature to the offense that they didn't possess before.
Can you imagine reducing all hope and dreams to one play in a preseason game? I mean, and I'm not admonishing you for suggesting that. I don't.
I agree with you.
It's truly remarkable that we base hey, what do you think of the Broncos this year? Well, do you remember that throw? It reminds me last year. Do you remember the throw Jarrett Stidham had him on the run to the right and he hit Evan Ingram?
Yeah.
It was a gain of 45 yards. And we based everything going into the season on that play. Yeah, see?
Right.
It's just weird.
A tight end. Yeah. But I think beyond that, that was last year to Ingram was that's a good play, good catch and run. But you just see it with Jalen Waddle. It's something different that exists within him that nobody else seems to have. You don't have the ability to. Why was he open? Because he was faster than the guy in front of him. It's that simple. It wasn't like a precise route or a timing thing or, the guy slipped. He was faster than the other guy. He got open, caught the ball, and then was fast enough to get another 12, 14 yards because he's faster than everybody else that was behind him.
And in that route, you can see the difference between a Marvin Mims fast and a Jalen Waddle fast.
True.
Marvin Mims he's more of a speed merchant type guy, straight ahead.
Yeah.
This Waddle guy, he's like a
stop, cut,
bug.
top speed, go.
He scatters. He goes sideways. He can do a lot of that stuff.
Well, he was pumped about it, too, when he was talking about it yesterday. And look, here's what's weird, though, Vic. You mentioned that, and I know you're saying you weren't admonishing me for it. I agree with you. Putting stock in a single play from the preseason is incredibly silly. But it is something it's one thing to see it in camp, in an actual game situation, to see speed and athleticism exist within an offense that hasn't had it. I've asked this question over and over again. When's the last time you were wowed by something athletically in the Broncos offense? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I guess
a long time.
It has been. It has.
The better players that you've had within this offense are guys like Courtland Sutton, obviously a very good player. Tim Patrick, super reliable. He ain't running past anybody. You know what I mean? And this isn't denigrating anybody for their accomplishments in the past. It's just a different level to the offense that you didn't have before, and it's something that could break other things open. Maybe the most exciting thing about Jalen Waddle is what it does for guys like Courtland Sutton, which is I don't have two guys covering me all the time. They don't have the ability to just game plan me out because they aren't worried about others that are on the field. And you mentioned this yesterday, Vic. How many times do you see Broncos receivers wide open like that?
Not very often.
And I know there's a different level of open in the NFL as there is to college, right? If you got to step on a guy, you're open.
He was wide open.
Nobody within the vicinity.
Correct.
You could make a bad throw and it doesn't matter. It's still going to be a completion. That sort of thing. Just hasn't happened. It's too difficult for guys who just aren't gifted in that way.
And I think all it does, in my respect, it makes Marvin Mims more valuable because I think they can understand now what that does to a team and an offense. I've always wondered, why aren't they utilizing Marvin Mims more? We've wondered that for the last 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Jalen Waddle will allow Marvin Mims to do more in a roundabout way.
I would love to see them both on the field at once. I really would.
I don't see it happening.
Well, they go 3 wide. Like, there is room. But he was... When Marvin Mims was listed as number 1 on the depth chart, when that unofficial one first came out, like he was listed, as a starter. So it was Sutton, it was Waddle, and it was Mims as your 3 starting wide receivers. Do any of you guys think that Mims is going to be a starting wide receiver?
I think other guys are going to get... Listen. I think other guys are going to get plenty of play. So you can call him a starter if you want to call him a starter, but I think that you're going to see heavy doses of Pat Bryant this year. You're going to see heavy doses of Troy Franklin this year.
Well, you need all.
I know you need all of them, but I mean, I don't think, is he still listed as a starter? The depth chart, I don't know that he is.
He was injured. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at least he's back on the field. That's good news. But you're going to see a heavy dose of everybody, probably.
There is a weird name. Have you guys heard much of anything from Troy Franklin?
He hasn't had the preseason that, I guess, as a 2 years ago when he came in as a rookie, it was a little different. Last year, remember, he was much more improved in pass catching last year. Talked about that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean he's fallen off the face of the earth.
No,
we haven't announced his name.
Just saying, you haven't heard a lot from Troy Franklin really through camp or a couple preseason games so far.
I think it's just expected that he's part of this rotation, is he not?
You'd think so. I mean, he came in with the added benefit of being, Bo Nix's college teammate. And is it adopted brother? Is that what it was? Do I have that story right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Are you saying that Troy Franklin is Bo Nix's adopted brother?
Wasn't there something like that?
No,
Am I missing something?
No, there was a teammate of his who played at Oregon who came out the year after.
Wait, yeah. You're right.
The other receiver.
Tez Johnson. Is that it? Yes, Tez Johnson. But teammate of his at Oregon, so he had the added benefit of already established chemistry, whatever. It's just I'm so curious how the targets are going to go around because Jalen Waddle better get a ton, and Cortland Sutton better get a ton. But from there, you're going to be throwing balls to backs out of the backfield. You're going to be assumingly targeting Evan Ingram. I mean, there's only so many to go around. The same thing as you talk about with teams that stack up superstars on NBA rosters, and it's well, somebody's not going to get 20 points a game. Not enough basketball for it.
If you got to recruit a current-day professional athlete to become your adopted brother, where would you go? Wemby?
Joker. You kidding? How would it not be Joker? He makes more money than anybody else in this town.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not financially related. It's your adopted brother.
Joker's pretty cool.
Yeah, you just hang.
I want to have adopted Joker brothers like his brothers. I want to have those. You know what I want? I want to get on a jet ski with Strahinja and just hold on to the back.
Oh my God!
It's like a jetpack on his back.
Exactly.
So there'll be all the Jokic brothers together, and they'll see Jokic. Who's this guy?
Hi. Yeah. That's what I want.
Hi, I'm 6'3", but I'm the little guy.
I mean, is that not the best answer? You give me a different answer then.
Well, there's no bad answer. It's a curious question. If you had to produce an adopted brother, who would it be?
Can I still keep my dad, but have Bednar's my adopted dad?
No. So you got to tell Troy. You got to give Troy the Ziggy because you want Beds to be your dad.
He talks about his ranch a lot. I want to go see it. I want to go live there.
I'm in your way.
Whose ranch?
Or his house out in the mountains. He talks about it a lot. Sounds fun. I want that to be my adopted dad home.
Did you guys see yesterday? Word came down that a bunch of the Nuggets players are in Puerto Rico at JJ Barea gym. So JJ is I believe he's still a part owner of a Puerto Rican professional team, and he was coaching there for a while. And he runs a camp and a gym. And he convinced a few of the Nuggets players to come on out, maybe a bonding moment, mini camp,
So AG
and led
was
by
there.
Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's the guy who got this thing going. He got a bunch of the guys to go out there. I cannot tell you all the guys present. I saw some video and some pictures, and saw Zeke Najee was there. A couple of the newer players were there. I didn't see Jamal. Obviously, Joker's playing in these FIBA friendlies. He's not going to be there. But there are a few players that Aaron Gordon organized and got them out to go hang, which I think is great. So it just goes to show you how much bigger a role Aaron Gordon plays on this team than we think. Aaron Gordon's the guy who helped get DeMar DeRozan, right?
Yes.
Aaron Gordon's that guy.
Dude, he is such a big factor for this squad. And you're right. It's not just his play on the floor. It's who he is as a guy and his leadership abilities on that basketball team. So if he's down there, Vic, I didn't realize this. If he's down there and they're working out in Puerto Rico, I have to assume his hammy's in pretty good shape.
Hang on a second. I get a better answer to this. Flax in the text line nailed it. You want to be Giannis's brother, because then you're on an NBA roster, and that's pretty cool.
That's true.
Brett Antetokounmpo as the 14th man on the roster for the Chicago Bulls. All right.
That's used to could, right?
Brett, you have to admit, I'm looking at a photo right now, and I could totally pass as one of the brothers.
Goodness gracious.
No.
That's just like the picture. By the way, Strahinja's is so much bigger now than in that picture.
By the way, that's a long time ago,
That is
dude.
a long time
You
ago.
know what that picture's from? That's the first All-Star weekend that Joker attended as a member of the Rising Stars team. And I can't remember what year that was.
That's got to be 2014.
No, that was like 2017.
2017.
Reminds me
February 17th, 2017.
Reminds me of the picture I just showed you, Moj, of the college national champion wrestler who's married to the college volleyball player. She's twice his size. That's what it looked like. Like you standing next to
Vic, send that pic to Nelly real quick and let's put them side by side.
Yeah.
Put what side by side?
There's this guy.
Send that pic to Nelly real quick, please.
This guy is a national champion wrestler.
At like 133 pounds.
But he's married to a college volleyball player who looks like she's 7 feet tall. Or maybe she just looks that way because she's standing next to him.
Had I used a scouting service before my matrimony and done it just, you know there are people out there, and there are people listening right now, and I know you are, who chose their wedded bliss based on athletic endeavors. I know you exist. I know you do. You'll never admit it. But I know you did. You recruited genetically to produce athletes. And that's where me and genetics come to odds. I don't understand that concept.
Hang on a second. I got to find this picture again.
I know you people. I see you all the time. I see you. I know what you're doing. I know exactly I know what you're up to.
Please send it to Nelly.
You're trying to manufacture ultimate athletes. And you're doing so by picking your mate. Handpicking your mate for genetic gifts.
All right, Nelly, I sent it to you.
And I'm tired of it.
Are you jealous?
I'm not jealous. It's not right.
You're something. You're something.
You can't do that.
All right, so there's Vic.
Okay.
That's Vic with the Jokic brothers. Not the same size. Very obvious. And Nelly, if you could, I need the other one. I need the picture of the champion wrestler in college married to the volleyball player.
Okay.
Okay,
Look at this.
Okay, that's crazier than my photo.
Yeah, I know. But Vic, would you do that?
Wasn't he undefeated in his collegiate
No,
wrestling
he was
career?
amazing.
Like, he's really
yes.
good.
Vic, would you do that for the sake of athletically gifted children?
Would I marry a small wrestler?
No, you're the small wrestler. I'm talking about a 7-footer.
To describe this to those listening, this guy is what, 5'5", 5'6", 130 pounds. She's got to be 6'10". She has to be. She's
got to be like 6'7", maybe.
Whatever. She's way taller than like double his size. It looks like.
Yeah. Well, it's the bathing suit picture. That's the one that's.
Yeah, you got the other one there, Nelly. You got the other one. I know we got to get to Adam Schefter here, but just click.
I mean, I
that
wish
photo
them all
over.
the best in the world. A happy wedding.
Look at this, Vic. Look at that. It's like twice the size.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
What was that?
All right. We're going to Schefter.
Adam Schefter joins us next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us as he does every Tuesday. First of all, Adam, thank you for joining us. Secondly, how much of the decision for Deshaun Watson to start in Cleveland is financially related with his contract, and how much do you think is football related?
Well, I would say that the reason he's on the roster is financially related. The reason that he's starting is because that's kind of where they're at right now. Like, I mean, he has to be on the roster. Without the contract, if they had no financial obligation, he wouldn't be on the roster. So the financial part of it lands him on the roster. And from there, because of their situation, he wins the job. I don't, so it's kind of weird, right? Like, I don't believe finances is why he won the job, but finances is why he's there to begin with.
Sure.
I think it makes him all more impressive how the Denver Broncos, when they chose the nuclear option with Russell Wilson, and they were able to stay afloat, not only stay afloat, in the second year, eating that dead money, they're in the AFC Championship, for crying out loud. Is there a nuclear option for the Cleveland Browns here, or can they even afford to go that route?
Well, they can't afford to do it right now. If you look at it, and look at the money involved. Basically, I had the math breaking down today.
It was like $120 million in dead cap.
What's 127 right now? 127.17. If they cut him today, which they're not doing, and they can't. If they cut him today, it would be an $86.2 million cap charge. Can't do it. I don't even think that's far under the cap. So,
could they spread that over a couple of years, or would that all be this season? Because the Broncos are a similar number to that, but they spread it over 2 years.
Yeah, I think that they have to wait until next year. And in fact, as I was looking at it, I have to look at it again. But I was talking about it with a cap guy, and I think that he's basically going to be on the roster for 2 years, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look at it again. His contract, but I think he might be like locked in for 2 years.
Well, it's interesting too because we were talking about it, Adam, the day before. I mean, he's like, the crowd's booing me, and they cheered when I blew my Achilles, and then I don't know if somebody got to him or he had second thoughts after being named the starter. He's like, oh, you know what? I just was really emotional. I shouldn't have said the things I said. It's just a very, I don't know. Brett texted one of his Browns fans buddies, and that guy's just beside himself with the entire organization right now.
Look, it's been going on since they came back to the league in 1999. There have not been very many happy moments. The people in New York here would say, the Jets fans would say, hold my beer, but the Browns fans, that's tough. I mean, it has not been. There are some franchises that, it's been a tough few decades here. Cleveland, Jets, Cardinals, like there are a few of them that stand out, and that's not easy.
Adam Schefter with us, ESPN. So you had the story yesterday that Ashton Genty left Raiders practice with what's believed to be a sprained ankle. Is this a sprained ankle that he's good for the regular season, or is this going to linger?
Maybe a little bit of both. In talking to a bunch of people on Sunday night, I got the sense that, first of all, they were very relieved to hear what they did, that they felt like initially it was going to be a lot worse. You saw that he couldn't put any weight on the foot. The whole team gathered together in prayer, like all the signs that you see. You guys have been around practices that when you see these things, you're like, this isn't going to be good. I think right now they feel like they did about as well as they could have, right? So I have a feeling he's going to have a chance to play in that week one, but we'll see how it works out.
It is cut down week after these last preseason games, and I'm sure your phone is going to be crazy over the weekend. Do you get a sense, Adam? I mean, do you get any clues on big names that may go? I mean, do you, or is it out of the blue left field stuff for you? Do you ever have a sense that something's coming?
Vic, I think the ones that come out of nowhere are the ones that usually are the best stories. Like there's always a down weekend, something that you didn't see coming, like a cut, like they cut him.
Why?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There'll be one or two of those. And I don't know who that's going to be yet. I actually, it's funny you say that. I was thinking like, I mean, there are some names out there. I'm like, I don't want to say the name, but I'm like, would the team consider cutting that guy? Yeah. Like, would they do that? Would they do that? And again, I haven't even seen it or heard it. But there's always going to be something that comes up.
Why did the league decide to go to 1 day, one cut down day?
Well, it used to be 3, then they reduced 2, and I don't remember if last year. I think last year was just 1 2.
Yep, it was, yeah. But it just seems you have some. It said it's like you have you build a pond, and you just dump all the fish into the pond at one time. And if you're a pro personnel guy, I mean, you better mind your P's and Q's. You better be all over every single potentially cut guy around the league, should you not? I mean, that's a lot. That's crazy.
Of course. No, I mean, like, to me, for personnel departments, to me, this is about as busy as it gets, other than the few weeks leading up to the NFL draft. Because there are 32 teams. Each one's releasing 37 players. I think it's 1,184 players, essentially, or let go. The math on it is through the roof. You have a chance to go. You're not going to claim more than a couple of guys if you even do that. 2, 3, 4 guys max, even the worst teams in the league. But there's a couple of guys just sitting out there that can help your roster. And the sharpest teams can figure out, there might be a guy or two that can help upgrade our team. So that's always helpful and beneficial.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, with us. So we've seen the Big Ten. They've come out and said, hey, if you played in an NFL training camp, you cannot play in the Big Ten. The SEC has sent out a statement saying that we don't like this, but I don't see anything official yet. Is there anything the NFL can do for a Daquan Wright who was in camp and then going back to college, or is this all a college thing?
It's all such a new thing that it's a hard question to answer, because the NFL has to adjust, because here's a guy that was eligible for the draft, didn't get drafted, went to a camp, going to get cut, going to go back because the rules now after this season, let's say he lights it up, he could be in the draft next year, conceivably, right? So to me, it's a situation where the rules are fluid and there are new situations unfolding, and the league has got to adjust, and we'll see how it works out here. But I think it's all very new for everybody.
Do they have a concern that, like, if you draft somebody in the 5th round and you're like, hey, you're going to be on a practice squad, that they might say, well, deuces, I'll just head back to college then? Or is it, if you're drafted, are you locked in? Do you know the rule on that? Well,
the rules don't matter right now. I mean, the rules are do whatever you want and go where it's going to be lucrative. And, it's unbelievable to me that a tight end could go make more playing for LSU than he could make it in the NFL right now. But that's what Daquan Wright is at, and that's why he's agreed to go back to LSU if he clears waivers at 4:00 today.
Yeah, going back to that cut down day and what surprise cuts may come up, do you think there's a chance that the Denver Broncos may cut Jarrett Stidham for financial reasons? Maybe there's a trade opportunity. Maybe there's a team out there that says, man, this guy has a chance to start for us. We'll give him something. You think that's a possibility this week?
I haven't heard that or thought that or anything. I'm not. Look, okay. That's one of the ones that comes up on Sunday like, whoa, I wasn't expecting this, right? Why do you ask the question, Vic? What makes you think that? I'm just curious. I know they like Sam Ehlinger. I know that, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, Adam. I just think, it's – if there's one of those surprise moves, that could be it, only because they like Sam Ehlinger more than we think they do. That would be the only reason.
And they could save like $4.5 million by cutting Stidham.
But I think they like Stidham.
Yeah, I do too.
I think they like Stidham. So, again, when you ask me that, I'm not telling you it can't happen. Anything always could. I haven't heard that. But could it, again, maybe I'm getting a text on Sunday. Hey, Broncos cut Jared. Oh, yeah, wow, okay. Didn't see that. Mm-hmm. There's always a half dozen of those on the final cutdown day.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, last thing for you. Have you had the fantasy draft yet? Are you guys locked in, or is that coming next week?
My 2 fantasy drafts are 2 weeks from today. Tuesday, September, 6th, I believe?
Yeah.
That Tuesday, the night before, or the night before the Patriots-Seahawks game. And so if you guys need anything that Tuesday, I guess we'll be on that day at this time. But please don't bother me that night.
I was going to say, are you saving your, like, here's a good sleeper pick until after your draft?
Yep.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. All right, so we can ask you after.
Yeah, here's the thing, in all honesty. I have a tip sheet, or cheat sheet, so to speak, coming out on ESPN this week, ESPN.com. All the names I like are on that sheet. They truly are. But there are also a few extra names in there. Like, I like them all, but there are some that I really like on that sheet.
Okay. Well, we got to wait.
We'll look for it, baby.
Yeah, we got to wait for the actual tips here in a couple of weeks. We got to wait for
No. Well, no. All the names that I like are on the sheet that's coming out this week on ESPN.com. All of them.
Okay. Well, everybody go check that out. Get yourself ready for the season coming up. Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. By the way, because we're in between this little time frame, if you've been listening for a while, you get one of these, Nelly.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Measure. I said to him last night, let me know the game where we're fighting, and then obviously then we're not as concerned about winning that game. And then, I'll kind of measure up the head coach and see where we go.
Measure. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's your keyword. It is measure in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Gets you a chance to participate in this rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday at the Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner gets to go to KC with flights, hotel, tickets, first game of the year, Denver at KC Monday night. It's all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Is there any method to the madness of these words from the boss, or is this just like, cat?
I think it's 60 words in a week.
Pomegranate.
You might just need to find them. Yeah.
I mean, have you been listening? Every keyword is in the sound bite that we play. Like, measure, he was talking about, that was when Sean Payton said he's going to measure up to any head coach to see if he could take him in a fight. You remember that?
Yeah. How about we just do good.
Well, yesterday, I think in the afternoon show, they threw the word indubitably out there, and some of the spellings that came across the text line, remarkable. Like, we went full hieroglyphics on that
You can't throw an indubitably out. You can't do that. That's impossible. That's not you're making that up, right?
Oh, yes, spell this. In the 6 o'clock hour, it was load.
No, Moser, Cortland Sutton actually, I can't remember what question he was asked, but he did answer by saying indubitably. So that's why we played it.
I mean, it's a good word. It's just that you can't expect average human beings on this planet to spell indubitably. I couldn't.
All right, Moshe, you're the one who used the word. Spell pomegranate.
Pomegranate. N. This is where it gets tough. T-E.
Oh, you were so close.
You forgot
pomegranate. A-T-E.
A-T-E.
Jesus God.
You said pomegranate. Pomegranate.
Well, Moser, how about this? We can make a keyword of Sean Payton squeaking, well.
Did you think they won the line of scrimmage and that surprised you a little bit?
Well.
That's okay. That'd be a good.
Yeah, how about that?
Well.
It's funny when Adam says there's no rules.
There were two civilizations
anarchy.
that first came up with a written word. The Sumerians were known for that, right? But do you know here in the Americas, the early Mexicans came up with their own verbiage, their own language, way, 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 way back.
Is that in that book that you're reading?
Huh?
Is that in that book that you're reading?
Yeah. And yet, we still can't get a handle on tortilla.
Tortitos.
Tacos?
No. The reporter, the Texas Tech reporter at the Big 12 conference. Do you ban the tortitos?
Do we still have that? Do we, Stephen? He's on the phone. Sorry.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. I don't like how Vic reads a chapter from a book and then just tries to slide it into normal conversation.
Oh, you're right. Because we haven't heard you on this show talk about your presidential documentaries that you've been watching on YouTube.
So if you guys don't know why Stephen F. Austin College got its name, let me tell you. It's because when Mexico had control of Texas, they wanted American settlers to go into this vast land that was unoccupied, and Stephen F. Austin was the guy bringing Americans over. And then they're like, way too many Americans. This isn't what we liked. And you know what Americans did? Kept on coming. And then you got to fight. Why? Texas wanted independence. Bring in Sam Houston.
Well, then we get to a problem with the Alamo, bro.
Sam Houston, though, and the Texas Rangers, I mean, Moj.
Yeah.
Do you realize how Pizarro and his troop of 600 people defeated an army of 80,000? Do you understand how and why that worked? Germs. Had nothing to do with bravery, soldiering. Germs did it.
There was a lot of, technical battle details in that. They did mouse holing. That was one of the things that was big. Blow through the side of a building instead of, walking through the middle of a town. I mean, that's part of it.
The hell are you talking about?
I'm educating you. All right, you got it, Nelly. Go ahead.
Ask that question again, and I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you. So go ahead.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas.
Okay. Hey, at the beginning of that clip, though, you guys remember?
It was contentious. Yeah.
Ask me that question again. Go ahead.
I dare
Ask me that question again.
Ask that question again, and I'm going to give you the answer I want to give you. So go ahead.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas.
Tortillas. All right.
Hey, by the way, who are the famous people who died at the Alamo? Do you know?
No.
Well, Davy Crockett's one of them. Not only was he a frontiersman, he was also a congressman, and then went to Texas to help, and he didn't make it. Jim Bowie, who invented the Bowie knife. You've heard of a Bowie knife?
Yes.
Okay, him and
Was Sam Houston there?
He was not there. No, he lived till like the middle of the Civil War, I think.
What about Frank Cicerelli?
Yeah, Frank Cicerelli was there as part of the Italian Brigade to try and stop Santa Anna. Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Caglianone?
Yeah, Joe and Frank led hey, we got a Santa Ana's over here, huh? Let's go get their ass.
Santa Anna had his leg blown off. They buried it with full military garb. Do you know that?
I did not know that.
And during the Mexican-American War, he lost his little peg leg in the middle of a battle by running away like a coward.
How the hell did we get here?
Do you know there's a 7-Eleven right across the street from the Alamo?
We have discussed this.
Okay.
As I said, there's a Little Caesar's Pizza right outside the Roman Coliseum.
Dude, I'm dead serious, man. Fuddruckers has got to be under by now, right? Does Fuddruckers still exist?
I hate when anybody says the name of that restaurant.
Why?
Because it just sounds like it shouldn't be a name.
Is it? I got Fuddruckers San Antonio. Hang on.
Texas Tech got fined over tortillas.
All Fuddruckers locations in San Antonio are permanently closed. I knew it.
What did Coach Prime? How did he pronounce tortillas? Is that what he pronounced them?
No, we called them tacos.
Tacos. No, he goes, what are they? Tacos? Tortillos?
What are they? Tacos? I can't get the visual out of my head of just salsas and cheeses and stuff
I'm now
flying.
Hungry. I'm so hungry right now.
Chorizo just flying over to the 20-yard line. All right, back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Football season's almost here, so if you're making picks every week, Fanatics Sportsbook is the place to do it. Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play, so if your quarterback, running back, receiver, or even defensive player goes down in the first half of a game, affected straight bets are voided, and if that prop is part of your parlay or same-game parlay, the rest of your bet can play on. That's first half player prop injury protection. There's a lot of P's in there. Built into every wager that you make, some books protect you for a quarter, some do nothing, not Fanatics, where a first-half injury doesn't have to mean a busted bet. New customers You get $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. So bet with the book that always has your back all season long on every game that matters. It's Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane here on this beautiful. God, is it Monday? It is Monday. Why is everything just? No, today's Tuesday.
Today is Tuesday.
Jeez Louise.
Today would be Tuesday. Would be Tuesday.
Why am I losing track of the days, man? Why is this happening?
You know, because
you're old.
Summer's wrapping up. The season is right around the corner. I know
Today's Friday.
I know what you're going through. It's like, okay, here we are. I don't know about you guys, but you wait through the winter for summer to come, and you can't wait, and you can't wait. And then when summer arrives and you're in the middle of it, and then it wraps up so quickly. It's just like, boom, it's over. Mm-hmm. And then you're back to winter.
You know what? I think that if there's one thing I've learned today is I want all owners to sound like this.
We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all.
What if that was Penner when he first took over the Broncos?
Well, that was what's his face?
That's the Jose Feliciano's wife who co-owns
Kwanzaa Brown?
Kwanzaa Jones.
That was Barry Switzer when he took over the Cowboys.
We're going to win. We're going to win and win it all.
Find the Barry Switzer. We going to win it all, baby.
Well, didn't Steve Ballmer do something similar?
Steve Ballmer was next level. The one that he had when he was introduced.
Cool.
Yeah, that. Yeah, that scream. Wait, that woo, that wasn't from the Clippers press conference. I think that was them at Microsoft unveiling like a new product, right?
Yeah, that dude looks dude looks so awkward.
But when he said, "I love this company," that's a different level of scream. Yeah, and then you got that, of course.
I can't believe that nothing.
Nothing happened?
I can't.
I can. What did you think, Moser? You thought they were going to kick him out of the league?
What did you think was going to happen?
I don't. If what's alleged is true, it's just such a blatant, in-your-face violation of everything sacred regarding fair play in the NBA, if it's true.
Okay, speaking of weird rules, can I tell you something that happened to me yesterday? And it was a millisecond, okay? It was just a millisecond. But it's more than zero. I came across a tweet that had an actual link to an On3 article, you know, the big recruiting website, as a transfer portal. It said Justin Fields is transferring to Texas Tech. And I knew it was parody.
Yeah.
But for a millisecond.
You almost got.
No, didn't almost get got. For a millisecond, I was like, well, can that happen?
Yeah.
Like, could feasibly. Could Justin Fields go back to college at this stage? Could he find a judge who says, "You're a good kid," and he gives him eligibility, and he goes and plays college football again? There's a 47-year-old priest playing for San Jose City College.
Is there a guy who got cut from the NFL, you know, and let's say he's 31, and he can't find a free agent gig? Could he go back to college and play college football?
Okay, let's say this, Vic. Trevin Brazil sees the writing on the wall that he might be on the NBA roster, but he's not going to play this year, right? Could he?
I think he's already utilized all 5 years of his college eligibility. I don't know.
Are you sure there's not a hardship
There's
clause?
got to be guys. Yeah, there's got to be guys in the NFL who played, let's say, 4 years of college football, or they were there for 4 years.
Cooper Flag played 1 year. What if Cooper said, screw it, I'm going back to college?
Well, he's way more money in the NBA anyway. But I'm just saying, what if you had to redshirt 1 year, but you didn't utilize it? Now you have this year, and you can go back and play college, play for Ohio State, and it's just weird.
Guys, I just thought about something. You know what? They should put me on payroll over in Boulder. I swear to God, these ideas that I have for the school.
Grand ideas?
Dion broke into college football by being the first. I will give him this. He was the grandfather. He was the spearhead of, I make my roster through the transfer portal, not by high school recruiting. And everybody said, Dion, that can't work in college football. 2 years later, everybody's doing the same thing. So
he was ahead of the time.
It took an advantage that Dion had initially, which is I'm just going to ravage the portal. And then everybody started doing it, and it got watered down for CU. So CU, we have a new strategy. Go get Justin Fields and try it. Just find judges in Boulder that are like, you know what? Yes. So funny. I just thought about this. Trey Lance barely played in college. Trey Lance, you're going to go to CU, and you're going to be their quarterback. You might as well before everything starts to shut down.
Well, there's a kid in college basketball who played pro basketball. So what's the delineation? Pro is pro.
Go do it. Get yourself a 5-year NFL vet and put him on your college roster.
I'm dead serious.
Welcome the brand new number 1 wideout for the CU Buffs, Odell Beckham Jr. You know what I mean? What's to stop you? Nothing right now? Might as well. Get your kicks. I'm genius. Put me on payroll.
College football is a day-to-day gig now. Isn't it crazy? Day-to-day. Rules change. Rules bend. Judges show up, make new rules. I've never seen a day-to-day sport like college sports. It's changing on the week, by the week. I mean, the SEC announces yesterday it does not want to allow NFL players to come back and play college ball. They didn't specify how they'd enforce it. They said they didn't want to allow it. Today, the Big Ten says, we're just not going to allow it. You can't. So the Big Ten took it a step further. And so now all the other conferences fall in line. It's a wait and see. Like, it's almost as if the SEC threw the fish line out there, right? Yeah. And they said, let's see, anybody else going to join us? Oh, okay, Big Ten, thank you. And now they have to sort of abide by all of this. Until and unless a judge shows up and says, well, you guys can't do that. Sorry, he's a good kid.
Well, that's the thing. Tysher says Boulder judges would never help CU football. You don't need judges. You need a judge. That's all you need. You need one guy who's going to be like, I'm retired. I don't care.
Moser,
throw me a couple bucks.
Moser, it's funny you bring that up, and I've said this so many times. Administration means as much to the success of a sports program as anything. And when I say administration, when Coach Mack was winning and he won a national title and he had that era of the 90s, who was the president of the University of Colorado back then? Do you remember that person's name?
Was it Gordon?
Gordon Gee.
Yes.
Gordon Gee. And he desperately wanted to win.
He was good. He was. Yes. That's why he went on to other jobs. Like
he went on to Ohio State.
Yeah, Ohio State. Yeah, he became the Buckeyes guy.
That stuff matters.
Sure. I think it does. And then, I don't want to get into it. What's her face? The one.
Kelly.
No.
Gordon Gecko?
No, the gal that followed him. Betsy Ross.
Betsy Ross.
Yes, she sewed flags and ran a university. No, what was her name?
It doesn't matter.
And she said that one word was she's heard it as a term of endearment. And what was her name?
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're playing Mad Libs with us right now. Just stop.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me an adjective. A plural animal. Nelly, you got a fact checker, please?
Apparently not.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Yeah, a couple things. First of all, Brett, I did double check. You are right. The fine municipality of East Palestine, Ohio, is pronounced Palestine.
Thank you.
And then also, you guys were talking about, what did Dion say when he was trying to talk about the things that the Texas Tech fans throw?
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh?
Fajitas? Tortillas?
Sizzling skillets.
The full fajita.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh?
I know fajitas are a very Americanized, Mexican dish. I love a good fajita, though. They bring it to the table, and it's a shit.
Yeah,
it's like
when they bring that dish out there, and everybody's got their plain Jane burritos and tacos, but you've got the sizzling. What is that?
Skillet.
Is it a skillet?
Yeah, it's on a skillet, so it's
like
got,
a cast iron skillet.
Peppers and onions and your meat and everything. And by the way,
never enough tortillas though. Ever. Hey, memo to restaurants. Come on.
By the way, when I do tortilla, I don't want the street taco size.
No.
I want the big boys.
No,
give me the big boys.
I don't want to sit there and ask for more tortillas.
I'm going to Chili's now.
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas.
You know what?
I'm going to Chili's.
Next time I get like huevos rancheros or something like that, and like, you want chips or you want like tortillas? I'm going to say, I'll take the
Texas Tech got fined for tortillas.
The name we were looking for is Betsy Hoffman. Betsy Hoffman. That's the name we were looking for.
Yeah, Betsy Ross. I said that. The qualifier for the 9 o'clock hour is Jay McKibben. So congrats to Jay. You will be in Rhino for a chance to win our rock, paper, scissors tournament. It's all going to be right there at the Rooftop Social next Tuesday. A chance to go to Kansas City for first game of the year. Denver at KC at Arrowhead. So, 303-504-0925 is the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See ya.
I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas? I said everything but the right thing, huh?
Another day, another chance to win qualification to rock, paper, tickets. Your next keyword coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, so don't go anywhere. Stick with us. That's the Morning Sprint. Raj, Coach Mike Sanford, Chris Mitchell behind the glass today. You guys at 303-504-0925. You can watch us on Twitch. Subscribe to us on YouTube today. A bunch to get into with the Broncos going into their final preseason game of the year on Friday evening right here in the Mile High City.
Minnesota.
The Rockies are in a free fall in the midst of their longest losing streak of the year.
We're in a dirty 7 now, aren't we?
Yeah, Mission 63, coach, is in serious jeopardy.
It's going to be a cliffhanger if it's going to happen. It's going to be, you better get going.
The Rockies are on pace for 62.5 wins. So you're right there.
Holy smokes. But my prediction was on game 160. So they really got to get going,
yeah,
buddy.
You need some wins.
You got to stop the bleeding. Come on, man. If my pick is the skipper and Warren Schefter, who I think is a good culture guy, if he's what I think he is, frankly, if he's exactly what DMac doesn't think he is, which is a big league umpire or skipper, then he better start coaching. I think he's coaching for his baseball life for Mission 63. And I know this.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
I believe this to be true. I think that in the insides of that organization, last year at this time, it was the goal inside of that organization is do not set the all-time losing record in the history of baseball. This year, I truly believe the record is, or the goal inside the building is, get to double-digit losses.
Don't lose 100 games. Just don't do it.
And if Warren Schefter if this thing goes free fall, he's losing his job. Shouldn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like if this thing free falls at the end of the year, after you essentially did nothing at the deadline. You parted ways with.
You moved on. You got some things back. You didn't move a big piece. You
it
didn't move
wasn't
a
nuclear winter of pieces leaving. Like, come on, Schefter. Bring that juice, man. I thought you were the Ted Lasso of baseball.
I love that you allow me to do this and that we have the relationship that I can do what I'm about to do. As a guy who's been fired a few times in his career, wouldn't it have been awesome?
Well, first off, buddy, there are two types of people in this world. Those that have been fired and those that are about to be fired. Right. And I don't think you're the first one there, bud.
Not at all.
All right, so get ready. All right? Get ready there, Raj.
How's this? I should say it differently. As a coach who has been let go, not renewed.
Raj, I digress. There are two types of coaches in this world. And you also coach. Am I right?
Yes.
There are two types of people in this world.
I'm in the midst of doing something like that.
You opened up Pandora's box.
I know.
Please go ahead. Please continue.
Wouldn't it have been wonderful to have the benchmark of 100 losses or the like of in that position?
Mm-hmm.
You go into a season just like, don't lose double-digit games, and we'll be fine with that.
Yep. Triple.
The like of when I talk about college football.
Oh, yeah?
Wouldn't it have been nice to have that bar? Wouldn't that have been really cushy?
I mean, going to a bowl game wasn't really good enough.
Right.
Winning my last two games wasn't enough. God, I would have loved.
Like, it's nuts because I feel so like disingenuous talking about the Rockies in the mindset of it's like a really good year-over-year improvement. I've told you guys, it's only happened like 40, I think it's like 40 times. 40 might be the high side. I don't have my research in front of me. I went through it. I think 40 is the high side. That you have had teams go 18 wins year over year in terms of improvement. And the Rockies are probably going to do that this year unless they keep free-falling like they are right now.
Yeah.
But for me to be like, oh yeah, it's a good year is crazy. Crazy.
It's not a good
year.
But
that's what the bar is right now, is don't lose 100 games.
And we're getting close to September, and I actually thought the Rockies were going to end up having a fairly fun product to take in at the end of the season based off how the season was going and not moving on from some of the bigger names and bigger bats and even some exciting young arms you didn't move on from or even mid-aged arms. Yeah, they're just free-falling. It sucks. I don't love it. It's not my favorite. I didn't get to many Rockies games this year. Did you get to many?
I've been to one.
Was it
I
opening
went
day?
to a Met game.
Oh, okay.
They handled the Mets.
I went to opening day and one other. I've been to 2. Not enough. I need to get to a Rockies. I have so much free time this time of my
You have free time right now?
None.
The busiest man I know.
No. What came out of yesterday's practice in Denver at Broncos Park, common by Power Spirit? No, Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, not commoned by Power Spirit. Injury updates? Yeah, there were a couple. Luke Wattenberg and Marvin Mims Jr. did participate in team. Didn't get an extended run, so it was like it was a taste back of being in full pads, which the Broncos were yesterday. A full pad outfit. Sean Payton not exactly fired up about Friday's preseason game. We're going right back to pads. And the only other injury news of note was Frank Crum.
No, the other one was Riley Moss.
Yeah,
so Riley Moss did not participate, but we did get news back of like, yeah, he's
minor.
okay. He's fine. We're
Minor.
just being cautious with it.
Probably has like severely bruised ribs.
But much like everything that we've seen, right? What is the term that you and DMac coined for training camp this year?
Oh, this year. What is this year?
Nothing to see here.
Oh, yeah. Last year was no drama camp.
Right. Last year was the no drama camp. This year is nothing to see here.
Yes. Good. Well played.
On Frank Crum not playing yesterday, you know what the word was? He's doing good.
Doing
He's
good.
fine.
He's good.
He's good.
Good.
You know who else is good? Bo's good.
He's good.
Moss is fine.
Yep.
Nothing
fine.
serious.
Yep. Nothing good. Nothing bad here. Unfortunately, Lavelle Bailey. Yeah, he's not good. Not good at all. Broken leg. He's out for the season.
Yeah, you got some solid news back. And I think Sean's getting to regular season Sean right now where you're not getting anything.
There. Yep.
Right? Like the days of Sean being verbose and actually telling you things in his interviews, I think have come and gone now from a training camp perspective. He did tell you that. This week is different from a scheduling standpoint. He said this verbatim. It's more like the regular season. And I think you're going to see this in his pressers where you ask a question about availability, about the deployment of certain players, and he ain't going to give you a thing. Not a thing.
Raj, of the 2 players that, according to DNVR, the article that was written, is 2 key Denver Broncos take a big step in returning from injury as a few players are added to the injury report, namely Riley Moss and Frank Crum. The 2 players that we talked about were Marvin Mims Jr. and starting center Luke Wattenberg. Of those 2 players, whose role feels more guaranteed upon arrival?
Wattenberg.
By a mile.
Not even close.
I'm worried about Mims's return to, like, where is he fitting in?
The nervousness that I didn't think I was going to feel about an interior offensive lineman.
It's real.
Oh, it's real. That dude needs to be healthy because you don't have anybody behind him.
You're a hockey man, right? What do we always say about basically every sport? But in hockey, where do you got to be built well? Right down the middle. Yep. Your center, your 2C. You want your 3C to be a dog. You need your D-men to be a dog, and you need a netminder. Baseball. Pitcher, catcher, middle infield, center field.
Yeah.
Basketball, point guard, center. Pretty important, right?
I suppose you could throw the 3 in there.
Yeah, I know basketball's so
changing
nebulous.
So much
yeah,
now.
it's a strange one.
Well, they've already they've taken away positions on all pro teams, so like the league is telling you.
Yeah, it's basically it's amorphous, right? Just constantly evolving. Football on the offensive side of the ball, center, quarterback, and your running back 1, which appears to be okay. J.K. Dobbins practicing yesterday. Not going to go in the preseason, it appears.
Oh, I don't want him on the preseason.
And then defense.
I want to see no part of J.K. Dobbins on Friday.
No need. No need. I know I said it yesterday. It's like, why not? Get the guy get him a lather. But every opportunity that he goes out there is potentially one less game. Why risk it? Not even worth it.
And on defense?
Defense, it's like interior defensive linemen. So Zach Allen.
Yeah.
Malcolm Roach.
Yeah.
DJ Jones. Pretty good. And Levi Wazirike. Pretty good. Middle linebacker, question marks to a certain degree. Alex Singleton, no question mark about his intellect. No question mark about his leadership abilities.
His motor.
But his question is going to be, where are you at age-wise? Where are
Where's
you
your
at
speed?
explosiveness-wise?
Can you cover downfield?
Justin Strnad, not a great preseason game too. And then really, you look at the safety position, it's a position of strength. I like both Brandon Jones and Talanoa Hufanga. So the Broncos essentially, on both sides of the ball as of today, 2 out of the 3 layers of being built well down the middle are really good.
Yeah, where you go from being built really well and having a solid foundation to being championship level is when you have that foundation, and then you get to look on the outsides of that middle and you say, where are the luxury pieces? And Denver is flush with luxury pieces this year. You look to the outside, Riley Moss, fantastic corner number 2, likely a corner 1 on 7 teams in the NFL?
I'd say probably nearly 10.
Something around there.
Nearly 10.
Right?
Yeah.
You have the best corner in football in Pat Surtain.
And he is. To make it clear, he is. There's no I don't believe that's a debatable conversation. There's no corner right now that's in danger of being the defensive player of the year outside of Pat Surtain. And he's already done it.
You have a top 7 edge rusher in the league. Is that too high for Nick Bonito? Top 10? Top 10, let's be safe with that. In Nick Bonito, you have one of the scarier, if healthy, wide receiving threats in the league in Jalen Waddle. Now, is he top? Is he Jamar Chase? Is he Justin Jefferson? No. But when healthy, Jalen Waddle is a guy that if you do not game plan for it and you do not have a fix for him, he'll break you. That's where the Broncos go from being built properly to having a house that can win a Super Bowl. And that's where they are this year. And I keep seeing these articles on ESPN. Well, we'll talk about it momentarily. Barnwell came out with another one. Who's the team most likely to take a step back in the AFC West? One of the 5 teams most likely to regress this year. Who's there? And we've seen it all offseason. The Denver Broncos, because they won 14 games last year. Now, I do think we need to have a longer conversation about what is regression and what are the Broncos falling off, right? Not winning 14 games does not necessarily mean regression.
11 might not even be regression.
11 might be enough to win the division.
Mm-hmm. With as much parity as there is. Should we talk about that on the other end?
303-504-0925. We will. That's where you guys can reach us. Don't go anywhere. Coming up in our next segment will be your next keyword to get in for rock, paper tickets. If you don't know what it is, we're sending you, if you can win the gauntlet of a 64-person rock, paper, scissors tournament. We're sending that winner to Arrowhead. Week 1, Denver, Kansas City. Hotel. Flights.
Or maybe Uber.
I don't know about that.
It's a big Uber.
I'm not sure we're going to send you in a car all the way there, but we will send you in an aeroplane. Rock, paper, ticket. Your keyword's coming up on the other side. We're going to play a sounder at some point this segment for your next keyword to get in for rock, paper tickets. And you guys should join us next Tuesday, September 1st at the Rooftop Social in Rhino for what will be the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament ever.
And that's the area formerly known as 5 Points.
Sure.
But the cool new kids like you, Raj, call it Rhino.
Rhino. The winner's getting a trip.
And that is not the keyword.
No, it's not.
The keyword has to do with something that, well, there's at times you can smell. You ever had a flatulating situation that smelled a little bit like something else that you at times can consume early in the morning, but that's a hint.
Yeah, we'll give you guys your keyword momentarily. The winner's getting a trip to Kansas City for the Denver and Kansas City Monday night opener in week 1. But if you don't qualify, like if you don't win with us on the air at some point this week, we're going to be picking 4 people, at least 4 people, at the event on Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social. They're just at-large bids. So if you show up and you're not qualified, you still have a chance to get into the tournament and win tickets. We'll see you guys there. Again, Rooftop Social in Rhino, Tuesday, September 1st at 6 p.m. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino.
They got some putt-putt there, too.
I did see that.
That's pretty cool. I'm on their social media right now.
Putt-putt and craft cocktails.
Nice.
Hey, you know what? Stuff. Hand up, I lost. I lost yesterday. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot has been overwhelmingly the way that people want to play this game. I got 35% of the vote. I lost. So I, being a coachable person, as I think I am one to be, it's rock, paper, scissors, shoot now. Can I have my one request, though, that we don't bury our throws in our open palms?
That's standard.
Standard? So I'm just going to lose everything?
Standard operating procedure.
So I just have to change everything I know about rock, paper, scissors?
The bury the throw. Like that sound right there?
Yeah, it was nice.
That was ASMR,
That was pretty good. That was well done.
That is how you keep the rhythm of the game audibly on cue between 2 opponents. Does that make sense? If you don't have it.
It does.
There doesn't like, and to me, if the slaps aren't together, then you're cheating. And then to me, the round is null and void. And by the way, again, it is not rock, paper, scissors. It is. And I want to hear from at least one of you. Tell me where you're from and text in at 303-504-0925. If you agree with the coacher, it is not rock, paper, scissors. It is paper, scissor, rock.
I mean, look at the contest name.
Yeah, because the
contest name says rock, paper, scissors.
It's paper, scissor, rock. Where I grew up, right? These are colloquialisms. You ever heard of that term? A colloquialism. What does that mean, Raj?
Big old Notre Dame word for you, baby.
Stanford word. Maybe a Yale word. Colloquialism.
Coach is just dropping all the great institutions he's ever worked at.
Whoa. What that means is a regional way of saying something.
I was going to say something that was going to get you in trouble. I'm a good friend. Really good friend.
Really? A good friend? You talked about, well, as somebody who gets fired all the time,
I
what do you have to say about this?
I did not
How do you feel about
that
Warren
way.
Schaefer?
My friend.
I did not say it that way.
As somebody whose employment has been terminated abruptly. Dude, speaking of which, can I just talk about employment being terminated abruptly real quick?
Sure.
College football's a mess. And I don't say this is not even a newsworthy story. Literally my best friend on planet Earth, who turned around an offense from being the worst in college football the year before he took over to last year taking over as a battlefield promotion and running the offense. The head coach at his MAC school just said, you know what? I don't really like the direction of our offense.
In week 0?
12 days before they play.
Wow.
And he's done. I'm like, these head coaches are freaking losing their mind. Like, there's no sanity left in college athletics.
Well, no, they're allowing professional players to come back and
I hate college football
play college football.
And I'm going to watch every freaking second of it, too.
How about the Big Ten, though? I thought it was commendable for the Big Ten to come out and say, we're not doing this.
That's fine. You can say that all you want. All right? You can say it all you want, but the problem right now is that the judges are making these decisions right now. Doesn't matter what the dang conferences say. There's going to be a lawsuit against the conference. Oh, I love it. God, everybody's saying it's a California thing to say paper, scissors, rock. Everybody's mad at me too, by the way. Wow. I am apparently a bona fide psychopath for saying paper, scissors,
So
rock.
can you be coachable like me?
No.
I've accepted my loss. You need to accept yours.
I'm going to accept my background. I'm going to be true to who I was raised to be. All right, I'm not going to change my stripes because I moved to Denver, Colorado, and they told me to say rock, paper, scissors. You know where that came from? That came from the Midwest. I'm a West Coast guy. So I'm going to go paper, scissors, rock. People. I'm not a psychopath.
Hey, it's time for your first sounder. Your keyword is...
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Eggs.
Some plays are like reading, a green eggs and ham book. Like he knows it like the back of his hand. The other ones are like Harry Potter, like the fourth book.
Eggs.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That is your keyword, eggs. 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 Text that into 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. We'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. And again, you're qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors, that's right, coach, tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at the Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner of that tournament gets a trip to Kansas City for Monday Night Football in week 1. Flights, a hotel, tickets to that very first game of the season, Denver at Kansas City. It's all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Yet again, another article, another national news outlet calling the Broncos one of the teams most likely to take a step back this season. Now, they aren't the only AFC power to be tabbed by Bill Barnwell. The other ones, Jacksonville and the New England Patriots. I think it's interesting putting up those three teams against one another, considering, well, Denver lost to both of those teams. In vastly different fashion.
Right.
Right? Like a healthy version of the Broncos lost to Jacksonville. Was J.K. Dobbins in that game?
Probably
not. I want to say Dobbins was injured for that game, but largely healthy.
Yeah, they just got their ball. They got their butts whooped.
Yeah, you did. You got absolutely smacked by Jacksonville. The New England game, I think we will always throw away as like, what the heck happened here? I've talked to so many Patriots fans going like, if Bo Nix is just on the field, you win the game.
I believe that to be true.
I think most people do. Out of those three teams, who misses the playoffs? Because I'm pretty certain there is a team out of those three in the AFC, Denver, Jacksonville, New England, that is not making the postseason.
Can I take the easy way out?
Sure.
All three teams are absolutely making the playoffs because of the divisions they play in. The Broncos are just really good, okay? The Broncos are a really good
They're the
football
best
team.
of those three teams.
The Patriots, to me, the question mark is, are they a bit of a flash in the pan? But then you look at the AFC East and you say that 6 of their games are essentially near guarantees.
4.
4 games. 4 games.
4
are near guarantees. But that's, Raj, it's a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
That makes up nearly a quarter of your schedule. 22.8% of your schedule.
Right. It's a third of the wins that you need to probably win your division.
Correct. And then the other team is Buffalo, who obviously is very talented and they have an otherworldly quarterback. But I mean, the Dolphins and the Jets, Raj, are terrible.
Yeah. Do you have 4 guaranteed wins in the AFC West this year?
I would say the Chargers, but Jimmy Harbs has kind of owned Sean at least once a year. Am I right in saying that?
Well, Bo hasn't beaten him.
Correct. Yeah, he did.
When did
he
Bo
hasn't beat? They played twice, and remember they played the hardball with. They played Trey Lance. And,
yes.
They played, but it didn't count. Bo has not beaten Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert.
Thank you.
Yes,
that's where my brain was.
You're right, like 100% right. The Broncos are going to be a playoff team this year. I believe that to be true wholeheartedly. And then you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. I do believe in that football team. I do believe in Trevor Lawrence. I think the guy's fantastic. And I think that Liam Cohen is the absolute perfect play caller for Trevor Lawrence. He's been in college football. He's not afraid to kind of dive into some college-y type schemes that Trevor Lawrence does such a good job with, be it RPO, be it a little bit of zone read. He does a good job with all of that.
Is he not Mike McDaniel? What's the difference between Mike McDaniel and Liam Cohen?
Liam Cohen has a slightly... Liam Cohen's a little bit more normal. Let's just call it like it is. And Liam Cohen has a more consistent commitment to running the football. Just look at the success that Etienne had. Etienne had in his debut season. But man, when you look at the Jaguars, the AFC South, man, like I know it was better last year.
It's drastically better than the AFC East from
It
top
is,
to bottom.
it is, it
There's
is.
one bad team in there. There's 3 really solid teams.
Yeah, I mean the Texans are great defensively and just
Maybe the best defense in the world.
kind of gross on offense. CJ Stroud feels like it's a regression situation.
Yeah, but like good enough.
He's been good enough.
Good
There's
enough.
no doubt in that.
I don't know what their running back situation is, but good enough.
were
Did
the-
they just trade for they trade for Bouye, Keyshawn Bouye, right?
Like as in the receiver?
Yes.
Keyshawn Butte?
Is that his name?
I think so.
Whatever the guy is for New England. I think that happened yesterday. Like
yeah,
a
they got
7th rounder.
Keyshawn Butte.
Butte. I thought it was Bouye.
It might be pronounced. I mean, it's 2 T's, but it might be pronounced.
I'm probably wrong.
That's a Bouye.
I'm not going to die on that hill. Houston's a legit team. They will be right around the playoffs with that defense. Like you could throw anybody in at quarterback. You could throw Jarrett Stidham in at quarterback, and Houston would be relatively a 500 team.
All right, Colts.
Is Daniel Jones healthy?
What are the Colts?
A wild card contender if Daniel Jones is healthy.
Listen to the schedule for the Colts.
Jonathan Taylor is a top 3 back in the league.
Can we just do the really quick win-loss thing?
Sure. I love that. That's like one of my favorite things to do.
This is the Colts schedule. Ravens opener.
At home?
In Indy. It's a coin toss.
Coin toss. 50-50. I think it's a win.
At Chiefs.
Loss. Because I think Kansas City's coming off of a loss in week 1.
Texans. Yeah.
Coin toss, 50-50.
Commanders.
It's at home. I'm going to give it to them. Commanders win.
Oh, I think they lose the Commanders. I think the Commanders
win.
Who's going to win that game? The Colts?
Colts.
In Washington?
No, it's home. It's at home.
No, it's not.
Yes,
October
it is.
4th.
October 4th. It says versus Washington.
No, it's Indianapolis Colts at Washington Commanders. Oh, no. London.
Oh,
that's why.
Coin toss. Who knows?
Coin toss.
I have no clue. The weather could be terrible. If the weather's bad, that's a domed team going to London. It could just be a downpour.
Dude, their schedule is tough. At Steelers.
Steelers suck.
Okay.
I don't believe in that team.
Okay.
I think it's a good defense. I don't believe in that team. They're not making the playoffs. I've said it for 6 straight years, and they find a way to be 500. I'm always going to be wrong.
Titans win. At Vikings.
Kyler Murray's my comeback player of the year. I'm giving it
So
to Minnie.
sick.
I'm giving it to the Vikings.
At Jaguars.
Loss.
Cowboys. At home.
Win.
Whew. I don't know, man. I think the Cowboys might be a team that's got to arrow up. They have a healthy
defense good enough?
We'll find out. I mean, we'll find out. Dolphins win. At Texans.
Loss.
Giants win.
Big win.
At Eagles.
Coming off of a bye week, though, gives them a chance. I think they go into Philly and they win.
Okay. At Titans.
Win.
Bengals.
Is Joe Burrow healthy?
Yes.
Shootout. Loss.
Browns.
Win.
Jaguars.
At home?
Yep. See, basically, we just called for an 8 to 10 win season.
Yeah. I think Indy's a good team. If Daniel Jones is healthy and Jonathan Taylor plays 17 games, it's really tough to count them out.
Colts beat the Broncos last year.
Yes.
And that was, that was a defensive abomination for the Broncos. That was about the worst they played all year. And Daniel Jones had one of those unbelievable production days.
Well, at the end of that game, wasn't there that penalty on the Broncos?
Yes.
The Colts got 2 chances at the end of that game.
Daniel Jones was 23 of 34 for 316 yards.
Yeah, he balled out.
And Jonathan Taylor had 25 for 160 freaking
Also
5.
balled out.
Holy smokes.
But what was the penalty on the Broncos?
Freaking Colts almost had 500 yards against the best defense on planet Earth. And what week was that, Raj? That was week 2.
They should have won that game.
Yeah,
Dude, they should have won that game.
Dude,
It was a 60-yard field goal. They took a 15-yard penalty.
Raj, but the total yard discrepancy was 473 to 324.
They should have won that game. You can't convince me they should have won that game. They were so close to being a 15-1 football team last year. Sorry, 16-1 football team, right? 17 games now? Because the LA game the next week, which is another game that you look at and you go, you really shouldn't have won that thing. Justin Herbert threw for 300.
As we do this schedule, win-loss game. Can I just remind all of our listeners, all of the Broncos fans out there, can we just have a moment of truth here? And just to come back to some reality of what's to come. These are your first 6 games, Broncos. Denver Broncos at Kansas City Chiefs.
They're going to win it. I had my first blush when I have them, because I have my notes from when we did this. The day that the schedule came out, I had them losing on the road. I have now changed that.
The Jacksonville Jaguars with a healthy Travis Hunter and a healthy team is going to come week 2 to Denver.
Revenge game.
The LA Rams, arguably one of the best rosters in football, coming to Empower Field week 3. You're going to the 49ers week 4.
You know the last time that the Broncos beat the Rams was?
They haven't played a whole lot. I'd guess like 98?
Close. 2002.
Okay.
September 8th of 2002. You know the last time they actually beat the Los Angeles Rams was?
Oh, that was 93?
1988.
Wow.
November the 27th. They beat them 35-24.
At San Francisco, and you're gonna be seeing a healthy George Kittle. He's back. You're gonna be seeing a team that the power plant hasn't taken its toll yet, like it typically does near Levi's Stadium and their facility there in Santa Clara. And then you go at the Chargers, which has been an Achilles heel for the Broncos under Sean Payton and Bo Nix. And then you play the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. It's your first 6 freaking games.
It's brutal.
Holy,
it's absolutely brutal.
And those are all teams that have, like, every one of those teams, probably actually minus the Chiefs, those are all teams that right now, going into the season, have the feeling of arrow up.
Oh, the Chiefs still think that the arrow's up. They have Patrick Mahomes in his early 30s.
It's still...
The arrow's still up. It's Patrick Mahomes in his early 30s.
And they have Kenneth Walker the third.
Like, arrow's still up. Anytime anytime that number 15 is throwing the football, the arrow's up for them. I hate to say it.
Is that the most brutal 6-game start in the history of the NFL?
It's pretty bad. Every one of those teams thinks they can win a Super Bowl. I think if you look at it from
you're
the
right about
outside
that.
in, Jacksonville, you go, really? Jacksonville's the one that I can throw out.
The way that they looked last year, like even how they lost in the playoffs, you're sitting there like, that team could very easily be there. I mean, they ended up losing... Oh, gosh. They lost 27-24 to the freaking Bills, man. And they had that game won.
The only 2 teams in that 6-game stretch to start the season that would shock me if they won a Super Bowl would be Jacksonville and the Chargers.
But the Chargers are, I mean...
I could talk myself into it, right? I could talk myself by looking at the rosters and looking at the coaching staffs. And the Chargers defense is worthy of a Super Bowl. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. And if Justin Herbert turns into like what Justin Herbert should be,
what he looks like,
right?
What he plays like a majority of the season,
without a doubt. Jacksonville, I don't know if I could talk myself into, but Kansas City, the Rams, the 49ers, and Seattle, yeah, without a doubt. It's a brutal stretch. If you walk out of that stretch at 3-3, you are laughing. 4-2, you're on the way to the 1 seed again. I can see where like regression from a schedule standpoint, from a record standpoint, is real for a lot of these people. But being a 12-5 team this year as compared to 14-3 last year is not regression. They'll still base it. I think they'll win the AFC West with 12 games. I'm not backing off of 12-5.
I believe the Broncos win. I think they win 11, 12, or 13 this year. They're not going to win 14.
If they go 4-2 in that 6-game stretch, they can win 14.
But if they go, yeah, they could.
3-3, you probably can't do it, but 4-2, you can do it. That's the pathway to a 14-win season. And 14 wins will get you the 1 seed again. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Morning Sprint. Wine time is this Friday night at Elitch Gardens. You can sip your way through 14 different wine stations. Enjoy great bites, a live DJ, and more. Make sure you get your tickets right now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine Time is presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. Learn more at thehalliburtonlawfirm.com. If you missed your keyword to text in for rock, paper, tickets, don't worry. Your next one is coming up at 11:20, and then you can continue listening throughout the day every single hour between 20 and 40. You will hear a keyword, and then you can text that one in to 303-504-0925, and that's your chance to qualify for our 64-person live rock, paper, scissors tournament on Tuesday, September 1st, and the winner of that tournament gets tickets to go see Denver and Kansas City Week 1 at Arrowhead. Flights, hotels, tickets, the whole kit and caboodle, but you got to be listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 all week long between 20 and 40. We are going through regression, and what does regression mean for the Broncos and for the Jaguars and for the Patriots? And my question to you was, out of the Jags, Pats, and Broncos, which one falls out of the playoffs? You said none. All three of them are going to find a way. And through that process, I think we talked ourselves into saying that Indy is also a playoff team next year. So if we have...
No.
I think we just talked him into a 10-win season.
You did. I was on the 8-win. I was on the 8-win side of things. That's how, like...
All right.
Just about everyone that you called Indy for, that was like a...
I was 50-50, you're saying they're losing?
Yeah.
All right, so let's...
I don't trust Daniel Jones, man. He's never been the guy that's a back-to-back-to-back guy. He was a flash in the pan in New York as a Giant, was he not?
Yeah, that's what got him that crazy contract.
And then it all fell apart.
Then he threw like 6 touchdown passes in New York over the course of the next 3 years.
Dude, I forgot about this. I had one of my worst coaching games of my career at Notre Dame in a really bad 2016 season. We lost at home at Notre Dame Stadium to Duke. And like, it's so funny. I go back and look at it. There was a freshman quarterback playing for Duke, and his name was Danny Jones. It's Daniel freaking Jones. And it's like, that's who he is. He's the guy that's like, comes out of nowhere and all of a sudden delivers the goods, and then he either gets hurt or there's regression in his game. I just don't trust Daniel Jones, the quarterback.
So who are your other 4 playoff teams then? If Denver, Jacksonville, and the Patriots are all in, you have 4 other spots to fill. I don't care if they're winning a division or if they're a wild card.
Okay, Bills are in.
Okay, 3 left. So you have 2 out of the AFC West or AFC East. I think we can get rid of the rest of the AFC East. Jets and Dolphins are not making the postseason.
Yes, correct. So I have Bills. I've got Bengals and Ravens this year.
So just one team from the AFC South's getting in. Houston's defense is missing the postseason. That defense is losing.
I think this is the year where
9 games
where the wheels officially come off for CJ Stroud.
Okay.
It feels like it's been building. Even the haircut. Just doesn't, I don't know, he doesn't look like that guy right now. And then I believe I have a weird feeling about Kansas City this year. Like the dynasty's over.
Dangerous thought.
I know. Sorry. I should unsay that. I apologize.
I don't think you should apologize. It's just a dangerous thought.
I don't trust their bodies. And I don't trust the age of the body of Patrick Mahomes.
And then the age of Kelsey and Chris Jones.
100%. And they also did away with having, they had a top 5 corner in the NFL and they traded him. And even Kenneth Walker III, like, I don't know if I trust his body because of what he went through a year ago. He's a bell cow. He's written hard and hung up wet to dry, man. How many years can you do that in a row? I don't know if I trust the Chiefs. I think it actually, crazy as it sounds.
So you've got the Chiefs out.
Chargers in.
Chargers in. So your 2 teams in the AFC West are the Broncos and the Chargers. Your 1 team in the South, the Jags. 2 teams in the North, the Bengals and Ravens.
Just quarterback play. I still trust the quarterback play there.
2 teams in the East, the Bills and Pats. It's a pretty solid group of 7.
It's a little outlandish with the omission of KC. It's slightly outlandish with the omission of both Houston and Indy.
So it's only 1 new playoff team then.
And that would be
Cincinnati. Did Baltimore miss the postseason last year?
I thought they did.
No, because who won that division? Didn't Baltimore win that division last year?
Yeah.
No, Pittsburgh won it.
Pittsburgh won it.
Pittsburgh had 10 wins last year. It's insane.
And Tomlin got fired, right?
Tomlin is, no longer. I wouldn't say fired. They moved on. Tomlin is not the the head coach in
Because he
Pittsburgh
did
this
the thing where he won 10, won the division, lost in the first round of the playoffs 24-7. Or no, I don't know what they did.
They mutually parted ways, and they lost in the first round.
What's Tomlin doing these days?
I think
Broadcasting?
Tomlin is now on, I want to say CBS. I think he's going to be part of the CBS broadcast. I've seen some commercials with him in it over the past couple of days. I can't remember what company it's for, what broadcast company it's for. Mike McCarthy, now the head coach in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. All right, so 2 new teams. You've got Baltimore and Cincy getting in. That's not a bad group of 7. And 2 new teams, sure.
Can you really, really bank on a Joe Burrow in his air quote prime missing the postseason in back-to-back years?
If healthy, absolutely.
Would it be back-to-back-to-back years? Because he had the injury year the year before where Jake Browning was in a ton. And, like, it was bad in Cincinnati.
The Bengals have, when's the last time they made the postseason?
It's got to be 24.
24.
Yeah.
If memory
Wait, no. They missed the postseason 24, I thought.
Yeah, I can't have that guy missing the postseason if healthy. He's too good.
And Lamar, like, Lamar has some imperfections without question. Probably good to have a little bit of kind of like Lamar Jackson's, I think, getting a rebirth in the form of having a new head coach. And I don't think that's the worst thing. I mean, Raj, the last time this is crazy.
2022.
The Bengals have missed the playoffs in 23, 24, 25.
9-8, 9-8, 6-11.
Jeez. I mean, some conversations need to be had about if the Bengals miss this year. They get
and they missed the postseason the reason why we thought they made the postseason in 2024 was the year that Burrow was a freak. Burrow led the league.
Oh, he had crazy.
He had like
numbers.
5,000 passing yards, 43 touchdowns. I think he had single-digit interceptions that year. He was a freak. And they went 9-8 because the defense was just atrocious. But if he's healthy, yeah, I think they're good enough. And I think they've done enough on the defensive side to make them not like the worst defense in the league. And that'll simply be enough. But if he gets hurt, if he gets hurt, they're like a 5-win team. They're garbage without that guy. NBC for Tomlin. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. NBC for Tomlin, not CBS. All right, those are your 7 teams. I've got Denver, Kansas City.
Are you going to go all 3? Are you going to do the trifecta again? Because they did it 2 years ago. The AFC West had the trifecta.
Denver and Kansas City. I'm just going to go off the bat because Mahomes is back, and I just don't see them missing the postseason if he plays a full season. Jacksonville, I think I agree with you that Houston falls off. I've got Cincinnati winning the North. I've got the Bills winning the East, and I have 2 more spots left for these teams. Indy, Baltimore, New England, and the Chargers. 1 team has to go out of those 3. Indy, Chargers, Pats. I think the Chargers get in, and they go 3 playoff teams out of the West. And I think the Patriots, with that schedule and with some regression coming, I think the Pats miss out. I think there's 1 team that's coming out of the East.
Let's not forget about what's happened in New England this offseason. That matters, Raj.
The Vrabel circus?
I mean,
stop talking about that. That was like, it's all we talked about for like 3 straight weeks.
Yeah, because it was April Sports Talk Radio. April, after our teams had been eliminated from the postseason. Yeah, I agree. I do have questions about New England. I do. I have questions about Drake May. I do. But they're still New England. And they're still willing to get down however you need to get down. Now that another Belichick disciple's out in there.
Yeah, there we go. I've got the Pats, Bengals.
Well, you want the
Jags,
Pats in?
Pats are in. Or sorry, Bills.
Thank you.
Bengals, Jags, Broncos, Chargers, Chiefs. Colts.
So no Jags.
No, Jags are winning the South.
Okay, Jags win the South, but Colts are in.
Colts are in.
It's not a bad
Houston
decision.
out. Baltimore, Pittsburgh out. New England out. I think that's solid. I think I could win that. I'm taking a chance on the Colts. I'm taking a big chance on the Colts and a big chance on the Texans.
Your 7. Let's name the quarterbacks, the starting quarterbacks from your 7.
Josh Allen.
Yep.
Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Jones.
Mm.
Bo Nix.
Yep.
Patrick Mahomes. Justin Herbert.
Pretty good. All top 15 quarterbacks.
All quarterbacks that are good enough to get
maybe
it done.
12, maybe top 12.
Maybe not Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's where, and that's why I have the Colts missing. Because I like they're good defensively. They're not like world
great.
beaters.
If the Colts make it, it's because
Jonathan Taylor
is the best running back in the game this year. That's the reason why.
I worry about him because how much. I mean, you want to talk about?
He's been doing it for years.
Tread on the tires. There's the question there, right? And they rode that horse hard last year. That little pony got ridden. He was a colt.
Jonathan Taylor, over the course of 6 years, has rushed the ball over 1,500 times.
Yeah.
He led the league in rushing attempts with 323 last year, led the league with 18 touchdowns, 84 first downs, and nearly 1,600 yards.
How many pass touches did he have last year? Do you have that in front of you?
He had...
I mean, guess it's like...
He had 369 total touches from scrimmage. And 46 receptions on 55 targets. He's utilized so much.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, if that car is done, if you've driven it off the lot and the value is tanked, then the Colts are tanked.
If they got a lemon, they're in trouble.
I think your list is a little bit more realistic. I've taken a big chance on Daniel Jones in the Colts.
The area that the one that both you and I are taking a risk on is the team that has consistently been there since this quarterback's been in the NFL. It's the Texans. But I think we all want to move on from the Texans because when they get to the playoffs, it's just kind of gross. It's just bad football. So we'll see how that all plays out.
Congratulations to our qualifier, Charles Gray. Charles Gray, you are one of the 64 contestants for Rock, Paper, Tickets, our 64-person live tournament, which takes place on Tuesday, September 1st, Rooftop Social in Rhino. If you are not Charles Gray and you have not qualified yet for our grand prize for Denver and Kansas City Week 1 Monday Night Football at Arrowhead, your next keyword sounder comes up in about 25 minutes from right now. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude 92.5. It's the morning sprint. Coach and Raj and you guys. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Did you see the new NFL rivalries jerseys that came out for the NFC North and the AFC South?
I did not.
Yeah. So we've got new helmets and uniforms for the Bears, Lions, Packers.
Oh, I did see this.
Vikings, Texans, Colts, Jags, and Titans.
Did you see the debut of the Chicago Bears NFL rivalry jersey?
Do you not like it?
Did you see the picture of it?
Yes.
Did you see who they used?
Isn't that Cole Kmet?
Okay, so I think we might be talking about two different.
I saw one picture
Okay.
where they're sitting there, and I think Cole Kmet is.
Cole Kmet's definitely in it. Who
Right.
played for me at Notre Dame. That's not who I was thinking about. Okay, this is the one right here. Just knowing the player. Okay.
Oh my goodness. No, I have not seen that picture. Oh my. That is
This
the
is
most
Caleb Williams.
sultry photo of Caleb Williams in an orange room with orange pants, spreading them
eagle.
out
Spread
for
eagle.
everyone to see. That's the most OnlyFans coded photo I've
Is that
seen
not
in
crazy?
NFL history.
I was like,
I didn't know what you were talking about. I was like, oh yeah, I
No.
saw the photo of Cole Kmet. It looks fine. It's not that big of a deal.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but Green Bay account has that picture, like a Green Bay fan account.
Okay.
Has that picture of Caleb Williams.
Do you
and
want to
say-
show me the tweet before you say
Yeah,
it?
yeah. Good.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say that.
Okay,
you can
good.
remove the first word of that phrase.
They really put Caleb Williams in the chair.
There you go.
The guy that, like the corner of the room chair.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay.
Well, you painted the picture properly. I hadn't seen the Caleb Williams photo.
Dove
That's
Kleiman.
amazing.
Dove Kleiman has Caleb Williams as the zestiest QB ever. So good.
Dude, you know what? Caleb Williams pissed me off so much when he was at USC because I didn't think he was a serious quarterback. But the fact that he like doubles and triples and quadruples down on, I'll use the Gen Z term, the zest that he brings to the table.
Yes.
He just feels like the cockiest guy in the room, and I kind of love it.
This guy says, Caleb Williams out here taint mogging the NFL. Sorry, I know
All that
I
to
know what
say-
mogging means now because of my kids, and that's not inappropriate, by the way.
No,
it's
it's not.
basically like you're just trying to show off that you're better looking
Right.
than everybody, and
You're stealing the
positioning,
spotlight.
his positioning is as such that he's showing off the area that is between two said individual areas.
Back to the original thought. I think the Bears uniforms are sweet. And they also have this like new third logo, which is a football and it says Chicago. And then there's like a bear kind of lazily draped over the top of the football. It's sick. Like it looks really cool. Houston's white jerseys with the powder blue and red. Sorry. Yeah. From the Oilers days. Awesome. They're H-Town jerseys. I think the logo is a little crazy, but the jersey rocks. I've always had a soft spot for when Indy plays in black or gray. I'm cool with that. On the opposite side of the equation, I think the Bills uniform, which is not part of this rivalry series,
but it was a miss.
trash uniform. The really interesting one is talk about zest. Talk about fashionistas. Have you seen what the Jacksonville Jaguars are wearing this year?
Is that like is it almost mustardy?
No. They're wearing black cheetah print pants.
Ooh.
They're wearing, as though they were Jaguars, little cheetah print pants. And I think it's kind of hilarious. You can't see it. The colors on the screen behind me, if you guys are watching on YouTube or Twitch, the colors on the screen don't pop. What you can't see is a cheetah print on those pants. And you know what? If you're the Jags, you got to try that. You got to try something like that to be a little bit different. Because if it hits, it hits. Now, if you get smacked in those uniforms, there's the the sissy component of it.
The Bears is so good.
The Bears is fantastic.
I think. Do you like the Packers?
Yeah.
They kind of have that interlocking GB. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
the
good
throwback.
enough.
It's almost like a Major League Baseball logo.
And it's kind of that like old-timey, washed-out green. Yeah, Green Bay did it right.
Colts, the gray one.
I have a soft spot for it. I got to see it on the field. So I'm going to say that my jury is out. Detroit has white on white with black numbers.
Ooh, those Titans are filthy.
Titans are sweet.
Holy smokes, those are nice.
And Minnesota has like a more muted.
Theirs seems a little bit like, huh? Like it's like that picture that
Is it really different?
It's the before and after picture of who was it? It was like the weight loss picture of like a 50-year-old male, and it's the same picture. He just has a tan in the second one.
Yeah, they've kind of muted the purple, and then they made some sort of like Norse interlocking thing on the shoulder. It looks okay.
Yeah, Vikings
it's not great.
is pretty
The
muted.
Vikings one is awesome.
The Titans.
Sorry, the Titans.
It's awesome.
Titans is fantastic.
Music City. It's got that's honestly what their jersey should probably be, period. That is awesome. I'm a sucker for new uniforms. I'm a sucker. I love Detroit's kind of
Detroit is, we've seen that before. It'll look fine. It will look just fine on the field.
Yeah, Vikings is
I'm excited for a Broncos rivalry jersey to show up sometime next year or the year after that.
I got a great idea for it. They should go like completely like off the beaten path and just look up 1987 Denver Broncos football jersey and just do it. We'll be good. Call it a day.
Well, don't they already have it?
They need to do it all the time.
They already have it. Well, a white version would be sweet.
They did that
The
in
Broncos
they did that in 2023.
No, but they didn't do the true like Elway orange
They
crush
did the white.
throwbacks.
They did the white helmet, and it was it was beautiful.
People have been asking for, because the Broncos alternate throwback jersey might be the very best in the NFL. And it's actually going up against another might be the best in the NFL this year when they play Seattle in week 6. And they get orange on blue. Those two things are unreal.
The Broncos should never do anything with an alternative uniform except for every possible iteration of the throwback look. And what I don't even care if you do navy blue.
No, can't do navy blue. Nope. You just got to, if you're going to commit to the throwback, commit to the throwback.
I just like the D. And I love the bright orange. I don't really, everything else is all, to me, it's all gravy. As long as they just give me every possible iterate. Because I think, am I right in saying this? The throwback white helmet was outlined in navy, I believe.
It was navy. It was not the
I
electric
thought it looked
blue.
great. I thought it looked great.
I'm not saying it didn't look good. It was a good looking white on white jersey with the throwback D. But people have been asking for the exact opposite of their current throwback uniforms. Just give us blue helmet, white jersey, white pants, and those same beautiful orange, blue, white, orange striped socks.
I mean, Raj, that was beautiful.
Yeah, it was good looking.
That's not good looking.
It ain't as good as the other one.
I was at that game too. That was one of the games after I got let go at CU that I took the family to.
Javonte Williams and
Russell
Wilson.
And I'll never forget. I was like, there was the item of the day in the Broncos store in the stadium was that helmet. It was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
Would you do like what Colorado State did?
Like the state of Colorado?
Yeah.
I don't think.
Or has that been done too much?
It's been done a lot.
The Avs did it. The Nuggets have had jerseys that are similar. Remember when the Avs did it?
Not really.
A couple of seasons ago, they had the reverse retro jersey, or like the
was it the
remix
Colorado
jersey.
Rockies?
No, what they did was it was their normal Avalanche cut of the jersey. And then they had the C logo.
Oh.
And it was in Colorado State flag colors. Now, it wasn't like the true blue. It was the navy blue.
The Colorado flag hits crazy hard.
It might be too much.
For the Broncos, yes. The Broncos, it's too iconic. Although, like, the Colorado flag does not have, like, bright orange in it. Am I right in saying that?
Absolutely not. What are you talking about? How long have you lived here? There is not a hint of orange in the Colorado flag.
You sure?
Yes.
Oh, it's because there's yellow.
There's not a hint of orange.
It's the combination. So it's the red and the yellow. The C
How
is.
How colorblind are you?
Stop. It's the C is bright red, and the circle in the middle of the C, which is the sun, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Emblematic of the sun. Red plus yellow equals orange. My brain does crazy things.
What type of dyslexic gymnastics
it's not
is going on
dyslexic
in
gymnastics.
your head?
It's just you combine colors. I see what it could be. I can see the beauty in you, even if there is none.
Were you part of the ESPN NFL CTE thing?
No.
Is that what's happening in your head
I didn't
right
get
now?
enough reps, unfortunately.
How nuts is that? 25% is the low bar on samples that they took back from players who died between 2016 and 2021. 25%. had at least some stage of CTE. And there's a possibility that it could go as high as 93% of players, but they think that number is somewhere in the middle.
Here's the unfortunate reality of this study. I have had the absolute privilege and continue to have the absolute privilege of working with longtime NFL veteran players. I think I have 5 guys on my coaching staff in my high school program that, I mean, like they're honest with me about like the NFL is actively engaging this process. One of my coaches, and I'm not going to name names obviously, but the NFL, in wanting to make sure that they're taking care of their own now, because they weren't for years, are offering up studies to be done. And so I was missing one of my coaches for like 2 weeks. And like they're trying to get him the best possible care. And he's awesome. Like there's nothing I notice on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
He's about as good of a human and is about as sharp as there is as a ball coach. But he played for a long time in the National Football League. And he was gone for a while. He's just like, hey, I'm just hoping everything kind of comes back right and get the, all that stuff. Over the years of me coaching college football, I'll never forget, there was an office right next door to me, and I was next door to one of the best defensive backs in NFL history. And man, I was just like, dude, I feel so bad for some of the things that dude's going through. I feel so bad for some of the things that come out of his mouth that he has no control over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not even bad, like he wouldn't, like, just the questions that are asked sometimes, you're like, are you really serious? And it's unfortunate, and it's hard, and it's sad, and it gives me, as somebody who coaches this game and is around this game, like, I want to be, at least at Valor Christian High School, I want to be a refuge for those that played 10 plus years in the National Football, 8 plus, 6 plus years, I don't care, where they can keep their mind sharp and they can continue to do the things that help them, both getting outside, getting in the sun, being around people, being around relationships, seeing impact, seeing growth from kids that have never played the game to, like, that is so good for all these guys. And I have a passion for doing that, and I want to continue to do that.
Don't go anywhere. Your next keyword to get you guys inside for rock, paper, scissors. Again, we're giving away tickets for week 1, Denver at Kansas City. Your next keyword to qualify. Next. If you're looking for another keyword for rock, paper tickets, you are in the right place. But first, we got to kick off Chris's NFL notes every single day here on the Morning Sprint. With Coach and Raj, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with NFL notes. Listen throughout this segment, because at some point we will have a sounder. Well, you'll get your next keyword to text in and qualify for a chance to be part of a 64-person rock, paper, scissors tournament where the winner goes to Arrowhead to see Denver and Kansas City for week 1. Mitchie, what do you got first?
I'm number 1.
Number 10 on the NFL Top 100. You already know who it is. It is the best cornerback in the league. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Pat Surtain II. In 2025, 14 games, 47 tackles, 12 passes defended, 1 pick. When Pat was targeted in 2025, pass catchers averaged just 2.1 yards of separation. That's a sticky quarterback.
The nerd in me loves you so much, Chris Mitchell.
Yeah, this show's definitely gotten a little bit nerdier. I like it. I'm a nerd.
Little PlayStation sound.
Oh, yeah.
Every single time.
See, I'm an Xbox guy.
It should play in the stadium when he has like a pass defense.
That's a great. Did you come up with that concept, Mitchie?
I haven't heard it before. I think this is a Mitchie staple.
I don't think I've
a
heard
Mitchie
anyone else
original.
do it.
Something like that.
So you invented it.
Invented, yes.
Gosh, what an inventor.
It's pretty good. So if you guys are listening, the sound people, hey, and you know who I know listens to this show? Connor McGahee. I'm sure you know somebody out there. Any team, or any time rather, that there is a incomplete that goes Pat Surtain's way. I need McGahee's button right there. Right there. PlayStation button.
Pass intended for number 4, Rashee Rice, defended by Pat Surtain is...
Incomplete.
Done.
Pretty good.
It was good.
It's pretty good.
Pills are good.
Yeah, that guy rocks. The fact that he is not the highest paid corner in the NFL is a joke.
It's also great for the Broncos.
It's the best thing in the world for the Broncos.
Timing is everything.
They've gotten away with it, and
timing is everything.
They were
That's
able
why
to
they
just
threw a bunch of $1 million at him just for fun.
Here's some fun money. Thank you.
Go buy an island.
Thank you for costing us only $12 million against the cap. You know the Broncos who were more expensive against the cap than the very best corner in the league?
Russell Wilson was last year.
Russell Wilson was last year. Can you name the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players against the cap that cost more than Pat Surtain this year?
Mike McGlinchey.
That's number 1. 23.
Garrett Bowles.
Almost 24. Garrett Bowles? No.
What?
Garrett Bowles against the cap this year, $8.4 million.
Zach Allen.
Another steal. Zach Allen, number 2, 16.4.
Give me Quinn Miners.
Quinn Miners'
his deal hasn't hit yet, right?
9.2. He jumps up to 25.4 next year against the cap.
Changes. God, give it to me. I'm
You have
struggling.
4 players left. 2 of
Courtland
them on
Sutton.
defense and 2 of them on offense. Courtland Sutton is one of them at $13.975 million. You have 3 players left now. 2 on defense, 1 on offense.
Please don't tell me it's Evan Ingram.
Evan Ingram, $14.1 million.
Oh, gosh.
2 players on defense.
Oh, Talanoa Hufanga?
Talanoa Hufanga just above Pat Surtain at $13.5 million, and the 3rd highest paid player in terms of cap hit this year for the Broncos.
It's not Nick Benito, is it?
It's not Nick Benito.
It is an interior D lineman?
It is an interior defensive lineman.
It is DJ Jones.
It is DJ Jones at 14.57.
Holy
You
cow.
did a fantastic job.
Yeah, I missed a couple. Sorry about that.
Not really. I mean, you were in the ballpark with Quinn Miners and Garrett Bowles. The fact that those guys, like the reason why you're in a championship window right now is Surtain, Bowles, and Benito against the cap this year cost you something like $29 million.
The 2026 Denver Broncos, are they the anti-Denver Nuggets?
Yes, absolutely. There ain't a second apron anywhere in sight for the Broncos. Mitchie, what's next?
We got a trade.
What?
The Houston Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte yesterday from the New England Patriots.
You know what Houston said? You know, I just coached against a team from Houston. Collectively, the city said, I want some of that Boutte over there. And it came over. It came over.
In exchange, the Texans sent over safety Jalen Reed and a 2028 7th-round pick.
Shaking his head.
The Texans make this move a week after losing Jaden Higgins to a torn ACL for the season. Boutte had started 10 games last season, had 33 catches for 551 yards and 6 touchdowns.
It's just the most dad joke thing of all time. How long were you sitting on that?
It just
30 minutes?
No, it came to me.
Are you sure about that?
I promise you. I promise you. I just want a piece of that bootay.
All right, so I know they bring in A.J. Brown, but the Patriots got rid of their number 1 and 2 pass catchers last year.
They got
for wide receivers.
How good is Brown going to be?
Good. A.J. Brown is a very, very good wide receiver.
I like this. Michael Rowland just coming home with the dad joke vibes.
It's so good.
You know what the Texans did? They made a bootay call.
He's on fire!
The Patriots look at him and go, nah, he booty.
We don't need that, man. That kid booty. He ain't bootay.
I hate us so much. So their pass catchers last year for the Patriots on a season in which you could have convinced me that Drake May was the MVP last year. You had Stephon Diggs, 1,000 yards in 17 games, no longer on the team. Hunter Henry, still on the team as your tight end, your number 1, is still there at 770 yards. He had 7 scores and 87 targets, 60 receptions. Keyshawn Boutte out. Is Mac Hollins still there?
I think he is.
Okay. Demario Douglas?
Okay.
Question mark?
Who are you?
Your other wide receivers?
Mac Hollins is I think he's one of the leaders in the clubhouse right now.
Okay.
Outside of A.J. Brown. I mean, he's just.
Romeo Doubs. Did we say Romeo Doubs?
Oh,
already?
you're right. Yeah, Romeo Doubs was acquired in the offseason by the Patriots.
Right, but not on the team last year. So I'm looking.
Gotcha.
I'm looking at their team from last year. That really solid offense from last year, where Drake May threw for 72%.
Was he the runner-up for?
He was the runner-up in the MVP. How many yards did he throw for? He threw for
4,300,
something like that. Can't see it in front of me right now. But led the league in QBR, and he had 47 sacks, but finished second.
For 4,394.
4,394.
Is that what I called?
Thank you very
4,300.
much. Yeah, you said something
31
like that.
teeters, 8 and enters.
I think it's one of the reasons why they're going to step back. You're putting a whole bunch on A.J. Brown's shoulders. You're putting everything on A.J. Brown's shoulders. Moving on from all those pass catchers. They make the playoffs? No, they're not. They're going to miss it.
I don't feel. I called them to make it, right?
No, I think you had them missing.
No, I had them in.
You had them in? They were part of your 7? Yes, they were part of your 7.
Yeah.
Yes, they were one of the first 2 teams that you had. I have them missing. You have them making it. Probably as a wild card team is my guess. Mitchie, what's next?
Damn. He ain't going to be in rush hour 3.
The Big Ten is attempting to put their foot down on the whole players returning to college football from the NFL thing. Sources told Pete Thamel that the conference is set to pass a rule today that states any player who has declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster. Ohio State coach Ryan Day said on Monday they have to, quote, at least consider the possibility of adding eligible players cut from NFL rosters like LSU and King of the Carnies Lane Kiffin did. Quote, did I like anything about it? Absolutely not. But we got to do what's right for Ohio State, end quote.
It changes every single day in college football. Who's allowed to play, who isn't, who has the 5th-year option. Could Diego Pavia go back?
It's so funny.
Yeah, it's what it is at this point.
I know you.
That's what it is.
Because that's such a huge thing in the NFL with rookie quarterbacks that are drafted in the first round. You have the 5th-year option. Now we're talking about the 5th-year option with college football players. What I absolutely hated is, did you see the SEC statement that they made about this? The SEC came out, and this was yesterday, saying after a Monday evening video conference of the presidents and chancellors of the Southeastern Conference, the conference is issuing the following statement. And this is what they said. I want you to listen very closely. College athletes, not former professional athletes, have been at the heart of the Southeastern Conference. Individuals who choose to leave college athletics, sign professional playing contracts, and compete professionally should not then be permitted to return to college competition. And then this is the statement that just had me laughing and literally fell out of my chair laughing. Allowing that to occur will blur the line between college and professional sports, creating significant competitive equity concerns. Really, Southeast Conference? You've been paying these dudes for decades and turning a blind eye. And who's professional? Who's amateur? Who's a pro? Who's a college player? Get the frick out of here with that SEC. You guys are a bunch of freaking frauds.
College sports are for college athletes is the very next sentence in that statement.
Yeah.
The current confusion around national eligibility standards emphasizes the need to advance the Protect College Sports Act.
Guess what, SEC chancellors and all you ruined college football. You know why? Because you couldn't police your own people that were dropping $400,000 bags off at five-star linebackers' houses, of which I recruited against 15 years ago. And it was happening. And it's what built Alabama into what Alabama did. And then guess what happened? Georgia picked up the guy that was helping deliver the bags. And guess what they did? They won back-to-back titles and essentially aggregated all of the talent in college football that has made up almost all of the talent in the National Football League, and that's the Georgia Bulldogs.
You talking about my boyfriend, Brown?
He was part of it, but Kirby was the...
It was Kirby, but
he was the OG.
You talking about my boyfriend, Brown, at Syracuse?
Fran knew he knew how to get down.
He was the number one recruiter in the country for a handful of years.
He knew how to get down. He knew where the boosters were. He knew how to get the bags in the right places. Come on, man.
Is there a reason why Syracuse went out and got that guy?
Yep, but is there a reason why now everybody can pay money and so it's not working as well anymore?
It doesn't matter anymore. The Orange are still terrible.
That's why the Big Ten all of a sudden now they're paying people because they weren't really doing it before. And now all of a sudden the Big Ten's winning every single national title. Huh?
You mentioned one team at the start of that rant, Alabama. Greater chance Alabama as the preseason 16, right in the middle. Greater chance they make the playoff or are unranked at the end of the season.
Unranked at the end of the season.
Whoa. They have a 4-game stretch of really tough games. Outside of that, pretty easy. East Carolina, Kentucky, Florida State, South Carolina, and then they go home against Georgia, on the road at Tennessee, home against A&M, on the road at LSU. They have like a 4-game stretch in the middle where the wheels could just fall off.
Yep.
But outside of that, it's like Chattanooga and Vandy, who doesn't have a quarterback anymore. They could make something happen. But if they lose those 4 games, home against Georgia, home against A&M, on the road at LSU,
who's their
Tennessee,
first game? Who's their opener?
East Carolina.
Yeah.
And then they go on the road to Kentucky. They should beat Kentucky. Home against Florida State and South Carolina could kind of go anywhere. Never really know. And then on the road at Mississippi State, they should smack
if they start
Mississippi
4-0, if they start 4-0, they're going to the playoffs. If they have a loss, I think that Kalen DeBoer ends up getting fired in their first 4.
Does he have the hottest seat in college football right now? Kalen DeBoer?
Somebody last year. Gosh, who is? Oh, Lincoln Riley. That seat's got to be toasty.
Where are they? They're 12? Yeah.
Steve Sarkisian's seat's got to be toasty if he doesn't.
If they don't get deep.
Yeah.
Like Texas needs to be a national semifinalist this year for Sarkisian's job to be completely healthy. If the Arch Manning thing is true, like he's the next comer.
Who else is toasty? Is Coach Prime?
No, he owns it up there, man. Like, it has to be a complete dumpster fire.
There's a new Lovo in town who came by way of the Lobo.
AD.
The new young AD. So
who else would be on a hot seat right now?
Ryan Day?
No, he won a title.
That's the cushiest seat in the world right now.
He won a title 2 years ago. How's Ryan Day on the hot seat?
No, not for me.
I mean, how many current college football coaches that are in college football right now have won a national championship? Ryan Day.
Kurt Cignetti.
Kirby Smart. Dabo Sweeney.
Is Dabo's job hot?
Yeah.
It's been a handful of years where it's like, who are the Clemson Tigers?
Who else has won a title? Is that it?
I think that's it.
Because Urban's not around.
I think that's it.
Jim Harbaugh's in the National Football League. I mean, obviously, Gus Malzahn's no longer coaching as a head coach in college football.
I think you have them all. I'm pretty certain.
Twitch chat just said Luke Fickell. That's an interesting one. If Wisconsin is still
that
DOA.
seat. Guys, I interviewed for a quarterback job 2 years ago in Wisconsin. And when I sat down in their staff room, my tuchus started burning. The seats were so hot in that staff room.
Does a Super Bowl or a handful of Super Bowl rings count?
Nope. Because you're thinking about Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
But that seat's hot.
No, you're 4 are correct. Cignetti, Day, Swinney, Smart.
That's crazy.
Brent Venables?
They had a good finish the season last year. I was thinking that because
he just got an extension.
He did actually. Literally a matter of a week ago.
Oh, okay, never mind. Is Dan Lanning's seat? This is from the 548.
But
what if Oregon blows up again? They lose the big game?
Is Oregon synonymous with Chargers?
Yes.
And even the Herbertization of both. It's like, you should win this thing. You know what's so funny is I got the two nicest handwritten letters from the quarterback coach and offensive coordinator at the University of Oregon today. And they're stationary. The piece of paper and envelope that they sent it in probably cost $15.
Coach, did you say paper?
Paper?
You know what else is paper?
What's paper?
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Tissue.
Got to get a handle on some of the soft tissues. We've had a couple either strains, hamstring or groins.
Tissue.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's it. That's your keyword. Text tissue, 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 to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name. We will draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. That is right before this show turns in to PhD. You are qualifying for a chance to play in our epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at 6 p.m. at Rooftop Social in Rhino.
Just text in.
Just text it in.
Text in. You never know.
Tissue.
Tissue. And if you're
Tissue.
if you're an elite paper, scissor, rock participant, he's literally ASMRing, pulling out tissues and wasting them.
DMac, don't look, man.
Tissues. But text it in, tissue, to 303-504-0925 for your chance to compete in a paper, scissor, rock tournament. For your chance to go to the big game eastbound of here on a Monday in the National Football League.
You did a great job. You did a wonderful job. So very proud of you. All of that is powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
How about that?
303-504-0925
Thank you, Bud Light.
is
Thanks
where...
for being for us. We needed you in this moment.
It's where you guys can reach us. That is Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes. Jeez. NFL Notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That's Mountain High Appliance. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Text it in, tissue, to 303-504-0925. Wrapping things up here on a Tuesday, Raj and the coach. It's the morning sprint. PhD's next from noon to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home today, 3 to 6, just a handful of days before the Broncos play their final preseason game of the year against the Vikings, who debuted in New Jersey, part of the rivalry series with the NFC North and the NFC North? AFC South, I think, are the two divisions. Yeah.
You nailed it.
Those are the two ones. Vikings were the least aggressive of all of those teams in terms of like trying something new, but
they'll probably look really good on game day.
They'll look very good.
It's one of those deals where you're like, oh, that's kind of a nothing burger. And then you see the Norse interlocking chain on the shoulders.
It'll
you're
look
like,
good.
That's a pretty sweet chevron.
It'll look pretty good. I'm waiting for the Avs New Jersey to get leaked out. There's been a bunch of leaks, like the new GTA video game got leaked out by some like group, and now
You a GTA guy?
No, I was never allowed to have it as a kid.
Are you still not allowed to have it? Does Caitlin
Well,
not
no,
let
but
you?
like I mean, I'm not going out and like playing a game from 25 years ago down in my basement.
It's pretty degenerative gaming, is it not?
I think so.
Yeah. I've never played it.
I was
The
not
other
allowed
one-
to have it when I was like growing up as a teenager.
The other one that I'm always on the fence, well, not on the fence about, like my own kids are always talk about it, is COD, Call of Duty. I don't allow them to play that one.
That's my home.
I'm attempting to make sure that I don't raise young men that think about shooting things. On a
You want to become a man who is comfortable with bad words being said around you? Throw him into a COD lobby. Throw an Xbox 360 live headset on that kid's head, and he'll learn quick.
No, to be fair, I love shooting things, but not every day. Okay, like either for combat or for hunting for game purposes.
Where was I going
I
on
don't
the
know.
league thing?
I have no
Where
idea.
was my brain going? Oh, the jerseys? Yeah, I was hoping that
It's really good.
I was hoping that the Avs New Jersey, like their hometown remix jersey, was going to be leaked over the next few days. It certainly
New Jersey?
isn't.
I'm more of a New York guy. But
Yeah, there you go. Well done.
Dad joke Tuesday, baby.
Still no news on the Kel McCarr front. Still no news on the Arturi Lehkonen front. The questions around Joe Sakic the other day regarding to Bednar and Lehkonen and McCarr, far less information came out of Joe's mouth when it came to Lehkonen than it did Bednar and McCarr. They're expecting to get some sort of contract done before the season. I don't know if they're going to get it done before that 8-year deadline with McCarr, but he's going to sign something before the year starts, that those games start on September 30. I think he's going into this season with Arturi Lehkonen playing on a final year of his deal and saying we will cross this bridge next offseason.
I'm not mad about that.
I'm not mad about that at all. Like, I think you've kind of squeezed the Lecky juice. And with Bednar, he straight up came out and said, yeah, there's been other coaches that have coached on the final year of a deal. Like, this is not anything new. And that is telling me, for a guy that Joe Sakic loves, put up or shut up.
Is this the end of otherworldly Finnish run of players?
Yeah. They used to be like the Finnish home of the NHL.
I think you had something to do with that.
I'd like to think I had something to do. No. It's gone now. Yeah, like the Kivi Ranta, Rantanen, Lehkonen type of thing. I'm sure there was another Finn thrown around in there.
Wasn't there a netminder who was Finnish?
Oh yeah, Justus Onanen was a Finn.
There it is.
Very
I
good.
knew that.
Very good. Yeah, they've gone away from that now. I'd like those jerseys to be leaked anytime soon. You're talking about college football and the Big Ten and the SEC coming out and being the big boys in the room. Hey, we are not going to stand for professional athletes coming back to muddy our game, to muddy our innocent amateurs. I got caught in between amateurism and amateurs.
I didn't. You were looking for me to save you in that moment. I just
really
let you eat it. I just wanted to let you just amateur.
To sully our amateurs. If they're going to do that, and judges legally are going to set the precedent that, like, yeah, these dudes who get cut from NFL training camps and have a 5th year can still play. If you're a group of 5 team, if you're, say, the CSU Rams, you should be salivating. You should be scooping up these guys left, right, and center. You want to win that bid from the group of 5? Go take the dudes from the NFL. You're not going to find a better player than that. If you're a group of 5, you should be eating this up. Let the big conferences, let the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, the SEC
Be above reproach.
Be holier than thou.
You can be the model of incredible integrity of the game. the Southeast Conference has done a great job.
Oh, yes, they have.
Of upholding the integrity of the game, of football, basketball, big money sports. Boy, are they an innocent bunch. Just like their great little Southern Baptist Bible Belt communities. But CSU, on the other hand, hey, what's up? My name is Jim Mora. I coached in the National Football League for quite some time. I know everybody in the NFL, most of the NFL, in terms of directors of player personnel, general managers, and coordinators have worked for either my dad or me. Want to come and play for me? Yeah, we got some money over here in Fort Collins, Colorado. Hey, New Belgium, wanna pitch in here and have a juice drop?
Yeah, I wonder what Otterbox is doing these days.
Otterbox. There's an opportunity to get about 5 players that could completely change your roster.
If you are Boise State, New Mexico, Colorado State, San Diego State.
Oh, San Diego State.
If you're Memphis.
Like, if I'm San Diego State, I'm like, hey, you remember the San Diego Chargers? Yeah, they're not here anymore. What a great place to come for 4 months.
What an awesome place to go play football.
And then
go hang out on Mission Beach.
And be near all of the training that happens for all of the West Coast athletes that go on to the National Football League. Yeah, it's a tremendous opportunity. Who's going to take it? Who's going to take advantage of it first?
Because these players aren't going to get banned from college football. They're going to play. It doesn't make me feel any better about it. I think it kind of sucks. Like, if you declare for the NFL, if you leave, if you put on one of those jerseys and compete in one of those camps, I think you should forego your right to play college athletics. I think that's what it should be. But what I think and what I care about isn't going to change what's actually happening in front of us. So if you're running one of those programs, if you're not part of the Big Ten and the SEC, who has told the country that we are bigger and better than this, we are protecting our student athletes. That's amazing. You should be banging down the doors of those NFL players that are coming back for an extra year.
Is that bad for the game? For them to come back? I don't think it is. We've already let the toothpaste out of the tube, have we not?
It is professional sports.
It is what it is. I just think that in the NFL, in the SEC, which is the NFL, frankly, they don't like the fact that some of these teams had a jump start on some of these guys going back to college football. And so there was tampering going on. There was real tampering. Lane Kiffin was tampering with an active Cleveland Brown to say, what would be the best case scenario for you to make this team financially? I can pay more than that. That's crazy. Lane Kiffin, in his consistent trolling nature, he's outbidding the National Football League on players. And the SEC's like, no, you're not doing it, Lane. And that's why they're not doing it.
If it wasn't Lane, if Saban was still back in that league and coaching, if it was someone who had a little bit more of standing of...
We'll call it stately.
Sure. I think that's a great word.
I don't like integrity
outlook.
because I don't think anybody really buys integrity in Nick Saban. But he is a stately elder in the Southeast Conference and football world.
If it was one of those dudes, because they don't really exist anymore in the SEC. Like, those coaches have gotten younger and younger. And even if Kirby Smart wants to plant his flag as the elder statesman of the SEC.
But nobody buys it with him.
No one's going to buy it with
Nobody buys it with him. All you got to do is just look at the speeding reports in Athens, Georgia.
And Lane, who has been there, done that in almost every conference in the country, could probably plant his flag there. I'm the figurehead. No one's ever going to look at you, Lane Kiffin, and say that you are the stately Nick Saban figure.
No chance.
If it was Nick Saban doing this, would the SEC have been as forthright in their comments?
No, because Nick Saban was running that league. And he ran it until he couldn't run it anymore. Because all of a sudden everybody started paying. When he lost Kirby Smart to Georgia, that's when the money advantage left Alabama. And then when Kirby Smart had it, and then all of a sudden Lane Kiffin took it to Ole Miss, and other places started doing it to the level that Alabama was doing it, guess what started happening? the demise of the Nick Saban Alabama Crimson Tide. And then guess what happened once all of that got out of control? Everybody was about ready to blow up the SEC and turn them in for paying players illegally. And then when that happened, guess who didn't want to lose the product? ESPN, CBS, NCAA, SEC, all of the acronyms. And then it opened it up to the next big acronym, NIL. And guess who won at the end of the day? The Big Ten Conference. Because the SEC was just too unintelligent to police their own. And here they are. They won't win another title for a while, in my humble opinion.
See what's happening in like the PGA Tour and all the live golfers who are just done with that league after defecting a handful of seasons ago. Like Koepka made his decision to come back, and John Rahm has won the individual title like 3 out of 4 years. His team won the team event, which is supposed to be like the crown jewel of live, now that it's just dying on the vine.
Are people going to these events?
No, like no one's going to the events. Nobody's watching them. They won this massive team event over the weekend. The guys were as disinterested as I've ever seen a professional athlete at what should be the peak of not only their league, but their sport, with how live is thinking of them in the golf ecosystem. They're all coming back at some point, but Brian Rolapis says there is not currently a plan for the returning member program like you saw earlier this year, as I alluded to Patrick Reed and Brooks Koepka coming back. These dudes are going to have to, like DeChambeau and Rahm, two of the biggest names in the sport of golf, are going to have to go through smaller leagues. They're going to have to go through the DP World Tour. They're going to have to find their way back onto the PGA Tour and like win a couple of events to get into the higher track of golf now. It's going to be great theater. I'm actually like very, very interested in how the golf landscape comes out next year. Dude, back to the NCAA thing. If you're CSU, sign as many of the professional athletes as you possibly can. Go win that bid. Go be the highest ranked group of now 6 and get into the playoff. Screw it. Let those conferences be holier than thou. That's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford and Chris Mitchell behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD's coming up next. That is your next chance to win and qualify for rock, paper tickets. Our latest qualifier, congratulations to Kathleen Chappell. Kathleen Chappell, you are one of 64 in our live in-person rock, paper, scissors tournament Tuesday, September 1st. At the Rooftop Social in Rhino. If you didn't qualify with us, don't worry. 25 minutes from right now, your next window for a keyword opens up every single hour throughout the week, throughout the day. Between 20 and 40, listen for those sounders, those keywords. Text them in to 303-504-0925. And if you don't win this week, you can just show up on Tuesday, because we're drawing at least 4 at-large people at Rooftop Social on Tuesday night. It's going to do it for us today. Talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
You ever have family members, no matter how long you do something on the radio, they just they continually and never forget.
Yeah,
they don't remember.
And when they call, I immediately think, SOS, I got to get off air. DMac, I got to take this call.
I think the same thing.
There's something happening.
Right.
There's no way they'd call right now. What's up? What you doing?
Yeah, I laugh.
Oh, just doing my job.
I laugh because...
What time do you do that?
Right.
My daughter texts me like every day at like
Right.
2 o'clock. Hey, can you pick me up? Take me to get ice cream? Can you pick me up? Take me to go do whatever?
Yeah.
I'm like, daughter. I do a show.
Daughter.
It's 12 to 3. After 3, I'm available.
Doing it for like 4 years. That's okay. That's all right. We
You
love.
just got one of those?
Yeah, it's during the commercial. No emergency, I don't think. I hope not. It makes me laugh, because of all the people like in our lives, Dan, you're included. We're the easiest people in the world to track.
Yeah.
No, nobody's easier to track. Like we ain't Jed York at a mobile home.
Ooh, he was just pulling over there, by the way.
Oh wait! I have an update.
He was
You
just
have
pulling
another-
over.
Whoa!
The owner of the trailer park,
Yeah.
wants it to be known that he was only pulling over there. He just stopped there to pull over to do something.
Yeah, the trailer park.
He did not pull into the trailer park to receive SEX.
Right. The trailer park, the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Park, is freaking out because the sting was in a lot near the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Park, but not part of the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Park.
It's not their mobile park.
It was not their mobile park. It was very close. It was a lot.
Now, was there a resident of the mobile park that was meeting in that lot?
Well, there was a officer. there were police that were there.
Well, that is kind of messed up now that you think about it.
Oh, it was a sting.
It is kind of messed up for the mobile park.
It is a little messed up for the mobile park.
The mobile park is getting a bad rap here.
Yeah.
Because there was a sting going on.
They,
you know what? Mobile Park's got a good case here.
Well, they're getting called the mobile home hooker palace, and they're not.
No.
They're just good people.
That's actually a little bit messed up.
You know what? Of all these stories with this story, one that I found the most fun was Vic Lombardi revealed that he once dated a girl in a trailer park.
How'd that go?
Well, I don't know. He was really sticking up for people in trailer homes. He was like, what's wrong? What's wrong with being in a trailer home?
No, nobody was saying there's anything wrong with it.
No, nobody was saying it. But Vic sort of was, then it was unveiled that he has dated a trailer park lady.
Did you say what?
I didn't say it.
Did you say that?
I didn't say it.
Why did you say that? You can't say that in the radio.
I didn't say anything. I think, Moser was having some thoughts.
You cannot say that.
I'm just like, what was life before the Queen of Chicken for Vic Lombardi? He lived in some interesting places. Vic didn't just start here in good old Denver, Colorado. He didn't start on the north side. I'm sorry, Tennyson. But what I'm reading about Jed York is he was actually calling multiple times using the aliases of Joe.
Joe.
Hey, Joe. This is Joe.
What's up, Joe here?
So he wouldn't have to describe himself as the multi-millionaire NFL owner Jed. Now that I think about it, Jed works pretty good in a mobile home park.
Yep.
The name?
Yeah, sure.
Jed works. So Jed, God, is Jed short for something? Is that
Jedediah?
Jedediah? I think it's Jedediah. Kind of works too. What a story, man. Yeah, the mobile home park guy was freaking out.
Yeah.
Like, hey, man. Hey,
we did nothing wrong here. You're taking down our real estate values.
Yeah, what are you doing to us? Just because you're nearby doesn't mean we're it. We're not the home for hookers. We're not the mobile home for hookers. Oh, God. How much more can we...
So did he just go on Craigslist? Is that what he did?
It said it was a... It said it was
some equivalent of it?
Yes. A prostitution-based Craigslist thing. It's like Craigslist for prostitutes.
Don't act like you don't know what it is.
Am I being coy? Am I being too coy?
Some Craigslist-like thing.
The haters.
Never been on that website.
I'll read it in TMZ. In a police report obtained by TMZ, Jed allegedly reached out to a fake ad for a hooker a couple of times on Saturday trying to score some company, and then did again on Sunday morning, which led to him being popped near a trailer park. Jed used the alias Joe, asked for address, and agreed to pay full service, $140, for sex, before he was ultimately arrested for engaging in prostitution. The police report said Jed was given a fictitious lot number at an East Palestine trailer park. Fictitious. But as we reported, the Wheat Hill Mobile Home Park is trying to distance their community from the arrest. The park says it's, quote, not a hooker zone.
Good, proper, law-abiding citizens
they should put
of
that
this
in,
mobile park.
should put that in their ad. Not a hooker zone. And it claims police advised they weren't using park addresses for their sting operation. Yada, yada, yada. So there you go with Jed York. And then Vic said that he used to date a girl in a trailer park.
Vic got a hooker too?
I didn't say that. Now, hold on. Don't accuse just every girl from a trailer park about being a hooker. I mean, that is definitely not the case.
Vic used that website also?
No. Vic was just making claims about previous dating before the Queen of Chicken, who was from a trailer park. But that was it. That was the only thing that was said.
He met the Queen of Chicken at the trailer park?
He didn't say that. Should we just get Vic on?
No.
Actually, we may want to get Vic on. There was, did you see the Peyton Watson thing today?
What's new?
Well, he sent there's two things actually out there with the Nuggets today that's kind of interesting. Michael Porter Jr. described what the beginning of the downfall was for the Nuggets on a podcast.
Should have got rid of KCP. Should have done that.
That's what he says. So we should play that for you in a little bit. And then Peyton Watson put out a digital, hey, Denver, you're the best. Thank you. I love you guys. And he gave out a bunch of thanks. Now, what's probably more interesting is who Peyton Watson didn't thank. When you do the laundry list of thanks, you're always going to get in a little bit of trouble because people are going to look into who you didn't mention. Can you take a guess as to who he didn't mention while mentioning, and teammates? He mentioned a bunch of teammates, but he didn't mention somebody very specific.
Well, you said somebody. I was going to guess the dual-headed GMs.
He did not thank them, but that's funny. I didn't even think of that. But you're right. He didn't thank them. He did thank Calvin Booth.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yep.
I don't know. David Adelman?
He thanked David Adelman. He thanked Coach
Nikola
Malone.
Jokic.
And
Jamal Murray.
He put them in together.
Aaron Gordon.
AG's being my big brother.
Christian Brown.
No Christian Brown. No CB. Same draft class. Basically same age. Sort of the same position, spent tons of time together. No thanking of Christian Brown.
Well,
big deal, not a big deal.
I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a big deal. It's definitely not a big deal because he's not here. If those two had bad blood and they were here and I was aware that they had bad blood, then I suppose that was a big deal. I was unaware that they had bad blood.
I think the contract is what created, I don't know. I'm sure they're friendly enough with each other, but that contract must have pissed him off.
Yeah, maybe, but I'm telling you that's unusual. I understand the logic behind that. My experience being in a locker room, you don't get animosity about other dudes' money. Like you might look at it and be like, "Oh, you're overpaid," but it's very, very unusual for you to get animosity towards your teammate getting paid. It's kind of the goal, and you pat everybody on the back. Hey, congratulations! Now you might look at him internally and be like, "I'm worth more than you. I know I'm a better football player, better basketball player than you."
Right.
But it's pretty unusual to create that kind of animosity.
Notable. I mean, it was a very nice note for everything. But you don't mention the same cat that you won an NBA championship with. who you're in the same draft class with, who you've spent an unbelievable amount of time with, and you thank KCP for throwing my 21st birthday party? Okay. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You thank whoever you want. I don't care. But I think it does give a little bit of an indication, like behind the scenes, things are probably, I don't know, not great. And whether that's jealousy or, you just weren't homeboys together, I don't know. Who knows? Got me. But, yeah, there you go. It always gets dicey when you start listing names, when you just don't say thanks to everybody. You start this guy, that guy, the other guy. You sort of, go down that wormhole. I'm just pointing out he's been with CB like for a long time, since he's been a professional player. All right, you want to hear MPJ talk about the downfall? Like why it all fell apart?
Sure.
There we go.
And so I don't know why they let that was the beginning of our downfall. And I'm about to do Pope's podcast in a week or two, but that was the beginning of the downfall.
All right, he's talking about KCP for everybody here. He's talking about Contavious Caldwell Pope.
And so I don't know why they let that was the beginning of our downfall. And I'm about to do Pope's podcast in a week or two, but that was the beginning of the downfall. But we still went Game 7 with Minnesota after Tim Conley kind of built Minnesota to try to beat us with the two bigs. Because then you put Cat on Joker and you let Rudy kind of roam. So they kind of built that team to try to beat us, and they got us in Game 7. So then they let us run it back another year, and that's when we lost to OKC in Game 7. That's when I got hurt. I was wearing the pad on my shoulder. My shoulder was like dislocated and stuff, and we lost to OKC Game 7. I had a terrible playoffs because I had an AC joint, grade 2 injury. Like it was like a 3 or 4 month injury, but I'm trying to play through it. I'm popping it with the numbing stuff with a needle every game. I'm trying to play through it. Can't lift my arm, but we lose, and I played the worst. So I'm like, okay, I'm the one that's probably gonna get shipped out. And then they shipped me out. Then obviously P. Watt just got traded to the Cavs. It's like slowly, but they still gonna be called as long as you got Joker, Jamal, AG,
and what's it called? Debo just went over there too.
Debo's over there. Cam's obviously a good player. CB, I mean, they're still good, but like we had some camaraderie. Like we had the unit where like
you needed to win.
We just
perfectly
facts, dog.
Okay, the logic got a little messed up there, but hey Dan, the KCP, like they just weren't going to keep him, right? Like they couldn't afford him. He wasn't part of their plan, or am I wrong there?
KCP ain't going nowhere.
Could he have
Brucey B ain't going nowhere.
Brucey B ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Could they have kept KCP? Is that would that have been? I thought he got like $20 million. Am I from Orlando? Am I not right about that? I thought he got a pretty healthy chunk of change.
Well, I think he did get a healthy chunk of change, but I don't recall what the Nuggets situation was at the time, if they could have kept him or not.
It was to avoid escalating the luxury tax penalties and to create future financial and roster flexibility.
Okay.
Kind of the situation they're in now.
Right. It's easy for players to just say, hey, man, they should have kept everybody. Second apron. So what? $200 million tax bill. Who cares?
It was a 3-year, $66 million deal to go to Orlando.
So he did get 20 plus.
Yeah.
Per.
22 per.
When you look at situations like that, like KCP leaving, or right now having to trade away Peyton Watson for nothing and using that first rounder that eventually we're going to use that to dump Zeke. When you look at these things and you're like, yeah, we shouldn't have done that. Well, what you really need to be looking at is what were the decisions that were made that put you in the situation beforehand that made it impossible?
Yeah, I guess. You're right. But why didn't you hold on to KCP? I don't know. He's going to run you 22 per. Brucey B was going to run you 22 per.
Was that when you were paying Christian?
No, that was before.
That was before.
Christian got paid before this season. They made the decision on Christian, not Peyton Watson, before this past year.
Wait, this was the first year on his new contract?
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yep. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. All right. I'd actually be curious what Vic has, maybe a little bit later, what Vic has to say. Also, I screwed up something ridiculous, Tyler. I gotta take the blame for something. I have no excuse for it whatsoever. It's embarrassing. We'll get to that story in a little bit. It's not great for me. And rock, paper, tickets, our keyword is on the way. Details on that still to come. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The days are so beautiful, the weather is gorgeous, and everything is calling for you to go out and enjoy. But if you're not feeling up to it, you're not sleeping well, you don't feel strong, it's time to find out why. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it could be low T. If you're like many men who are low T, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, the sleep will improve, all your work, what is going on? And that sex drive, voom. Here we go. It's simple. Guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone starting around your early to mid-30s, and it just sort of goes from there. If you have some of these symptoms, simply go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website, 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results with you, talk about what your options are, and then you guys make the decision together. It's only $99. Get a consult, T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for T treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Up and down I-25, there's 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, Spiffy, Colorado Springs. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rock, paper, tickets. All right, the deal is you're going to have a chance to win a trip to Kansas City to see Denver KC September 14th. We got keywords every hour. Now, it's going to be played sometime between now and 12:40. It's all brought to you by Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. And it's all about going to the the old rooftop social in Rhino on September 1st for a rock, paper, scissors tournament. So just keep listening. Don't turn it off. By the way, Vic will join us at 12:30 to get into the Peyton Watson, Michael Porter Jr.
Cool.
And perhaps dating a girl from a trailer park.
Main interest. I had so many questions. What was her name? What did she look like?
All of it.
Did she have acne?
All of it's interesting. I got to do my mea culpa here. I just got to get it out of the way. I knocked some coffee onto the keyboard yesterday, and it was dumb.
Oh, is that why there's a keyboard over here that I just moved out of my way where my feet go?
So yesterday, when it happened, I kind of mopped up. I used some of the disinfectant. I did the bop doop doop bop boop boop. You know, I thought it was good. I thought I had it.
You broke a keyboard.
I broke a keyboard.
Wow.
Yeah, and so the story goes: the first thing I hear when I wake up is Brett Kane saying, "The keyboard doesn't work. I got to call Jason." So I made Jason come in early. Brett's, and we're the target, PhD. Although I'm telling you, this was my fault. And Steve Nelson said he took the keyboard, which I thought I had cleaned up. And he took it and turned it to replace a battery, turned it upside down or whatever. And coffee just started dripping out of the keyboard.
Jeez. The next morning?
This morning. It was this morning. Yeah,
it didn't dry up?
I guess not.
Evaporation isn't real? I knew you couldn't trust science.
I mean, that is pretty laughable, though, that it's bad. It's my fault. It's completely my fault. 100% my fault. I've got no defense. I just didn't, I guess I didn't imagine that there would just be half a cup of coffee inside of the actual keyboard. I didn't think it was like that.
Did the keyboard no longer work?
It did not work for Brett. They had to make a,
wow.
It didn't work.
So does that,
it worked fine. You know what's funny?
How does that work? How do these things work? Does it come out of the paycheck?
I volunteered to take it out, but Jason was like that. Don't worry about it. Blah, blah, blah. Don't do it again.
Don't do it again.
And if you do it, tell us right away and do it. And then, we're being slandered.
I would like to tell Jason that my headphone jack is not working great right now.
Is that true?
That's true. I can only get one ear working.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
That sucks. Well, okay.
If I hold it at the perfect angle, I can get both.
Well, let me ask you. Is there any way we can blame Vic?
Sure. Well, Vic's usually not here, so that might be a little bit tough.
I know. And it's funny with Vic, who'll be on with us in a few minutes.
What did you think was going to happen to the keyboard?
I really don't know, Tyler. I didn't.
You just thought no harm, no foul.
I
a
thought
cup of coffee went on the keyboard?
I think I clean it up. It's going to be fine. I don't know. I'm a moron. I should have fessed up to it right away. But I fessed up to it eventually. And so I'm driving with the wife. We never have something to do in the morning, but today we had something to do together in the morning. And we were in the car for a little bit, and she's obsessed with their show. So she thinks their show is the funniest thing, and she loved the Jed York thing, having sex in the trailer park and all that. She thought, and those guys are funny. And then Brett starts complaining about the keyboard, and she looks at me and she goes, "Was that you?" And I was like, oh my God. I go, yeah. She hits me as hard as she can, like, no!
Well,
You moron! You idiot!
I mean, listen, these things happen. Most people probably would have. No, I probably would have done the same thing as you.
I don't know.
Listen, I'm being honest with myself. I probably would have done the same thing.
You know who the rats are, though? The rats?
Steve.
No. Twitch rats. Not YouTube. It's not YouTube. It's Twitch.
But I thought it had already been announced that Steve was the rat.
Well, there's that. There's that sort of thing. But in this particular case, specifically, Twitch rats.
I'm going to tell you, there's two people in this building that I don't trust. Steve and DMac.
You don't trust me?
No, definitely not.
Oh,
I do not trust you with anything important. If I don't want something shared, I am not telling you.
All right. Well, that's good. Who's telling you to tell me anything? Don't tell me anything. People tell me things all the time. I'm like, why are you telling me?
I don't know.
Don't tell me anything.
They think that they can tell you something, and then when you go sit in the office, you're not going to share it. But that's not the way that it works.
I don't know. Don't tell me anything. That's the easiest way to handle it. I got some Dion stuff for you. Let's see if we got time. I think we get time. I Gosh, maybe we should wait on that. You know what? I'll wait to play it. Because we're going to have Vic on here in a second, and I want to play in the MPJ stuff. But let me just ask you about CU real quick. Prime was, and we'll play it a little bit later. We'll play it probably in about 20 minutes. Do you think this legal stuff is any kind of distraction for the program whatsoever that he's got cooking?
Well, without knowing what the legal stuff is, like my answer on this could easily change if there's more complexities to the legal stuff than what I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take it case by case. So the Shiloh subpoena, is that a distraction to the football team? Well, in theory, if they made him show up and testify during the game week, if they made him show up while he's supposed to be at a game,
right?
That'd be a huge distraction. Now, I don't think that's going to happen.
Right.
I don't think there's any chance that he's going to have to miss something of significance for it. But that'd be a huge distraction. The Prime logo, I don't know. We all got LLCs, right? We all got businesses. The reason why you create these shells and these things are to protect you from things. It doesn't have any crossover. My question with the Prime one, does it have any crossover with the university apparel that is sold through the university?
I don't know.
Right?
Don't know, yeah.
How does that work? In theory, that could be a distraction. I don't know.
Okay, like I said, we'll play it a little bit later. The other topic I wanted to get into with you is, and you'll hear it later, is he's saying, I want to protect Juju Lewis from the world.
So
from
Juju's
media.
not starting.
Oh,
From the world? Is that what?
Well, he's just I don't want to expose him where I don't have to expose him to things. They're not making him available to talk, and threw out the first pitch for the Rockies game the other day. But
when I hear things like that, it immediately makes me think that I don't want to expose him to the football field. I don't want to toss him out there
it's
before
more
he's
like
too
that.
ready.
Like he's not going to start.
Yeah, if he's not ready, I don't want to expose him to things that are going to hurt him.
Right. That's okay. Well, we'll dig into it in a little bit. The Ramos Law Hotline, car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Vic Lombardi joins us. Vic, I already admitted my guilt on the coffee, so you don't have to give me a hard time about that.
What are you guys talking about there? That exposed who?
Prime doesn't want to have Juju Lewis do any media or talk or whatever, and you want me to play it for you? I can play it for you. You want to just hear it? You might as well. You're on the show. Here we go.
The thing about that, no matter what I say, you're going to have an opinion. So sometimes I correct, sometimes I protect, sometimes that I tell you the truth. I tell you the truth all the time. So I'm not going to put too much on it. Then there's an expectation that exceeds what he's maybe capable of doing, or he's already there and you just don't know. One thing I don't want to do is put added pressure on that position. There's enough from the outside noise and all thereof. I just want him to execute the play that's called. You don't have to be great. You don't have to be outstanding, but just do what we ask you to do, and he's going to do that. I have faith in that.
Okay, so that's basically it.
My thing with this stuff, and he's not the only coach who does this. I mean, Sean Payton, in effect, limits the availability of his players too.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a professional athlete and you're making money, why can't you just? Why is it so hard to ask questions and answer questions? Why is that considered verboten?
I mean,
you were in that position, Tyler. What's going on? Why is that so hard to do?
So what was the trailer park girlfriend's name?
Oh, we get to that eventually.
that was what I was curious about.
Tyler's going on a bit.
You talking about my girlfriend?
Yeah, no, Tyler did a massive left turn right there. So
I was like, where the hell are you coming from?
I'm talking about your girlfriend. DMac started the show by telling me about your trailer park girlfriend. And now we're sitting here talking about Juju, and all I'm curious about is the trailer park girlfriend.
All right. Let me go back, Vic. You guys had a hysterical conversation right off the bat at the beginning of your show at 7 o'clock. Hysterical. Yeah. And my wife's in the car. She loves your show. And we're driving along, and, the keyboard, she slams me on the arm, like, was that you? And I go, yeah. And she's like, like that. She's mad, the whole thing, because it was me, and I apologize. And then we're doing the Jed York story. You guys are doing it, and hysterical, top to bottom. But then there's Vic who's saying, hey, easy a little bit. And then it slips out, I dated a girl in a trailer park.
When I was at Notre Dame.
Can you get some more details on that?
Yeah, when I was at Notre Dame, I went out on a date with a girl, and she was a local. You know, I at the time, I was ready to graduate and work in South Bend, and she happened to live in one of those facilities, and I had no problem with that. And actually went on a double date, my friend Dan and I, and it was an exciting night and had a good time. I mean,
all right, time out. Let me take it one step at a time. She was not a student, correct?
No.
Okay, how did you meet her?
Was her name Sapphire?
No. Nothing. I mean, what does this have to do with Juju Lewis? But
nothing really. I wasn't going to get into it at all.
I just couldn't help myself. Vic.
Yeah,
DMac started the show talking about this.
Nothing.
He started the show talking about it. It was on my mind. I just had questions.
Yeah, forget about Juju Lewis. I didn't even want to bring that up. But the timing of when you came on was such. So where'd you meet her?
I think it was at a local establishment, Coach's Bar and Grill, which is located there in the middle of South Bend.
So she's a townie girl. She's straight out of South Bend, and you hit it off, and you pick her up at the trailer park.
Yeah, I think we went to go see a movie. What's that? It was like 1991. So what was out back then? I mean, maybe Rocky 3, Rocky 4,
maybe.
Yeah,
something of that nature.
Yeah.
What do you?
What's the problem?
Can you define what local establishment means?
Coach's. It's a restaurant, bar, and grill. It's very very popular in the South Bend area. There aren't many there.
I think D-Mac had some nugget question for you. I don't know.
That's the real reason I called about the Nuggets. But I mean, you're dating the trailer park girl got my attention this morning.
What is going on here? I mean, you guys, do you understand? You know, my parents, when they lived in Italy, they lived in basically a trailer park. What's the problem here?
Well, nothing. It's you're defending trailer park people. That's fine. That's good.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with it.
Law-abiding citizens.
Yeah,
the prostitution was going on in the parking lot next door to.
Yeah, just because you're in a trailer park doesn't mean you're a prostitute. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Right.
I guess that's my point.
We're agreeing with you.
Yeah, it was obvious.
How was the second date? All right, never mind. I did want to play this MPJ thing for you. First of all, did you see Peyton Watson's thank you to everybody post?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
Why do you think he left out Christian?
God, it's a good question. I didn't even notice that until you brought it up. I guess I'm not going to read too much into that. We all know that his contract was always going to be compared to Christian's, and that's exactly what his agency did. I mean, they basically looked. You cannot help it. They came out the same year, right?
Right.
They're both drafted the same year. One player actually contributed to that championship team, played some meaningful minutes on that championship team, was rewarded his contract. The other player developed a little later. It took a little more time, and he expected the same result. He did not get the same result. It doesn't mean that he doesn't like Christian. Trust me when I say this. They're very friendly with one another. It just means you're always going to compare your contract with his. It's okay. You can still be friends with someone and compare yourself to that someone. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying CB didn't make the thank you list, and everybody else basically did. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you could find that grossly offensive. There's a lot of people he left out.
No, my point is that contract was just a bone of contention the whole time, and It was just something. It was just something behind the scenes, and it's obviously P. Watt was friends with some guys on the team, probably more so than Christian. Yeah. Not that everybody didn't like each other, but I think that was just a point of friction the whole year, Vic. That's where I'm going.
When I kept saying this, and people doubted it and said, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about," I said, "This signing trade, had to happen. It had to.
Had to
to happen."
Right.
And when I say that, people are like, "Well, no, it didn't. You could have easily re-signed him and brought him back." No. Listen to me. It had to happen. There are other factors in place here, and that's one of them. It had to happen because the locker room is a different environment. And Tyler, I'm sure you've played in locker rooms before where you felt maybe you should have had more money than the next guy or whatnot. A basketball locker room is much smaller than a football locker room. If that locker room doesn't get along, and I'm not saying it wouldn't have, then you got to nip that in the bud right away. And I just felt that this is a trade for everybody's benefit that had to happen.
Okay.
The end.
Well said, my man. MPJ said the beginning of the end was the trading of KCP. Why'd they get rid of KCP? But KCP made $22 million in the first year, 22 per.
I mean, do I need to? I don't know if I need to explain basic economics of the game to Michael, but I mean, it's pretty simple. The way the NBA works, the way this system works, is you draft and develop talent that takes the place of more expensive talent. The move to replace KCP with Christian Brown actually proved to be a very smart move. Christian Brown's numbers the year after were better than KCP.
Right. And basketball players don't get that. All right, I got to run.
I gotta ask him one more. You just asked 3 straight. I don't get to ask one.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Mandates. Some suggestions, some mandates.
Mandates. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That is mandates, 303-504-0925. First and last name will draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. You're qualified for a chance to play the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tourney gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel, tickets to the first game of the season, Denver at Kansas City on Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Sorry.
All good.
Had no choice. That's rock and roll. Okay, we'll hear from Sean Payton coming up. Parker Gabriel gives us the latest on the Broncos on the way. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it is DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Football season is almost here. If you're making your picks every week, Fanatics Sportsbook is the place to do it. Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play. So if your quarterback, running back, receiver, or even a defensive player goes down in the first half, affected straight bets are voided. And if that prop is part of your parlay or same game parlay, the rest of your bet can play on. That's first half player prop injury protection built into every wager you make. Some books protect you for a quarter. Some do nothing at all. Not Fanatics Sportsbook, where a first half injury doesn't have to mean a busted bet. And new customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. So bet with the book that always has your back all season long on every game that matters. That's Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
I think they're two separate entities. We're going to look closely. We'll meet again probably Wednesday and say, all right, this is what we're looking for in this game. What are we trying to get from it? The joint practice, I don't think that's been a big deal. You know, there are a number of teams that just never have them. We've had them. This year we chose not to. We're getting a lot of those, you know, same periods just against our own defense. But we'll see Wednesday what our approach will be.
All right, so we'll see where it goes. Parker Gabriel will join us in about 20 minutes to go over where they're at, but I don't know. What do you do with it? Do you play him? Do you not play him? Do you care?
I'd play him.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't really care either way, but if I were the coach, I'd play him. Yeah. Maybe you take a case-by-case situation here. Pat Surtain, do I need him? Probably not, because Pat Surtain, I don't need him to play for the defense to function, right? Bo Nix, do I need him to play? Probably, because I need Bo Nix for the offense to function. And I do want the majority of the starters out there. So if there's any key cogs out there that you don't need, although I think that would literally be the opposite of the definition of a key cog, if there are any important players that you do not need for the machine to operate, then you can sit them down.
It'll be interesting what they go over and how they evaluate it.
Were you kind of impressed that I understood what key cog meant there?
No.
Yeah.
No. CU education.
Yeah.
I understand what key cog is. I got you. No, I'm not surprised at that at all.
Yeah.
You got your degree in
It's
4
the cog
years.
that drives the engine, man.
You still have another year to go play for college football.
Well, technically speaking,
Not in the
I
Big Ten.
could have and easily should have graduated in 4 years.
Oh, wait, did you
but
not?
There was a weird rule in place that for that fifth year,
Yeah.
if you had graduated,
Yeah.
you had to take a full course load, so 12 credits,
Yeah.
if you had graduated. If you had not graduated,
Uh-huh.
all you had to take was the course that you needed to graduate. So I intentionally put off one of the classes I needed to graduate so that my senior year, my fifth year at CU,
Yeah.
all I had to do was take one online class and play football. So although I should have graduated in 4 years,
Gotcha.
I did delay that by one more semester
So wait,
intentionally.
So you chose not to go through like with a master's program on purpose.
Right. Because I knew I was only going to be there for one semester. So
Right, but you
I
could've-
didn't need to take a full course there when I was trying to prepare for the NFL. I didn't need 12 credits. I needed to just take that one class. Give me 3 of those credits.
You and Joe Burrow school, just one online class.
One online class my fifth year. It was great. I just played football and took one online class.
That was funny too, because you weren't even living on campus.
And if I remember right, I think it was like a weird elective too.
So you're taking an online class. You're not living on campus. You're just showing up for like work.
Yeah.
Like I'm just going to work, which is football practice.
Yeah.
Would you do anything on campus at all? I mean, would you socialize or whatever? Or were you just seriously like, I live in Louisville now or wherever it was?
No, I took my online course. I went to the football facility and I went home.
That's just like checking in at the factory.
Yeah.
It's like nothing. Like, where do you work? I work down
I
the
got
street.
I got 4 years of college experience already. I didn't need that my fifth year.
Did you see what the Big Ten did?
So, yes, but break it down.
Well, they passed some rules very quickly that would stop what the perceived foolishness is of playing in the NFL and then coming back for an NIL year. So the Big Ten, I mean, this didn't take much time. They're set to pass a rule that stops players from returning to the NFL. So if you have declared for the NFL draft, did not withdraw, appeared, so you don't have to get drafted as long as you declared for it, appeared on an NFL roster or signed a contract with a pro league, you cannot play in the Big Ten.
Yeah, good. Good for them.
How many other conferences do you think will follow this path?
I think plenty. I think plenty are going to follow this path. We heard Dan Lanning. He kind of preached out about it. He said this doesn't make sense. When you go to the NFL, you're done. You don't get to come back to college football. That's not the way this thing works. So Oregon's not going to take him. Lane Kiffin's going to take him. We know that.
Oh, he's leading the parade.
Yeah. I mean, are there guys out there that will try to take advantage of any opportunity? Of course they will. But no, I don't think many schools are going to want to be a part of this.
Okay, well, we'll see where it goes. But there's the bold Big Ten. Let me play you this Prime thing. He has an interesting concept here. Like, the bigger you are, the more legal problems you're inevitably going to have.
What distraction are we talking about? Let's go through Chase. Is that a distraction? Do you think that's my first subpoena? Like when you have it, when you that, you get sued. You have off the field foolishness that if someone really sat down and explained it to you, you'll say, you got to be kidding. But it is what it is. I don't know anyone that's a game changer, a way maker that is not dealing with some type of lawsuit.
I think my follow-up to that would be you're a family man. What would be your advice to Shiloh and Shador?
Shiloh or Shador ain't done nothing wrong.
Or Shador.
Did y'all do your own? You know Shiloh won this case previously, right? Anybody know that? Raise your hand if you know that. If you knew that. That Shiloh got awarded money for this? Okay, just read. Check it out. I can't wait till it's over and he gets to tell his story. He already won this case, you know? Yeah.
What the hell is Prime talking about?
Well, first off, I did not know that. Did you know that?
Of course not.
I didn't know that Shiloh was awarded money for this case.
I just did a little quick Google here. I don't see any evidence. Shiloh won the case.
I don't think Deion's lying about that. I don't think he's lying that Shiloh got money for the case.
Well, I'm looking at a USA Today article, and they're like, huh? Basically, Deion Sanders headline. Deion Sanders said Shiloh already won his case. The record says otherwise. I don't know what the hell Prime's talking about here.
Well, I don't know either.
Shiloh won this case, right?
I do agree with what he's saying, though. The bigger you are, the more likely it is you're going to be involved in lawsuits. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, real quick on the Shiloh thing. I want to get to that. But Shiloh filed for bankruptcy in 2023, lost a civil lawsuit 2022, lost the $11.89 million judgment. And this is the subpoena that is going to happen theoretically next week to basically retry the case. But Shiloh won the case, Dan? So we've never heard of it. Is text line, Twitch, YouTube. What is Prime talking about? All right.
You think he's lying?
I don't know what he's talking about. No, I'm not going to say lying. I'm not, because I just don't know. So if there's something that I simply don't know about, so I'm not going to call him a liar, because maybe he's talking about something else and I have just no awareness of whatsoever. But I know in this particular case, Shiloh got money from this particular case? What? But nobody confronted Prime about that, by the way, in the press conference yesterday either. So everybody goes, Deion's making everybody raise their hand if they knew that Shiloh got money from this case.
Well, that would have been a great time to ask a follow-up. Coach, can you tell us more about that? What was he awarded money for?
I agree, because none of us knew what he was talking about. All right, do you think when he says, when you're him, when you're it, inevitably somebody will be coming for you?
1,000%. Yes.
Okay, why? Why do you think that is?
Money attracts lawsuits. That's it. If you've got money, it attracts lawsuits. Go through the biggest names and find me a guy that has not been through it.
Mm-hmm.
Peyton Manning, John Elway. Go through your baseball players, any of them.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if you could find me one, I would be incredibly shocked.
There's always something going on.
I am teeny tiny on that totem pole. That totem pole.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom of it. It's happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody sees my name and they think, oh, there's an opportunity to go get something.
Subpoenaed.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Subpoena is different. The subpoena is you're testifying in something.
Okay.
I'm talking about lawsuits against you. People seize an opportunity. They see somebody that's got money, that's got a name, and they say, hey, here's my payday in front of you. So sometimes are they right? Sometimes were they wrong? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think that absolutely that comes with the territory of being a top dog.
All right. Well, if that's the case, and I'm certainly not arguing with you. Okay, that's the case. So I guess it's not a distraction.
One of the very first things my financial advisor told me in the NFL, we are getting you a very large umbrella policy.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't need something that big. He's like, yes, you do.
And it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
And did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For some BS.
So.
And I didn't end up having to pay.
No, I understand. So theoretically, every player in the league has something going on, or at one point or another in their career. Every single one of them.
Probably. I'm not saying every single one of them, but I think I would say the far majority of the paid guys, they're going to go through it. Pat Stan will go through it at some point.
Right.
Bo Nix will go through it at some point.
There'll be something.
There will be a business deal that you got in.
Right.
There will be somebody that feels wrong. There will be somebody that serviced something at your house and a tile fell off the roof.
Something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. By that standard, then I guess no big deal. I mean, if we just go along with all of it, that's not the first time, won't be the last time for Prime.
Well,
I guess.
I mean, without knowing the details of the lawsuit, it doesn't mean that they're not accurate. It doesn't mean that there aren't people that weren't wronged. I mean, of course, there's going to be people along the way that were legitimately wronged. I don't know the details of the lawsuit.
Well, there you go. Another day with Prime. You know, Prime is I'll give you this. People like him. People don't like him. That is one interesting dude, man. Like, every time he comes up and talks and says something, Tyler, it's always interesting. One way or the other. He is one entertaining guy. I don't know how good the team's going to be, but boy, oh boy, is that dude interesting to listen to talk. Dan, who is our qualifier?
Paul Demas is our qualifier for hour number 1.
Well, way to go, Paul. I want to invite you to join us, Rooftop Social, next Tuesday night for the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament ever. The winner getting a trip to KC for the Denver-Kansas City game on Monday night. Even if you don't qualify through text, we'll be picking at least 4 people who just show up as at-large bids. We'll see you at Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday at 6. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino. We'll have another keyword, another qualifier, coming up in 25 minutes or so. Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post will let us know the latest going on in Dove Valley with the Broncos next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, they're all bad feelings, but the good news is you can do something about it. Just call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Call them today, 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration is simply fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do to the degree that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Pick up the phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right, the Hammer, Parker Gabriel, Denver Post, joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Parker, so, all right, we're in regular season mode, right? So you're not really supposed to talk about what you just saw, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Okay.
Plus, it's sources say it's just stretch right now, so there's not too much to see.
Okay. How's the health of the team? How's that going? How about that?
I think pretty good overall, especially considering the level of concern or just sort of like the star power of the players that got, a strain here, miss a few days there, a couple weeks, that type of thing early in camp. I mean, it was Nick Benito, Jalen Waddle, Marvin Mims, just sort of like guys that you don't want to be without during the season. And obviously those guys are all back now. Mims still, I think, ramping up all the way to full speed. And the guys that have missed the most time, taking away Dieter, Henningsen, season-ending type, that's you get into the territory where you're like, Luke Wattenberg, he's missed a couple weeks. He's been steadily working back. It seems like he's almost full go now. So I think overall, there's not a major contributor to the team at this very moment where you're like, I'm not sure he's going to be there at the start of the regular season.
Do we have any clue what happened with Luke Wattenberg? I mean, that is still a little bit concerning to me, even though he's coming back. It was a pretty long time that he was out, and with Alex Forsythe still out, center's of concern.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know exactly what the extent of the injury was. It's his left shoulder he went down awkwardly in that one-on-one, and then he's had a harness or a brace on the left shoulder basically since he's been back on the field. So, on the one hand, I think there's some sense, obviously, in the way that they've been careful with him, bringing him back. And at the same time, I mean, you would know, Tyler, if you've got some sort of, shoulder injury and you're in pain management mode, if that were the case going into the season, I mean, 18 weeks playing in the middle of an offensive line is a long time to navigate something like that. So,
it is.
At this point,
it is. And I guess my concern with it is that I've been through my fair share of shoulder surgeries. I've had three of those. Also shoulder injuries. You could get an AC joint sprain. Incredibly painful, but also very rare to miss the amount of time that he missed. To miss the amount of time that he did, and this is just pure speculation, which is not fair, but to miss the amount of time that he did, it does make me concerned that there is something significant going on in that shoulder.
Yeah, right. And I mean, there's, and I don't want to speculate too much either. I mean, there's guys where you've seen the Broncos had two of them last year with J.L. Skinner and R.J. Harvey that played through labrum injuries, for example. So there's some shoulder stuff depending on what position you play that you can play through, but obviously it doesn't get easier, and you've got it's a long season and it's a physical position and all of that. So. And he's missed time in the last couple of years. So has Alex Forsythe, and so that position's pretty interesting when you think about those two and Calvin Throckmorton and how a 53-man roster shakes out.
Parker, what can we expect for? How do I do this so you don't get in trouble? Because I just want to ask Parker if they're wearing pads today. They're going to thud up a little bit. They're going to kind of roll it.
Well,
do you want me to answer that for him? Yes.
We can handle it like this. Alex Singleton at the podium yesterday was asked about sort of not looking too far ahead to the regular season, and he said, "Well, yeah, I'm not going to look too far ahead. We're in full pads Tuesday and Wednesday."
Okay, good. All right, that's a good way to handle it. So, how much will what happens today, Tuesday and Wednesday, in full pads, impact what they need to do on Friday?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have, Sean, in the three preseason game format, Sean has not been afraid to play starters in the third game. I mean, Bo Nix played in the third preseason game last year. I'm skeptical, I guess. I took what he said at halftime of that game on Friday night when he said Bo's ready for the regular season as perhaps that was the next time we'll see him. Now, and it also, I don't think it'd be bad to see a half of of Stan Ellinger and a half of Jarrett Stidham. So, maybe they'll go back to that. I'm sure there'll be some top-line guys that play. Like, he just doesn't have a history of sitting the whole fleet of guys out. And not only that, but the roster cut down is like less than 36 hours after that game's going to end. So they're going to have to – they don't want a bunch of down roster guys playing 40 snaps and getting hurt either right before they're trying to waive guys. So it's an interesting balance to walk for sure in that regard.
Who are the bubble guys, and who do you think makes it?
I think there's definitely some interesting.
Oh, I didn't hit anything.
No. You sure?
I
Did
swear
you pour
to God.
some coffee?
No, I know that's a
Did you
good
spill
question.
your coffee?
No, Dan, you
Don't
want
lie.
to hit him back?
It's on Twitch.
You want to hit him back? Oh, okay. All right, try him back. By the way, I'm getting a little birdie. Are you seeing Hakeem Butler's been waived?
No, but but cool.
Parker, sorry, you got interrupted there. Is Hakeem Butler still on this team?
No, he got waived this morning.
Oh boy. Oh well.
And they signed an outside linebacker named Ron Stone, which is sort of interesting. You were asking me about bubble guys. I think there's some interesting conversations to be had on the offensive line. Like the last 2 years, the players that they've lost to waivers have been young tackles, like not exactly household names, but Xavier Truss last year, DeMontre Jacobs the year before that. And so when you look at a guy like Tyler Miller, who has, Tyler would have the better scout than I would, but when you've got, some stuff you're working with there, but it's pretty raw, the question is like, do you really want the chance to develop that guy? And if you do, you might have to keep him on the 53. So it's going to depend on what happens with Jonathan Cooper. It's going to depend on, what happens if there's an IR guy or two that they try to stash for 4 weeks to create some spots. Maybe with a guy like, Adam Prentice, you can convince him to start the year in the practice squad. Like, they're going to play all of those games to try to protect as many guys as they can into week one.
Which of the or any, I guess, but which of the two young tight ends make the team?
Oh, gosh, that's a tough one. I mean, I think right now I had, obviously, the two, Trout and Ingram. On the last 53 I did, I had Adkins and Joe Lee for just kind of versatility. That would probably mean Loner doing the 4-game IR to start, which means you have to use a return designation on him. But I still think there's probably some dust to settle in that group.
They signed an inside or outside linebacker?
Outside linebacker, Ron Stone Jr., who played in the UFL the last 2 years.
Outside linebacker, huh? Okay.
Almost like they're expecting. I mean, it's just we don't. Jonathan Cooper, some way, shape, or form, like it would be a surprise if he was fully available over the first part of the season.
I wonder if there's. I'm gonna guess legally he's gonna be fine. That's my guess. But I do wonder if the NFL sometime soon, right? You got to do it sometime soon. If they're not ready to make a suspension determination, they could also do the commissioner's exempt temporarily. That would mean he gets paid, which would mean he would still be looking at a suspension after that, even though he wouldn't be able to play. But yeah, I mean, the arraignment's scheduled for Monday. We'll see if it gets that far. At this point, there's no reason to think it won't. But stuff happens fast in those kind of cases a lot of times. And then you're talking about, you got 4 after that. You feel pretty good about Benito, Ellis, Tillman, and Q Robinson. But Drew Sanders hasn't been out there. So the Ron Stone thing, I mean, that looks like a guy who maybe could be your 5th early in the season, if Jonathan Cooper is not playing for whatever the reason. Are we just waiting for the injury settlement waived with Drew? I mean, what else are we doing here? What else is this?
It's hard. I mean, you could try to stash him on IR, but again, you don't know if you're going to be healthy all year, if you're going to deal with a rash of injuries at some point. And you only get so many players that you can designate to return off short-term IR. So, like, if you end up doing that with Loner or really anybody in the preseason, it's just like you could use one of those on Drew Sanders if you want and hope you get something from him later. But at some point, like, they've also been around the dial how many times, with him at this point, too.
All right, Parker, great stuff as always. We appreciate it. You have a new cohort there at the Denver Post. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. His name's Sam Kane. He's a young guy. He's going to do a really good job with us. I'm excited to get him here. He starts Monday next week.
All right, sounds good. All right, Parker, we'll talk to you later. Thanks, pal.
All right, see you guys.
There you go. I feel bad for Drew Sanders. I don't know, man. What do you do? How long do you deal with this if you're the Broncos?
Well, there's nothing you have to deal with if he's hurt. So if he's hurt, there's two options. He goes on the long-term season-ending IR, and you stash him around, and you give him another chance next year if you still value him. If you don't still value him and you're ready to move on, you give him an injury settlement, and you pay him for however many games his injury is the equivalent of. And so if he's going to miss 4 games, then you got to pay him 4 games, but he is released, and he is no longer a part of your club. I would guess at this point in time, they're done with that experiment.
Right. They
don't have any interest in stashing him or paying him for the entire season.
Right.
And they will probably give him an injury designation and pay him out.
Well, could have been, man. But, hey, I wish the guy to get healthy. Well, listen, we'll see what the Broncos do. I shouldn't wish anything. Nothing's happened yet. It's just the guy plays 1 game in preseason. He gets a sack. Like, we all feel pretty good for him. And then he's not practicing. We're like, oh, could this just be a rest sort of thing day? And he hasn't been back since.
Well, just when I had my eyes on him for the days that he was out there, and there were not many of them, but when I did have my eyes on him, he was lumbering.
Was he?
He looked like a guy that knew that he had to be on the field. He looked like a guy that knew his clock was running out, and yet he still was not fully healthy. That's just what my eyeballs saw.
Okay. Akeem Butler.
Your favorite story.
I know. It's so funny. This guy is the MVP.
You got to catch passes.
You do got to catch passes.
You get paid to catch the ball.
You get paid to catch the ball. You got to figure it out. You got to know hand placement and body position, and it's on you. You got to figure that out.
He only had one thing going for him, and that was his height. I wouldn't even call him a particularly physical player, even though he should be a physical player. But when you've got height and you can't use that body to box out and make tough catches, contested throws, well, there's not a spot for you on the football team.
I'm just saying he was the UFL MVP.
Well, it goes to show you the disparity in talent.
I was just going to go there. Like, wow. Like, how big of a difference is the talent from, like, the UFL to the NFL? Oh, my God. But they're bringing up a UFL guy. That's interesting. That linebacker is a UFL guy. Sam Fresh, who's a returner, is a UFL guy. So I'm not going to paint it all with one broad stroke, but Akeem Butler was the MVP of the league. But he's bounced around to why is it so much more difficult, Tyler? And this is no dumb question, okay? But why is that leap so much more significant from a league like the UFL to the NFL, in your opinion?
Is it any different than any other league? See, professional football does not have a minor league.
Like, if you were the MVP in the Mexican baseball league, does that mean you could play Major League Baseball?
That's my question.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's probably not any different than any other league.
Okay. That when you play...
baseball might be the one, because there's so many levels, and to get to AAA, it's so hard.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the one sport that there's guys that could just jump in there and compete. I don't know. You know far better than me.
It's so funny you bring that up. All right, we got to take a break. We have another keyword to give away. I won't bore you with Rockies talk because the sleeping giant is in a coma, okay? But on that note about the separation between AAA and majors, that sort of thing, there was an unbelievable example for the Rockies. It's not a great story, but it's a compelling one. So a keyword coming for you next, and I'll give you the latest and greatest on that. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments, so don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore, and you may be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. ED can ruin the moment. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there to save it. They deliver advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. They use advanced medical science to empower male performance and therapies that go far beyond pills. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So don't be embarrassed and don't wait any longer. Call today and find out why their advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. They've got an expert staff, and the initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. This makes me want to climb a mountain.
Why am I nervous drinking my coffee now because of you?
Just be careful. You'll be all right. All right, keep listening. We'll have another keyword at some point between now and 1:40 where you will be qualified for rock, paper, scissors. You want to give it a go right now, real quick?
Let's go.
Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Paper. Both. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Both.
I know you.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. 3 paper.
I'm just trying. Listen, who's going to break?
Who's going to break? Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Knew it.
You got me.
I knew you.
You
I
got
knew it.
me. You
Feels good. 2-1.
You went into
Hey,
my Napoleonic pride.
Hold on. We got to keep a running tally around
Yeah, that's 2 days in a row, right?
No, I won yesterday. But Tyler is up 2-1. But you did. You played some mind games with me right there. You played into it. Which one of us is going to break? That's threatening the short guy. Threats to the short guy is just you're going to win that mind game every single time. Oh, yeah? What are you going to do about it, Marquette King?
What's your guys' score?
What's
Dan, What's Dan and DMac at?
I don't know what we're at.
I'm 0-1. I can't remember who I went up against, but I lost whichever one.
Yeah. That's it. All right, so we're going to have that keyword at some point here in the next 15 minutes or so, so keep listening. I might as well play this. All right, I'm going to make this big picture. It's not just going to be about the Rockies, but it's going to be about the theme of the difference between the guys at the highest level and how far away the next highest level is to the highest level, okay? Big theme. So the Rockies, who are in last place after 131 games.
Proud of them.
They have the worst record in Major League Baseball. Now, for a little bit, they were, not that team. Actually, for maybe a month or so, they weren't that team. But they have plopped themselves into that place with a current 7-game losing streak, their longest of the year. If you remember last year, I think they had 4, maybe 5, 8-game losing streaks. Remember that? But they would not lose the 9th game in a row.
Yeah, that was weird.
Because it was so quirky. But with 3 more games against Washington, and I'll let you know who's pitching for the Rockies tonight, they're on their way. So, Tyler, last night, Ryan Feltner, their starter, no hit pitching through 4 innings. They're up 2-0. And in the 5th inning, Tyler, it's just they implode. They play horrible defense. They give all sorts of hits. It was unbelievable how bad it was. So they take him out, and then into the game, later in the game, they bring this kid, 24, 25-year-old, Blake Adams. It's his first major league game, Tyler, ever. His parents were on a Hawaiian vacation. They were in day 5 of an 8-day Hawaiian vacation. They get on a plane to fly to Washington to see their kid play. Great story so far,
Good
right?
parents. Yep.
Like, Drew Goodman is telling the story, and it's just like your
Vacation's over. Time to go see the kid.
Like, no vacation is good as seeing our son play in Major League Baseball. This is unbelievable. Of course, we'll give up the bike trip down Haleakala for this. First pitch, base hit. Tyler, he pitches 1 inning, 38 pitches or so.
Listen, I'm just glad Mom was there to give him a hug.
Tyler, 5 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 2 walks, an ERA of 45.00. Tyler, it was so bad that they took him out for a position player, Troy Johnston, who did better than the pitcher.
Now, do you think when he saw Dad afterwards, Dad scolded him? Mom gave him a hug, and Dad was like, what the hell was that?
I'm sitting there next to my
How many
wife.
times did we play catch in the backyard?
Tyler,
how many times did we do that? I told you to throw that high and inside. You can't put that over the middle of the plate. That ball didn't even break, son.
I'm sitting there with Kim, and we are cringing as parents. Because now we're to the age where we're the same age as the parents in the stands, like watching their kids make their Major League debuts. We're probably older. And our hearts are just breaking for this kid. I mean, it's just like, oh my, because as a parent, you just want your kid to succeed somehow. And then he gets yanked for a position player who probably just gets him out of trouble and the game ends. Troy Johnston gets like 3 outs like it's nothing. This is the pitcher, Tyler, the Rockies brought up.
Yeah, probably was going to buy your dinner tonight, son. No, not anymore.
Oh, you just wanted to give
no
him
food for you.
You just wanted to give him a hug and tell him, hey, Balake, it's going to be okay. My bigger point, though, Tyler, to you, what you said, the difference from that AAA level, right? Like, and you're the guy they brought up. Kyle Freeland has a pinched nerve in his neck and is on the 15-day IL. So tonight, the Rockies, Tyler, are pitching Mason Adams. Yesterday was Blake Adams. The starting pitcher tonight is Mason Adams. Guess how many major leagues starts he has?
Well, is Mason his big brother?
No relation.
0.
So this is his first major league start ever.
I don't know if this is some philosophy that they're doing, but I mean, it kind of makes sense to me. Let's start trying other people. Let's see young guys. Let's see what they can do.
I couldn't agree more. And so the season of like, hey, it's going to be all right, Rockies. What do you know? There's 31 games left. They'd have to go 13-18 for Mission 63 to not lose 100. But they'd have to go 13-18. So winning percentage-wise, that is like way better than they have been doing. And to your point, it doesn't even make sense to put in guys or to care about the wins right now at all, because the rest of the season, 5 weeks of it, should simply be about getting reps for younger guys. And, what's the difference?
Yeah, perfect.
So I do think
if you lose every other game, it doesn't matter.
They're spiraling into their worst time ever. And it's hard to cut them any slack right now, to be quite honest with you, Tyler, because how do we know anything is significantly improved?
Now's the time I will cut him slack. If you want to start experimenting, good. That's the thing you should be
doing.
doing.
Well, that's what they're doing.
You're beyond the point of winning games. The season is an embarrassment. Okay, at this point, figure out if there's somebody in the system that could actually help you out next year.
Even if it results in a loss or an embarrassment.
Who cares?
Or whatever.
You can't be any more embarrassed.
Does this make you more interested in them?
No.
Okay. Because this is exactly.
But I agree with the philosophy.
Yeah, this is where they're at right now, and you could see some. Last night was one of them, but there may be some more really, really bad games on deck for this team in the last 5 weeks. And it's hard for me to.
So how old's the guy pitching tonight?
He was acquired in the Brenton Doyle trade. So Mason Adams.
I never know with baseball players, because when you say it's their first start, I'm like, okay, are they 35?
Yeah. It's a good question.
Is this actually a young, intriguing prospect, or is he 38 years old and just been holding on in the minors?
They traded for him, so Mason Adams baseball. Let's see. I bet he's like 24. Oh wait, Mason Adams. Come on now, Mason Adams. He's got a beard. He is 26. That's not good.
Not that young.
That's not good.
So maybe find a 23-year-old to start.
Oh, my God. That's not great. So this season, yeah, I don't know what to say, man. But it does show you, man, like the depth, like the level of play of like the good guys and the not so good guys. Interesting that the Broncos are bringing up another outside linebacker and letting go of Hakeem Butler. They must feel like this Jonathan Cooper thing is about to go down here relatively shortly.
Well, they know it's going to go down. It's just a matter of when. So anytime there is an outside linebacker that is of intrigue from now until whatever that is, you should start replacing guys. Bring in a new one, replace it when you see a better one.
Yeah.
And so when the time comes, you're stocked up and ready to go.
Yeah, it's not like this guy's going to leap to the front of the line, but he gets in the line. He gets somebody else's moving up. He gets to be the depth piece. Who would make the most sense? So you got to go without Jonathan Cooper. Give me how many games? 6? 7? What do you want to say?
4 to 6.
4 to 6. Who's the best guy to take his spot? And then who's the next best guy after him? Who's next in that rotation, in your opinion?
Jonah Ellis, Q Robinson.
In that order?
Probably.
All right. What makes Jonah Ellis right there? What puts him at the top of that line?
Well, Jonah Ellis has already played a lot of football.
Yeah.
And he's played a lot of football at a high level. He's a well-rounded dude. I think he's a little bit more well-rounded than Q Robinson, meaning he plays the run pretty well. Jonah's a stout dude. He's versatile. He's a guy that you can put at multiple positions, but that's not the conversation we're having right now.
No.
But yeah, I mean, Jonah Ellis is a guy that I never liked the idea of moving him to inside linebacker back when that was a conversation, because I was like, why move a dude that's really good at what he does and has already contributed at a high level for this team? He contributed at a high level last year.
All right. Talk to me about Q Robinson in a second.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Better and better, and so that whenever the regular season comes around, I can try to be available and ready to play. Better.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
All right, there you go. We'll announce our qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Qualifying for the chance to play the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, the 1st, at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tourney gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel tickets to the first game of the season. Denver at Kansas City on Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Q Robinson, what's good about his game? What's special?
Well, admittedly, I am heavily influenced by the way that Vance Joseph talks about him. So I'm just going to start with that. When Vance Joseph gets an opportunity to talk about Q Robinson, he lights up. Every time he talks about Q, he lights up as a potential starter, as a future, not potential, as a future starter in this league. I like Vance. I think he knows what he's doing. If Vance is high on Q Robinson, then that's good enough for me. You know, he's listed at 6'4", I think. If I remember last time, he doesn't look 6'4" to me.
No, he doesn't.
Nor does he look very heavy to me.
No.
Which is why I think that Jonah is probably a more stout guy at the line of scrimmage. But Q Robinson's got a really explosive first step. I watched him close in training camp. And the one thing that you want to do as a pass rusher is get that tackle to open up his shoulders on that first step. And if you can do that, it's game over. And he's got the potential to have a Von Miller type of first step.
Okay, so going to be okay in that spot? So for whatever time Jonathan Cooper may be out?
As of now, yeah, but you're a hangnail away from an emergency. Like if Jonathan Cooper is out and Jonah Ellis gets a hangnail, you've got a flat out emergency.
Do you think there will ever be a moment this year where not getting Von Miller will look kind of dumb?
Maybe. Yeah. Could be.
Right?
I mean, if
Vaughn goes down there to Dallas and all of a sudden he's wrecking havoc, not playing a ton, but every time he's in there, he's just crushing it for the Cowboys?
I think that's I don't think Von Miller is going to be crushing it in the way that you're describing that, but I think Von will contribute. I think he had 9 sacks last year. 9 sacks in year 14. He's going into year 15.
It's kind of crushing it, right?
Even if Von got 6 sacks, but they were 6 timely sacks, and maybe 1 or 2 of those was a strip sack, that's a very high contributor to a football team.
What was DeMarcus Ware like in terms of a football contributor playing on somewhat of a intermediate part-time basis back in 2015?
Well, DeMarcus Ware when he was on the field was DeMarcus Ware.
Period.
So, yeah. Was he as elite? I had to go against D. Ware in his prime, and I was in my prime.
Yeah.
And my prime was not his prime. I'm starting out there in Washington. I'm playing right tackle, and I had to go up against D. Ware twice a year for 4 straight years.
Wow.
So for 8 games, I had to go up against DeMarcus Ware.
Wait, that wasn't in your prime?
No, that was my prime.
His prime?
My prime was not his prime.
Gotcha.
We were both in our prime.
You're both in your prime.
But my prime did not equal his prime.
I understand.
Yeah. So he probably wasn't that guy, but DeMarcus Ware, when he played football in 2015, that guy was damn good.
Really?
Heck yeah.
How often did you go up against him in practice?
Never, because he hardly ever practiced.
Oh, is that right? Okay. But he was there for game days when you needed him.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting this year with the Cooper situation.
What do you think is going to happen?
I don't think he's going to face. I think there's probably some sort of settlement that everybody's going to hope Jonathan Cooper has a very long and profitable career. I think that's going to happen from the legal standpoint, in my opinion. But I think the NFL is going to nail him for, I don't know, man.
Oh, they're going to get him.
Yeah, I don't know how after this last batch that he doesn't get the 4 to 6 thing sounds about right. I don't think it'll be around like the 8. I don't think it'll be like that.
I mean, they don't play around with the domestic stuff anymore.
No.
There was a point in time that they did. Not anymore.
And it doesn't make sense to me that they would mess around with the decision much longer than, I mean, the season's starting here relatively shortly. It doesn't feel to me like they'll wait and put him on the commissioner's exempt list just so he's on the team, but he's not playing, and then zap him with a couple of games. That doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense to me either. I mean,
well, let's hope that they're in communication with the Broncos about it, and the Broncos aren't just flying blind.
Well, his arraignment's Monday. His arraignment is on Monday. So maybe we have some clarification. But I think the Broncos have just given you a little bit of a tip by who they've added for a depth piece, as we got that news, they added an outside linebacker and they let go of Hakeem Butler. But, hey, we'll keep tabs on it. We'll have all the media for you when practice is over. They're in the middle of it right now. No dumb questions coming up. And your keyword, we did that, Dan. We're good on that. So hopefully you heard that. And we'll announce our qualifier coming up here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Hang on.
Hey, if you're looking for a financial team that actually coordinates your investments, your taxes, and your estate plan all under the same roof, and they don't just manage your portfolio, then Trajan Wealth is your team. Trajan Wealth builds one strategy around your full financial picture. Visit TrajanWealth.com to get started or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. At Trajan Wealth, independence matters. They're not tied to any product line, so their advice is built around you, not a commission. That's what it means to work with a true fiduciary. Visit TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1 to get started. Guys, when you picture retirement, what do you see? Because everyone's picture is going to look a little bit different, and your plan should reflect that. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they build around what matters most to you. They don't give a generic template. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Do me a favor. Keep up. You're entering a judgment-free zone. Do not worry about your lame sports IQ or your other IQ.
Could you repeat the question, please?
This is No Dumb Questions with PhD on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Any interesting questions in that punch?
Brought to you by Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189.
Well, we start with a really interesting no dumb question that I'm kind of sad by the question because it's newsworthy. Yet
Just saw this.
It's two co-workers ripping on each other, nothing to do with us, but it attacks Dan. So let me just read the question and it'll cover kind of everything. This comes from Steve Nelson. No dumb question. I walked into the control room and told Dan Tanner that Dolly Parton just died, which this makes me super, super sad.
Yeah, that does suck. Icon, man.
80 years old. The family not releasing a cause of death said, quote, died peacefully today in Nashville. That really hurts my heart, man. I love Dolly Parton. Anyways, Steve writes, Dan Tanner looked at me with a blank expression, shrugged, and said, am I supposed to care about that? Wow. I told him whether you enjoyed her body of work or her body, everyone's got to appreciate Dolly. He just shrugged again and chuckled. No dumb question. Is disrespecting the late Dolly a fireable offense?
What's Dan's beef with Dolly?
I'm not sure.
I don't have any beef.
Do you want to defend yourself here, Dan?
I
or-
just, I don't really know much about her.
What?
Oh my
Not
God.
really a big fan.
How,
Really?
like, how is it even possible
I'm
to
sad
not
she
know much
died.
about Dolly?
You're sad she died. So
Well, yeah, I mean, it's
you-
sad when anybody
but
dies.
5 minutes ago was a shoulder shrug to Steve Nelson.
She's like the mother of country radio, like motherly love, man. With
Oh, Dolly's the best, man. She is incredible talent, an amazing songwriter, unbelievable musician, great sense of humor. 9 to 5 was a funny movie with her and Lily Tomlin, Jane Fonda back in the day. If you've not seen it, it's a good one. Holds up. She wrote I Will Always Love You, the song Whitney Houston made into a gargantuan hit in The Bodyguard. She's an icon. She's an American icon. Just a shoulder shrug there, Dan, huh? Just like no big deal, whatever.
No, it's sad when anybody dies.
Yeah, you sound like you're really broken up about it.
I don't know what you want me to say.
respect.
You pissed off Steve Nelson, apparently.
Way to kill no dumb question.
Snitching
Well,
again.
I know.
Classic
Jeez,
Steve.
DMac.
I know the no dumb question is
Well,
just.
no, we can't transition in no dumb questions now.
Well, I got other stuff.
All right.
We don't have to. I mean, I'm happy to pay more tribute to Dolly if you got more good things to say about her. I mean, I was a gargantuan fan of Dolly Parton. So much respect for her in so many ways. Oh man, 80 doesn't feel like. Damn, that sucks. That just flat out sucks, man. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. Dan doesn't even care. Sounds like Steve cared. Wait, who's older, you or Steve?
Or Dolly?
Dolly's 80.
I am.
You're older than Steve? So
Yeah.
the whole I wasn't born when conversation doesn't apply here.
No, but I mean, to be fair, Steve is a music guy.
Well, Dan's not. I mean, Steve's a musician. Yeah, I guess he's
Yeah,
more of a music
he's a
guy.
music
He's
guy.
a musician. But Dan's into music.
No, he's into reggae.
It's not music.
It's not music. Let's
Just mean he's into a singular genre of music.
I like plenty of genres.
What would reggae be? All right, I can transition from this, but I'm just bummed. That's really sad news. Just came up, and I don't think it's a fireable offense. But you don't care, I guess. You know, it didn't have any impact on you. Damn, Dolly Parton. That sucks. Okay, another one here. No dumb question.
We're just gonna do it anyway.
Yeah, we're moving on. I don't know if there's anything else to say. Is there any other acceptable way to say rock, paper, scissors? For example, Sanford calls it paper, scissors, rocks.
No.
Okay,
that show is they're psychopaths.
What is wrong with those two?
They are probably mass murderers. They've got dark visions. I don't know what's going on, but between the two of those, it's not that hard. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Go.
Any other thing besides rock, paper, scissors, shoot is wrong. Period. The end. That's it. The fact that these two knuckleheads are bringing up there's some sort of other option is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. Okay. Answering that question.
Scissors, paper, rock.
No dumb question.
You know what they probably do? You know what
What?
both those guys probably do?
What?
They put the milk in before the cereal.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Who would do that?
Yeah, those two guys.
That would be a sociopath.
I guarantee you they put the milk in before the cereal.
Have you ever seen somebody do that?
Nope, but I guarantee you they do.
That's insanity.
Yeah.
I have literally never seen anybody do that.
If there's anybody out there that puts milk in before the cereal, please send it in on the
That's
text
the
line.
most ridiculous thing I've ever. Who could ever do that?
I don't know. Hey, kind of along those lines of like routines, I thought about this the other day as I was getting out of the shower. Shower thoughts. Just ask Jerry Jones.
Yep.
When was the last time you changed up your post-shower drying technique? Like, do you do the exact same technique in the exact same order, the exact same body parts, the exact same way every single time?
Yeah, I think you're right about. And I always dry a certain area first, and
I'm sitting there
way
drying.
too much.
I'm sitting there drying, and I'm thinking to myself, I've never experimented to see if there's a better way of drying. But I didn't have the guts, the cojones to try a different way because I'm so ingrained in my drying method.
I've never thought of it, but I think you're right. I don't think I've ever dried off a different way, ever. It's always
I'm a very aggressive dryer, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I really go after it.
Yeah, I definitely spend too much time drying certain areas than others, which is unnecessary. But I don't know.
Do you want to know the exact routine?
I really don't care, but go ahead.
Well, you get the chest first.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you always miss a little bit on the upper chest.
Uh-huh.
So then you get the upper chest. You go back for a second time on the upper chest. Then you got to get the lower region, right? You got to get that first. Now you got to get the arms. I go left arm, then I go right arm.
Yeah.
Now I toss it over the back.
Uh-huh.
Start scratching it all the way down the back. Get the butt real good.
I know.
Then I go back to the lower region, make sure that that's dried off because nothing worse than getting in some underwear when that's not dried off. Then I get the left leg, then I get the right leg. It's the exact same routine every single time.
Josh on the text line, I texted in a while back about getting dressed in a certain routine. It is always good to challenge your brain by changing up your routine. You should try it tomorrow. Or later today, after you work out, if you do that. I
saw something one time that if you brush your teeth with your left hand, it's like a good way to start like the alpha mentality for the day.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm not kidding.
I don't think I could ever do that.
I tried it once. I couldn't do it again.
That's like insanity.
I mean, I'm alpha enough.
Drying is always hair down from there, top to feet. I don't do it that way.
Oh, I do.
My
yeah,
head's like
that's
last.
true. That's true. I do my head first.
Do you really?
Heads first. Because if you don't do your head first, it's going to keep dripping.
Yeah, well, it's a quick thing, but then you can
you got to do the head first. Otherwise, it's going to drip on areas that you've already dried.
I've never really thought of this topic whatsoever. Now you got me thinking. Hey, by the way, I got a show for you. Slow build, but I think it's worth it. The Audacity.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a like Silicon Valley type of show with Zach Galifianakis.
Okay.
It was on AMC Plus, but now it's on Netflix.
Okay.
8 episodes, hour long. Very contemporary.
I'm usually into those shows.
Very contemporary, very Silicon Valley.
I was into you didn't like it, but I was into Mythic Quest.
I like Mythic Quest. No, I like Mythic Quest.
Oh, I thought you didn't. I thought you gave up on that.
I've seen every single episode of it.
We had a
I don't.
You were bailing on it.
Yeah, but I still I was like I still watched it. That's Rob McElhenney.
Yeah.
No, I watched every single episode. I know what you're saying. Like, I wasn't as high on as it went because I was so into it right off the bat. But I've watched every episode of Mythic Quest, and if they come out, Poppy, her. They got a little stuck because, like, where are we going to go here? There was a little bit like that.
Boy, we're getting a lot of feedback on the dry off.
I know.
method.
Well, people are tuning in now. People are finally listening.
It's good.
Do you want to read a couple of them?
No, go for it. I don't know. I can't read.
100% dry top to bottom. Brushing your teeth. Oh, there you go. Oh, brushing your teeth. Try standing on one leg to work on balance.
I'm not in the circus.
My Lord. My wife puts milk in the bowl before the cereal. Fellas, I found out that she did this well into my marriage.
Nope. You got to divorce her.
If I knew she put milk in the bowl before the cereal, I would have had to really consider proposing to her. Like, he wouldn't propose to her had he known in the first place.
Yeah. Did he think about divorcing her?
Well, he's probably pot committed at that point.
She's probably going to kill him in his sleep one night.
All right, we'll get some more of your texts in a second. Dan, who is our qualifier here this hour?
Greg is our second qualifier. Greg Sullivan.
Okay, I'm glad he's got a last name. It's not just Greg.
I had to look it up. I didn't have
Greg Sullivan. Well, way to go, Greg Sullivan. We'll see you on September 1st with your chance to win the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament and get that incredible prize, a trip to Kansas City, flights, hotel tickets. First game of the year, Denver at Kansas City. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Big question of the day coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Guys, I've been shopping at Phil Long Ford for a very long time now. I bought many vehicles from Phil Long Ford because I know him, I love him, I trust him. And relationships mean a lot to me. And if relationships mean anything to you, you'll probably become a long-term customer of Phil Long Ford after you buy that first vehicle. They're going to treat you right, get you in, get you out, respect your time, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams, and it's really as simple as that. No reason to drive all over the state looking for that newer pre-owned vehicle. They've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Big question today will surround the Broncos. We'll have Let's Football Go, plus another keyword coming up here in the next 20 minutes or so. So we'll get to that in a second. I just want to point something out, though, Tyler, because this might be interesting for the show. My wife just sent me a note. There is a Lone Tree town hall and open house tonight.
We want the Broncos.
Where the mayor's going to be there.
Please.
With light refreshments.
Somebody, anybody know the Walton Penner Group?
It's
Does
right
anybody, we're all rich here in Lone Tree. Can somebody just get through to them?
It's right up here at the Lone Tree Hub. You know what? That's about a mile up the road on Yosemite. It's right near here. Should I go and do some reporting and some?
Is that really? I was being facetious, but is
No.
that literally what it's about?
I have no idea. What else would they be talking about at the Lone Tree?
Wait, read it to me again.
Lone Tree Town Hall and Open House tonight at the Lone Tree Hub, which is like a mile down the road, right where the pool is down here on Yosemite. Less than a mile from my house, townhome. And the mayor will be there with light refreshments and a town hall where we can talk about Lone Tree issues.
I don't know. That didn't sound anything like the Broncos.
But no, don't you think that would be kind of an interesting thing? Like, what are your plans if the Broncos come here?
I don't think the Broncos are on the agenda.
Well, I don't know what's on the agenda, but I could bring it up. No,
sure.
If I was just to,
I mean, I think you're doing that for yourself. But if you'd like to do that for yourself, feel free.
Do it for the show. All right. How about this? Are you a little if I go there, I give a crap about Lone Tree issues. Trust me. Can't even believe I live in Douglas County.
The day you see me at an HOA meeting, you know I've been kidnapped.
Well, it's not an.
Yes, it is.
It's a city. It's a town hall. It's like for the town. But I am all right. I'm curious. Here's my one question I would ask: if Burnham Yard goes south, and you were to all of a sudden get the bid, how quickly would it take you to turn around to get that stadium going? I would be curious to hear somebody from Lone Tree say, well, what? I mean, instantly? Shovels in the dirt tomorrow? Like that sort of thing? Or is there a process?
Why don't you ask Dan if he's interested?
Dan, do you want to go to the meeting with me?
I'm busy that day.
I wasn't asking you guys if you wanted to go with me.
No, but you were asking me if that would intrigue me, and I told you to ask Dan. Ask Dan.
Dan, would it intrigue you if I grilled the mayor in an open town hall, open house meeting
about the Broncos
yeah.
possibly? Well, that would be intriguing. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
saying.
That would be intriguing.
All right, so I go to the meeting and I just start asking questions about the Broncos.
Now, if they start saying, "Hey, we need to put a stoplight at this intersection," that's no.
Town hall meeting. Hey, got a question there, Miss Mayor.
Dan surprised me on that, but I'm glad you got Dan.
The mayor of Lone Tree is down here. Melissa was doing that backpack drive the other day with Cool 105.
You know what's going to get built in Burnham Yards, right?
All right.
Do you know that yet?
Should I just give it up?
I just don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I've heard the rumors.
Still a preferred site.
I would. Right, Dan? Did you say that on the air?
Yeah.
Okay. It's still a preferred site.
Nothing's official.
Hey, Ms. Mayor, while Burnham Yard is still a preferred site, what are you doing to acquire the Broncos? And if you were to acquire the Broncos, how quickly could bulldozers be moving?
Cut to the chase. Would you guys pay for the stadium?
You think people in Lone Tree are paying any extra taxes they don't have to? Please. I'm trying to figure out
why would Lone Tree have to pay for it? The Penners are still going to pay for it.
They're still going to.
That was the point, Dan. Is that I think that's what it would take for them to give up. They're not giving up. They're building it.
All right, I'm going to go to this meeting. I'm going to ask.
If you say you will build it in Burnham Yard, they will come.
How quickly do you think it would take Lone Tree if it was here just to say go construction tomorrow? Like when? Would it be instantly?
I don't know how to.
You know those huge fields of absolutely nothingness we have at Lone Tree City Center by our light rail? Yeah, you can.
Why are you so captivated on failing?
I'm not. It's funny. Just to be serious on this topic a little bit, I do find it humorous. I can't believe the Walton Penner Group are even bothering with downtown in light of where all the other stadiums for all teams are being built these days. So, okay, cool. As soon as you get into this topic, all of a sudden it devolves into some sort of political thing, which I actually hate.
It's not political for me at all.
No, that's fine, but it goes there very quickly. Like once you start talking about it, you put your opinion out, it gets like bizarrely political, like over like in 5 seconds, which I hate. But yeah, I don't know. Good for the Walter Penner Group for trying to, again, and hey, I haven't lived here forever. I've lived here since 1999, so I've lived in Colorado, Denver area for 27 years. The thought of Burnham Yard, first of all, nobody knew what Burnham Yard was. Let's just be clear. We knew where the Buckhorn Exchange, that was my, and I know where the Santa Fe Art District. If you told me about those two places, I'd be like, oh yeah, I got that. But hey, where's Burnham Yard? Where's SRM Concrete? Where's Denver Water? You know what I would have known? I would have known a few years ago, Metro built athletic fields sort of close by because my kid played baseball games there. And it's a really cool facility. I would know that. But to think that like Burnham Yard is downtown Denver?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. That is to me, that's a stretch of the imagination.
I think of downtown Denver in my world. I'm not saying this is the real world. This is just my world. If I'm driving north up 25, the second I get to Lincoln and Broadway, and that starts going
Lincoln and Broadway,
and that starts going north.
Okay.
That is from I-25 in between Lincoln and Broadway is downtown to me.
Huh. All right, so DU's not downtown.
DU is not downtown.
Close, but not quite.
It's on the other side. And it's also not at Lincoln and Broadway.
Trying to think how far
That's a university.
south Lincoln and Broadway is before Burnham Yard.
Like if you get off I-25
Yeah.
on Lincoln and you take a right and you're going north,
Mm-hmm.
you don't feel like you're in downtown?
I like that. I like those parameters.
Well, then Burnham Yard is absolutely downtown.
Yeah, I just don't know where Burnham Yard is in relation to
It's just
Lincoln
west
and
of
Broadway.
It's just west.
It's west or east?
West.
West? Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
My geography's not great then. I feel you. When I get off at Lincoln and Broadway, I feel like I've entered Denver. You're right. You're right about that. But I don't, I then get off on that exit and drive for like 3 miles before I ever stop. Like, unless I'm on Broadway, like I've been at places on Broadway, I guess, but it's a one-way street, right? It's going the other way. But it's the same thing, I guess, to your concept. So, Dan, what are you putting maps up for, Dan? Talk to me.
I'm just trying to give you guys a visualization of
like when we hit downtown.
Yeah, like how close the stadium would be to downtown.
The stadium is like maybe 3 blocks south of Metro. How is that not downtown?
Because there's nothing else there. There's no downtown-is.
Well, it's about to be.
There's neighborhoods.
It's about to be.
Well, right, theoretically, right. You know what, man? I'm not an anti-downtown guy, so if they build it downtown, I'm more than fine with it. I just laugh at the convenience of Lone Tree compared to this when I hear about city councils and Lot M and moving things around. I'm just like, wow, what a hassle. But listen, everybody knew it was going to be a bit of a hassle, so fine. And you know what? In all honesty, I'm just going to have fun with Lone Tree and just ask her about, it'd be funny if I was just like kind of like upset, like a town hall, if I just start screaming, like most town halls are. I just start becoming a lunatic about why you didn't get the Broncos. Anyways, that's tonight. There's going to be light beverages, Dan. Would you like to be there?
Wow, you're really trying to entice me to go to this. Yeah.
Light refreshments is breaks the tie. I mean, there's got to be snacks if there's going to be light refreshments.
That's right.
All right.
Frescas.
There's maybe a tab.
Fresca, very underrated, by the way.
Fresca's delicious.
When you come across a Fresca, you got to drink it. Because you just don't.
No doubt about it.
You don't see a Fresca every day.
Fresca just like kind of elevated ginger ale?
No.
Sprite?
It's more along those lines.
Kind of like the Sprite adjacent.
With the grapefruit in there. Right? Is it Fresca grapefruit?
Broncos practice is wrapping up here relatively shortly. We'll have another keyword. Dan will have Let's Football Go in a little bit. Payne Manning. Sean Payne on Davis Webb.
Smooth. It was good. Communication process was good. Yeah, no issues. It was all clean.
How long is Sean going to be patient with Davis Webb?
I think he's motivated to make it work. So, like, I don't see him taking it back. I don't see that happening. The real question is more so like, when does he chime in the game and how often?
Right.
I think he's really motivated to make Davis Webb work for his legacy. He talks about Bill Parcells all the time. He talks about that transition, and he wants this to be his legacy-defining move.
Right.
I created Davis Webb. This is the next branch. This is the next movement of my tree, and I did this at the right time. It was my choice. So I don't think he's going to take the play calling back entirely, but I don't think he's going to be able to help himself but to chime in. And quite frankly, look, man, my son's learning to drive. It makes sense. Have someone pay attention to the steering wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Davis Webb's learning to drive here.
How's he doing so far?
It's been great. Been fantastic.
You didn't see any issues in game two?
But I'm not evaluating anything. I am not evaluating that offense. Like all these you know why you're seeing so many fullback dives right now?
Why?
Tell me. Tell me your football brain.
Simple play, Davis Webb. I don't know. What am I missing?
Yeah, it is a simple play, but they want all these teams to think, it's short yardage. We're always going to do fullback dive. So let's do a simple play. The teams are going to always think we're going to do this. We're going to come out the gates launching the ball in the preseason. Hopefully it's what everybody thinks we're going to do. Like, I'm not with what I've watched in preseason, I'm not trying to translate that into what Davis Webb is going to do in the regular season.
How much stuff do you guys hold back in preseason compared to the regular season?
80%.
Wow, that much.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. So how do you get quality reps?
Practice.
Just through practice. So when we're out training...
Do you know, I'll give you a great example.
Okay.
So when I was in Washington, we drafted RG3.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Shanahan. He's never ran zone read.
Okay.
It's never been what he's done.
Right.
He's always been underneath center. He's always been naked bootlegs.
Sure.
Wide zone.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep.
The entire offseason, OTAs, training camp, we built an entirely brand new offense. It was the greatest year of coaching Mike Shanahan has ever done because he had to entirely reinvent himself.
Okay.
We spent the whole offseason watching Baylor film, bringing in their coaches, talking to their coaches. How do we do zone read? And we know that our whole offense is going to be built around the zone read.
Mm-hmm.
So our play action game, it's no longer built off the nakeds coming out off of center. It's now built off of zone read. It's based off Robert faking that handoff, getting out of the pocket, right? So everything is going to be different. When we were in preseason, not a single time did we showcase what that offense was going to be. We showcased what the old Mike Shanahan offense was. We didn't run zone read one time. We didn't run one play action of zone read. We didn't run one formation that would indicate it. Not a single time. And then we came out and we played New Orleans and we played Sean Payton.
Okay.
In the dome. And all we did was zone read, and we went for about 500 yards of offense, and we destroyed them.
That's awesome.
They had no freaking clue
That's awesome.
what was coming their way.
Wow. What happened the next week?
Well, that was the year that Robert was Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Pretty good then. It worked.
There was a weird stretch in there between maybe game number 3 and game number 10 where it all fell apart.
Okay.
And not necessarily the offense, but we were not winning games, and we were a bad football team.
Okay.
And then we got to a point in the season where the playoffs were done. And Mike Shanahan publicly said, it's time to start playing the younger guys. We had to go on a 7-game winning streak to make the playoffs. Impossible. Playoffs are done. We freaking went on a 7-game winning streak.
How'd that
We were
feel?
the hottest team in the NFL going into the playoffs. I was so convinced we were going to win a Super Bowl. There was nothing we could do offensively that didn't go for 11 yards.
Wow. And what happened in the playoff? What happened in the playoffs?
Well, then Robert got hurt. We
That was
played Seattle, and we got up like 17-0. We got up by 3 scores.
Yeah.
And Robert got hurt, and we lost.
Who was the backup?
Kirk.
And he just didn't fit the same. It wasn't his thing.
Well, the offense wasn't designed for him at that point.
Right. And
When Kirk got an offense that was designed for him,
he was
was great.
Yeah. That's really cool. So where do you get the practice? I'm curious about this. Like, what were we watching in training camp then? What were we watching? Were we watching the real offense, or were we watching some sort of?
No, you're watching the real offense.
Okay.
Yeah, they got to practice it.
I was gonna say, like at some point, you got to practice. You got to rep it out.
Yeah.
So we were seeing,
but it's hard to tell when you're watching practice because they don't go 1st and 10. So it's hard to tell, what am I watching? You're watching a team run period. You're watching 9-on-7. You're watching a team blitz period. You're watching 3rd and longs. You're watching 2-minute drills. You're watching situations.
Well, we'll get the latest from Sean here in a little bit. They were in full pads today. They have cut Hakeem Butler, the UFL star, and added an outside linebacker. So we'll give you all the details. In fact, we'll have another keyword for rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper tickets, that is, to get to Kansas City for Denver, Kansas City. That's coming up. Let's Football Go with Dan Buds, Quince Tanner on the way. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for Fanatics Sportsbook. Football season so close, almost here. So if you're making your picks every week, Fanatics Sportsbook is the place to do it. Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play. So if your quarterback, running back, receiver, or even a defensive player goes down in the first half, affected straight bets are voided. And if that prop is part of your parlay or same game parlay, the rest of your bet can play on. That's first half player prop injury protection built into every wager you make. Some books protect you for a quarter. Some do nothing at all. Not Fanatics Sportsbook, where a first half injury doesn't have to mean a busted bet. And new customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. This is fantastic. So bet with the book that always has your back all season long on every game that matters. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem. Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Let's football go. Thank you to our guy, Brad at Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Hey, don't forget, another keyword is on the way sometime between now and 2:40. Just keep listening for your chance to qualify for the big giveaway to get away to Kansas City. All right, Dan Buds, Quince Tanner, let's football go.
All right, guys, let's play this clip from yesterday on ESPN. This is Dan Orlovsky breaking down Bo Nix's footwork when he's going up against man coverage versus zone coverage. Now, I tried to edit this as much as I could to make it viable for radio, so it's a little more auditory. So the premise is he's breaking down the waddle throw first, which was in man coverage. He talked about how clean Bo's footwork was in the pocket throwing on platform. Then he goes to a clip showing him an out route to Cortland Sutton was wide open, but it was a zone coverage. And Orlovsky kind of breaks down how Bo's footwork breaks down when he's trying to throw against zone coverages.
When he catches that snap, does it look different than the last one?
Oh, yeah.
Look at him move, hop, 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 and all of a sudden, there's a runaround.
And the man's wide open. I mean, he is, just like you said, he was wide open.
Look at, and the read is here. That's all the read. Look at Sutton. He's wide open. That's a wide open in the NFL for 30 yards. Now look at the back angle, because we really get an opportunity to watch Bo kind of become bouncy and hoppy with his feet. 1, 2, 3, hop, hop, hop. He's 3 or 4 yards away, and now we're running away from the pocket. So I love the addition of Jalen Waddle. That man-to-man element where I know where I'm going to throw the football, great. Can he advance with the zone consistently?
Okay, so Orlovsky is basically pointing out there that Bo is still struggling, identifying and throwing against zone coverages. Footwork breaks down. It's much better against man. Is that, Tyler, I guess in your opinion, is that something that's fixable for Bo Nix, or is that something you feel like he should have already had down heading into year 3?
Yes and yes. I would like to think by year 3 that's not an issue. I think Dan Orlovsky is pretty good at what he does. A lot of people clown on Dan Orlovsky. I think he's pretty good at what he does. I trust his quarterback evaluations for the most part. He sees things that I don't see. In general, of course, it's far easier to play quarterback against man coverage. There's nothing to figure out. There's nothing to figure out. Did my guy beat him or not? Is he open or not? I don't have to worry about anything. But yes, to your other question, is it fixable? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's time, it's experience, it's reps, it's identifying defenses, it's getting better pre-snap, but it's hard, man. It's really hard to make an accurate pre-snap diagnosis of coverages. Defenses are so good at hiding these things that you have to now set hut. I'm dropping back. I need to identify what that coverage is. I need to go through that process in my head. Okay, cover 2, that means my option number 1's not going to be open. Because what really happens in the NFL, the progressions are tough, man. You don't have time to go 1, 2, 3, 4. No, as you identify that coverage, you've now eliminated option number 1 in your head because you know that shouldn't be open based off that coverage. So I should immediately be going to option number 2, then option number 3. Those are the complexities that go into these things that as you get older and more comfortable, it gets easier and easier for you. But, I mean, yeah, also, you're number 3. I'd like to think that you got it down.
What's the ceiling for Bo? If he's progressing.
Look, I think ceiling's high. Ceiling's really, really high.
That's good then.
Yeah, but ceilings are not predictions. So, I mean, he's got skill sets. He's got the one skill set that is not like an elite ceiling is arm strength, but he does have pass-fail arm, and he's reached that threshold.
It's a ceiling for Jarrett Stidham.
There's a lot of quarterbacks that have had high ceilings, though. Anthony Richardson, you want to talk about a ceiling?
Mm-hmm.
That dude's got a ceiling that is high.
What about Stiddy?
Low.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Ellinger.
Low.
Okay. He's kind of there, huh? Yeah, because he's not a spring chicken,
he's
right?
He's a 28-year-old number 3 quarterback.
Next story, Dan.
All right, the Broncos' Week 1 opponent on Monday Night Football will be the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's Andy Reid from yesterday, guys, on if Patrick Mahomes will be ready in Week 1.
Oh, boy.
Listen, he's doing great. We'll just see. I'm literally taking it day by day. There are no predictions here on anything, but If the doctors and the trainers and everybody that are involved with this give him an okay, then and then most of all, if he feels like he can, then we'll address that when we get there. But other than that, these other guys are playing quarterback and doing a nice job with it.
All right, are you guys expecting to see Mahomes week 1? And what are your expectations for Patrick Mahomes? Not the Chiefs, just Patrick Mahomes this year. Do you guys think we'll see Pat back in his MVP form, or do you think this is going to be kind of a work through it year and then he'll be back to being Superman next year?
Oh, I think he may be on the slow decline period. Not falling off the cliff necessarily, but his best days may be behind him. So that's what I kind of anticipate. I love when the Broncos are matching up against Patrick Mahomes. Are you kidding me? We're getting him in his first week back from this injury. Sure, I think he's going to play. I'd be stunned if he didn't play. But, hey, the guy had an unbelievable run, okay? I don't think that magic still exists at his age and what he's been through, nor do I think it would exist for anybody. So I'm looking forward to the slow decline of Patrick Mahomes.
I wish you wouldn't have done that.
Messing with the dark side.
I really
right
wish
there.
you wouldn't have done that.
Messing with things right there.
Not only do I not believe you're right, but like you want to talk about tempted fate right there. You just predicted the decline of Patrick Mahomes. He's not that old, bud.
This is where a station in Kansas City would clip that, right? And just start playing it over and over and over again in Kansas City.
Somebody should send it to him.
Something like that.
Yeah, let's see where we can get that one to go.
That should get viral in parts
Somebody
of Missouri or
clip it,
Kansas.
email it to all the radio stations in Kansas City, and let's see what happens.
Yeah.
No, I think he probably will play in week 1, and it's probably a mistake. They should be incredibly cautious with Patrick Mahomes. They need to think about the rest of his career. So don't rush him out there. That's what I would do if I was the organization. But I also think he's going to play week 1, and I could see him being off. I could see him not being himself. I also think Patrick Mahomes has got many, many years of elite performance in front of him.
Next story, Dan.
Guys, The Athletic ranked their top 100 college football players heading into the season. Couple interesting notes here. Number 1, the wide receiver out of Ohio State is Jeremiah Smith. But where it gets interesting, guys, is the quarterback rankings. So 3rd overall, but the number 1 ranked quarterback, according to The Athletic, Trinidad Chambliss, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. Dante Moore comes in at 6, but you have to go all the way down to 32 before you get to Arch Manning, quarterback, Texas.
Wow.
Do you think The Athletic's right here? Are we overvalue? Not we, but the media, fans overvaluing Arch, or do you think he's ranked a little bit too low on The Athletic's top 100 list?
Are there any NFL quarterbacks that will be playing for a college against Arch Manning? Is it no? Nothing like that. I don't know. College football to me is kind of I don't know. I'm not obsessed with college football. I've got a passing interest in most of it. The comparisons of this guy or that guy, Tyler, are hard to really parse out until the end of the season anyways. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about quarterback preseason ratings. I care more about when they start, you start getting a vibe for them and a feel for them, and we get more into the NFL draft and see where they're going to land in terms of that. So I'm hardly an expert, don't know. Arch Manning obviously has the most hype. But if you're telling me there's how many guys ahead of him?
Well, he's ranked 32, so 31.
Oh, geez. Sounds kind of ridiculous, but I don't have anything else to base it on.
Sounds insane to me.
I mean, most mock drafts, they have Arch going 1st overall.
I know. Yeah, that sounds insane to me, but I'm kind of with DMac. Like, I'm far from a college football expert, nor am I sitting here analyzing all these prospects way out ahead of time. I'll start analyzing prospects that I think are relevant to the Denver Broncos around draft season.
Right. Like Juju Lewis with CU? Who knows? It's funny, Prime was up there, and our guy Matt Smith was asking him, and Prime, Prime likes to, when he's a little awkward or uncomfortable with a question, he likes to ask the asker the question back.
It's a good technique.
Yeah, you're a dog or a cat, that sort of thing. So it was like, well, improvement in Juju Lewis, and he's like, well, have you seen improvement? And Matt's like, sure. Matt's a good guy and all, but like, I don't know why that's such a hard question to answer if you're Prime. I have no idea if there's improvement or not. We'll see, won't we? We'll see. Is he going to start? We'll see against Georgia Tech, right? It'll all come soon enough.
Look, I'm not incredibly dialed in on what's going on at CU right now, but the only reports that I have been told, and again, this is just hearsay from people that have told things to me.
Yeah.
The only things that I've heard is that Isaac Wilson has looked better than Juju Lewis.
That's not good. I mean,
It's also kind of
good
like
for Isaac Wilson, but I mean, that's not the plan.
No, it's not the plan, and I would prefer to see Juju either way, just because Isaac doesn't have any chance of turning this program around.
No, that's the right word.
Yeah, he doesn't have any chance. Like
right
when I
word.
say turning it around, I mean having like a Shedeur Sanders type of impact where people start coming to the University of Colorado again because they've got a cool, awesome quarterback that has got a chance. Juju's got that type of chance. If it could work out with Julian Lewis, that's the best hope for the program.
Hey, listen, I'm excited for the season. I want to see how it all plays out. And the first game is it's early at the night. I think it's like 6 o'clock or something. Georgia Tech on a Thursday, Tyler. Come on, before Labor Day weekend. That's great. Can't wait for that, man. Let's go Buffs. And then we'll take it from there.
You can't wait to start hating on the Buffs. Don't act like don't Sko Buffs me.
I'm Sko Buffs.
You don't get to Sko Buffs me.
Sko Buffs. Boulder. I'm Boulder.
I am kind of over all the infighting going on at CU right now, though. I'll tell you that.
With who?
Everyone. Just everything. Everything.
Have you noticed what's going on?
Pick a side.
Oh my God.
I'm over the Team Dion. I'm over the anti-Team Dion.
I know.
I'm over the ex-players that hate Dion. I'm over Dion that is treating ex-players like crap. Like I'm over it all.
It's
much. Like I'm just done with it.
Where do you
enough drama?
Where do you land? Are you getting more hate? Are you getting more love? Are you getting just nothing because you're staying out of it?
Honestly, I've chosen to sit it out.
Okay.
Like it's just like where I'm at with the whole conversation is that I'm not blind. I see things that bother me. I see things that are highly concerning that are going on. I'm not an idiot, and yet I also look at it and I'm like, you know what? Deion Sanders brought a juice and life to this program that I thought was going to be dead for life, and I still think that Deion Sanders gives this program the best chance to work out, so I want it to work. That's where I'm at, and yet I'm not blind and I'm not an idiot to the problems that I see, so I'm not even predicting that it's going to work out.
Here's where I'm at right now. I think Deion Sanders is way more interesting than the football program itself.
Yeah.
And that's probably not the right place to be.
Well, that's fair, but he did bring us a 2-year run that was pretty incredible.
I agree. To the degree we're still talking about it now. We're still hashing out things now. But every interesting conversation, Tyler, seems to center around him, not the program itself.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Philosophy.
Teams have different philosophies. We have a philosophy.
Philosophy.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
All right, that's your keyword, 303-504-0925, first and last name. We'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. You're qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel tickets. First game of the season. Denver at Kansas City on Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Dan, did you have one more? Was there one more in the
I did want to play this for you guys. This is a clip from Dan Campbell talking about why he loves and respects Sean Payton.
Oh. Okay.
Here's the first thing I would say about Sean. Sean never got down. Sean he never went gray or dark. He was always like, hey man, next day, we're ready to roll. Everything was always positive and upbeat, and it was simply, guys, this is why we didn't do well. This is why we lost. This is why this play wasn't successful. It was this. It was never like doom and gloom and, oh my God, what are we going to do, guys? We're in trouble. It was always, hey man, let's just look at it and face it for what it is. Let's look at the substance in it. That's what I always called it, man. I tell our players, look at the substance in it. Let's not go off of the emotion of, oh no, and now
the fans or the media are saying, what's wrong? I thought you guys were supposed to put up 400 yards of offense and score 30 points. Now we're not. We just lost. We almost got in overtime. No, block all that out. That doesn't matter. You know what matters is take away this penalty, man. Keep your hands inside when it's 3rd and 6. All right, we just converted. All right, we're going to go all the way down and score on that drive. Take this one. What did we have here? We missed a sack. You got your hands on him, wrap him up, pull him down. You're trying to do too much.
Okay, so pretty interesting there from Dan Campbell. Obviously played for Sean and coached under Sean. Does that anything in there surprise you guys at all? Like pretty much saying Sean is way more even keel than he can come off at times.
Yeah. For whatever reason, when Sean got here, we had this image in our heads of this like Bill Parcells like exact clone. He's Bill Parcells and it's gonna be a tough old school guy. It's just not who he is. Like I think he's tougher than what Dan Campbell is leading towards there. But I also don't think he he knows how to walk the line of being a tough guy and relating to his players much better than most people give him credit for.
I think he probably gives a harder time to his coaches and the staff around him more so than the players themselves.
Well, I have heard that from people in the building.
Yeah.
I have heard from people in the building. You're walking on eggshells.
Right. But not the players with Sean. I think he relates great to the players, in all honesty. I think he's tougher on the coaches and anybody else.
Well, I think that's the way it should be.
Yeah. I'm not upset with it or anything. It's like, hey, that's cool. Hey, like it's been said about him, he majors in minor. You just don't want to have you drive you nuts, and you don't want to overthink things that don't need to be overthought. And I think a little bit of that happened in the AFC Championship game, unfortunately. Bad time for it to rear its ugly head. But now there's a safeguard in it. And hopefully that really pays off for the team. Hopefully he has a more clear view, because I think his philosophy is really good. Like I think he knows exactly what he wants, Tyler. And I would way rather have a coach, one way or the other, that has a firm idea of what they want to do and how they want to go about it. If they're right, they're right. If they're wrong, they're wrong. But at least there's no second guessing as to, what are we doing here and who's in charge. No doubts about that. I guess at the end of the day, I actually really like Sean Payton, to be honest with you. I'm glad he's the coach. I really am. He's done a wonderful job with his team, and it's way more fun and more enjoyable to talk about the Denver Broncos these days than it was a few years ago. Ain't no doubt about it. All right, we gave you the keyword. We do have some news from the Broncos practice today. It's a coordinator day. Sean Payton's not actually talking. So we'll give you the news and information that we got as it comes along. It's PhD here on 92.5. All right, I got some news for you there, Tyler.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait, I do know. Sorry. My bad. I got it. I didn't know the song but I know this part. Sorry. What's the last concert you've been to? You actually went to one not that long ago, I thought.
I've been to a few of late.
Yeah.
What the heck was the last one? Oh, I went to the one of the band that was staying in my house.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Red Rocks, though, right?
Yeah, that was Ben Steller.
How was that?
It was fun. It was really cool. I went to Red Rocks the week before. Why am I drawing a blank on who I went to go see? I don't know. I saw Sturgill. I saw Chris Stapleton. Yeah.
Good stuff.
It's been like the most concerts this year has been. I've been to 4. That's the most I've been to like ever in a year.
We have a new neighbor, and this is going to be a record. Maybe. My wife likes our new neighbor. We just live in a townhome now, so we're massively downsized.
The record is that she likes your neighbor?
I don't know, Tyler, if we have liked a neighbor in 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, we liked there was a couple like
some might say look for the common denominator.
Well, I told you we liked the one neighbor that was doing all sorts of illegal HOA things next door, but they never bothered us, right? Like we liked them, but we weren't friendly with them because they were doing 10,000 things that they shouldn't have been doing in our neighborhood, but we just kept our mouths shut, and so did they, and they were great. The other neighbor we had in the last house, he was dressing up in all black as a burglar, like knocking down fences and having his dog crap in my yard. That was not great.
Well, it's better than his yard.
Then there was the neighbor across the street that was off all the fireworks. That wasn't great. Anyway, this is how out of it we are with concerts. There's a new neighbor. She's a single woman. She's retired. And she's on her own. And she's got like grandkids and kids like close by. But she's living in the place next to us by herself. So her and my wife are hitting it up. And she goes to my wife, "Would you like to come see Jack Johnson with me?" She says this to my wife. My wife goes to me.
Would I?
She goes, "I didn't know Jack Johnson even played an instrument." She thought it was Jack Johnson from the Avalanche. I go, no, there's another Jack Johnson.
Actually, really good at the guitar.
Very good singer-songwriter. And I go, no, and she goes, oh, I thought she was talking about the Avs guy. Tyler, are you following this conversation?
I'm with you. Yeah.
My wife.
So she said yes because it was an Avalanche player.
My wife, God bless her soul, thought Jack Johnson, the defenseman who used to play for the Avalanche, was playing at Fiddler's. I mean, Fiddler, she's been to Fiddler's. It's a big place. Now, if Jack Johnson
he's a talented dude, man.
If Jack Johnson had a band and was playing Timmy's nighttime pub on the corner, okay, but do you think Cale Makar's playing at Red Rocks?
Eric Johnson's on the drums.
So I said, no, Jack Johnson is this. I started playing. She goes, oh, that makes way more sense.
Well, didn't we have what was the name of the band with Moser and Connor and the crew? What was the name of that one?
The Colorado Wagon Band?
Colorado Wagon, yeah.
I don't know. Did they have a name?
That was the name of the song. I don't know if they had an official band name. Connor's going to be mad at me if they did, and I don't remember.
I think they did. Coming to Grips with Life. Mid-Age Crisis was probably their name.
What inspired that?
Who knows? I think because they sang that song and they kind of improv'd it and they thought it was so good. It wasn't much of a song, to be quite honest with you.
It was high production value, though.
They make a big deal about it. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Maybe the wagon wheels are falling off. Maybe that's the name
Wait,
of that
so
band.
I'm sorry. You probably said this, but the concert has happened or has not happened?
It's next week.
Oh, okay.
So she's going on.
So she's still going, even though it's not Jack Johnson from the Avs?
Yeah, she's still going, even though it's not Jack Johnson from the Avs. I was like, the logic, so Jack Johnson in the offseason plays Fiddlers.
What if the musician Jack Johnson wore
That would
an
be great.
Avs Jack Johnson sweater to his concert?
That would be meta. That would be so great, but I'm going to guess with the...
Wait, what did you just say before that?
Meta.
What? Dan?
Meta?
I have no idea.
I love when you try to be young. But
is that trying to be young?
I don't know. I don't even. I've
Saying
never heard
meta?
of it.
Saying meta is trying to be young?
That would be meta?
You're trying to be Facebook?
What the heck does that
means?
mean?
Meta would be Jack Johnson wearing a Jack Johnson shirt. Like, would you really
Like ironic?
What the heck is meta?
Okay. Did I not use that right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
If you did or did not. No accusations. I just don't know what the heck it is.
I mean, when you do something that is sublime to something else, like a meta sort of experience.
Huh?
Am I missing this? Did I screw that up?
When and where did you hear this?
Oh my God! My whole life, things are meta.
You were
so
in
this
Boulder
is actually
recently.
an old thing. I was thinking this was a young thing.
Meta
This is an old thing?
is an old. Meta's being meta is that's not. I don't think that's anything hip. I don't know if I even use it the right way.
That would be, but the way you just slipped it in there, that would be meta.
Well, Jack Johnson wearing a Jack Johnson shirt for the Avalanche while playing like folksy hipster music.
Super meta.
Super meta. Like, do you think anybody? All right,
It'd be fetch.
No dumb question. Thank you, Dan. No dumb question. Do you think anybody at the Jack Johnson concert would have any clue there was a guy named Jack Johnson on the Avalanche?
Well, if they did, would that be meta?
It would be if they were wearing his shirt.
So if the whole crowd showed up in Avs jerseys, that would be meta?
That would be unbelievable. I don't know. Maybe I didn't use it the right way. Who knows? I'm about to give up on this day. I'm just going to go to Lone Tree and just start
But
screaming.
do you use that word? Like, is that a part of your vocabulary?
I've used it before.
Yeah.
No, not really.
So you heard it recently?
No. We're getting consumed with my words. Don't worry about my words. I'm just going to go to this Lone Tree meeting and start screaming about, Burnham Yard sucks. Like, let's go.
Burnham Yard's too meta. Bring it to Lone Tree.
All right. I'm never living this down. It's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Do we have a winner, Dan?
Yes.
Do we have a winner?
Yes, our Hour 3 qualifier, Kevin McKibben. Congrats, Kevin. You're entered into the tourney.
Way to go, Kevin. So that's that. That's it for our qualifiers. Nate and Andy have some more coming up. Rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st, Rooftop Social in Rhino. Am I getting killed on the text line? Am I getting destroyed? All right.
I don't know. There's some people out there saying you didn't use it right, but that implies that they know what it is.
All right. The winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel tickets. First game of the season, Denver at Kansas City on Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Did VJ say?
Wait. I get it. Nate is meta right now. Look at what he's wearing.
What's he wearing?
Now I know what it means. Wait till he turns around.
No, that's not meta. That's like he's working at us.
I thought if you showed up at Altitude Sports Radio wearing an Altitude Sports Radio shirt, that would be meta.
No, there wouldn't be anything deeper than that. That's like working at McDonald's and wearing a McDonald's shirt.
I'm wearing a free shirt.
Yeah, for the place that
there's nothing. Yeah, exactly.
For the
There's
place that
nothing
he's
deeper.
working at.
Nate, if I said that was so meta, would you know what that means?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
So this is a me thing?
What do you mean?
That I don't know what it means.
He doesn't understand what the expression.
Oh.
To give Nate, real quick.
If we were spending a lot of time talking about sports radio on sports radio, that would be meta.
So isn't wearing an Altitude Sports Radio shirt at Altitude Sports Radio meta?
No, it's just a guy wearing a shirt.
I don't understand the
It's
difference.
a guy at work. You might as well have a name tag on. I mean, I don't think it's any big deal. And probably was free. Most likely.
It was free, yes.
My wife got invited to the Jack Johnson concert and thought it was Jack Johnson from the Avalanche. Because she's a big Avalanche fan. So I said, if you showed up wearing a Jack Johnson Avalanche shirt for the Jack Johnson rock concert, that would be a pretty meta moment.
That would be cool.
Wow.
That would work. Like a Jack Johnson Avalanche jersey to
Nate's
the Jack
smart
Johnson
and stuff.
show.
That would be a
Nate
meta-
doesn't count because he's smart.
That would be sort of a meta sort of moment, right?
Yes.
I'm wearing my Jack Johnson to the Jack Johnson concert.
Let me think. So last night I went to the Santana show.
Oh, good for you.
So if I was wearing a old Cleveland
Carlos
Indians
Santana.
Carlos Santana jersey
Yes!
to the Santana show,
Absolutely.
that would be meta. Yes.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, that would kind of work.
That would work.
Yes.
Actually, you'd have some choices. There are a lot of different Santanas throughout the course of sports.
There are several of them. Yes.
I don't. No, I'm not getting it because I don't understand the difference in your shirt and where we work.
Okay. All right, Tyler. I'm not sure what to say.
Also, this shirt is not technically where we work because it's Altitude Sports Radio AM
950
950.
AM.
Yeah, I go way back with this polo.
Yeah, you do, bud.
Yeah.
You an OG around here.
This is a throwback right here. Yes.
That is a funny little game, though. What rock concerts could you wear athlete shirts to in terms of supporting your band? That's a fun one.
So the bass player from Fish is Mike Gordon. So if you go to see them when they play at Dick's in a couple of weeks, you can wear your Aaron Gordon jersey. That one works. Or
Tanner Gordon. Even go deeper.
If a Tanner Gordon jersey exists, if somebody wear a Tom Flash Gordon throwback.
No, but wearing an AG shirt to the Fish concert, that'd be a cool moment.
That works.
That totally works.
Yes.
You get that. That's not that complicated.
Couldn't you guys just say ironic?
But it's not ironic because there's not it's a planned out thing. Irony would say there's some sort of happy accident to the whole thing. Like that wouldn't be ironic. That would be a plan. You intended to do that.
Okay.
There was intention to it.
I'm gonna go back to school.
You're fine, dude. Honestly, you can live without knowing what meta is and what it's all about. You can get by without it. You'll be fine. It's okay.
All right. Do we care about VJ or not? No. Nate's here now, so it doesn't even matter.
Okay.
What's on your mind today, Nate? Seriously, there's a lot of different things. Oh, yeah, we were giving updates on Jed York. I don't know if you got a good Jed York take. You know, I mean, now the trailer home owner is trying to separate himself from the sting.
We are good law-abiding citizens in this trailer park community.
We don't want to get dragged down. He contacted the prostitution ad 3 times before the arrest.
Yeah, he was trying to get someone.
Well, here's my question about that.
There's no doubt.
They also said he didn't get through. So you're telling me the police that set up a sting, they didn't pick up the phone the first 2 times?
Well, they might have got a lot of calls.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's like let's see how serious this guy really is. Like, let's make sure it's not a pocket dial.
Sure.
Let's make sure they contact us a couple of times because you don't want to leave any doubt if you're, once it goes to court or anything else like that.
The funny part is he couldn't figure it out on Saturday, but he never gave up.
His name was Joe, also.
Yeah, he was using the alias Joe.
Uh-huh. Was he Joe Montana?
He was trying something. And the story gets funnier and funnier as you dig into it, except for the fact that it's probably some sort of like sex slave ring that they're trying to bust on.
Yeah. There's like
Except for that.
There's a real dark, sad side to it. We'll do our best to stay in the ha-ha.
Yeah, stay in the trailer park side.
Yeah, let's just make fun of the NFL owner that's answering a prostitution ad and trying to spend $140 to spend an hour.
You know what's amazing is his prostitution budget. Like where he, as a multimillionaire, draws the line when it comes to prostitution.
This is what I said to Andy yesterday. Those billionaires, they didn't get rich by spending their money.
Yeah, like where is it? Like a 40, maybe up to 180. But I'm not going 2 bills.
We also pointed out, one of our texters was brilliant on this, by the way. We pointed out the absurdity of 140 is the number, and one of our texters pointed out, ATMs only spit out 20s.
Yeah, I was like, why not just 150? Why not just hit 150?
And
a bunch of people are like, look, man, they only get 20s at the ATM, which is a hell of a point.
Well, she probably would be happier at 130, but why stop there?
Yeah, you're not going to get changed.
You're not going to get changed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's well pointed out.
Yeah, throw the tip on top.
What did Nagel get busted for?
Same kind of. Well, no, it's like a $50 hooker.
Well, that's
on
what I'm
Colfax.
saying. Things have really increased.
Yeah.
I guess going to the trailer park really. That's another $100.
Inflation has hit all of us, Andy.
The lady of the night, of the night Nagel was with, was so familiar with the cops. I believe they addressed her by name when they saw her. Nagel's was the craziest one.
Oh,
of
it
all
was.
Of them. Because did you know anything about Nagel's life and his wife?
No.
Jenny, she's beautiful. And they had an incredible home in Morrison. And the fact that you can't wait from the ballpark to get to Morrison was this. He got all that money.
But
he got all his money.
Oh
too,
yeah,
from the
baseball
Rockies.
players. What you sign,
Oh,
you
yeah.
get it all.
It's
no matter
guaranteed.
what happens.
I mean,
you're
he
getting
wasn't-
it all.
He wasn't playing baseball anymore,
No.
but like he got
Still
all
got
the money.
paid.
Chris Bryant's still collecting.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
You remember Chris Bryant's Rocky? How often do you need to be reminded that Chris Bryant technically is a member of this team?
Technically still on the Rockies.
We were buddies with Denny back in the day, back in the KBPI days.
Did you ditch out on him after?
He kind of ditched out on life after
society.
we were like he was on the show a ton. We kind of like hanging out sometimes. I mean, it was like then he was a cool dude, man.
I always like though that man, he has a beautiful wife back home. Remember Hugh Grant? Remember who Hugh Grant was dating when he decided to get popped?
Yeah, that's not really the
But see, this
beauty is not what we're seeking.
It's not the
that
point.
evening.
What it is, right? It's about there's something mentally wrong with this guy. Like it's the sense of risk and like what he's going to get, and because he's
everyone's got
everyone's
their
got a
thing,
thing.
man.
right. Like Deshaun Watson obviously has mental problems. Like there's something about the whole process that was.
But he doesn't
enticing to him.
understand why anybody would want to boo him.
Right. Well, maybe that goes to his mental problems.
Wait, but what is so amazing though about that thing is that let's just take your whole creepy side of your personal life out of it. You sucked as a quarterback.
You can
that
go there.
night.
He's
You sucked.
9 and 10 as a starter.
You deserve to be booed for what you put on the field that night. You're making guaranteed money.
Yeah.
230.
And you're upset they booed you? You couldn't complete a pass, my guy.
I'm with you, dude.
How about Todd Monken, man? You wait your whole life to be
get
an
a
NFL
job,
head
yeah.
coach.
That's why it can't be his decision.
And that's
There's no way this is his decision.
But
Well, maybe the meeting
but that's the B of it all is that when they pay you to be the face of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So you have to stand up there 3 times, 4 times a week and take all the arrows.
Yeah.
You have to explain away organizational decisions that are above your pay grade. And Todd Monken, and I don't know if Todd Monken's going to be a good football coach or not. I will say the Browns, as bad as they are, have set themselves up with future assets. Like, they have a chance. They probably won't succeed because they're the Browns, but they at least have an opportunity to be able to do so. Is Todd Monken going to get a chance to be here to be the guy because they'll be bad this year. They draft a quarterback next year. They'll be bad again. What are the chances he's going to get a third season and a shot to make this work?
How many of these first-time coaches are puppets for their owners?
Sure.
And Haslam is the worst. And by the way, his brother runs the Predators with Chris McFarland. We'll see how that goes.
And that's what they pay these guys to do.
But this Haslam family, and like Chris McFarland put himself in a weird little position. And well, hey, whatever. Hopefully it works out for him, I guess. But like, there are so many crappy owners out there filled with their own egos.
Well,
So really, seriously, do you think this was Todd Monken's decision, or do you think this was the dude?
I think it was a Haslam call.
Paying the money.
Yeah,
it's 100%
because
a
again,
Haslam call.
there's a lot of you hear this all the time. There's a lot of rich guys that if they're paying you, you're not making the money for free. Okay, you're gonna earn your money, and so if things are even enough in Haslam's mind, well, the guys, whether you like him or not as a fan base, I've paid the guy a bunch of guarantees.
Yeah.
This is, again, why I said this to Buddy last night. This is why I do tip my cap to the Penners for not worrying about the fact, because, again, I remind everybody, Russell Wilson did not earn a single dollar of that new contract as a Bronco.
And they cut him loose.
They extended him, and they cut him before they paid him a single dollar.
You know why I
think
think
said you're bad for this, and you're out of here.
You know why I think that is? That's such a great point. Because I think Penner really likes Sean Payton and respects his opinion. And when Sean just says to him, I can't
do it.
I can't do it with this guy.
Well,
I think Penner was like,
get him out of here then.
Like
because
money
he's a
to him is like,
businessman.
And the most important thing you can do, though, when you run an NFL team, and I say the NFL, I think this is across sports, is if you make your determinations on the on-field product based upon it not giving the team the best chance to win or based upon what your payroll sheet looks like, you're screwed. You have shot yourself in the foot immediately. And by going with Deshaun Watson over Shedeur Sanders, that's what it screams. That would have been like if Penner had gone to Sean and said, I don't care how bad the guy is. Make it work.
Right.
It would have been an absolute, complete, and total disaster. And had he done that, I don't think Sean Payton would be the coach here anymore.
No, I think
that's a good
everybody's
point.
starting over, quite honestly.
Yeah, it would have been an absolute and complete and total disaster. The worst thing you can do is make your determinations on the field based upon the spreadsheet.
But you and I know owners do that.
Of
we
course
all
they
know
do.
they do
Of course
that.
they do. But that's my argument, though, is that's what the bad owners do.
Correct. Correct.
And,
But the good owners will listen. The good owners are smart people, and they're not egomaniacs. That's
Right.
why Jerry Jones, I don't know, I guess he bought his way to a gold jacket, but I don't think Jerry Jones is really a great owner.
No,
he got
because
he doesn't listen.
Do you want to know why he's in the Hall of Fame? And I've had a lot of people tell me this. Jerry Jones is in the Hall of Fame because he came in and he showed the other NFL owners how to monetize their brand more than they had before with his business
That's
acumen.
true. He took on the NFL.
Because I remember, and I'm sorry to say it, Stink telling me they would go play in Dallas, and that was the first time they had ever heard his players, Coca-Cola, the official soda of the Dallas Cowboys. And this sounds so silly now, but they weren't doing it then.
No, they were just doing everything as a big group.
Well,
and he
he came
forget
in
that.
and he's like, no, this is how you monetize and maximize what you've spent all this on. One of the reasons why Bowen had support to go into the Hall of Fame was he helped them create Sunday Night Football, the brand. He said, if you think Monday's good, we need to go with Sunday. And he brought in a whole other game and a whole other night for them to monetize.
It seems like such
That's
common
why
sense,
these guys
doesn't it?
Going, it does.
Like they're
because
getting
it's such
credit
a
for
part
this,
of our culture.
Or like, duh.
Let me raise a question though here. The idea of owners in the Hall of Fame, and not should owners be in the Hall of Fame, because that debate is played. But what truly makes you a Hall of Fame owner? And in this conversation, like, is it just presiding over a whole bunch of winning? Well, no. James Dolan, of all people, just won an NBA championship. Don't tell me you have to be good at presiding over winning or giving guys a chance to win to own a team. That's a load of crap. A lot of it is chance and draft, and did your coach finally make the right calls for you to be able to win it? But what makes a great NFL owner? It's kind of what Andy's saying about Jerry. He is the best at owning. Like, he is the best.
I guess so.
He has made himself
Because owning
into
isn't winning.
He is a cultural monolith in addition to his own team.
Yeah.
He was the first to have the biggest, most absurd palatial stadium. He's got the whole mixed-use entertainment district with the Star.
Right.
And just like Andy is talking about, like, how do I build my athletes and players into brands so that we're all printing more money? We had Kaylin on the show last year. She told us the story that was ESPN about Jerry, and they give tours of the facility. Like, Cowboys fans, you can just go get a tour. You can stand there and gawk at the players in the weight room while they're lifting weights and walk around and bump into guys.
It's so funny you say that, because when we went on the media tour of the new Broncos facility, I was like, oh, you should give tours here. Like, this, you could definitely do
and
it.
Jerry's like, hey, you should.
That's a good idea. That would be they do that in other workplaces.
They give you tours of the stadium.
I've been on the Coors
You can go
Brewery
get a
tour.
tour
It's
of the
great.
stadium.
I've been on the CNN tour where people are actually working, and they've got like a visitor's deck down
that's
there in
cool.
Atlanta. Like, you can see the newsroom. You can see them shooting TV shows.
Have you guys ever taken a stadium tour, by the way?
Oh, several.
I never have.
Oh, they're so great. Oh, dude. Go to it if you're ever in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You gotta go on the Atlanta Braves because it's a history. Because there's places in the ballpark that Giants. If you're in San Fran, there's stuff behind the scenes you just would never see.
I've thought about
if you
doing the
were on a
Coors
tour.
Field tour before, and it's just one of those things
I
I've just
bet that
never
would
made
be-
it
I
happen.
bet that
But I
would-
bet it's interesting.
Have you ever been out in the forest out there in center field?
I never have.
I haven't either.
No.
That would be cool, don't you think?
It would be.
Yeah, it's just we've been in the tunnels, and I feel like we've
been in the
traversed
bowels
the
of
back
them.
places so
Would
much.
you like to take a couple of hacks at the inside batting practice area next to the clubhouse?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, I'll throw out a shoulder in there. That sounds fun.
You can do that sort of thing. By the way, the Rockies. Oh my God.
What happened last night? I'm dead serious.
They got
I did
annihilated.
see what happened last night. Never mind.
Felder's throwing a
Never
no
mind,
hitter.
I'm
He's throwing a
sorry.
no hitter. They're winning 2-0. Then they implode defensively. They put in
Willie
Blake.
Castro made a really bad play. Sean Sullivan. I've never actually seen this before.
Sean Sullivan?
Brett
Sullivan?
Brett Sullivan.
Yeah.
Who's Sean Sullivan? Did I go to high school with him?
Probably.
Anyway.
You're pulling a Lindahl. I'm influencing you the wrong way.
Brett Sullivan was trying to throw out a runner that was stealing third, and his throw to third hit the batter's bat.
Oh, my
Went into left field.
And bounced
Are you
it
kidding
away.
me?
No, dude, it was bad
All
news.
I know
it was
is
bad news bears. No, the funniest story, they put in Blake Adams. His family, his parents were on a Hawaiian vacation. They cut it short by 3 days to fly from Hawaii to Washington to watch the kid play.
What a bad decision.
His first pitch is a base hit. He gave up 5 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks in 1 inning. So bad, they put in a position player, Troy Johnston, who got 3 up and 3 down, basically, and got out of the inning.
I do know now. That might have been when I turned in. Was he the chubbier guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Troy
All
Johnston.
I know is I finally settle in to watch this game, and I hear Spilly go, he still has to go one more batter. They can't take him out. He's not phase 3. And
It was a
it's
horrific.
just-
It was like a
oh my
single,
God.
a double, a home. It was all. I'm just cringing like as a parent. Think about my. And by the way,
Poor guy.
you got another guy, Mason Adams, who's in the Brenton Doyle trade.
He's pitching tonight.
He's making his major
Yeah.
league debut tonight.
Yeah, great. That ought to go well.
No, it could go so bad for the Rockies in this last 5 weeks because guys are hurt. I don't know if we'll see Kyle Freeland pitch again this year for the Rockies, by the way. It's on a 15-day IL. You're going to put him back in the games in September 10th?
Was it Johnston last night
He may
also
want to.
who got hurt in the on-deck circle?
What? He pitched.
How
did he get hurt in the
What the
on-deck circle?
hell is going on with this game last night?
I think it was either in the first or the second.
I didn't see that.
And it was like a super
I think
late
it got
swing
like a foul ball. Right.
And it drilled him in the on-deck circle.
That's workman's
That's
comp,
that's the
baby.
kind of night it was for the Rocks
Hell,
last
are
night.
you kidding me? That's the kind of month it's been.
No,
August has not been
Oh,
kind.
it's been bad.
Can they win 13 out of 31 games?
No.
I
But
don't
look,
think
you
it's
know
gonna
what?
be hard.
Here, I'll give you this. I'll give you this, dude. I've got interest in some of the young players. See, this
Do
is
you
what,
still, though?
This is
Do you
what
still?
sucks. I like Jake McCarthy. I don't mind
I know, but
Cole Carey.
we're kind
I
of
don't
through. We're kind of
mind
through.
Hunter
with,
Goodman.
We're kind of through with that part of the season, though.
No, I get it.
Like that's kind of over now.
But DMac, you don't understand. Anybody showing up in a Rockies hat, I've hated the last 2 years because you've sucked so bad.
Oh, they got fun players.
At least
but
they've been fun. But here's what sucks. We're going to have a lockout. And I don't know when I'm going to see again. So you know what? Truck Kyle Freeland back out there. God knows how old he's going to be by the time they come back from this lockout.
Are we like? Is that 100?
Manfred claims it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Oh, really? Good. I hope.
That's what he said the other day.
Has he talked to any of our guys around here?
He claims up and down. The run differential has plummeted after losing by 10 last night to minus 146. It is still not a.
The worst is the A's, though, I think.
Yeah, West Sacramento A's are at minus 190.
Listen, you've not lost 2 starts by 17 runs. They're not the Mariners.
By the
How
way,
about that?
They're not Mariners.
That's one of the greatest MLB stats of all time.
That's unreal.
That's unreal.
How about Big Dumper taking a big dump in his stats this year?
Although
I can't hit.
He had 3 bombs
Of
last
course
night.
he did.
What?
Oh, you did? Cal Raleigh had 3 home runs.
I didn't even catch that. Good for him.
The American League West is currently led by the Texas Rangers with a 66-66 record.
Yep.
All 5 clubs negative run differentials in that division
I'm
right
telling
now.
you.
Oh, hold on.
The American League, capital S, sucks.
Oh, what do you got?
You know what? Can I get a little Sarah McLachlan? I'm not going to
Oh.
make you do it, but can you just pull it up, my friend? Can we just have it? Because I have got an announcement. This is breaking news. It doesn't deserve a breaking news sounder. Look at it. He's playing. It's like he's playing the piano.
pulling
back
it
there.
up. Yeah,
I know.
getting
He's
those
John Teschen
keys
this
going.
sucker. He's John Teschen it.
Hit the keys.
But we've got some Bronco news that broke after practice.
Okay.
A tear is going to form in my guy Spring's
this is
eye.
awful.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Hold on.
Jeez, can you just sing the damn "I'll Remember You" song?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Remember.
Hakeem Butler's been cut. Hakeem Butler, we hardly knew you. The Battle Hawk is back to battle in St. Louis.
Oh, Hakeem Butler.
Butler's time is done. You know who he was?
There it is.
He's preseason Hall of Famer for this year. And he didn't even get to make a game to be the preseason Hall of Fame. He was first week of camp guy. There's always a first week of camp guy where like this guy's going to be a guy. No, he's not.
Not even Hall of
He's not.
Fame. I mean,
this dude can't even.
Hall of not even okay.
No,
There
but
was one time
he had a week. Not even. He had like 3 days.
They targeted him on back-to-back throws on Friday night, and both of them, it was just like, have you played receiver before?
Dude, he went to a break. I was taking pictures out there where I watched him go into a break. It looked like me. Hey, man, some sudden burst. Can you get a quick twitch to the middle of the field? You can't round off the cut.
I saw Cortland Sutton was coaching him on the sideline, and the expression was like, dude. And as he was explaining things, Hakeem Butler had that look on his face like, I don't know.
I've tried so many times.
In a corresponding move.
Hey, you know what? New rule. Give me the corresponding move. Then we're creating a new Altitude Sports Radio rule right here.
The club is signing Ron Stone Jr.,
Good.
26-year-old outside linebacker who has played the last 2 seasons in the UFL.
Yeah, he sounds like a baseball player, quite honestly. Good old Ron Stone's got a hell of a batting average.
Played for the 78 Dodgers.
He was playing for the Columbus Aviators.
He pitched Miller Lights.
5.5 sacks last year for the Aviators.
Definitely has a mustache.
5 TFLs. He was with the Michigan Panthers prior to that.
Yeah, they're
He's a plumber in the offseason.
They're getting ready for Jonathan Cooper to be suspended,
Look,
I guess.
Here's the deal. If a guy's been with 3 NFL teams and it hasn't worked out, no one in this station's allowed to get excited about him anymore. Okay? Nobody. No. I don't care how big he is. I don't care how athletically
he's tall.
He looks
he's tall.
amongst his position group. If he's already had 4 shots in other camps, nobody gets to be excited.
What was your favorite Hakeem Butler memory?
The one-handed catch in minicamp that was followed by, it was like a sweet one-handed over-the-shoulder, like DB all in his kitchen. Then the very next play, wide open screen pass, dropped as he had the whole tunnel screen ready to go.
My favorite is he wore blue shoes in the number 30.
Yeah, his Battlehawk shoes.
Nothing could but look more misplaced with the Broncos than bright blue shoes wearing Terrell Davis's number.
Get TD's number off you.
I agree.
So
you know what that reminded? Remember when Chad Brown? Were you doing the show with Chad Brown? I think you were, because I heard it on the other spot years ago, where they went up to CU Day prior to Dion showing up, and he's like, "All these guys are wasting our times calling this a pro day. Quit wasting everybody's time," because he just thought nobody had a shot at the NFL.
The crazy thing about Hakeem
Butler, yeah, wasted our time.
He was the MVP of the UFL.
Well, that tells you what that league's doing.
It sure does.
Ron Stone Jr. Is this Jonathan Cooper insurance?
That's what he just said.
I think it's a depth piece.
Yeah.
It's not a replacement, but it's a depth piece for what just move up the ladder. You know, Jonah Ellis moves up, Q Robinson moves up. You need somebody in there, depth.
Okay.
I bet they're getting ready for that.
Yeah. Hey,
the arraignment's Monday, by the way.
You know what? There's one less step now and a open roster spot and a greater chance that Man Jack can make the roster.
Ah, my guys!
So
Man Jack.
Keep
as long
it here,
as I don't
dudes.
draft him in any sort of fantasy thing ever again.
He was on your goose egg squad, wasn't he? Hakeem Butler.
All-timer, not scoring a single point, like not even a special team tackle for any of my guys.
Nothing. We have got a keyword for you to get qualified for rock, paper tickets and a chance to be able to win tickets to see Denver and Kansas City in an American sporting athletic contest, potentially on a game that can be played on a Monday evening. That's all the information we can give. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nate Kreckman, and I want to tell you about my friends over at Roller Auction. You have got 1 day and 20 hours, roughly 2 days left to get in on this factory return home goods, electronics, general merchandise, and more auction. Guys, this is a fun one. Just click on it. Go to roller.bid. That's Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, or I suppose you could just put rollerauction.com as well and scroll through the collection of merchandise in here. It's just an awful lot of fun stuff. I'm looking at this selection of noise-canceling headphones right now. Here's a pair for $40. Here's a pair for $45. Go bid on this right now. You're going to be saving a ton of money based on what you would be paying in some big box store. I promise you that. Go to roller.bid and check this thing out. By the way, 6-burner propane gas grill, $230. Got a side burner. It's an open box item. This is the kind of savings. You're paying what, $500-$600 for that over at the hardware store? Roller Auction. This is where you get this kind of savings. Roller.bid and sign up at roller.bid/altitude. Do it now. We've got another keyword for you to get yourself all qualified up for our Rock, Papers, Tickets contest. Rock, Papers, Tickets, Andy. That's for a chance to be able to win a couple of tickets to a game somewhere in Kansas City on a Monday night in mid-September. Andy, I saw this tweet really quickly. We got a good text coming in at 303-504-0925. Hakeem Butler is off to LSU.
That's our boy Flax.
So Nicole Auerbach tweeted this, National College Football Reporter. The Big Ten has confirmed that the head coach of a team that plays an NFL player would be suspended for half of the season and deal with an institutional fine. So the Big Ten has decided, for shame, they are looking down their nose right now at LSU and the SEC. They're not okay with this. Guys getting cut and being able to take advantage of the ruling to get a fifth year of college eligibility. The Daquan Wright rule, I guess we're calling it now, because that guy is going to go play wide receiver for LSU.
You know, I guess I'm going to go against the grain and upset everybody. College football has become its own. It's now officially the NFL minor leagues. We always knew that all along, but they're not even hiding it anymore. There is a small part of me. I guess today I was thinking, look, if this guy doesn't have a job in the NFL, what do we care if he goes and makes one more year of money in college? Honestly,
I want to read a quote to you that really struck me, and this was in. I read this in Dan Wolken's column in Yahoo today. This is Dan Lanning, the Oregon coach. Okay, and this is what he said. And again, his league just made this ruling.
Can't have him.
Can't do it. Dan Lanning said, quote, "Once you go to the NFL, to me, you're in the NFL and you don't get the opportunity to come back. And number two, most of us built our rosters, and you have a roster limit now. So if you invited somebody back on your team, that means you're kicking somebody else off to match your roster limits. I don't think that's fair to the players who worked all summer." I'm sorry. Since when was college athletics about fair?
Well, and
what the hell is he talking about? We watched in this town Deion Sanders stand in front of a room full of dudes and said, "You're not Louis.
I'm bringing better players.
Get the hell out of here."
So get ready to pack it up.
You're telling me Dan Lanning has never replaced anybody on his roster
the
when
guy
he was
gets
able
a new
to
quarterback every year to play in his offense?
Go into the portal and get a new player? What are you talking about? You're in the NFL. You don't get the opportunity to come back. First off, your upperclassmen make more money than a lot of guys on NFL rookie contracts do. You're professional sports.
Yeah.
Andy, explain to me why anybody has a problem with this. Like I'm an idiot.
No, look, the problem
maybe
is,
I am.
And look, I get it. People get upset and I understand the optics of it for some, but
Why?
think about it. Think about it. If your child goes to try to get a job and can't get the job in the field that they want and decides to go back to college, they can. So what's any difference with this here? He has eligibility. He does. He has eligibility. He couldn't hack it in the NFL. He's probably not going to play in the NFL. So if he gets a chance to make one more year of a paycheck, who cares?
Also, you are professional sports.
Yeah.
You are professional. So if he couldn't hack it in one league and a court ruling in Louisiana, and of course it's Louisiana.
Of course.
Because they got to pass a court ruling to help out Lane Kiffin.
Just like the Texas thing.
Exactly. Same situation. You're absolutely right about that. You find some, patsy of a judge that's a fan of the local U, and he'll pass the law. He'll make the ruling that makes it easier for you. But if Daquan Wright or any other football player is getting told by the NFL, not here, but they have the eligibility to go and make money plying their trade elsewhere, who the hell cares?
Yeah.
Who cares what he did all summer? Who cares if he was in an NFL camp?
And let's be honest, you're not cutting one of your actual 22 or even top 35 players, I get a feeling.
Yeah, whatever
the guy
walk-on is left.
Bumped, yeah. Guy that's getting bumped is just lucky to have a jersey game day and just trying to enjoy it anyway.
It's LSU. You got 175 players or whatever it is. I'm sorry, the sixth string long snapper, but you're just going to have to be a water boy this year.
Yeah.
You're a student manager. We'll still give you sweatpants.
I'm with you. If this was still like where they're actually going to class and it was still kind of like college ball, but
that's not what this is.
I know. And when was it? The 60s the last time was actually that?
Right.
The 80s?
Yes.
Let's quit acting like any of this crap. Most of these guys weren't going to class. Most of these guys, you know what? I had a buddy whose kid actually went, and y'all probably know who the buddy is. I'll just say the name. Daniel Schlereth. Daniel Schlereth doesn't want to talk to his dad all the time. Are you worried about this? Or his grades? He goes, dude, he's there to go. He's there for baseball. That's his major. Most of these guys for the last 2 decades, the major, if you've been starting at the college level, has been that sport. They expect you to practice. They expect you to alter your schedule for all that. And everybody happily did it. Now, luckily, some of these guys found a way to go and get degrees and actually maybe had something to fall back on. But for the most part, for the longest time, when you went to college for sports was your main life.
But if you want to be a doctor and you have a microbiology lab at 2:30 in the afternoon on a weekday, I'm sure the coach is okay with that, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Go to your
Depends
lab.
on how good you are. They might bump practice.
Why don't you go and get that extra instruction that you need, and we'll catch you in practice on Tuesday and Thursday. Don't worry.
Yeah.
That'll be just fine.
No big deal.
No.
Only if you suck. Get to your lab.
And again, like Dan Lanning up there of all, and whatever. I can pick on Dan Lanning all I want. I can pick on Lane Kiffin.
He's the one that said it.
I can pick on any of these guys. But this, what is so stupid about all of this is forever, all of you guys, you stood in front of progress. You stood in front of paying the players. And as a result, you end up with the current morass that we're in, where nobody and the coaches stand there, I don't know the rule. Nobody knows the rules. This is ridiculous. I don't understand what's going on. I can explain to you what's going on. For years and years, people said there's a problem with big-time college athletics, and all of you said, well, no, I think it's great the way it goes. And by the way, can I get that bump up from $7.5 to $10 million a year to continue to be the head coach here?
Yeah, and I'm the only one that can leave, and none of my players can without sitting out and hurting their careers.
And I'm sorry, I rule this program with an iron fist. I am in big-time control. And then they whine about, I don't understand the rules. My response to these guys would be, I don't know, maybe you guys can figure it out.
Well,
they pay you a lot of money. Figure it out.
Again, I go back to the 90s. How did we get here? I guess it was early 2000s at the time when it, what was it, 2003, I think it was, that great Buff team that ended up getting to go. They wanted to go play in the Orange Bowl against Miami.
Yeah.
But they ended up having to go play in the Fiesta Bowl against Oregon. Remember that Buff team? Bobby Pesavento, Justin Bannon, Drew Walrus. I could go on, and Andre Gerard, Daniel Graham, Chris Brown, NFL players all over the place. We used to have those guys come down and do shows with us when it was the Stinkin' Doc show, right? Literally one time they came to Governor's Park. They drove down from Boulder. They hung out with us for an hour on a show. The customary thing when any athlete comes and hangs out on a show, the pro athletes, they'll get $500 to someplace just to give us the time of day. Mm-hmm. We could not even buy these guys dinner. Your stupid rules were so restrictive.
Sure.
We couldn't even buy them a damn dinner without them risk being ineligible for the bowl game. So that's how you got here. If you want to know, that's how you ended up in this place.
SEC presidents released a statement last night saying, quote, individuals who choose to leave college athletics, sign professional playing contracts, and compete professionally should not then be permitted to return to college competition. I'm sorry, what conference does Lane Kiffin coach in? Oh, it's the SEC.
Yeah.
It's again, you can stand up there and try to maintain the illusion of amateurism or developing young men or whatever this crap is. It's pro sports.
Well,
okay, so if eligibility exists, a player should be able to say, well, I'll get a better paycheck at that level, so I'll go play there for another year.
Let me ask you this, though. Here's Daquan Wright. I mean, I'm just getting alerted to this guy. Has he played in the NFL before? Was this not his rookie year?
No. He was an undrafted
free agent
rookie
who
free
gave it
agent.
a try.
Right,
and
exactly.
It didn't work out, so who cares?
Right.
I'd have more of a problem if he played 2 or 3 years, got on an NFL strength program, and now you're going back to inflict that amongst boys. because you have LB. That's a different deal. This guy took a shot in his rookie year. They told him no thanks, so he's going to go back to college and use up his last. Who cares?
Let me tell you the other. Do you know the other angle of this that has got everybody in a whole kerfuffle over it? Is
Bargle.
So this kid played for the last 2 years at Ole Miss.
Oh, okay.
And now he's going to LSU to continue to play for his old head coach, Lane Kiffin.
Who is the public enemy number one.
And in the SEC, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to transfer inside the conference. You shouldn't be able to do that. That's not okay. Again, they're all in a huff and a puff over this whole thing.
So let me ask you this. If this kid just had gone back in and entered the portal and gone to, I don't know, name your Big 12. How about he went to A&M?
Oh, plenty of people would
Nobody
still be complaining. Well, A&M's in the SEC.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot. It used to be Big 12. There's no more Pac-12 either.
Should we do name that conference?
No, we ought to just call it what the hell happened to that conference, because that's part of the problem. You go to the Big 12. When you tell me Big 12, my brain is still set for Texas and Oklahoma and Texas A&M and, the fun schools.
Texas
Nebraska.
Tech is still there.
Oh, good.
Yeah, don't worry.
Great. I know Colorado's back in there, but I feel like
Colorado?
I feel like you showed up and all your neighbors moved.
It's time for a keyword for you to be able to get qualified for rock, paper tickets for the Monday night opener, Spring.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Playing. I don't even know what that is. I'm playing with you. No, I'm playing with you. Playing.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Okay, so are we dropping the G
Spring,
on playing?
Yeah, can I get an official spelling
No
on
G.
playing?
No
G.
Get the
Playing.
G out.
Okay, play in.
Play in.
Play in. It's like if you finish 7th through 10th in your conference in the NBA, you would go to the
G League.
Play in.
Oh.
We were going for play in there.
See, I was coming up with a joke of going to tell you like my wallet, no G's.
Play in. But one word, play in. Text play in. PLAYIN to 303-504-0925 along with your name. And we will draw a qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. You are qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotels, and tickets to the first game of the season, Denver at KC on Monday night. It's powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
Lay in.
Andy, I legitimately continue to, and you know this about me. I think this is something you figured out about me early on in our partnership, and I think it confused you briefly, and now I think it entertains you. Is that I root for all of the chaos?
You love the chaos.
I do, and in what has gone down in college football the last few years, from the absurdity of the NIL collectives and how hard they pushed back on all of that, to then what became an open marketplace to pay all these guys, all the way through to today. Remember last year when they told us, you got to call the collective hotline or the NIL hotline, and they'll tell you if your NIL deal passes muster and everything else like that.
They couldn't figure out if any of these were legit.
Right. And now guys that were undrafted free agents, if they played their 4 years of college football, they can get a 5th year of eligibility that was granted late. And now there's the potential for college football rosters for there to be a race to be able to sign all these guys, and the coaches can complain about it all they want. This is what I would say to them. This is what I would say to Dan Lanning or anybody else in his ilk, okay, is feel free to get left behind, man. What you should be doing right now is telling your general manager and telling your administrative staff, get me some of these dudes.
Yeah, I would guess that the minute that the Big Ten loses a bowl game to the SEC, because with Indiana being national champs, they're feeling pretty hoity-toity, and they had Michigan before that. They're feeling pretty good about things, right? Yeah. The minute that you go and lose a handful of bowl games to the SEC schools and maybe have some of these players, you will change your rules. I promise you that.
I hope right now. I hope that Dion is already talking to agents.
Yeah, might as well.
I hope he is.
Problem is you got to have cash for that.
Darn! I knew there was a catch.
Vic brought it out. Vic said it on the radio on his show yesterday. The reason, it shouldn't be a shock, but the reason why Jordan Seaton, left tackle, left was he got his money doubled by LSU.
Was there any mystery there? Was there
for those that weren't sure?
Was there a question?
It's officially
okay.
Yes.
Was there
doubled?
Yeah,
doubled.
Yeah. Yes.
Good luck. It's the SEC.
Cha-ching. Playin, Playn. Text it right now to 303-504-0925. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Quick break. When we come back, an old Nugget chimes in on the new Nuggets. Does he have a point? We'll hear from Michael Porter Jr. and NBA Podcast Land when we return. Andy, obviously we're still living in the afterglow of the DeMar DeRozan acquisition for the Nuggets and all the fun that comes with that, talking about role, talking about lineups that he could potentially work with. So there's some absolute excitement there about DeRozan coming off the bench and straight up getting buckets for the Nuggets. So we're all fired up about that. In the meantime, we got a goodbye message from Peyton Watson to Nuggets Nation via Instagram. Andy, do you want to hear this?
I read part of it. Please read it in full.
Nuggets Nation in the city of Denver, thank you for having me for the first 4 years of my career as a young NBA player who was a bit naive and hadn't seen much of the real world. You guys took care of me better than I could have ever imagined. Thanks for that. Playing this game every night on the national stage is difficult on both the body and the mind, but the love from the fans always makes it so worthwhile. I will miss seeing you all at Ball Arena. A few special thank yous. Calvin Booth for believing in me out of UCLA. The Kroenke family, Coach Malone, Coach Adelman, and the rest of the staff. All my teammates for helping to raise me up. AG for being my big brother. DJ for keeping me in check. Joker and Jamal for all the assists on and off the floor. KCP for throwing my 21st birthday party. MPJ for all the late night workouts and dinners. But again, most of all, thank you to the fans. Playing in front of you has been a dream come true. I will see you all soon. P-Watt.
We don't want to see you when you come through with Cleveland.
When does Cleveland come to town, by the way?
Hello, Cleveland.
Was it March? Yeah, March 18th. So we'll see P-Watt on March 18th. Michael Porter Jr., what was it? Curious Mike Spring, is that this one? Okay. So MPJ is talking Nuggets on his podcast. And he brought up a point that he is of the belief the downfall of the Denver Nuggets began with the departure of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I don't think it's the worst theory in the world, but let's listen to MPJ's reasoning. Roll it.
So I don't know why they let that was the beginning of our downfall. And I'm about to do Pope's podcast in a week or two, but that was the beginning of the downfall. But we still went Game 7 with Minnesota after Tim Connelly kind of built Minnesota to try to beat us with the two bigs. Because then you put Cat on Joker and you let Rudy kind of roam. So they kind of built that team to try to beat us, and they got us in Game 7. So then they let us run it back another year, and that's when we lost to OKC in Game 7. That's when I got hurt. I was wearing the pad on my shoulder. My shoulder was like dislocated and stuff, and we lost to OKC Game 7. I had a terrible playoffs because I had an AC joint. Grade 2 injury, like it was like a 3 or 4 month injury, but I'm trying to play through it. I'm popping it with the numbing stuff with a needle every game. I'm trying to play through it. Can't lift my arm, but we lose, and I played the worst. So I'm like, okay, I'm the one that's probably gonna get shipped out. And then they shipped me out. Then obviously P-Watt just got traded to the Cavs. It's like slowly, but they still gonna be called as long as you got Joker, Jamal, AG,
and what's it called? Debo just went over there too.
Debo's over there. Cam's obviously a good player. I mean, they're still good, but like we had some camaraderie. Like we had the
unit where like you needed to win.
Yeah, he's honestly, Andy. There's a lot of truth in what he said right there.
Yeah,
this team did come up together, and then this team ran into the issue that so many championship teams run into: the classic albatross of you can't pay everybody.
Well, but they're the start of the albatross, are they not?
They kind of, yeah. In a lot of ways, I suppose Milwaukee would like a place in the conversation as well. But Andy, the idea of it started with KCP, I don't think that's exactly everything, but it did signal a change, a kind of an evolution of who this team was counting on. And the choice that the organization made, for better or for worse, was they chose the future of Christian Braun over the present of KCP. And ultimately, the future of Christian Braun and that contract has also put the team in a tough spot and put them in a place where they couldn't pay Peyton Watson anymore. They shipped out MPJ to get Cam Johnson and try and get further depth. And unfortunately, because of all the injuries that the team was dealing with a season ago, that depth turned out to not be there for you when you needed it the most. at least not in an effective manner. So I don't think there's a direct corollary between this is when KCP left and this is when it got bad. But as we know, Andy, in sports, in roster construction, and especially in a sport with a salary cap, you've got to make tough decisions, and that was a decision that they made. And so far, or at least judging on last year's results, it would suggest it hasn't worked.
Yeah, because Calvin Booth had stated his goal, and I think everybody for the most part agreed with this. I don't know that Michael Malone did. But Calvin Booth said his goal was, remember the famous quote, it's not about one more, it's about a whole bunch more, whatever it was.
He wanted to be Tim Duncan. He wanted to be bad and then good again and then bad and then good again.
But he was trying to construct the team so multiple championships were in play, not just one.
Right.
But
he didn't think repeating was possible.
He didn't.
He wanted the San Antonio model.
It was a massive flaw, though, looking back at it now. And look, we're saying this with hindsight. To be fair to Calvin Booth, we're saying this with hindsight. Now, there's a lot of things I think we can criticize Calvin Booth on, trading away all the second-round picks, giving these extra-year contracts to guys. Both Malone and Booth need their criticism for not communicating with each other when it comes to players you wanted drafted that you were going to develop, because clearly we're seeing you weren't ever on the same page there, and that's why the Nuggets don't have a lot of young players that they can count on that fit the system, and frankly why both guys are gone. But at the end of the day, what they should have done is they should have just gone all in for the second championship. They really just should have. Being able to look back at it now with what history has taught us, with the quick jump of Oklahoma City, with the sudden rise of the San Antonio Spurs, you'd have been best off loading up, doing your deal, keeping KCP and everybody else, and really trying to get that next year or two getting another championship, and you didn't, and now here we are.
But another challenge, and Porter brought it up right there, was his shoulder was jacked.
Yeah.
And like, a part of, and I know people don't want to hear this, but I think savvy fans understand this. You need good fortune. You need luck on your side to win a championship.
Oh, there's no doubt.
You really do. Like, you have to have the good team. That part of it never changes, but then you have to have the good team with the good health, with the right matchups. Everything has to come together for you to win a championship. That's what it did in 2023. You were healthy, and you kept getting teams that were either compromised or just bad matchups for you, and you slaughtered all of those teams. And since that time, the Nuggets haven't been able to approach that again.
Yeah, because we find out that you gave up too much defense when you got rid of KCP. Let's just be honest about it. You talk about it, there's no guard defense the way that you needed it. Now, Christian Brown's getting better, but he was no KCP.
Did you happen to read Sean Keeler's column today?
I did not, because I don't have the paywall.
It's I think I only have it for another week, and then I got to call and fight with somebody from this
By the way, your
department.
point to the health, people think we say that too much. What's the main reason why the Broncos didn't go to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, it was health.
The worst time for an injury to their quarterback.
Yeah, we talk about injuries all the time because they literally are the difference between going all the way and doing the thing or not.
You don't control that aspect.
And also, like, I often find that we overrate our experience of watching a compromised, beat-up team. We do. And I made this point with the Nuggets. It sucks that P. Watt is gone. That starting five last year had a plus 13 net rating. That's a great lineup. That's not a good lineup. That's a great lineup. And most teams in the NBA would kill to have a starting lineup that looks like Denver's. Now, your bench, your depth, I don't know. I'm not terribly confident in it. And, you need DeMar DeRozan to be great. And, you need Bagley's athleticism to be special. And one of the two of Lonnie Walker or Alpha Diallo is really going to have to turn into a viable NBA player. Julian Strawther is going to have to be somebody that you can actually put on the floor and trust. So I'm not burying the Nuggets. And, I bring up the Christian Brown stuff because Sean Keeler's got a ton of good quotes from CB in here. And he's, number one, he's confident. And number two, very much has a chip on the shoulder. And it's a good piece by Sean Keeler. And the ending quote here from CB, because he was asked about how's the ankle. He said, I want to put it in the past. It's not something I want to talk about anymore. I've worked extremely hard to get past it and will continue to work on it. It's something that will continue to develop, continue to get better, so I'm not too worried about what other people have to say about it. I know who I am and the player I am. I know I'll bounce back and be right where I need to be next year. Yeah, he's really aware of his failures this past season. I don't think it feels good for Christian Braun to know if you're only as good as your weakest link. He was the weakest link in that starting five last year. And he wasn't healthy enough to be able to contribute. And I think he's super aware of it. I think he's a really prideful athlete. I said this to you the other day on the show, Andy. Christian Braun, to me, is kind of the single greatest pivot point for this Nuggets team this upcoming season between are you going to be plus 50 wins or are you going to be below 50 wins?
Can't let that contract be an albatross,
right?
And he needs to make it worth it.
Yeah.
Period. He needs to play. I mean, you got to get back to being the CB that they paid you for.
Yeah.
Now, the good news is they didn't pay you for anything insane. Frankly, he didn't even, when he got the contract, he didn't even have his best three ball going, if you remember.
No.
So he can get back to where he needs to be, but he's got to be healthy. They've got to be healthy as a team, period. They've just got to be more healthy than they've been. And you don't really control that.
There's a lot of interesting lineup stuff. I was reading some of Matt Moore today, and he was kind of he was putting up some numbers of what it's looked like when DeRozan has played with other ball-dominant guards, and it has oftentimes not been particularly good. We will see, if the Nuggets are if they want to stagger DeRozan and use Jamal in those minutes with the second unit, or do they do something different? Go with Cam maybe in that situation, and then tie Jamal's minutes more closer to Joker's. I don't know. I think there's some mysteries to be solved, and I think the first 20 games of this season are going to be quite informative. And quite frankly, I think they're going to be informative for fans and for media, and I think they're going to be informative for Adelman and the coaching staff too, and the players of just what the hell works with this new configuration, because there's a lot to figure out with this team. But yeah, I like those comments from CB. Just need the health now. Sorry, listeners. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for Wahoo's Fish Tacos. What have you got going tonight for dinner? We've now hit the middle of the afternoon, late afternoon. You may be thinking about going home and thinking about what's for dinner. Make it easy. Go on by Wahoo's. You want to try something new? You want to change it up a little bit? They can do that for you at Wahoo's. They still got their summer menu going on. If you'd like to go and take advantage of that, it's got some new offerings on there that maybe you'll just find right up your alley. They've got a pineapple margarita if you want to go sit in store, maybe enjoy a few things there for a couple of days, or for a couple of days, just sit there for a little bit and enjoy a pineapple margarita. But they've got a lot of stuff that you can enjoy, like their blackened fish, their blackened chicken. They oftentimes have the teriyaki offerings. You can get a nice steak bowl if you'd like to with teriyaki. But I recommend you get on into Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Change it up. They have tofu if you'd like tofu. If you're vegetarian, I know my buddy Jeff Legwald's eating a lot of tofu when we go in there. You can get it as a bowl. You can get a burrito, tacos. You can also get it as an enchilada. A lot of different ways to enjoy it right there. They've got fresh salsas for you to pair and a nice rice and beans. I think the chips and queso are fantastic. You can do nachos. They've got a ton of offerings for you. They've got a happy hour every day so that you can sit there and unwind if that's what you need. And on Thursday, kids eat free, so make plans for that. Plus, it's a great spot for lunch, and a lot of them, I think all four of them feature great patios. I know the two in Highlands Ranch do, and I've been told the one in Longmont is beautiful. Get out to Wahoo's Fish Tacos. That fourth location is in Boulder. Go and see them today and find anything else that you need to find out about them at wahoos.com.
Feels like sacrilege to talk over this. I guess we are talk radio, technically, is our format. Dolly Parton passed away at the age of 80. Died peacefully in Nashville, Tennessee. Andy, I got some Dolly factoids for you.
Hit me with it.
25 gold, platinum, or multi-platinum albums. 42 different top 10 albums. A record for any artist. Sold over 100 million albums total. Her songs, number 1 26 times, most of any female artist. She's charted 110 different times. 46 Grammy nominations, which I believe is most of any female artist except Beyonce and Taylor Swift. 42 CMA nominations. Country Music Hall of Fame. She has been nominated. She didn't win, but she's been nominated. She won EGOT, Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony. She made her Grand Ole Opry debut, I believe it was over 55 years ago. She was married for over 50 years. Her husband, Carl Dean, passed away last year. Is said to have written as many as 3,000 songs. And the Dollywood Foundation mailed over 100 million books for free to children.
Just a peach of a lady.
I mean, Dolly Parton was the best of us.
Yeah.
If there was a Hall of Fame for human beings, first ballot, unanimous.
You never heard a bad story about her. I feel like so many people that had interactions with her always just glowed about it. She was an icon. I can remember, I don't know, various shows she was a mentor to someone, various singing shows, you know.
She was terrific.
She was.
Her music was fantastic. She was charming as could be.
The movie that song came from was a fun movie. She played a fun part in that.
Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin, 9 to 5.
Trying to get a little respect in the workplace.
Oh man, just phenomenal. I asked you this question earlier. Is there anybody in sports that reaches what I think we call the Dolly Parton level of 100% approval rating, just beloved across the board?
Let's hear it, people. 303-504-0925. Nate has asked this to a few people in break, and none of us can come up with anyone that's started and finished beloved.
Yeah.
Everybody has a hiccup. Michael Jordan has got, well, frankly, Michael Jordan, I think, just coming off of The Last Dance, didn't do himself any favors.
Yeah.
People are like, God, I don't know if I really like that guy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
O.J. Simpson was a beloved actor and football player. I don't have to tell you how that story ended.
Do you remember Live Strong bracelets?
Yeah.
Those were everywhere.
Lance Armstrong. That didn't end very well.
Mm-hmm.
There just seems to always be something. Even I felt like Brett Favre for a long time had some good things going. Then the stories about him came out in multiple fashions, whether it was with the Jets, there was some stuff still with the Packers. He had that pill addiction.
Tiger Woods. Tiger, not
Tiger
exactly.
Woods has had like a WWE heel turn in a lot of ways, is he not?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of.
I told you Hulk Hogan was like a beloved wrestler. Not anymore.
Not so much.
No. Again,
don't Google.
Everybody seems to find out stuff they don't want to about a lot of these folks in post life.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking about this before because we have these athletes that I feel like they come into our sphere and like they're so brilliant and you jump on board, you know? And let me just give you a few examples from recent years. Steph Curry. Steph Curry started, I believe, as truly beloved. Look at this guy. He's 6'2" and he's undersized. And he's overcome all these ankle injuries, and now he's one of the best shooters that we have ever lived. And then it doesn't take terribly long for the Golden State Warriors. Well, you went from the plucky, fun story to, well, then you went and gotten Durant and you bought a bunch of titles and you guys are everything that's wrong with sports. Now, again, I'll argue and push back on a lot of those points, but like I'm just kind of going with prevailing notions here for a moment.
The general public does not feel that way. The general public allows you, as you said, you get your window of the underdog, but then we're tired of you.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
People turned on the Chiefs. They got sick of the Chiefs. Yeah. I know in Denver it's
it's easy to do, but
it's your birthright
people
to
got
hate
tired
them.
of it.
But exactly, and it's the brother and it's the wife and and again, like you tumble. And maybe that's a result of overexposure, which it could be. Shohei Ohtani, who I still adore, but Shohei Ohtani had his name dragged through the mud with the whole thing with the translator. And the betting and everything else, and people that still question.
Still wonder. Yeah, the full story.
What really went on right there. I'll give you this name. Victor Wembanyama. I think right now, Wemby's in a really, really good sweet spot. What's he get? 2-3 years of this shelf life before it goes in another direction? And whether it's a personal misstep there that pisses off some segment of the population, or again, it's people just look at him and go, I'm sick of this guy.
All right, let me ask you this. Because he's been on top for a while. What has Joker done to get everybody upset?
I know. He's
close.
It's one that I thought about.
But here's what's hard about sports. Somebody somewhere hates you because you play against their team.
Exactly. Or it's...
Like, I don't like country music, but I like Dolly Parton.
Exactly.
I'm not upset at Dolly Parton.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, I'm not a country music aficionado, but I can put Jolene on and get moved.
Look, if nothing else, I had a crush on Dolly Parton as a young man.
Who didn't?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which... I think there was a great quote somewhere along the line from Dolly when they were asking about her sort of using the looks
appeal.
and the figure,
sure,
the curves.
It was a very famous figure.
Yeah, and she was just like, "Well, this is what I got. I might as well use it."
Well, yeah,
and I think she like her joke was even like, "If I was a waitress, I'd still be using this."
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was funny in the midday show. Dan Tanner admitted he didn't know anything about her. I was like, you don't know anything about her?
Anything?
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on now, guy. Everybody, most knew one thing about her.
I maybe this was just a joke that me and my brother had, but anytime there was a birthday or anything else like that, just stick 2 balloons in the T-shirt. Look at me, I'm Dolly Parton.
That was a stupid teenage boy joke. You're not. That wasn't just in the Kreckman household.
Okay, just making sure.
Anytime balloons,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
a stick becomes a bat and balloons become Dolly Parton.
Dolly was always our, she was our North Star.
Well, yeah.
When it came to the clavage.
You set the bar. Good for you. It was either Dolly Parton or Elvira if you're from the 80s. Let's just be honest. And salutes to you both.
Well done. And as somebody that was once 12 years old, thank you.
I dated a girl in college that called him the Dolly Partons. So,
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.
Anyway. So yeah, in sports, it's hard to pull that off, man. It's because, again, whether it's a franchise, and again, whether it's a team or a person, Bill Belichick has never been beloved, and he's the most successful coach going.
That's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, like the most successful, probably the most successful athlete of our lifetime is Tom Brady, right?
Yeah.
Or Tom or MJ. One of the two. Tiger, I guess, goes in the conversation as well. And yeah, with Tom Brady, it was just like, all right, why don't you chill out with the plastic surgery and the avocado ice cream, you weirdo?
Every time, Scotty told me he owns some soccer team and there's a documentary about it. And he's like, I really don't like Tom Brady. Listening to this guy talking there. And it's just like, calm down. I get you're a champ. It's a little much.
Yeah. And maybe we're just a more judgmental society
now. But the other thing is we tend to find out everything about everybody, which is frankly what makes Dolly's story so amazing. I'm not unaware of anything negative coming out about her. Like, you know who else was in that category? Whitney Houston. And then the end of Whitney's run was terrible.
And Whitney made all her money on a Dolly song.
Yeah, well, that's funny.
Uh-huh.
You're right.
Uh-huh.
What about, you know what? See, another one I can come up with that I'm not aware of. I'm spacing her name. The Golden Girl that just left us.
Betty White?
Betty White.
Oh, Betty
Thank you.
White.
Betty White was beloved.
Yeah, I think so.
She just got funnier as things went, right?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, with too many of these people, and
I don't know if you can do it in sports anymore.
Well, it feels like
once upon a time we had, the Willie Mays, the Yogi Berra, we had characters like that, but they didn't have to be athletes in a social media age.
Right. You don't know what you'd have found out, frankly.
Exactly.
And hopefully nothing.
Or there was a smaller likelihood that they'd go and say something that would, again, piss off some segment of the population. And, well, with the way that I lean in the world, I can't be on board with that. I can't agree with any of that. Some of that is just the divisive nature of our world anymore, is that everything is as tribal as can possibly be. It's just, it is tougher and tougher to find anybody in the world of sports with a 100% approval rating, a likability rating like Dolly Parton had.
Yeah, it's crazy. Guy I thought was on his way was Kobe, and then he had his problems here
not
in
so
the
much.
state.
Mm-hmm.
And that led to his heel turn almost as an athlete, if you will.
Yeah.
Where he just said, bring on the hate and try to turn into it.
And I think there's a generation of people that adore him, and I think that there's, enough comments from old teammates of his that are just like, no, that guy wasn't actually that awesome. Yeah.
So anyway.
Not actually that good of a time.
All right. No. This
No.
person doesn't work either. Never mind.
No? Okay.
You want me to say it?
Yeah.
I was going to ask about Peyton Manning, but there are those that wonder about the trainer thing. So.
God, he's pretty close,
He's as close as you're going to get, but I just don't think you're going to get, again.
Right.
Find me the pocket of the world that you've put a pretty high bar up.
There's a skeleton in that closet.
There is.
Yeah. You're right. Good call. Well, nobody's ever had anything bad to say about Tim Tebow.
No.
Sorry, I was joking.
But
don't take that comment seriously.
I don't, but
okay.
I knew somebody was going to, so just to address it out loud, not everybody agrees with their religious views.
What about Bill Russell? The reason why I bring that name up, I never knew this anecdote, and I read it today in the Athletic NBA newsletter. Listen to this one, Andy. By the way, Bill Russell, largely adored, right?
Yeah.
Listen to this. On this day in 1965, Bill Russell completed one of the most competitive and petty deals in NBA history. Wilt Chamberlain had just signed a $100,000 contract, making him the highest paid player in basketball. The Celtics offered Bill Russell $75,000, and he threatened to retire unless he was paid $1 more than Wilt.
Classic.
So the Celtics signed Bill Russell to a $100,000 $1 contract.
Love it.
He went full Price is Right.
Love it.
Just so he could have the highest deal in the NBA.
I love it.
Which, in 1965, Kreckman and Lindahl were on the radio somewhere in Boston just being like, Bill Russell, paycheck player.
Yeah. How dare you want $1 more than Wilt? Did they know, by the way, did we know all of Wilt's activities while Wilt was playing?
I don't think so.
He didn't reveal that till retirement in his book.
It was in the book, right?
Right.
Yeah. And
nobody was aware
of
all the company he was keeping, right?
Which I'll be honest with you, that only made me like him more.
Well,
but again, I'm
sure, but not everybody.
I'm not.
It's not everybody's cup of tea.
Oh man, Dolly Parton, the greatest. Nobody lives up to your standard. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, another keyword for you, and then Andy, we're watching another Bronco injury now. We're keeping an eye on another one.
Yeah,
we'll let you know about that next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends at Southern Steer. I was just there today. I tell you, this story just happened over the weekend. Love to share stories from when people enjoy the meals I'm able to prepare for them. I had a buddy over at my house, prepared him some of the. Now, this is like the second or third time over the summer here. He's had a chance to have some of the products from Southern Steer with me because I like to cook, quite honestly. Matter of fact, we got a podcast up if you want tips. We're going to keep that going a little bit. But anyway, wanted the steak tips. Loved the Korean barbecue steak tips and told me that he'd really noticed the difference between the quality meat that that I'm serving him from Southern Steer and what he gets when he goes to the grocery store. And so because of that, he took out cash out of his wallet and said, when you go there, usually I go on Tuesdays. He said, when you stop by on Tuesday, I want you to get me some as well, because that's just how good it is. And not the easiest place for him to get over to, because he lives literally on the other side of town, but did not want to miss out. So I told him I'd hook him up. You need to go over there and get yourself some too, especially on Tuesdays. Tuesday's a great day to go over to Southern Steer because they do have a special on all the flavor-infused chicken and beef. That includes those great steak tips. Today they had the usual 4 flavors of the Argentine, the Korean barbecue, the teriyaki. I love the teriyaki in particular. And, of course, there's steakhouse. But the Argentine's really good. The Korean barbecue's really good. Steakhouse is really good. They had some buffalo tenders. Guys, I get told by my buddy Ben, you don't buy the chicken tenders with buffalo sauce. I don't know why. Please go over there and get some. Make sure he's motivated to keep putting them out there, because obviously his selection of meat, and especially the flavor-infused meat, is based on what you guys decide to buy. The buffalo tenders are fantastic. I love their buffalo sauce. I think it's restaurant quality at minimum, and it tastes fantastic. Bottom line, you want quality protein. I got another buddy, Eric, that went and got some more this weekend as well. You want high-quality protein. You want great fresh ground beef. You want to taste the difference in the meat from what you've had before. Get on over to Southern Steer. Southern Steer Butchers on Rapo Road, 2 blocks east of I-25 on Dayton Street. They're catty corner from Shane Company or Fay Myers or whatever at the end of that strip mall. Go and see them today. Find them on the web at southernsteer.com.
Join us at Rooftop Social next Tuesday night for the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament ever. The winner is getting a trip to KC for the Denver, Kansas City Monday night opener. Even if you don't qualify for the tournament through text, we'll be picking at least 4 people who just show up as at-large bids. We'll see you at Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday at 6. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino. We got a keyword, Spring? Give me a keyword.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword. Pinky.
I'm going to play all 17 games, and I'm going to give my team everything I got. I'll pinky promise all of you right now about that.
Pinky. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Pinky. We're looking for Pinky. 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 Text Pinky right now to 303-504-0925. Of course, as you all know, Andy Lindahl was the one that you consummated the Pinky swear.
I did.
With J.K. Dobbins.
That's right.
So your keyword is Pinky. Text that to 303-504-0925 with your name, and we'll draw a qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour this hour. So that's 4:55. You're qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. We were just telling you about it. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to KC. Flights, hotels, tickets to the first game of the season, Denver to Kansas City on Monday night. Powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
And you guys are playing rock, paper, scissors. Be clear. This is a tournament. It's going to be officiated. It's going to be a thing. You got to show up, get your fingers stretched out, make sure you're ready to do it.
Make sure your pinky is flexible.
Yes, and it will be officiated. This is all very official.
Judged.
Yeah.
By the rules of Major League Rock, Paper, Scissors.
I do believe, I don't know for sure, so I won't say it.
Okay.
But we do have some built-in fail-safes because I was concerned about,
Andy,
people get competitive.
Just because you believe it, that can make it so.
Well, you know what I did? I wouldn't mind doing this when we go out for our Bud Light Football Fridays, but way long ago in the aughts, when I was at the first run of the failed sports station.
I've been on a few of those.
Yeah. We used to do Madden tournaments, and guys would show up with they insisted I'm playing with my controller.
Their own gear.
And we had to have ways to determine if guys had a same team, who was using what, and these things get serious. We are prepared for that.
Like if you're a real pool shark or in a bowling league,
right?
If you roll in with your Madden controller, do you have a case for it?
Some guys did.
Okay.
And of course, they were modded and all that.
Okay.
Because it was actually a pretty good time. One time, again, we used to do a lot of stuff at Governor's Park. I love that place. I'm sad it closed. I had a few successes there too. Nate Kreckman.
You won some darts?
I met the Dolly Partons there, matter of fact. We actually had a game where the finals, you were playing for tickets, and so we used to just, you got a chance to play each other in a drive to make these games go quick and we could get through some people because we would draw some crowds. But then at a final for it one time, we got these guys playing a game, and we ended up letting go the whole game because the whole bar was watching this game. It was more exciting than the rando tennis or whatever that ESPN was carrying at that time.
Pinky is your keyword. Text it to 303-504-0925 right now.
If Nate Kreckman needed to win something through a video game, a sports video game,
oh yeah,
what would be your choice? What are you taking on all comers in? NBA 2K, NBA Jam,
NHL 94.
Really?
Yeah, I'd go NHL 94.
You gonna make Gretzky bleed for superfan number 99 over there?
I'd go straight to that one. NHL 94 is such a fun video game.
That shocks me.
Why?
Because of your love of baseball and your love of basketball, that it's NHL 94 that's actually the game Kreckman's going to school you at.
It's the, I think it's, again, I haven't played video games since the 90s. I think it's the best sports video game ever. But I'm well aware that technology has moved past the little 16-bit characters. It was such a, the kids these days, they don't even understand, okay? There was, now, I have my team on franchise mode or whatever, and I play multiple seasons, and I can fire a general manager, and I can have a sex scandal with my assistant coach. Whatever goes on these games, okay?
You probably can. I'll be honest with you,
Yeah.
Nate. I haven't checked out the latest, Madden, but it might make its way in there.
So NHLPA 93. So this was the evolution. Was the original NHL on Genesis or Super Nintendo? You had team logos, and then NHLPA 93. They made the deal with the Players Association, so we had the player names, but they were just on Chicago or just Quebec or Montreal, and then NHL 94. They married it all together. It changed the game.
Yeah.
It truly did.
Yeah.
And then you got to NHL 95, which I thought the gameplay wasn't as good, but they tracked your statistics over a full season. And again, I took that crap so seriously, as a 14-year-old, wet behind the ears, freshman in high school, I'm staying up until 2 a.m. playing this game every single night and compiling statistics and comparing them over year to year. Yeah, I was always a bit of a nerd when it came to the stats, but man, that stuff was so important at that time. People don't even know.
Yeah, so my game was NHL 99 for the PlayStation.
Yeah.
The original PlayStation.
Yeah.
Actually, it's coincidence. I love the game, but it was Forsberg on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was a fantastic game, and I did love. Although Gaston Green on the Madden version, the Genesis Madden of the 90 whatever year Gaston Green played for the Broncos, that dude could flat out haul to the end zone. But there was a Drew Brees version of Madden in the aughts that I just thought was a lot of fun.
Drew Brees was on the cover of college football.
Was he?
Yeah.
Look at that.
It was like the NCAA game in the 90s or whatever. And this is just one more quick thought on this. And this sounds ridiculous to people because
I do have a question too.
You're talking PlayStation there. At the University of Illinois in the late 90s and 2000, 2001 when I was in college, the ubiquitous system that everybody had was the Sega Dreamcast.
Yes.
And the reason why was because it didn't have the right copyright protection on it, so you could burn games via a CD burner.
Share them with people.
So the moment you got a Dreamcast, within a week, you were just like, I got 150 games.
Yeah.
Look at that. You couldn't pull that off on the other systems. Or maybe you could, but you had to know a cyber criminal to be able to do it. Exactly.
You were breaking some copyrights there.
Right, exactly. You could with Dreamcast, you immediately had every game.
So get this, as I cleaned out the room of shame that everyone has in their house, I found my Dreamcast.
You still got
5 games. Oh yeah. One of them being the pod, what was it, the Pod Racer one? I got that too.
Oh, the Star Wars Pod Racer game.
One.
That game was
That
okay.
was pretty trippy on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, I got to know if anybody else does this because my kid, Hayden, who I love to death, is the only one that does this. He creates himself on a game, which we've all done.
Yeah.
But he loves to make himself the goalie in hockey. And I don't get it.
He wants to be a goalie?
Why do you want to be the goalie?
He likes the goalie.
Just stand back there and wait for somebody to come your way and get some action. Why you want to be the... I don't know whether it's a video game or real life. I had a chance to talk to Buck Cunningham, who was Patrick Smythe's intern.
What was that name?
Buck Cunningham.
Great name.
Buck with the B, Cunningham. And he's a goalie for Duke. He's a local kid from Valor, but now he's a goalie at Duke for lacrosse. And we got him on the podcast, which I'm going to put up here in a bit. I got to get to a lot of stuff. But I was like, dude, why a goalie? Why? I don't get it. No, why? It's a miserable position.
You get all the cool equipment.
Nah, have you ever played goalie?
You get to paint the mask.
Have you ever tried lacrosse goalie outside?
I've never played lacrosse in my life.
Yeah, no, it hurts. It's nothing but
I'm
pain.
Sure.
The only thing you're wearing if you want to is soccer shin pads. And I jumped in. That one time against the Air Force Academy. No, listen to this, Nate. I'm going to tell you how bad this position sucks.
Yeah.
I took a heater of a shot.
Yeah.
My thumb was wrapped around the shaft. The ball went right there. It felt, just slam your thumb in a car door and then go, oh, it's a great position. Let me go do this again tomorrow.
You know what that is? You know what pain is? That's weakness escaping the body, my friend.
No, it isn't. I literally quit. I told all the guys to go, someone else doing it. I'm out. I'm done. I've done you got my thumb. I think my thumb's broken. Somebody else go in that stupid net. I never want to be in there again.
Got to tough it up, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, you betcha. Or you just got to drink. You got to be insane. You know what you got to, you know who plays goalie? The guys who then go on a career to being Jackass. That's who plays goalie. You see the guy from Jackass get bit by the shark, by the way?
No.
So Shark Week during Discovery, for some reason, some genius decided, let's combine Jackass
and Sharks
and Shark Week.
Somebody got bit? Was it Steve-O?
No, his name, I'm not kidding. His name was Poopies. I don't even know who he is. But that probably should have told me. But his name is Poopies, and he did something amongst the sharks where you're not supposed to thrash around because that's what attracts them. That's like the dinner bell. So he was doing a stunt called Jump the Shark in honor of the Fonz.
Yeah.
And he decided he'd be funny and do a front flip into the water, and guess what? The sharks went and got him.
Well, that's the risk you run.
Yeah, dude, I'm serious. They went full. It's the first time on Shark Week I've actually seen the Discovery medical team.
Oh, this happened like 5 years ago.
They went full action.
I got to
on
see
this
this
guy.
All right.
They just played the episode, probably because they had to make sure he lived.
Okay.
But he got ripped open somewhere.
I'm pulling it up. I want to
and
see
they had to get him on a board, on a boat, and then airlift him someplace.
I mean, Andy, if I'm going to Siegfried and Roy, it's because, in the back of my mind, I kind of hope the tiger bites him. That's what I'm there for.
You're the guy. You are literally the guy that watches Naked and Afraid, hoping that someone gets it.
That's the draw, right? You want to be the one. I don't know anybody that was at that Siegfried and Roy show.
Sure.
But
you got the one.
If you were, you're telling that story forever.
Hope you kept the ticket. Was that paper ticket times?
Oh, I bet it was. Yeah. You framed that.
Yeah.
That's what you're there for. RJ Harvey is banged up, Andy.
Yeah. We got to get into this in full, Nate. Do we have enough time?
We do.
You think so?
Yeah, just go. He's banged up.
Yeah, don't tell me you're not concerned about this.
Yeah,
I'm
concerned.
Again, this guy, nagging injuries was his thing all last year. Isn't that why he started off the year a little bit slow?
Yep.
Right? And now all of a sudden, I didn't see what happened. He caught the great wheel route. What is going on with the...
He's on
is
the
this
side
not the second guy?
Rehab field now.
Drew Sanders. This is the second time in a week. Drew Sanders goes out, has a great game, gets a sack, kind of reminds us that he's on the team. Now he's been hurting on the side field. RJ Harvey now goes out there, great wheel route. Bo, I don't care what it is. Bo is going to go down as the best wheel route passer in history. You run that route and leave it open, he's going to get the dagger in you every time.
That was a really good throw.
God, he throws that route so well.
Riley Moss, Alex Forsyth, Frank Crum, all not practicing today.
Dudes. No, wait, they were out.
They were straight up not
right?
practicing. RJ was on a side rehab field, joined by safety Tyson Anderson, who doesn't feel like is going to make the team.
Isn't that your guy? Isn't that the other Illini?
Tyson Anderson?
And he
was from Cincinnati. He was the one free agent.
Oh, that's right. That's who that was.
Yeah.
Dude, remember he got laid out. My buddies are like, who is this dude? I go, I think he's the one special teams guy we signed.
Miles Scott is the safety
your
from
guy
Illinois.
From the Illini?
Yeah, it's you know what, Andy? Practice squad candidate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know me some Michael Scott.
Uh-huh.
I don't know no Miles Scott.
Miles Scott.
We can't. Here's where my paranoia is getting worked up. Because I got this as an 11-win team. I'm going to 11. This one goes to 11.
Okay.
Get that ready for when we predict things next week there, spring.
These go to 11.
By the way, we were talking about old stuff you try to watch again. I tried to watch Spinal Tap, and it's weirded me out because they all got the same voices, but they're so old. Did you watch the new Spinal
sequel?
Tap?
I never did.
They look so old, but they still have, Nigel's voice is still Nigel's voice, but he's ancient. And I'm like, what? I can't. So anyway.
You're such an ageist.
I really am. You know why? Because I look damn good for 52, Kreckman. Look at this full head of hair. See that? I'm doing it on Twitch. There's no wig. No wig.
Old people, although slow and dangerous behind the wheel, can still serve a purpose.
I love that scene. Hey, my buddies and I, every birthday, don't you go dying on me now, as he heads off to go, he's trying to buy, what was that magazine called? Rhode Island.
The Rhode
Never
Island,
mind.
We're not allowed to say the word. I think, you know what, though? Jed York could be a subscriber.
Yeah, I think that's where he got the number of the gal he tried to contact.
Might be.
So he thought. Anyway, enough with these stupid nagging injuries for the Broncos. It's really, we got to talk about Barnwell's article.
Yeah.
It touches on this kind of stuff.
I got another Bronco question for you when we come back.
I don't think I'm interested.
Could a you're contractually obligated to do the next segment.
Not with this question.
Could a trade be in the offing for the Broncos?
Really?
And I wouldn't have thought of this position, but Nick Kosminer raised the question in his piece today in The Athletic. I'll throw this one at you when we come back. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, summer's wrapping up, the fall's ahead, and there's a lot of activities I'm sure you know you need to get done when the fall gets here. Got to get the yard cleaned up. Eventually, the leaves are going to drop. You know, there's all the, hopefully, Halloween parties you're going to go attend. And guess what? If you get your low T up, you may be attending those Halloween parties with a little something special on your mind. Bottom line is this. If you're not feeling it as far as the gym, if you're not feeling it as far as good sleep, you got the brain fog and you just feel like you're just not yourself, low testosterone could be the problem. So get on in there and get your levels checked at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them see what they can do for you. You know, this can start hitting you as early as your mid-30s, and you don't want to be just kind of dealing with it and put it off as something you're going to deal with at another time. Now's the time to get it handled because you got a lot to do before the year is up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, go in there, have that first visit. It takes you can go and have a low T quiz if you like. Do you like a quiz? I know Nate does. 10 questions, yes or no answers. Takes you just a couple of minutes. Schedule the consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood, have results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about what those results say after the T and the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your visit after the consultation, that appointment's free. Normally it's $99, but if you get on the T schedule, then it is free. Go and find them. Closest one to you could be anywhere all over Colorado. They've got North Denver, Central Denver, Fort Collins, The Springs, Castle Rock's got a great revamped location. Get back to feeling yourself. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
High five coming up at 5 o'clock. 5 biggest stories of the day from, let's be honest, around the Broncos. We'll hear from Davis Webb and Vance Joseph. Davis Webb talking about Bo Nix's performance against Green Bay, the Jalen Waddle catch, and more. Plus Vance Joseph will chime in on giving up a touchdown to Jordan Love and Green Bay on the opening drive. Speaking of Vance Joseph, interesting question that was brought up by our buddy Nick Kosmider, who I'm sure we'll talk to this week here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Looking at the Broncos roster right now, we often ask the question, could you trade one of your receivers? Could you trade one of your corners? I hadn't thought about this position group prompting a trade, but Kosmider brings up a good point. Did the Broncos have too many good defensive linemen?
That's interesting because I was wondering if you're going to say O-lineman with what Leggy told us yesterday.
Yeah.
Which one you willing to part with becomes my question.
So Zach Allen, DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach, Ioma Wazirike, and the rookie Tyler Onyedem.
Untouchable.
All 5 of those guys make the team. After that, you have got Jordan Jackson, who I believe has played in 24 regular season games and playoff games over the last 2 years. Jackson out of Air Force. And you've got a second-year player who is a third-round pick in Savion Jones.
Yeah, who looks like a good player, but is stuck behind a lot of good players.
Right, exactly. Now, Kosmider makes an interesting point here. 2 years ago, the Broncos kept 7 defensive linemen. Last year, they kept 6. Could this be 5 potentially this year? Could they crank it up to 6? If so, could you move Jackson or Savion Jones? Or do you keep all 7 because you like all those players at the expense of another position, knowing full well that you have to rotate and there's a high occurrence of injuries at that position?
Yeah, but remember, and this was brought up, I think Kosmider even wrote this, and maybe it was included in there, but do you remember the Broncos last year traded Devon Vele?
Yeah.
Got a 4th-round draft pick.
Yeah.
Guess who that is?
Moved a 7th-rounder, turned it into a 4th-rounder.
That was now Jonah Coleman.
That was Jonah Coleman, yeah.
Yep. So again, sometimes hanging on, like, I don't know what it could mean in the short term. As you said, high attrition at that position. You may end up wishing you had one of those guys, but
it doesn't feel like you'd get a 4th-round pick for one of those guys. But
well, you never know. It depends on how bad people need them.
Maybe a 6th.
Again, it's not a wide receiver. People need wide receivers more than they need D linemen usually. But you're not talking about the sexiest. But I'll tell you what. Let's say it was. I'm sorry. Who's the LSU kid?
Savion Jones.
Savion Jones. Let's say you're talking about Savion Jones. Just a couple years ago, the kid was a draft pick. And they probably still have their grade sheets real recently from what they had on him. Again, he comes from one of those sort of legendary schools. I bet you, I wouldn't be surprised at least at a 5th for a Savion Jones. Right team, needs somebody.
It's not bad.
I mean, but what are you taking back?
They used a 3rd-rounder on him, but like...
You're not getting a 2nd-rounder,
You're not going to get a 2nd-rounder, and a 5th-rounder is... It's just more aiming at if you want to move up because there's a player that you love in the 3rd or the 4th or whatever, well, then tacking on a 5th-rounder can always be effective.
As we talk this out, I'd probably still hold on to Savion because, again, the Zach Allen thing, he's been phenomenal. See, here's the thing. Zach Allen is an amazing player. How old's Zach Allen? He's got to be nearing 30, doesn't he?
I was going to say 29 or 30.
Because I believe he was a 2nd contract when he got here, and they re-signed him again. But this is a guy where, you got some older thing.
Massively durable player. Zach Allen is 29. His birthday was 5 days ago. Happy birthday, Zach Allen. But he's 29 years of age, going into his age 29 season, 4th year in Denver, and he has missed 1 game in his time so far with the Broncos. I mean, the guy, it's so funny with Zach Allen. Like, he's the classic just... Well, Zach Allen's slow to get up on the play and then leaves the field, and then the next series he's right back out
He's
there.
just taped with another brace on or something like that. Comes back out and just keeps crushing it.
Tape an aspirin to it and get back
but
out
again,
there.
Nate, how long are you going to be able to, I don't want to sit here and predict doomsday. I don't want to feel that way.
The injury attrition question?
The injury attrition, the older you get, I say all this because I would keep Savion Jones around, would be my lean. They seem to really like him. Leggy's seen some really good things out of the guy. And you can't have too many. And listen, they're going through this thing with Ben Powers where it feels like they're starting to decide maybe the money isn't worth with what the age is. You know what I mean? How long? You don't want to think about that with Zach Allen, but you could get there sooner than later because of the age and the position that he plays.
So the Broncos had last year. This is offense plus defense. Barnwell had this in his piece today. Broncos returned 31 of 33 players who played at least 300 offensive or defensive snaps for them in 2025. And the team had remarkably good health. The offense was injured at about the league average rate. The defense, third healthiest in the NFL last year on the adjusted games loss metric that FTN uses. But, yeah, third healthiest offense in the NFL. What's the likelihood that that maintains? So
judging by what we've seen in camp, not very.
Yeah. So to your point, like keep the depth wherever you can.
If you wanted to trade Jordan Jackson and you could get because like you said,
whatever,
it's really hard to get the same return on what you spent on Savion Jones. So maybe that's not the guy you're shopping.
But Jordan was an undrafted free agent out of Air Force. Yeah,
is a good value in return.
Funny thing about it though is like how many times this camp you look up and you're just like, hey, there's Jordan Jackson in the backfield again. It's a good player.
Which is why maybe you just keep him, because if you are trading again, you don't need to acquire, I don't think, pickaxe assets right now. Is there a position? See, you got the Taylor Rapp, so we can't really talk about safety. I guess I don't know. I really like Red Murdoch. I was going to say if you're going to try to pick anything up, maybe what I'd try to pick up. I'd try to get a different selection of quarterback. That just seems very hard this time.
Oh, the backup quarterback.
The backup quarterback, to be clear, not Bo, but the guys behind him.
Right. Yeah. Which
ain't going to happen. Let's just be honest.
Well, and the Broncos are going to look at it and they're going to go, Stiddy and Ellinger have been in camp and they know our system. You know?
Yeah, the only guy that I think might intrigue him at this point, and I don't even think he'd come here to play quarterback, would be Taysom Hill. And Leggy made a good point to one of the shows last week where Sean went to the Hall of Fame and not a single peep about Taysom Hill has come out. So whatever conversations they had at the Drew Brees celebration doesn't sound like it got anybody too fired up about things.
Andy, according to Schefter, Daquan Wright has officially cleared waivers and is expected to sign and go back to LSU. So that's it. It's now happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you and I covered it in full last hour. I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, it's great. Good. Go make a living, kid.
The kid doesn't think he's going to make a – if the NFL's told you no thanks, I'm not going to begrudge you making one more year of college money if they're going to pay it to you.
No, and it's if that – increases, another year of playing tight end for Lane Kiffin at LSU, if that increases your likelihood of potentially getting drafted or developing better as a player and maybe having a pro football future, then isn't that what college football is supposed to exist for?
Well, and you bring up a great point there. You know what? We could see 5 years from now where maybe teams just simply embrace this and we all keep wanting that NFL Europe. NFL teams don't have time to develop players.
Oh, the NFL should completely embrace this.
Could we see the next thing where it's kind of like college where whether it's baseball or hockey, we drafted your rights, go get coached by your college team.
Right.
We liked enough to take a chance on drafting you, go get another year playing there, and then we'll take you when you're a little more seasoned because we don't seem to develop people in this league anymore.
There was a report earlier today, some concern over an awkward landing from Jamar Chase at practice in Cincinnati. According to Schefter, he's fine. Apparently the Bengals said he's fine. So he's good to go. Jamar Chase will be okay. Ashton Genty's got the Clint Kubiak said today he's on the mend and he's going to recover from his sprained ankle, and they hope to be able to have him for week 1. So that's what's going on there with the big, let's be honest, fantasy impacting injuries of the week.
People are starting to draft teams if they haven't already.
Yeah.
You need to know what's going on with these guys.
Yeah.
This is a tough time of year, too. Nobody has to give injury reports if they don't want to. And for those that missed it, Riley Moss, I thought Riley Moss was Sidefield. Did you say not practice at all?
He did not practice today.
So there we go.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for an update on there. He's dealing with a rib injury.
Doesn't feel like he'd play no matter what, right?
I think it's a rib injury. Nobody confirmed it's a rib injury.
Well, when he's holding his rib.
I mean, it looks like his rib, but...
The visual tells us it's a rib injury.
Ribs. I had ribs for lunch. Rib injuries suck.
Yeah. Coughing, breathing.
Yeah.
Laughing, sneezing.
I bruised my ribs earlier in the summer, like in June. It still hurt. It sucks. It's a really annoying injury to come back from.
Spring sage, you drink your milk. I don't know if that helped you though.
I mean, splashing the coffee here and there, whatever goes with the cereal. I can't tell you the last time I just sat down and had a glass of milk.
And who chugs a glass? What are you, Ron Burgundy? Even Ron Burgundy admitted it was a bad choice.
My 5-year-old just going through a gallon every 2 days. But other than that, yeah, I don't.
You know, the adult I know that does it, we could call my guy. We could call our cow guy.
Oh, Jersey
Jeremy.
Mike.
Well, yeah, Jersey Mike's the
Jersey
cow.
Mike's no longer
Jeremy's
with us.
my buddy.
Yeah.
He's the milkman in Wisconsin, no less. So I'm
Yes.
sure he's got milk lying around. He's got product.
It's you know what it is? That's called state pride.
I wouldn't mind a little chocolate milk. When's the last time you slugged some chocolate milk?
Don't know.
Not you, just chocolate. You have not allowed yourself to have just a nice cup of chocolate milk?
Yeah, no, not really.
Why not? Too good?
I don't know. I just haven't. It's never even
You're not letting
crossed my
Sandy
mind.
enjoy all that it beholds the chocolate milk? Lucy can't have just a nice fresh cup of the old Choco milk?
Oh, they do constantly. They drink the stuff from Costco. Yeah, you get the case of the chocolate milks and throw it in the fridge, and they chug that stuff constantly.
You ever have one of the dairies from around here deliver you some of that?
I do, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's classy. Spring, do we have a qualifier?
Classy.
It is. You get milk delivered to the home? I think that's a classy thing.
It's convenient.
It's the way that I'm classing things up out in the suburbs. Spring, who do we got as a qualifier?
Yeah, your hour one qualifier was Michael Gearhart.
Gearhart.
And this hour's qualifier is Mike McKibben.
What is going on today?
Michael,
the Mike's feeling it.
And Mike, yeah, way to go, guys. You guys ever listen to Hot Mike, do you?
They should.
It's a fine podcast featuring Andy Lindahl and Scott Hastings. You should check it out on the weekly.
We need Scotty not to go out of town the night the biggest news happens.
Ah, okay.
That would have been quite the episode.
Okay. Do you guys got a fresh ep this week?
I'm hoping if he gets his rear end back from Arkansas, I guess we'll see. I'm not doing it while he's out in, although I should probably do it while he's out in Arkansas. That'll be the most honest ep you've ever had.
You know what it sounds like, Andy? Sounds like there's an eye in Hot Mike. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the Denver Broncos when we come back. All right, let's jump right to it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Actually, you know what, Spring? Give me the Papa Murphy's read, and then I want to interject briefly before we get to Bronco news.
All right, celebrate $10 Tuesdays at Papa Murphy's. On Tuesdays only, get any large pizza for just $10. Order online now, papamurphys.com.
All right, Andy. The SEC is tisking
their
own school.
Let's do it.
Here's the statement from the SEC. Following meetings with the presidents, chancellors, and athletics directors of the Southeastern Conference, the SEC will enforce the following policy. An SEC institution is not permitted to have an athlete on its roster who has 1, previously declared for the NFL, NBA, or WNBA draft and did not appropriately withdraw. 2, signed a contract with an NFL or other professional football league, NBA, G League, or WNBA or affiliate team, or been listed on an NFL or other professional football league, NBA, G League, or WNBA or affiliate roster. The commissioner is authorized to enforce this expectation with penalties against member institutions. To which I believe LSU would say to their own conference, and we'll see you guys in court. And now the SEC doesn't want Daquan Wright playing.
Let's be honest. Well, in my opinion, and let's go that way. In my opinion, if this wasn't Lane Kiffin, you wouldn't be getting all worked up. I don't think. But maybe, who knows? Whatever.
He's the right lightning rod for it. You're absolutely right about that. But I think this is more of a this is a stature. I think this is viewed by the gatekeepers of the sport as too great of a pushback on their traditions, and they will use as a fallback excuse, well, we just don't know how to police this. Well, we just don't know how to deal with this. To which I would say to them, figure it out.
Yeah.
Big deal. Figure it out, okay? If a court has ruled, whether it's crap or not, whether it's some judge that's just in LSU's pocket or not, again, are you really hurting anybody with this whole thing? As long as the kid didn't go full Brendan Sorsby and bet on his own team or whatever. Right. Like, I understand having an issue. I had a huge issue with Brendan Sorsby.
Sure.
On this one, dude's looking at it going, I'm not going to make this NFL team.
No.
And they just had a ruling that said I can get a 5th year of eligibility. I would like to continue to play college football.
The guy literally went to camp, Daquan Wright. Went to camp, got cut. The NFL said no thanks. He's not played for 2 years in the NFL, then been waived. We're not talking about something like that.
Right.
He literally took a shot not going to work out. So he's trying to go back to college. I don't really have a problem with it. And again, I think even more and more, as we talked about it last hour, that last segment, if I were the NFL and I were college football, work it out to where if you decide this kid's not ready, we're sending you back down for more seasoning the way baseball and hockey does it.
You're a professional minor league. Just deal with it.
Yeah, you've made yourself that.
Yeah.
You made yourself that the minute you took millions and billions of dollars for your TV deal.
Exactly. Let's sell everything to the highest bidder, but then when this kid tries to go and continue to make a living as a football player, I'm sorry, that's just not
because
acceptable.
Remember, he didn't make any money to go to camp. You don't make your paycheck till you make the team.
Yeah.
He got his $50 stipend or whatever the thing is a week.
It's just
But they
ridiculous.
don't make any real money till they actually make the team.
What's the hunting expression? It's the what is it? The deer has the gun now and they don't like it. Go ahead, Spring.
I've not heard that. It's kind of
high five. All right, the Broncos made a transaction today. They waived wide receiver Hakeem Butler. My guy, the dream is officially over.
He's out.
And they signed outside linebacker Ron Stone Jr. His father, Ron Stone Sr., was a guard and a 2-time Super Bowl champion with the Dallas Cowboys, a 2-time All-Pro, a 3-time Pro Bowler. And today, Vance Joseph was asked if he remembers Ron Stone Sr.
Remember, his dad was a great player, obviously in the league, but this kid's smart, he's tough. Coach Smeding actually coached him 1 year in college, so, we're familiar with this kid. He practiced today and made a couple of plays. I was surprised he even peeled under pressure, so with a 10-minute meeting before the practice, but he'll play a bunch on Friday, so we'll see where he's at.
Andy, I think Jeff Legwell told us the Broncos, they tend to pay more attention to the UFL than other teams do. They are looking for guys that have been in professional football settings that they can vision a role for and are eager to go and use that as a place to be able to find dudes. They tried it with Hakeem Butler. It didn't work. Sean Fresh Jr., I think, is the other guy from the UFL that they have right now. And look again, he's a long shot to make the team. I think Ron Stone is going to be a long shot to be able to make the team, but if you can get a practice squad gig for some of these dudes, you could potentially use them down the line should there be injuries, and you have real pro scouting available on these guys. I think it's smart of the Broncos to leave no Ron Stone unturned.
Nice. Okay.
All right.
Ron Stone or Red Murdoch are quite the linebacking combo. If this doesn't all work out, I feel like they could go get themselves a sweet car and fight crime as PIs or something.
Stone and Murdoch.
Get that siren that you stick on the top of the roof.
Do they still do that anymore?
I have no idea.
I always thought that was kind of
cool. Did they ever do that? Was that ever a real thing? It must have been.
I think they were. Yeah, I think those things were real. They were like magnetic. You'd like check them up there, and then but you don't see that much anymore. Bring that back. Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Get back to Vance Joseph potentially. Let's hear from Davis Webb. He was asked today, how did Bo Nix play on Friday?
I thought he did a really good job, like we kind of talked about, get back to those fields, and he handled that really good. He's really efficient, good communicator in the huddle, in and out, was accurate with the football. I think there's one play he would like to have back, but through 2 drives and almost being, 8-9 months since the last time he's played, it's pretty good.
Yeah, he was 6-9, throwing the football over 70 yards, hit the big shot down the field to Jalen Waddle. Was able to move outside the pocket, hit Troutman on the move, good throw to little Jordan Humphrey. Was the throw to Jalen Waddle a great throw? Not really, but also it's the preseason. It's the first connection these two dudes have ever had in an actual football game. And look, if Jalen Waddle, with his individual brilliance, can slow up, make that catch, make a guy miss, and get some yak, well, that's what he gets paid to do. Sometimes you pay the receiver to help make the quarterback look better, and that's what the Broncos have accomplished. Honestly, Andy, you can pick some nits and some nicks if you want to, but I largely was pleased with what I saw from Bo Nix in game number 1.
Yes.
Spring.
High five.
You did this. We played this game yesterday.
Davis Webb, is your vision for Jalen Waddle to be a slot wide receiver?
He's going to play everywhere. He's really, really good. He's going to play everything but O-line. So he'll move around.
I think that magazine from Dumb and Dumber was the Rhode Island Slot.
Okay, way to go.
Thank you.
Had a way to get it in.
I'm
still thrown off by Davis Webb's voice. He doesn't sound like.
What do you?
He's got a little more O-line to him. Get a little more gravel to him.
All right,
sound a little more Roadhouse.
Spring, roll. Give me some more Davis Webb. I need to. Let me give you my ruling on this. Let's see.
I think the first thing, if you're able to stand still in the pocket, the O-line's blocking, so that's a good start.
I think it's a good football coach. It's a little gravelly right now. He's clearly been, running practice,
talking into headsets.
Yeah, hollering at guys, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but he doesn't come off as Cal guy,
Oh, no?
Hoity-toity school, playing quarterback.
Well, you got to, that's one of the.
Sounds like he's had a couple cigarettes and a good couple of coffees. Let's get on out here and get this done.
Part of the art of coaching, you got to be able to connect. Okay, you got to be able to take that intellect and yet be able to connect with the people.
You got to be able to swing by the It'll Do Lounge, house a couple of Mick Lights, and call it good.
Absolutely. What's next, Spring?
There ever been a more better name than It'll Do? Huh? Used to be off I-70 driving by. Hey, you want to go there? It'll do.
I bet Davis Webb's a JD's bait shop kind of guy.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is it still there?
Oh, it is. It is.
All right, good for JD.
Yeah.
I haven't been. Well, I guess I haven't paid attention. Is they still Rappo and?
Oh yeah.
Whatever.
A lot of Denver
25?
Broncos have tipped it in JD's bait shop. All right, what's next, Spring?
Vance Joseph, what'd you make of that Packers touchdown drive in the first quarter?
I think that first drive was kind of twofold. For me, I didn't think our approach, in my opinion, was unengaged and a little bit lazy, right? It wasn't the right approach, even in pregame. So I felt that. So that was the first lesson. The second lesson is, I think 2 games, what we've played here, we've seen how offenses see us, right? So lots of boots, lots of misdirection, outside runs more often than not, mass protection passes, quick game. Teams don't want to lose first down because if they do lose first down, our rush kind of takes, it comes alive. So I think that game was an example of what is coming in the future. How teams see us, run game wise, pass game wise, winning first down with quick game, boots, outside runs more often than inside runs. So to me, it was a great lesson on both ends of when we play, it's a standard, and I want to see it all the time. And obviously how teams see us. And in 2 weeks, we've seen that kind of trend that way.
There's VJ expanded on that idea a lot more, and I want to dive into that coming up at 5:20. We're going to talk about Bill Barnwell and the Broncos as a regression candidate this upcoming season. Barnwell wrote about it today at ESPN.com. I want to cite some of the numbers and kind of figures that he used to arrive at that conclusion. Andy, it's something that we have spent a lot of time talking about, and I think that Vance Joseph, again, you can tell this organization has the finger on the pulse of what their single biggest problem is coming into this season. So we'll spend a lot more time on that coming up at 5:20. But first, let's talk a little bit more about the safeties.
High five.
Yes, the safety position for the Broncos of much debate. What do they have the depth? Are they good there? Vance Joseph was asked today about J.L. Skinner's camp.
That's a great question. He's at a great camp. He made a total commitment this fall with his body, with his prep. Every single day he's been on. He missed the entire spring with a shoulder injury. He came back on fire. So, that was one of my camp goals. Our first day of camp is to find some depth at the safety position. Losing PJ was a big deal for us, and he's had a great camp. So I've been proud of him.
Yeah. Well, what about Jade Barron?
He's not
no
a
safety work.
Yeah, no safety work.
He's nickel. He's a dime. He's sometimes a safety.
Okay, well we don't know what he is as of right now. If they keep 5 safeties, Hufanga, Brandon Jones, Taylor Rapp, Devin Key. And then it's between J.L. Skinner, my guy Miles Scott out of Illinois, and Tyson Anderson.
Yeah, Tyson Anderson done.
Yeah.
J.L. Skinner probably makes it on the strength of special teams, and your guy Miles Scott, not Michael Scott, makes it to the practice squad.
Yeah, most likely. I think that's good safety forecasting right there.
Now, if there's a surprise and they keep Scott, it's because Devin Key's the better special teamer, and then that'd be the only way I see Skinner let go.
Are the Broncos a for sure regression candidate this upcoming season? Can they get to 13, 14 wins again? We'll discuss that very issue and everything the Broncos are doing to try and stem that tide when we come back. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Mark Springer producing the program on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 FM. Rock, paper, tickets. Your chance to win a trip to Kansas City to see Denver's first game of the year, Monday night, September 14th. We got keywords. Every hour we've got one coming up for you in just a moment. To qualify for the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. It's all powered by Bud Light. A win is not a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Bill Barnwell today in ESPN had his 5 regression candidates for the upcoming season. The teams most likely to decline in 2026 after he did his piece on teams he expects to improve yesterday. First team that he mentioned, Andy, was one that I've been telling you about all the time. It's the Bears. Chicago was plus 22 in turnovers last year. They're not going to be that again. And right away, that makes you a regression candidate. Next team on the list, the Broncos. Who's that, Jim Nance?
The Broncos!
The Broncos!
And Andy. So, yeah, they were 14-3 last year, but 9-2 in games decided by 7 points or fewer, which automatically makes you a regression candidate. You were plus 90 in point differential as a 14-win team. That screams something's got to give. And, Andy, Sean Payton has been banging the drum on this since OTAs. I mean, really, since the draft, since the offseason, Sean Payton has been talking about this stuff. There are specific areas that we know we need to improve. Otherwise, we're going to see a dramatic fall off this upcoming season. Turnover differential, we know, is high on that list. Penalties, which were an issue that plagued the team a year ago and haven't been great so far in the preseason. I know it's the preseason, but still. Penalties are an issue that this team is going to have to deal with. And what if the offense could be better in quarters 1 through 3 so you're not constantly playing in one-score games? These are the issues that they're running into. And Bill Barnwell brought up all the things that we've been bringing up on our show as to why the Broncos, it's going to be tough for them to win 14 again. Number one, you can't count on all that health. Third healthiest defense in the NFL last year. Number two, the defense really did start to decline down the stretch last year.
Yes. Let's remind everybody, because I brought this up yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't want to think anybody thinks I'm just picking on him. He has a great specific look at what happened after week 11.
Yep. So last year, the Broncos defense really stumbled down the stretch and ran into some rough performances. And it's pretty jarring when you look at it. So the Broncos last season, against the Commanders, Raiders, Packers, and Jaguars, that stretch of 4 games, the Broncos were 21st in the NFL in points allowed per possession.
They were second in the NFL through week 11.
Yes. Now, when you say Packers and Jaguars, you go, well, you were playing really good offenses. Yeah, but that also includes the Manders and the Raiders. The Broncos then got right against Chris Aludicun and Trey Lance over the final 2 weeks of the regular season, but they gave up 30 in the playoff game to Buffalo. And if Josh Allen doesn't stop gift-wrapping the football to you, I don't know how you were ever going to get those guys off the field. Defense was good in the AFC Championship game, but Drake May's shoulder was broken and it was dumping snow.
Yeah, the second half, nobody could do anything.
Right, exactly. There was a fall off down the
really,
stretch.
Just real quickly, though, let's go back to the second half. If we were to pull up the game book, as I remember it, the Broncos defense kept preventing points, but again, something that I said bothered me from the other night in the Green Bay game, they still let the Patriots go on drives before they would get them off the field.
Right.
They weren't just getting them off the field and giving the ball back to the offense in the second half.
It's one of the things that I'm encouraged by with the Broncos is I think they have really smart coaches that really have examined all this stuff closely and are trying to figure out ways, trying to actively solve the issues in real time. Listen to Vance Joseph today. He talked a little bit about this with the Green Bay cut that we played during the high five, but I want to listen to him expand on this a little bit. He talked specifically with the team coming off of the sixth best sack total in the history of the NFL, how he expects teams to attack Denver and really disrupt the Denver pass rush. And listen to Vance Joseph diagnose exactly what he expects to see out of opponents this year.
They're trying to get 4 yards, Leggy. You know, they don't want to be in 2nd and 7+ or 8+, because that's obviously a pass rush down. And I thought last year we did a great job of basically playing 3rd down twice, you know, and most of our sacks came on 2nd down. 3rd downs is where they practice the protection plans, you know, and kind of slide to nick or whatever, chip coop. But 2nd downs is where we made our hay, you know, as far as the pass rush. So I think teams understand that. You know, we've watched it over the summer and the spring, so just getting ready for how teams are going to play us. That's been my lesson for our guys, you know, the first 2 weeks, man. This is our new life, right? DBs, 1st and 10, man, it's going to be a quick game, right? They catch a slant, now they're 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5. That favors the offense, doesn't favor us. They hand it off, they get 2 more, they're 3rd and 2. We can't rush the passer now. So I think we have to understand how teams see us and adjust how we play 1st down to continue to win 1st down. That's important for us.
Listen to Vance Joseph right there, giving a real-time explanation of NFL success rate. That's exactly what he was doing right there. 4 yards is the key. That's just it. If you want to have a positive play via success rate, via that metric, you get 4 yards on 1st down. And you have to be in at least a 3rd and 4 situation by the time you get to 3rd down. They don't just pull these numbers out of their butts. If you're in 2nd down and 6 or better, your playbook is open. If you're in 2nd down and 8, 2nd down and 7, like VJ said right there, you play directly into Denver's hands. It's your 2nd down defense is about what you do on 1st down and keeping them behind the chains and then getting to dictate to the offense rather than be in that reactive situation. And like he talked about right there, like he is preparing himself to say, we expect teams to attack us differently on 1st down now, knowing that 2nd down is where we made most of our hay last year.
Yeah, and when they weren't doing it, you know, they didn't get to rush the passer as much. They weren't quite getting home quite as easily.
Yeah. And then he brings up 3rd down, like, hey, 3rd and long, but they're in mass protect. It's tougher. It's tougher to be able to make that sack on that play.
I want to go back. I'm trying to get the game book from not that one, from the preseason game. You have, by chance, how did that first drive go? Remind me some of the plays on that first drive.
The Green Bay drive?
Yeah, with the Jordan Love one in particular, because again, them getting off the field quicker is going to be a key thing.
So 2nd and 10 was the slant to Riley had the pass break up on 1st and 10. 2nd and 10, Jordan Love hit Christian Watson on the slant. That was the play where I thought Surtain had the forced fumble. But still, 1st down Green Bay. They ruled it was Green Bay ball down by contact. You had a 3rd down and 5, but Benito jumps offside. You get a stop on 3rd down and 1. Benito gets in Love's face. Love throws it away. But then you give up the conversion on 4th down and 1. That was the 20-yard throw to Matthew Golden. Tight window. 1st down and 10. Love gets 6 yards on a rollout, hit the tight end, breaks a Surtain tackle. 3rd down and 2. Marshawn Lloyd on a sweep, virtual measurement. Remember, they gave it to him 1st down by a nose. 1st and 10 at the 10. Marshawn Lloyd, 6-yard run, but there was holding called on the play. 1st down and 20. You set up a 2nd down and 12 because Love to Matthew Golden on a slant for 8 yards. There was a DPI called on Sternad, but that was declined. 1st down and 10. Surtain had the big hit on Christian Watson. Jordan Love converts, hits Marshawn Lloyd on an 11-yard touchdown. Lloyd wide open over the middle, and boom, you got it. So, you know, there were points in that drive where VJ won, and there were other points in that drive where Matt LaFleur won.
Yeah, and look, you're playing a really good team, but again, 17 plays. 17 plays.
That's what it was.
They got in that drive. I pulled it up right here.
Wow.
17 plays. You did not get them off the field. And these were the things that started to plague this unit towards the end of the season last year. And so this is why I know everybody, I've had a couple of people mention why you got such a bad taste about a preseason game. Well, your dudes against their dudes. And look, I get it. It's hard in preseason.
And their dudes are good.
Their dudes are good.
Yeah.
And
it wasn't like Tua went down and scored on him.
But the Packers came out in the first half, had a good first half, didn't have a good second half. We all know in NFL football, games can change from quarter to quarter, drive to drive. Sometimes you have a good drive, then you don't do anything the rest of the time. We don't know how this would have looked if they'd played the whole game. But the bottom line is one of the symptoms I want to see corrected, and one of the things that Denver was so good to get off to the good start last year was they got teams off the field, not allow 17-yard drives that go on for 6 minutes, 35 seconds, and 66 yards. And the Packers dominated you in time of possession. Dominated you in time of possession during that game. This is stuff that cannot be repeated. Let's go back to, I want to know when you're ready to talk about some of these close games, because to get the reminder of some of the things that did go your way, to get some of these wins, I think it's another key thing that Barnwell points out, but I don't want to jump the gun on your defensive points.
Well, it is a key thing, and we'll get to that key thing after I give you a key word.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Tussle. Let's call it a tussle. After I got a chance to watch the film, there were no punches. It was just a tussle.
Tussle. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Marky does such a great job with these.
Tussle.
Just like
the word is tussle. That's your key word. Text tussle to 303-504-0925 with your name. We'll draw a qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. What are you qualifying for? You ask yourself. Well, you're qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament next Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. That's September 1st. Winner of the tournament gets a trip to KC, flights, hotel, tickets to the season opener, Denver at KC on Monday night. It's all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. 9-2 last season in one-score games. You always see the regression from one year to the next. Exhibit A, the Kansas City Chiefs of 2024 versus the Kansas City Chiefs of 2025. It's just one of those things where you can't keep pulling the rabbit out of the hat. And yes, you may be clutch. Yes, Bo Nix may be excellent in the fourth quarter. But Sean Payton himself has said, we can't live this dangerously. And he knows it could be a problem. Do you want to get into some of these games last year?
Yeah, let's do this, okay? Just for the sake of time. Broncos, Philadelphia, incredible comeback. You can't do that again. You can't expect to have an incredible fourth quarter like you did against the Giants. And erase, what was that, a 3-score lead?
26-8.
That they had. You forget about the ugly game against the Jets in Tottenham Stadium where, you kind of just survived that one. Let's pick it up.
Daniel Carlson missed a 48-yard field goal.
Where we should pick it up.
In the
Raider game, man. The Raiders were a terrible team last year to the point where they get the number one pick. You were in a 10-7 game. And again, one of the things you forget about, Daniel Carlson was looking to tie the game with 4:30 left to go. Now, Bo had been clutch, so maybe he'd have been clutch again. But they kind of handed you that game.
Harry Butker missed a PAT in the Chiefs game that put the score in your favor.
Again, Olakund is the one that was playing that game.
The Manders game when Marcus Mariota had his pass for 2 get tipped away for a Broncos victory, but
I'm sorry. Both Chiefs games came down to that. I forgot about that.
Broncos scored a touchdown on the opening possession. The Manders answered in overtime, and you had to hang on and get that one. Broncos had a lot of these games last year. And look, you're going to have those games in the NFL.
Good teams win games like that and create the plays you create. But
undoubtedly. It's really hard. And indubitably. But it's very difficult to do year in and year out, and it's why Sean Payton has pointed out, like, we can't have this many rabbit out of the hat one-score wins this upcoming season. So you can't count on all the health, which they had a year ago. And I do worry about a veteran team where guys have played as much football as they have over the last couple of years. The defense did have some decline last year down the stretch. And again, I'll use the term rabbit out of the hat. The Broncos offense last year, 16th in EPA per play in the first 3 quarters of games, 5th during the fourth quarter and overtime.
Yeah.
Now, that's not as dramatic as Chicago's was, which was the best in the fourth quarter in OT, but The Broncos got some good fortune with missed kicks on special teams, and their offense consistently picked it up late. It was good to see on last Friday night against Green Bay an opening drive touchdown. But then the second drive, things stall out, and there was just a little too much of that last year. It felt like the Broncos could typically put together a good opening drive, and then offense would go MIA for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah, it was like the script worked, and then they didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Or Sean got just too much into what worked and was too excited about too many things. And so maybe with Davis Webb, that starts to pick up a little bit, and we see a little. But again, Davis Webb's had a couple of good first drives just going off preseason. Then they kind of go into the slack a bit. Even against Atlanta, remember, they didn't exactly go. They were scoring in part because Atlanta kept giving them the ball back.
I mean, I'm looking at this season and I'm saying, okay, you've got to play you got to play the Chargers twice, you got to play the Chiefs twice, you got to play the entire NFC West. I do not believe the Denver Broncos will be the number 1 seed in the AFC this year. I just don't think they can do it again.
That doesn't mean they can't go win the Super Bowl. Defense travels if it's playing well.
It doesn't mean they can't even win the division necessarily. I don't think they're a 14-win team once again this year. And more than anything, and it's not much of a dig, that's just really hard to do year in and year out. You have to be like the Brady Belichick Patriots to be able to pull that off.
Nate, I don't think anybody in the division will be a 14-win team.
No.
To your point about you could win the division and not be the top seed, because this is just, if the Chiefs get close to where they were again, the Chargers, I expect, although I don't know, they're already putting guys on IR on their own line.
Biotish is already banged up. I think that this is why I have Denver as an 11-6 team. I view them as 11-6.
But you can still go do some stuff. But you got to have a run game. You got to have a run game this year. Bottom line, you've got to have a run game. You've got to be more consistent offensively, quarters 1 through 4, and you've got to find that magic that you had in the first 11 weeks last season back on this defense again. And Vance Joseph said, you're getting a little taste of how they're going to attack you.
Yeah.
They're not just going to let you straight up go get them.
And that I'll keep coming back to that point is nobody over there has their head buried in the sand.
Yeah, they know.
They are really aware of what they were last year. I mean, shoot, you listen to Ben Johnson in Chicago, like it's the first thing that he talked about this year was just like, we're not going to, all that stuff we did last year, we're not going to do that again, you know? And this is why, you know, Jalen Waddle's impact hopefully makes this offense take a big step forward, because it's just hard to write the same script over and over and over again. And I really hope that we're not sitting here, you know, at this time next year lamenting what could have been, because you were a 14-win team last year, man. You're an ankle injury away probably from getting a chance to go to the Super Bowl. You hate to think that that's when the window closed, but Sean Payton he's trying to keep that window open.
I'm with you. And you know what, to me, let's be clear on the window, folks. Nate's not talking about them just going in the can, but you've got the rookie contract window for Bo Nix. That's the window that's closing no matter what.
Yeah, and those just don't stay open forever. Literally. Because what do they have, another 2 years of it? Wine time this Friday night at Elish Garden. Sip your way through 14 wine stations. Enjoy great bites, a DJ, and more. Get your tickets now, altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine time, presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. Learn more at halliburtonlawfirm.com. Rockies have a 2-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the fourth in our nation's capital. 2-0. Rockies leading the Nats. Mason Adams, who they acquired from the White Sox, 3 innings pitched, and he has only allowed 1 hit. So he has passed the test of the first trip through the lineup.
Now we'll see how the second trip goes.
Yes, but go get him, Mason Adams.
Please.
Who I think is very much a rotation candidate going forward into next season. Well, how could he not be? They don't really have all that many candidates.
Well, who knows when the next season will be. Although you said Rob Manfred claims.
He claims.
They're going to not have a lockout at all.
Uh-huh.
He'd be smart to, frankly. You'd be smart not to lock this out. Their popularity is pretty good.
Hunter Goodman off the IL today and hit his 35th home run.
Good for him.
So the Rockies are up 2. Well, make it 2-1.
The Rockies are rocking. The Rockies.
Literally, as I say that, Dalen Lyle homers on a fly ball to right field off of Mason Adams.
The second time.
That's that pesky second time through the lineup. Thank you, Gamecast, for getting us that update. Okay.
But it's a classic kind of pattern.
Yep.
You know, it's all good. It's all good, really. It's the Rockies.
They're the worst team in baseball. It's okay.
They are. But they've been more fun than in years past. And when you're trying to drag yourselves out of really what are the depths of hell for this league, that's a start.
They could lose 100. Like as of today, they were literally on pace for 62 and 100. That is a 19-game improvement.
Yeah.
If you're 500 one year, 81 and 81, you improve by 19 games. You're a 100-win club the next season.
Guess what?
I know going from 119
sure.
to 100 losses isn't exactly the same, but I
haven't heard about the Cleveland Spiders this whole year. We had to call back to the late 1800s thanks to Seattle at least this year. That was not something the Rockies had to do.
No, we haven't.
So you've also done that.
Yeah, things are again mildly better.
They're crawling forward.
Crawling. Well put.
But look, DePodesta took a look at things. I'll go glass half full with it since everybody got angry about the Broncos and some of the talk. Glass half full in the Rockies.
Do people not want to have a critical discussion of what the Broncos' weaknesses were last season and where they need to improve?
Yeah, it is what they're up against.
We're not having that conversation.
Here's the hardcore reality. Despite the 14 wins, you do have to play better as a football team.
We
Unless you're going to repeat some of the most incredible things we've seen around here since John Elway roamed the field.
In these conversations, we're literally citing things that Sean Payton and Vance Joseph have said out loud about what the team did a year ago and what they need to try and defend against and where they need to be better so that they're not in the same boat as a football team. They of course, the Broncos want to win 14 games. They want to be a better, more complete football team this upcoming season.
Yeah.
That's the discussion we just had.
So that they can take advantage of the window they've created for themselves, which is a rookie contract.
But apparently, if you don't spend all day telling everybody the Broncos are going to win the Super Bowl this year, everyone gets their orange panties in a bunch.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it's weird. The talk show hosts talk about the team the same way the head coach does.
And the national.
Oh, they hate the team.
Well, we both said 11. Frankly, folks, that's more positive than a lot of the national, including Vegas, has given you.
Total on the team is 9.5.
9.5 for Vegas.
The Athletics' projected win total for them was 9.1.
Yeah.
I think they're going to go 11-6. I think they're better than that.
I don't think they have a 6-game regression.
You hate the Broncos.
Again, even if you were to go back from 14 to 11, would we say 9-1, 9-2 in those games?
In one-score games?
Yeah.
They were 9-2.
Okay, that still means you move to what 6-5. You even get towards 500 in the one-score games. You're still sitting at 11 wins.
That's what you hope your regression is in that area.
Yeah,
if you can be 500 in one-score games,
better than 500.
That's great. If you can just stay middle of the pack and all of that. Again, what you want to avoid is what happened in Kansas City last year. And even with Mahomes, they couldn't win one-score games.
Yeah, they just went right down the drain.
Yeah, while he was still healthy, you still couldn't get it done.
I'd also remind people, the Broncos, let me just give you one positive example in history that you can point from this team's very history. The Broncos went 13-3 in 1996 and lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They came out and I believe they were 12-4 in 1997. Had to go on the road. We're a wild card, and guess what they did? They won the Super Bowl.
Better team, better and more complete.
Despite
team.
the fact that the record didn't say that they were a better team.
Yeah.
They ended up winning the Super Bowl.
And it's what Peyton is trying to build with his football team this year. I mean, one of the other things that he has done. And again, going back to, hey, we're not talking about anything that the head coach isn't talking about. Do you remember the second week of camp when Cortland Sutton just had 3 days off? That was a direct response to, we felt like we saw a decline late in the season last year.
We're not tiring out of
where can we save some mileage on the body of a veteran player? We can do it when it's 98 degrees and the air quality sucks in training camp. This is an opportunity now for us to be able to get less at the moment to get more later on. I think the Broncos have been extra cautious with a lot of this soft tissue stuff that they've had in camp so far, again, with their eye on that very prize.
Do you want another? You like weird oddities with numbers, right?
I do. What do you got for me?
Do you realize, and I'm double checking this, I was talking about this with a texter last week. Do you realize that the Denver Broncos, can't get it out of my head now.
I like how you keep doing live drops.
Yeah. Do you realize that they've never won the Super Bowl with the 13-3 record?
I guess I didn't.
They've 13-3, I believe 2005, did not win it. 13-3, 1996, did not win it. I think they were 13-3, 2012, did not win it. This came up because we were talking about the greatest, the teams that never made the Super Bowl on that ESPN list, and the 2012 Broncos came up. You realize they've won it twice with a 12-4 record, in 2015 and in 1997.
So the Broncos don't want to be a 13-win team.
13-3 doesn't seem to be their record. I don't know why. Gets them to the number one seed, never gets them to the Super Bowl.
Could it just be a matchup thing?
Maybe.
Is it possible it just has?
Yeah, but it also just tells you sometimes the record doesn't tell you how good a team you were.
Sometimes.
Now, they were 14-2, right, when they won in 98.
98, yeah. That was a decent team.
Pretty good.
Spring, do we have another qualifier this hour?
Yeah, this hour's qualifier is Jeffro Nielsen.
Jeffro?
Jeffro.
Not Jethro.
Jeff Rowe.
And not
Jeffro.
Jeffrey.
No, Jeffro.
Jeffro.
I hope that's what it says on your ID when you get it. I'm all of a sudden, I might be rooting for Jeffro.
I've never heard that name.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it. I didn't know you could be a Jeffro. Congratulations, Jeffro. I'm rooting for Jeffro now.
Jeffro.
Is Jeffro our show guy? Is that who we're really rooting for now?
Well, I kind of like the Jeffro.
We had a bunch of Mikes and Michaels earlier.
Yeah, now I got to have a Jeffro.
Yeah, exactly. There's 8 kids in every elementary school class that were Mike or Michael. There's only one Jeffro, and that's our guy. Way to go, Jeffro.
Ooh, Michael pointing out the old 13-3 is no longer going to be a thing. You could go 13-3-1.
Well, I just said 13 wins.
No, I know, but 13 wins could be bad. Yeah, we're going to have to find out. 13-4. What happens? The first time they go 13-4, is that the test?
It will be. Or is it just it's humanly impossible for the Denver Broncos to win a Super Bowl
Without
in a season
12 wins?
in which they only have 13 victories?
No, they got 14. Yeah, 14 the one year.
We're going to find out.
Jeffro.
We'll keep qualifying more listeners for rock, paper tickets tomorrow here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Congratulations to all the Mikes, all the Michaels, and Jeffro.
Jeffro, we're pleased to know you.
Yes.
Someone said Jeffro Tull.
Nicely done. Jeffro Clampett.
Oh, you can't. just rolls off the tongue.
They keep on coming. All right. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to you then. Good night, everybody.